For every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day. Great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday, right? It's Uniform Day. It's April 23rd. It is Tuesday. Good to be with you. Thank you for getting up with us here. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. My name is Sean Pendergast. His name is Seth Payne. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. I'm excited. I'm excited for everybody who's excited about the uniform unveiling. You know what occurred to me too, and you had mentioned this last week, but it's really not as much the uniform unveiling that I'm more focused on, and it's like for me it's the other apparel, like the T-shirts, the jerseys, stuff like that, because that's the stuff. The hats, like that hat that Cal was wearing when they kind of confirmed that helmet that leaked was probably the right one.
Right.
Like I like the way that font looks on that hat. So for me, I'm not as even concerned about what the actual uniforms look like. I just want to look at the gear that I might get from it.
Yeah, I think and well, I had some things. I've still got 3 hours and 59 minutes of being confined to a non-disclosure agreement, Seth. So I'm going to hold off on my opinions on the various usages of colors and everything like that until then. I don't, this is the slow time of year. I'm a little more. The cash flow is a little bit better during football season, so I don't want to get sideways with any lawyers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You can't. Yeah, it's not like during football season when you're like, screw them all, let them sue me.
Yeah.
You're like, everywhere we go, it's kind of embarrassing sometimes. You'll tip over stuff on the way out. You're just like, I'm swimming in it, baby. Go ahead, sue me.
I'm lighting cigars with $100 bills during football season. I'm just, this is that. Until my son passes the bar and he can just defend me pro bono, then I'm gonna tippy toe. But I'm with you on the gear, like hoodies and golf shirts and things like that. I'm not a big jersey wearer, and that's not to say I look down on people who wear jerseys at all. Go buy the jerseys by all means. It looks so cool in the stadium out there during the pregame. Everybody in their Texans jerseys. That's just not my deal. So I'm looking forward to a little H-Town blue gear and stuff like that. It'll be good, man. It'll be good.
I was thinking about is it Rocky V when Rocky says "sue me for what"?
Yeah, that's Rocky V. Yeah,
to Tommy Gunn.
Yes.
Yeah, that's you.
That's
you right now.
That's me. I'm punching the NDA in the stomach.
Yeah, you can't be down. You can't be punched any lower. You're just down there already.
That's
sue
it,
me
man.
For what?
That's it. Did you see the Broncos drop their uniforms yesterday? They got the jump on us.
Listen. Look, I'm a Netflix baby, so if I get 2 minutes into something and it doesn't hold my attention, I'm moving on before it shows up on my continue watching list.
Yes.
That it looked like a very well done video, but I couldn't make it a minute and a half into that thing. There's too much driving of a Bronco across the plains.
You don't know what it is. Like you know what it is because you're clicking on it from an NFL account or something like that.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm a minute and a half in. I'm like, is this a Western or is this a uniform reveal? What are we doing here?
Are we going to watch these cowboys get down? Is this a Brokeback Mountain? Like, what is going on?
Yes.
There's a cowboy who jumps in a vintage Bronco, and he's driving across the plains, racing an actual horse. And at some point, I don't know, are they making an OJ joke? tasteless IMO.
Right.
But still, yeah, I didn't get to the end of it. Did they actually show the jersey? I zoomed to the end and all I saw was like a glimpse, like a little shadow or swath across the jersey. They can all go die. I'm sick of the Broncos and Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson modeling your stupid jersey, making it a tasteless OJ joke.
They got to the jerseys. They're not drastically different than what they were wearing. They're just, like a little more modern in the trim and stuff. Like no change. I didn't see like a new color rush one or anything like that. I'm with you. Like I'm like, are we going to get to this at some point here? I've been told that the Texans video is better than the Bronco video by somebody.
Good.
Yeah, I don't want to give up my source, but I've been told. I said I texted my somebody in the building. I said, hey, are you guys going to be doing this tomorrow? Tomorrow meaning today. I did this yesterday. Yeah. By dropping a video at 10 a.m. like the Broncos did. And the person I texted said, like the Broncos video, ? Like with like 3 question marks. I'm like, well, better than the Broncos video. And they said, yes, better than the Broncos video. Yeah.
It is a pretty cool jersey. I'm looking at it now. It's the orange crush with almost looks like a University of Florida get up.
Yeah.
So there you go. Zach Wilson will be just looking awesome in an orange crust jersey. I think the problem with the Broncos video, Sean, was that it felt like, when you're watching a movie and you're like, okay, they're clearly trying to win a cinematography Oscar here. Like, all right, there's a bunch of artsy stuff going on that I'm sure there's 0.1% of the population that is just blown away by their choice of f-stop or something. But like I just don't care. I don't care.
If there were an Oscars for uniform reveal videos, then all the hoity-toity snobs within the Academy would be gushing over the Broncos video yesterday.
Over the cinematography.
I hope the Texans make like The Hangover or Old School or, Wedding Crashers, or some movie that would never get nominated by the Academy, but everybody loves it, I
want the rating on Rotten Tomatoes to be 46% by the critics and 97% by the fans.
Perfect, yes. You nailed it.
That's my kind of movie, baby.
100%.
There's nothing better than when you see that blessed, like, oh, yeah, the critics hated this, but the masses loved it.
Yes.
Give it to me. I don't care if there's subliminal messages in there. Just give it to me.
That's it, man. That's it.
The worst, and then the worst. The worst is when it's got like a 46% fan audience score, but then a 97% critic score. Oh, yeah. I can guarantee you those movies are almost always about something kind of like inside Hollywood.
Yeah.
Where the critics are watching like, I understand this story structure where the peasants don't.
Right.
I'm so impressed.
2 hours of pleasuring themselves, basically, is what that is.
So we say all that to say that like Sean Payton's going to stab Zach Wilson between the shoulder blades.
We got to talk. We'll talk about Zach in the next segment. Holy smoke. Zach Wilson got traded to the Broncos yesterday. 10 a.m. today. Who do we expect? Like, I was thinking about this yesterday. Like, it's a lock that Bun B and Paul Wall are part of this thing, right? Like, because they've really Texans have leaned heavy into the hip hop culture.
Something with you had said like car culture.
Car culture that'll be in there. Copious amounts of skyline shots, I think, is at least one of the It's speculated that the skyline is part of one of the uniforms on some of these quasi leaks that are out there.
What's the next Houston thing that the Texans can lean into other than Houston hip hop? Like NASA, they don't push the NASA stuff as much as the space themed
Astros,
teams, like the Astros and Rockets have. I mean, it's in their actual name.
Yeah,
you almost have to really lean into the NASA part of it.
Yeah, I would say NASA. Bad weather, barbecue.
1,000-year storms every 10 years.
Biblical floods. Just oppressive humidity.
The future aqueducts, the Houston future aqueducts. We've got a plan, everybody. We've got a plan. Yeah.
What are some things they could lean into? Hey, all those bats that are below the bridges over by the bayou.
The bat colony.
The bat colony.
You know what?
Yeah.
There should be more. We really do need to lean into that more. As a city and the sports culture around the city. If your kids have never been to the bats coming out from underneath the bridges on Waugh, it's awesome, man. It is really, really cool. Especially if it's on a night. You want to go on a clear night, where it's nice and cool. You need a little bit of a light sweater or something. But definitely a clear night where you can just see this. It's like they're like plumes of bats leaving the city.
Yeah, man.
To go off and collect blood and insects from all over the damn state. They go a long ways.
So there you go. That's what we're doing. We're putting basically Batman uniform. The alternate uniform is going to be basically a Batman uniform.
Do the Texans have the guts to embrace bat culture?
That's right. That's right.
It make it not about Batman because that's a copyright. We're towing the line already with this H-Town blue, so we have to. We got to be super careful with any kind of Batman culture.
We've already got Amy Adams strunk on top of a building like a sniper, getting ready to see these uniforms today.
We got to be. Don't piss off the DC Comics people because they will shut you down.
They got lawyers.
In the corniest way possible.
They
That's
got
right.
lawyers. They
They'll
got
go,
lawyers.
Kazing, boom, bam.
Yeah. Hey, we got we got Ross Tucker coming on the show today at 7:15.
Yeah.
Oh,
Feels down to feel like you got swimming in cash like you are during the football season.
What's
it's
that?
Just like you'll be feeling like that football season. You'll be feeling like you're swimming in cash.
Oh yeah,
because we got Ross Tucker on like we do during the football season.
That's it, man. That's right. The Pavlovian feeling of having Ross Tucker on the show. I'm anxious to see what he has to say about the Texans offseason. We haven't caught up with him in a while.
We haven't caught up with him, and he's very positive about a lot of the things the Texans are doing. He also covers Philly, the Eagles, quite a bit. So I'm kind of curious about maybe there's a side of the whole Saquon Barkley saga that, some of these things they're like common knowledge up where a player is, but the rest of the league hasn't picked up on the story or something.
They turns out the Eagles might have tampered with Saquon Barkley. Did you see that yesterday?
Yeah. I'm curious about this. Is this something that it seems like the Saquon Barkley tampering and the Kirk Cousins tampering has really been just a little bit of light tampering?
Well,
would it have even been brought up if it weren't for beating the drum so steadily?
Well, Cousins brought it up himself in his press conference. That was the problem with that.
Right, but I feel like sometimes people say things like I never bring it up. I mean, sometimes like your own favorite team might say something that sounds a little bit like, and I shut my damn trap about it.
So do you think Florio is making an impact here? You think he's the squeaky wheel getting the grease here?
Yeah, I think because a lot of people just read Florio because it's a lot of league people they read Pro Football Talk because it's an easy way to get everything that's going on, kind of in real time.
Yep.
And I think that's enough. That it's on enough radar screens across the league and within teams that without Florio fanning the flames, I don't think it necessarily would have seen the light of day.
It sounds like there's degrees with this one though, because it's from what I read yesterday, the expectation is the Falcons are going to get whacked a whole lot harder than the Eagles are going to get whacked.
What's the Eagles' specific scenario?
I don't know. I know way more about the Falcons because Kirk Cousins basically walked up to a microphone and said exactly how they tampered with him. So I don't know exactly what the Eagles did with Saquon, but Cousins said I talked to their trainer and I may have talked. Oh, you know what it was with Saquon? Howie Roseman may have talked to him. Remember? James Franklin did an interview and said, the Eagles, and Howie Roseman called him, and you're not you're not supposed to call. They called him during the period where you're only supposed to be talking to their agents, not to the players themselves. That's what it was.
So, during the legal tampering period, it turns out is not it's not all it's not a free for all.
It's not open season. Yeah. All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday, 10 o'clock today. The Texans unveil the uniforms on social media. 10:01, they begin selling them. So be ready today. Cal McNair and Hannah McNair in studio with In the Loop at 11 a.m. today. So be on the lookout for that as well. Up next, Seth alluded to it. He mentioned it. Trade of a quarterback yesterday, and it just continues to reinforce how fortunate the Texans are to have C.J. Stroud, and I think a massive warning label for teams that are getting ready to take quarterbacks in the draft on Thursday. That is next.
Payne and Pendergast.
There's certain things about this team right now where
bonus. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Yeah, it is a new uni day. Split on the text page so far. A lot of people super psyched. A lot of people like, okay, we've been hyping this for a long time. Can we just drop them, please? I don't care about the video. I just want to see the uniforms. This is what they're supposed to do. They're marketing people. They're supposed to hype this stuff up, man.
Yeah, this is what the NFL excels at.
Yes.
Is turning otherwise, like previously almost not even thought about events into multi-week long events. The draft used to be done. Well, originally it was done on the commissioner's kitchen table. Then after that, they moved on into hotel conference rooms. Once they started televising it, they maybe put up like a podium at the hotel conference room. But it's turned into this traveling circus that it is now. So,
dude,
this is including uniform unveilings.
I'm like counting down to the schedule release this year. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't even given out. I haven't seen a firm date yet, but it feels like they've done it like the same Thursday of May for the last few years. They haven't started hyping that up yet. But I'm super amped for the schedule reveal this year.
What are the truly dead months still? Is it really because they turn the schedule release and a few other things in May?
June's like the dead
month.
Yeah. June. You can tell June's a dead month because that's when all the NFL people take their vacations. You know,
they take their vacations. The OTAs are over, so the players aren't around. So they're not even getting interviews with people nowadays. Though there are more interviews from podcasters and bloggers and athletes themselves putting stuff out on social media.
Yeah.
So something comes along in June. The only place where the NFL really hasn't held up its end of the bargain is that arrests are as low as they've ever been.
Yeah.
You used to rely on some. You used to get some drama in June and July, especially when guys had time on their hands. But now, mostly I think just because of social media and the way the world works and everything. People don't go out as much as they used to, so they're not bumping into other people and getting in fights or car accidents as much as they used to.
Yep.
And B, everybody's super, super careful because everything can show up on video. There's surveillance cameras on every single person.
That's right.
If you're a pro athlete, there's a surveillance video camera on every single person
right
you meet.
now.
And so guys have to your conscience. The old like your conscience is what you do when nobody's watching.
Yeah.
Somebody's always watching.
I know.
Always.
Yes.
Always.
Yep.
Always.
Yep.
So their conscience, everybody's conscience is impeccable because somebody is always watching.
It's true. So yesterday, God, I'm so glad we have C.J. Stroud. Yesterday, Zach Wilson, number 2 overall pick, quarterback, 2 years before the Texans took C.J. Stroud, was traded. So finally, Seth, we can say that of the 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 15 3 years ago, because they've all had 3 seasons now, the only one that's still with his current team, forget about get his 5th-year option exercise, forget about be the starter in year 3, the only one that's still with his team is Trevor Lawrence, the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
The other 4 have all been moved now. Zach Wilson traded, if you missed it, traded yesterday to the Denver Broncos for basically a 6-7 pick swap. That's like the lowest version of a trade of a player that you can have is like, all right, we're going to trade him and a 7th for a 6th.
That's the whole in some way, shape, or form. Allow me to save some face somehow.
Yeah. Well,
we're just not giving him to you. Give us something. Yeah.
And the Jets had to pay part of his salary too, so it's like an even lower level of a trade. I don't know. So Zach Wilson moved to the Broncos yesterday. Yeah. And just to summarize, Trey Lance, of course, is on the Cowboys. He was drafted by the Niners. Justin Fields, it's been very well documented, is now a Steeler. And Mac Jones is now a Jacksonville Jaguar. So these guys are all backups now on other teams, with teams trying to salvage whatever it is the league saw in them coming in a few years ago.
And I'll just say one thing about Zach Wilson leaving the Jets. It is funny, just in talking to Jets fans, Robert Saleh gets zero benefit of the doubt from Jets fans because of everything that happened before Robert Saleh got there. But it's not like he chose Robert Saleh. That's not his choice.
Right.
And yet they ended up – it's not like Robert Saleh chose Zach Wilson. Excuse me. It's not like it was Robert Saleh's choice. And I thought that, honestly, the performance of the Jets to actually win as many games as they did last year with a combination of those haphazard quarterbacks, I thought was actually pretty impressive by the Jets.
7-10, I think, right?
Yeah. Like, nobody, this guy's awful. The performance Zach Wilson had versus the Texans is one of the things that freaks me out the most.
Yeah.
It was the best performance of his career.
Yep.
I don't, I feel like this is obviously going to be a make it or break it year for Robert Saleh, but good riddance, Zach Wilson.
Yeah. I guess this is where Thursday night, this is where it comes in for me, because I almost think there's like, in looking at the 5 quarterbacks now from that draft in 2021, which if we were to go back and watch, I'm sure everybody's gushing that night about, Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence. Of course, Trevor Lawrence is going to be given all sorts of rope because he was the number 1 overall pick, and he's actually performed well at times, got a team to the playoffs. So I'm not trying to lump Trevor Lawrence in with these other 4 guys, but Trevor Lawrence, I think 3 years in, has probably, if I had to skew towards disappointment or on his way, like probably slightly towards the side of disappointment right now.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he got to the playoffs on a 9-8 team, won a playoff game, and then last year they just had a monumental collapse that allowed the Texans to win the division. So, but he's going to get a contract, I think. Like, he's not going anywhere. If you look at this draft class, like, I almost think there's parallels. Like, Trevor Lawrence, generational prospect, air quotes. Caleb Williams, generational prospect, air quotes. Zach Wilson is in the 2-hole right now, as we're going to hear later in the show. It looks like Jaden Daniels. Like, all indications are he's going to Washington. Kind of late bloomer, he's mobile kind of thing. Like, there's almost like Trey Lance project, Drake May project, Justin Fields transferred from an SEC school and then had some success. Maybe that's Bo Nix, transferred from Auburn, had some success at Oregon. And I've already drawn the parallel with Mac Jones and J.J. McCarthy. These are guys that are getting, J.J. McCarthy is getting love. Why? Because he's a winner. He won. Mac Jones won a national championship at Alabama. Like, neither of them wow you with any, like, next-level physical traits, but they were drafted because they won a bunch of games, and then it turns out Mac Jones was a little, tennis circuit, hissy fit baby boy.
I think the difference there, I would say, with J.J. McCarthy versus Mac Jones is I think there's much more of a sense with J.J. McCarthy that people look at the offense he was in and they say, well, look, he does, when given the opportunity, he does some really, really good stuff. But that was an offense that, like, on 2nd and 15, they were going to run the ball.
Yeah.
They would then they'd get stuff, and then on 3rd and long, J.J. McCarthy would do something. So I think with scouts, the question is always, all right, well, was it that Harbaugh didn't trust him to do that really cool stuff consistently, or was it just that Harbaugh runs an old school offense and that's the way it's going to be?
Yeah.
I thought with Mac Jones it was it was more of an engineered success that he had in college based on everybody around him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, and JJ, there are a lot. That's the tough thing. All of this boils down to, especially these days, all the things you just don't know.
Yeah.
So, like, with all those guys that you just read off, Trevor Lawrence played in a simplistic offense, but that was awesome. Like, people had reservations about some of his actual physical ability, except he just had such a track record of success. Zach Wilson played behind an awesome offensive line and without playing against that genuinely good defenses. Trey Lance, raw as hell. Justin Fields, went 11th for a reason. It wasn't like he was a slam dunk guarantee. So, yeah, I think all the guys in this class, other than Caleb Williams, like, I feel like Caleb Williams is more naturally gifted, like more obviously naturally gifted as a passer than Trevor Lawrence was.
Yeah, I would say so too. Trevor Lawrence is, he's a little unconventional. He's a little lanky. He's got that kind of, he's got that Osweiler windup kind of, right?
Yeah, he was almost at that borderline where people really don't like a 6'7" quarterback because of all of those issues like that. It's hard to be accurate. It's hard to have a quick release. All those things. Like, he's like a tall 6'5", but he plays like he might as well be 6'7".
Yeah. A lot of people pointing out on the text page, Davis Mills is like one of the only one. Davis Mills and Trevor Lawrence, like, those are the two that are still with their original teams. Because even the two guys that Davis Mills got drafted near, because it was the clump at the top of the draft that we just covered, and then it went a long time without any quarterbacks being picked, like the rest of the first and almost the whole second round, and then bam, 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 in 3 picks it went Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, and Davis Mills. Yeah, man. Davis Mills, second best quarterback in his draft. He's probably the third best quarterback in the draft class. No, I would take Justin Fields still ahead of Davis Mills, but I think Davis Mills over Zach Wilson or Trey Lance or Mac Jones. Like, Davis Mills is actually, they say he's done some things. Like, he was on a couple bad Texan teams, but he's certainly he's a backup quarterback with a third-round pick. Like, he's probably hitting his target.
There's a less than zero chance that Jerry Jones thinks that Trey Lance is the next guy that he's going to pluck from anonymity and obscurity. Like, different than, obviously, Tony Romo or Dak Prescott. Neither of those guys were high draft picks. Trey Lance was a very, very high draft pick, but people have largely given up on him because the very guy that traded up to get him has given up on him already. The 49, Kyle Shanahan said, scram to this dude.
And that's the wildest thing to me about the Trey Lance journey is it's not like it was some janky-ass team that decided to give up 3 firsts and move up and go get him. It was the guy who's widely viewed as the modern-day quarterback guru, the modern-day offensive guru.
I wanted nothing to do with Trey Lance simply because there is such a long list of quarterbacks who have played their best football under either Gary Kubiak or Kyle Shanahan. And, like, Brock Osweiler, for instance, we saw that here. Like that. They get the most out of guys that otherwise other coaches just can't get anything out of. So if Kyle Shanahan can't do it, like, why the hell do you think your football coach is going to do it?
Exactly.
So Kyle Shanahan can't do it, but somehow his protege Bobby Sloak is going to do it? No, thank you.
Someone's asking when's the schedule release. It's usually like this. It's like last year it was May 11th. It's usually on a Thursday, like the second week of May. And there's last year was super boring because the whole schedule was noon Sunday starts. Like this year, the Texans could go to London. They could open against Kansas City. They could play Dallas on Thanksgiving. There's Christmas Day games. There's Black Friday games. Like it's going to be and the Texans are a widely, I think, desirable team. I think they're in the upper quartile of box office teams this year. You know what I mean? Like of teams that football fans want to watch. I think they're super intriguing.
I wonder. I'd like to get over to London for one of those games, just to see if you're just to see what the actual fan reaction is to, like the team that doesn't. I know the Jaguars are kind of like London's team, but it's still very spread out and everything. Mostly, I just want to go to London and
and sit in
I want
some
to eat
pubs.
bangers and mash and all that stuff. Yeah.
What are bangers?
I'm told that basically the city of London absorbs that game pretty much just like in Houston at any given time when there might be some huge event going on that's going to pack a stadium, except you know nothing about it. Like some of the exhibition soccer games, for instance, they'll pack the stadium, but you're not even aware that it's going on. That's how Londoners treat the NFL over there. For the most part, people are unaware of it, but the diehard NFL fans are all there.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like background noise, but the ones that get in the stadium are hardcore, right?
Right. But you know what it's like? It's like the Savannah Bananas. When the Savannah Bananas showed up and they sold out Minute Maid, and we were all like, "What's this now?"
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Apparently the Savannah Bananas are a huge deal, and I had no clue about it.
Oh, that's a good analogy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think we're in the NFL. When the NFL comes to London, there's a lot of London folks who are like, "Oh, blimey, what the hell? It's a mate. We're all these superior, the superior breed of people here."
Any chance to hear Seth say "Oi"? I'm here for.
Yeah.
Yep.
Talking about Americans over the Brits.
That's it, man. That's it.
Exported their finest. Anybody who could jump off that ship when they had the chance.
Someone wants to have a documentary crew follow you through the streets of London.
I'm going to dress like fat British people do, with a tiny tee on and hard denim jeans way too tight, acting like
yes. Let's do this.
Bollocks hanging out.
Oh my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Again, quick reminder, because we may have not had people hear us yesterday or hear our boss on Friday, but we've got a lot of texts from people yesterday like, hey, you guys sound a whole lot better. The signal is a whole lot better. Like, yeah, if you're just kind of tuning in over the last couple of days or maybe just bumping back into the station, our tower is operating like maximum plus now. We were kind of knocked down for a little while there signal-wise. But, yeah, tell a friend, anybody who's or download the Odyssey app. That's always an easy way to kind of circumvent any signal issues. But yeah, we're happy to be back at full strength.
It took a little bit longer than we expected, and then I called them up one day, and I was like, "Hey, did you guys try turning it off and then turning it back on?" Right.
You suggest I said Control-Alt-Delete. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Have you tried?
Yeah, turning it on and off.
They got sick of that joke about by the 8th time.
Until it turned out that was the problem, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's all. That's one of my least favorite parts of any movie was Sling Blade, when Sling Blade tells the mechanic. Like, have you tried filling it with gas? and the guy's like, look at that. He just got a sense for engines. Yeah.
Well, Carl.
Okay. Yeah, the crusty old auto mechanic, been doing this for 30 or 40 years, forgot the simplest of all explanations. Sure.
It's a life lesson right there for you from Sling Blade. Do sweat the small stuff sometimes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Again, 10 a.m. uniform reveal, and then 10:01 they're selling them. Cal and Hannah in studio at 11 o'clock with John and Landry on In the Loop. All right, up next, headlines. Astros back at it today. How we feeling? Does one day off get us back to where we're like, okay, looking forward to baseball tonight? They play the Cubs. We'll get to that. They laid out the pitching matchups yesterday, so we'll get to that. Bunch of news around the NFL as we're only a couple days away from the draft. We'll get to some of the quarterback hype going on at the top of the hour. But first, Crash Champions. If you have gotten into a fender bender recently, or you are just prone to
Men's Healthcare.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, good to be with you on a Tuesday. We'll start with the Astros. They were off yesterday. So if you woke up this morning like, hey, I don't have that same feeling in my stomach that I've had 16 times this April and March so far, that's because the Astros didn't play yesterday. So they didn't lose. But they are in Chicago to play the Cubs. Unfortunately, it'd be nice if they were playing the White Sox. That would be the exact elixir they need. The White Sox are terrible. The Cubs are all right this year. 13-9 so far this season, Seth. We've got J.P. France, Spencer Arrighetti, and Justin Verlander taking the hill the next 3 days. Tonight,
J.P. France at least will be facing Jordan Wicks. So you might say, well, doesn't France have like a 7.08 ERA?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you nailed it. Jordan Wicks, 5.29 ERA. So there we go. Some opportunity for the Astros to get a bunch more hits and not actually score any runs.
Yeah.
If they could just do it if they need to, Espada needs to tell those guys, I want you to get up to the plate and just imagine there's nobody on second or third base, and just to pretend the bases are completely empty, and you guys will be just fine.
That's it.
Because as soon as they see anybody, as soon as they see anybody that might score, they lose it. They prematurely, they suck.
Brutal. Yeah. So Astros, Cubs, and then they're actually off on Friday as they travel to Mexico City. Because as you're struggling with the worst start your franchise has had in years, that's exactly what you need: a trip to 2-mile elevation to go play the Colorado Rockies in Mexico City. So that's this weekend. Yeah, Saturday and Sunday. We export Astro and Rocky baseball to Mexico.
Didn't the Astros just play somebody that had come back from a foreign location and a couple of their players were just brutally battered? They'd gotten Montezuma's revenge. I
don't think so, because the only two teams I could think of would be the Dodgers and the Padres, who went to Korea to go play. They haven't played either of them yet. So I'm not sure. The Texans, today is uniform reveal day. We're 2 days out from the draft. 3 days out from the Texans making a draft choice if they stay where they're at right now. That'll obviously be a big topic as we move towards draft day. But the uniform reveal day today, Seth, 10 a.m., they're going to drop it on social media. Very anxious to see what kind of bells and whistles they use to inform everybody of these new uniforms. And I'm glad the speculation will be over. The speculation is starting to kind of, tweak me a little bit on my timeline. I'm like, no, let's just,
so much of it, because of the various leaks and then fake leaks and everything else like that, it's just gotten, it's one of those things that feels like it happens all the time these days, where there's something going on the internet or on social media where it's just too overwhelming to try to figure it out, This feels to me like Baby Gronk risen up that other, the gymnast lady, whatever all that was. I still don't know what it is. I didn't want to sit down and examine and figure out what the hell all the Baby Gronk risen up some social media star was. That's how I feel about the jerseys right now.
If you don't know who Seth's talking about, this Baby Gronk, I would say be glad. Just be glad. It's the
most entertaining child abuse you've ever seen. Yeah.
It's like a 12-year-old kid whose dad is trotting him around, and he's not even all that entertaining.
The whole thing about Baby Gronk rizzing up Livy Dunn was that you had to Google 3 separate things. You're like, okay, what is a Baby Gronk? Yes. What does rizzing up mean when the kids say it? And who's Livy Dunn?
That's right.
And like then you after. See, I lied, everybody. I actually did the investigation, but it took way longer than I wanted to. So likewise, I don't know. I'm glad I didn't go to the little special screening that you guys got, because I've tried to stay pretty ignorant. You're looking at a guy that's gone 25 years without ever having seen 2 girls, 1 cup. Like, I'm pretty good at ignoring a lot of online stuff if I choose to. And likewise, here I haven't seen any
you're
going
to get links to today in your DMs.
No, I've already said it. People have tried me. They've tried and they've failed.
Yeah.
They've never conquered me.
Yeah. Be glad. Uniform reveal today, 10 a.m., and the store opens shortly thereafter. Cal McNair, Hannah McNair in studio within the loop at 11 a.m. today on the station. A quick check of the scoreboard with the NBA playoffs. Cleveland takes a 2-0 lead on Orlando last night. The Knicks take a 2-0 lead on the Philadelphia 76ers last night. I'm sure that's going over swimmingly in Philadelphia this morning. And the Denver Nuggets, they go up 2-0 on the Lakers. The Lakers blew a 20-point lead in that game. The Denver Nuggets, they're really good at basketball, and the Lakers, they're coughing up 20-point leads to the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, the Lakers are really good at basketball. Yeah. They're just getting destroyed.
Yeah. Zach Wilson traded to the Denver Broncos yesterday. We touched on that a little bit in the previous segment, but that it doesn't put a capper on the 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 15 in 2021, but Trevor Lawrence is hanging on to the branch as the river rages beneath him right now. He's the last saving grace of that quarterback class right now.
And he might end up, he'll probably get I'm guessing he'll get a Daniel Jones type of contract.
That's a good guess. Yeah.
All right, you're the best option we got, and you're a quarterback supposedly, so let's just go ahead and sign you back up for another couple years. Jarrett Stidham versus Zach Wilson. If you had to call it right now, who wins that competition?
Stidham, I think.
Yeah.
I think Stidham does.
Stidham has more unproven awfulness, whereas Zach Wilson, he's got proven awfulness on tape already. Plus, I think that, Sean Payton might break Zach Wilson over his knee. Sean Payton's not an easy guy to play for, and I don't know how much patience he's going to have for Zach Wilson.
No, I don't either. Wilson is, and it all comes down to Payton. When you ask me that question, Stidham or Wilson, this is a lotto scratch off. This is Sean Payton. If Sean Payton can get something out of Zach Wilson, this is the next chapter in the great genius book that is Sean Payton. So they're just, the Jets had to pay part of his salary just to get him over there in a late round pick swap. Payton handpicked Stidham and gave him okay backup money. You know what I mean? I think he's just and Stidham did some decent things last year and did some decent things with the Raiders too when he was given an opportunity 2 years ago.
I didn't realize that Woody Johnson had said this at the NFL Honors in Las Vegas. I guess we were all wrapped up in the 2 Texans winning Rookie of the
bling.
Year.
Yeah, man.
That night, Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, at the NFL Honors said, "We need a backup quarterback. We didn't have one last year."
Oh boy!
You're
number 2 overall pick sitting right over there. Zach Wilson's "Hey, I'm right over here."
The actual backup you had was definitely not a backup.
Nope. Possible tampering charges for Atlanta and Philadelphia. Atlanta in their pursuit of Kirk Cousins, and Philadelphia in their pursuit of Saquon Barkley. The Falcon one is considered to be more severe, Seth, and I don't know if it's because they tampered more than Philly or if because it's a quarterback as opposed to a running back. I don't know. The rumors I saw yesterday in the Schefter article said that they view the Atlanta thing as more severe to the extent that I don't know if they're going to get their first round pick taken away this year.
Wow.
I've seen they pick 8th. Miami got a first round pick taken away for tampering with Tom Brady and Sean Payton. So there is some precedent here for punishing a team at a very, very high level. I can't imagine they would do it 2 days before the draft.
Yeah. The one that's interesting to me is if just knowing the surface level stuff about all of this is I thought that the Eagles potentially having Howie Roseman, the GM, talk to Saquon Barkley, I felt like that was actually more of an egregious tampering, especially, you're in competition with teams like the Texans, and if the Texans are abiding by the rules and maybe they really wanted Saquon Barkley, even though he wasn't my first choice, then I'm PO'd at that. If Howie Roseman is sitting there basically recruiting, whereas with Cousins, it was more about the medical side of things, and Cousins talk. It wouldn't have been recruiting.
Right.
It would have been them just kind of getting some of the paperwork out of the way ahead of time almost.
Yeah, or getting confirmation that this guy's signable. If they're just talking to the medical people. We don't know what the substance of those conversations were, but we do know that Kirk Cousins is coming off an Achilles tear. Just maybe trying to make sure the Carfax checks out, And
it might just be that maybe there was no actual, whatever conversation there was between Roseman and Barkley may have been minimal or non-existent as they claim.
Yep.
The agent is saying there was no communication.
Procedurally, both teams are violating the tampering rules, and then it comes down to probably the substance of the conversation. Allegedly, yeah. And then it comes down to the substance of what the conversations were. All right.
Get your son on the phone. He's a recently
ponytail lawyer. He ain't up right now.
Can you call him an attorney yet? Because he hasn't passed the bar yet.
Yeah,
Can you call him an attorney once they graduate, though?
I don't think so. I think you actually have to pass the bar to be an attorney. I'm pretty sure.
That doesn't seem fair.
No, but we can call him ponytail lawyer. Like, that's not even really like a title. He'll always be the ponytail lawyer.
As long as he's not presenting himself as the ponytail lawyer.
Yeah, as long as he's probably trademarked it.
He's going to fight the system from the inside, Sean. I've got high hopes for this kid.
That's it. Last year's draft silliness was the Texans and C.J. Stroud and the S2, and the Texans be not even taking a quarterback. This year's draft silliness is at the number 2 spot, but it seems like everybody's in lockstep on this one. We will have many of the experts weighing in here shortly, and Ross Tucker joins us at 7:15 on the show. Stay there. But first, leaf filter. If you're somebody who hates
exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, NFL Draft on Thursday. You can hear it all right here on Sports Radio 610. Texans don't have a first-round pick, but we, of course, will be carrying the first round of the draft here, Texans Radio. And then Friday out at the draft party, out there right in front of George R. Brown Convention Center, will be Mark Vandermeer and John Harris and one Seth C. Payne on the coverage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I'll be there.
yeah. I'll remind you the day of, too. Don't worry.
I'll be caffeinated, too. That always takes something out of me. I know my bedtime's usually pretty damn early during the week, so on those draft broadcasts, I get amped up. And then I don't sleep for like 36 hours afterwards.
Yes.
Because if you're not used to drinking caffeine at night and then you have a bunch of caffeine, it just pretty much ruins your weekend right there.
That's what day 3 is for. You can just kick back and kind of just reset and watch what the Texans do on day 3 of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say probably the biggest draft story as far as the draft overall goes, because I think Caleb Williams is a lock to go number 1, is what's going to happen at number 2. And there's been a lot of drama swirling around Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. Washington Commanders. It seems like, though, after all the drama earlier this week of Jaden Daniels' agent kind of weighing in on the methodology that the Commanders are using to vet these quarterbacks,
did he weigh in or not? Am I missing something, or did he just like give the most cryptic kind of side eye something? And
that's weighing in these days.
Yeah, I keep seeing these synopses by Schefter and everything, and like the only evidence they point to is like, ooh, he tweeted a confusing emoji. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
I would think that there are some back channels wwhere guys like Schefter through the agency community are interpreting that. Yeah, no, I get it.
I hate the Nugget Hussies so much.
This is the world we live in. But the Nugget Hussies seem to have arrived at a similar place now with this number 2 overall pick. This is Todd McShay. Yes, remember Todd McShay? He used to work for ESPN. He's out on his own now. He was on Pardon My Take yesterday. Here's what he's hearing about the number 2 overall pick.
I promise you, of the dozens of calls that I've made from January to now with guys in the league, general managers, personnel directors, scouts, all over the league, there isn't one person I've spoken to that believes that Drake May should be drafted number 2 over Jaden Daniels. I even talked to teams going back to February, where teams were like, "Yeah, we're still debating between Caleb and Jaden at number 1." Okay, so it was like that first tier has been for teams has always been kind of Caleb and Jaden, and then the second tier is Drake, and then the third tier is JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, this. I did the same thing last year with Will Levis, where I'm like looking, because, I'm not a quarterback expert, but I'm watching Will Levis, and I'm wondering exactly how people are talking about him as a top 3 dude. And I honestly, I figured I must be missing something. So you go around and you talk to people and you watch all these various former quarterbacks and coaches talk about it, and nobody liked Will Levis.
Right.
And likewise with Drake May, the biggest thing that scares me about Drake May, if I were a Washington fan, is that, man, all right, Jaden Daniels, maybe the biggest knock is people aren't sure if he has like really the arm strength to really drive the ball outside the numbers, downfield, all of this other stuff. But he's very accurate, gets rid of the ball on time, throws with touch, seems like he's really smart, plays within structure, can play outside of structure, all those things. With Drake May, so there's plenty of quarterbacks in the NFL who have made it without having awesome arm strength. With Drake May, the biggest concern is that thing that like no good NFL quarterback does, which is like screwing up the easy throws. Like Drake May just throwing it into the dirt for no damn reason, somewhat regularly on intermediate routes and shorter routes and all these things. Like the good quarterbacks in the NFL, first and foremost, do the simple stuff really well, and then you add on to that some of the circus throws. So I don't get it with Drake May. I don't get any speculation that he would go number 2 overall unless Washington is going to succumb to the various S2 and advanced stats and all of this other stuff at the expense of just that very basic bare bones accuracy and consistency that quarterbacks need.
Would you take him 3 overall if you're the Patriots? I mean, I know we're talking about Washington here, but where, like, if you were the Patriots, what would you do at 3?
I think the really big question is, all right, does Drake May, based on their interviews and everything else, does he have, like, the actual drive to fix whatever issues are causing him to be inaccurate like that? Like, it's a matter of, can he hammer down his mechanics? And I guess, like, these days, increasingly, given how much instruction these kids get, I feel like if they've gotten through a few years of college and they haven't seen fit to fix a lot of major issues, then what the hell good are they?
Yeah.
Like, I don't, like, dude, if you're a self-starter, if you got it in you, the resources are all there. Like, you can honestly, you can go die. I don't need you if you're not obsessive about this stuff. And that's why, again, like, C.J. Stroud learned how to throw a ball tightly and compactly from damn YouTube.
Yeah, dude, I was just going to say that. The guy with the best mechanics out of all of them watched YouTubes of Drew Brees.
It's the poor kid that had to figure it out on his own,
Yeah.
The kids with their fancy tutors and everything, they're un-American. They're bad for America is what they are.
That's right. Daniel Jeremiah.
Unless they take advantage. If they do it, if they take advantage of those stuff and they show they're obsessed about it, then yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah was on the Pat McAfee show, and he has been a Drake May guy all along, and even he now is coming to the side of Daniels to Washington.
I had talked to people that, had been discussing this with Dan Quinn and his buddies around the league, and they said he kept talking about, I need to find my Matt Ryan, and I went to the Super Bowl with Matt Ryan. So that's why I was kind of hung up on, and I was sitting there going like, okay, well, that feels like Drake May it would be kind of more that type of player. So that's why I've been thinking this whole process that Drake May, fits better with Washington. And then now, as you're coming down the home stretch, it's like, okay, there's too much. Like it's at some point in time, it's like I can't inject my own personal opinion here. This is just overwhelming that everybody's that I talk to is saying that it's going to be Jaden. So that's why I have it there now.
So the information chain tells him Jaden Daniels right now.
And, Daniel Jeremiah, to his credit, will buck the trends when he feels like something's just not making sense, because he'll go back to that 2021 draft, and he thought all along, for a long time on his mock drafts, or at least when he was talking about it, he didn't think it made any sense that he thought the 49ers were going to take Trey Lance, but all the chatter was that, nope, it's a done deal. They want Mac Jones. Yep, everybody knows it. So he succumbed to the groupthink, and he's regretted it ever since. So last year, he refused to believe that the Texans weren't taking a quarterback. No matter how loud all of the chatter got about the Texans not taking a quarterback, and everybody was changing their mock drafts because of it, he refused, and he ended up putting having C.J. Stroud go to the Texans. So likewise here, I feel like, man, it must be pretty loud chatter that Jaden Daniels going there for Daniel Jeremiah to just base it on that.
Yep. Here's one more. It's Adam Schefter. So everybody weighing in here. Looks like the number 2 pick sewn up. It's going to be Jaden Daniels if we're believing all the Nugget Hussies. Here's Schefter, the king of the Nugget Hussies.
The fact of the matter is this is the draft. This is not free agency. Jaden Daniels is going to go where he's drafted, and he's going to be happy about it. And if it is, in fact, Washington that drafts him, then I think Jaden Daniels is going to be perfectly content to go to Washington and be the face of the franchise and take over as the quarterback of the Commanders. And that's the way I continue to think it's trending to go. Now, the Commanders have not finalized that decision. Could they change their mind? Sure. Could something happen? Sure. Could a team make a last-minute offer? Sure. Anything's possible. Draft week and things happen. But if you're asking me the most likely scenario is that the Commanders stay at 2 and take Jaden Daniels in my mind.
Okay, you can tell Schefter's in his car shuffling around with something there with a little noise in the back. That was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Adam Schefter.
The one thing about some of the Nugget Hussies that I do like and appreciate is the fact that it's almost it's a show of status that they're allowed to be on their phones as they're talking to somebody else. Like if you're talking to Schefter while he's doing an interview with him, and he looks at his phone, that's not like the height of disrespect at all. If anything, you get excited as an interviewer because like, oh wow, he's probably getting a text from a GM or an agent or something right now.
Yes.
Maybe he's going to break news.
Yep.
All of that. So yeah, him shuffling around isn't nearly as big a deal as if some other personality is shuffling around.
No. Here's one more.
The other big thing that Schefter's been saying all along is that this little social media incident where it looked like Jaden Daniels' agent might have been given the side eye. it goes along with buzz that Jaden Daniels has been interested in going places other than Washington.
Yeah.
So, was it, I guess, a little bit of a stare down as to whether Jaden Daniels might really just try to resist even being drafted by Washington.
Apparently, from what I'm reading, they took all 4 of those guys to play Topgolf.
Topgolf, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So is taking them, that makes more sense than rock, paper, scissors, I will say that.
They want to see how they do under pressure or all of that. I
kind of like it.
It's so bogus. How do you like it, though? Like, okay, if those 4 guys, maybe a couple of them don't play golf at all. Maybe one of them doesn't want to get, doesn't play golf specifically because it throws up. I don't know.
Let me clarify. I don't like it as a basis of judging which quarterback to select. I just think it's fun. I would love to be there to watch those 4 quarterbacks go against each other playing Topgolf. That's all. Yeah.
They should have gone to Dave & Buster's and done skee ball. They could have done, some kind of video game or something. You could play golf at Dave & Buster's.
Golden Tee. As I was just going to say, you can play Golden Tee, and that evens the playing field if there's 1 or 2 of these guys that don't actually know how to swing a club.
Yeah.
CJ said he's picking up golf this offseason. I almost feel like it's if you're a quarterback in the NFL, you almost have to be good at golf. It feels like a rule almost,
Some of those, remember that article that was I think it was in The Athletic, or maybe it was on ESPN.com, about just the various interview techniques that coaches use when they're interviewing other coaches. Mm-hmm. And there were, some you very much got the sense, and it's one of the air raid guys, that, the coach, the college guys, it was one of these air raid coaches that basically just wanted to find out if he actually liked the guy or not. So the interview would start with having some beers at a bar, mm-hmm. and then you might talk about nothing that has anything to do with football for the first few hours. The guy just wants to see if there's a personality fit. Maybe it's as simple as that. Without it being an alpha test or anything like that, you're just trying to see, hey, do I actually like if this is somebody that I want to be in my organization for the next 15 years or so, is this somebody that I feel like that I'm going to enjoy being around?
Especially at that position. It's a very front-facing position, So I could definitely see that. Here's one more from Adam Schefter. We're going to talk to Ross Tucker here in a couple of minutes. Schefter says that New England, we just talked about the number 3 overall pick, maybe they don't like Drake May, and he falls to New England. Maybe they move out of there. They're listening to calls right now.
New England's going to listen to teams that call. The 2 teams in my mind that I've been able to ascertain that have been the most active calling up to number 3 have been the Minnesota Vikings, number 1, and I think second, if we're going to qualify, the New York Giants. Those are the 2 teams that have expressed an interest in moving up to number 3. Now, whether they can get up to number 3 is a whole other issue. Whether New England is willing to go back is a whole other issue. It's going to take a lot. And so I don't know ultimately that New England is going to move off that pick. New England may just stay right where it is.
I was about to say poor Daniel Jones, but he's got $75 million guaranteed.
Oh, yeah. The one thing he's not is poor. Yeah.
The Giants, the Giants moving up to draft Drake May and swap out Daniel Jones for Drake May. I think I might prefer Daniel Jones. I
just play it out.
Yeah,
because you're committing for at least a couple years to Drake May.
It's hard, man. I can't get Daniel Jones' face out of my mind.
You're swapping one bad face for another in this
last
whole thing.
week. Or does he not look like? He just looks like a guy in a movie that's bland and boring, but bad stuff happens too. Yeah, he's the main character's husband. Yeah. And he's not a bad guy, but he's not interesting whatsoever. Whatever it is about Daniel Jones, he's very much not the main character of the plot, and yet there he is. He's your quarterback.
Let's go out to the hotline now, and I know this guy's got tons of thoughts on the draft coming up here in the offseason. I think this is our first conversation with the great Ross Tucker since the Texans became one of the big stories of the offseason. Ross, how we doing, man?
I'm doing awesome. Happy draft week, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're doing. We got some new uniforms dropping today, and we got the draft coming up this week, and we got all kinds of new guys on the Texans. We're feeling good right now. What's been the observation from you so far watching the Texans from where you are?
Well, so first of all, is every team getting new uniforms this year? I mean,
so far it's the Lions.
Every day there's a new uniform reveal. Yeah. I mean, it's every day there's a different team with a new uniform review. I didn't get the memo that evidently every team is getting new uniforms this year. Yeah. Number two, I love what the Texans did for the most part this offseason. I love the fact that they recognize what they have in C.J. Stroud, and what they have is one of the best, if not the best, rookie season by a quarterback we've ever seen. They know they have something really, truly special, and they want to try to take advantage of it, which is why they were so aggressive in the spring so far, free agency, obviously the trade for Diggs, to try to go for it now while they can, while they have him on the cheap. Mm-hmm. I love everything about what Nick Caserio is doing. I don't really understand the contract adjustment for Diggs. That was sort of the one bone I would have to pick with Caserio and what he did. I liked that trade a lot more before they made it a one-year deal. I mean, a one-year deal for a second-round pick, and you gave him a $3.5 million raise. That sounds pretty rich to me. And by the way, I wish in my next lifetime I want to be like a diva receiver. It always works out for those guys. They always get to the team they want to get to. They always get the money they want to get. Like, we always are like, oh, this guy does this, this guy does that. Meanwhile, that guy's like on a team he wants to be on making more money. Like, Stefon Diggs went from 4 more years in Buffalo to a $3.5 million raise in Houston, and he's a free agent.
That's where, Ross, I think that's one thing. We know that very well in Houston because, look, I mean, we saw James Harden or various other athletes who technically, Deshaun Watson, that technically don't have any leverage at all. You've got as much leverage as you want as long as you're willing to be a big enough of a pain in the ass, And I think that, more than anything, I think Nick Caserio kind of acknowledges that and realizes, like, okay, look, I'm not going to get bent out of shape about whether it's right or whether it's wrong. It's like, for the very reason Buffalo was doing anything they could to get Stefon Diggs out of there, I think the Texans look at it and think, all right, well, look, he's going to be a headache because after this year, he's got very little guaranteed money left on his contract, and you're going to have to do something with him regardless. So let's make it official and just get him on his best behavior, just like he was in Buffalo for the first couple of years. And let's call it what it is. You're paying money in this rookie quarterback contract window to rent players to try to get a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I guess the thing I think about, right, is I know the idea is he'll be happy because you gave him the $3.5 million extra for this year, and he'll be motivated because he's going to be a free agent. I guess I wonder a little bit about what if the opposite happens, in the sense that he knows he's a free agent and he wants to be putting up numbers so he can get paid again, and the ball is going to Nico Collins or the ball is going to Tank Dell. Is Diggs just happy, and maybe he will be because it's only a one-year arrangement? Or does he start to get frustrated that he's not getting the ball enough and become a problem in that regard because he realizes he needs to put up numbers to get that one last big contract?
I think that it's all, those are all very valid concerns. I think the one thing is, I've thought about all that same stuff, Ross. When I look at Buffalo in the last third of last season, where Joe Brady came in as the offensive coordinator and did a lot of really good things to try to advance Josh Allen as a quarterback, make him more of a full field read type of guy, I think there were a lot of times where when the ball was supposed to go to Stefon Diggs, it didn't, or when it did go to him, they were inaccurate throws. Like, Josh Allen still had a lot of some of the deep ball inaccuracy, and Stefon Diggs didn't respond to it the right way. But I do think that C.J. Stroud is at a different level already mentally than Josh Allen is as a quarterback, and that when the ball's supposed to go to Stefon Diggs, it's going to go to Stefon Diggs. If it's not going to him by game plan or what have you, I think there's less valid reason for Stefon Diggs to get disgruntled about it as there was last year.
What I think is funny about that too is I want to sit down with Stefon Diggs sometime and be like, hey, you were playing with Kirk Cousins in Minnesota, Josh Allen in Buffalo, and now what are you even complaining about? I mean,
compared to what other guys have,
I mean, dude, can I show you? Have you met Zach Wilson? Okay, are you familiar with Bryce Young?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it could, like Stefon, it could have been way, way, way worse. I mean, he's had, certainly a top half of the league quarterback and arguably top 10, like his whole career, and he's still not happy. I mean, some people, listen, we all know people like this in life, right? And I don't ever buy this whole thing. And I like Stefon and my dealings with him. I've interviewed him a couple times. It's been awesome. And I love what he does before the game, where he throws the ball into the stands to the fans. There's a lot of good qualities about him. But I'll never buy, like, when a guy is being a malcontent. My least favorite thing is when someone says, he's just such a competitor. he just wants to win that bad. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's cool. So I didn't realize that. So all the other players, they don't really care that much. Like, they just, like, the reason why they don't act like jerks is because they don't want to win as much as him. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't realize
try using that with your wife. Sorry, honey, I'm just such a competitor.
Yeah, I mean, give me a break. So, I've never really bought that part of it, that the guy is just such a competitor. I don't know how this seemingly happens with him quite a bit, but it keeps working, so more power to him, I guess.
Well, this last one on Diggs, and then we'll move on to something else, Ross. But you've mentioned before, when we bring up D'Amico Ryans, you're very familiar with the Philadelphia chapter of D'Amico Ryans and how revered he was up there. Obviously, we're super familiar with the Houston part of it down here. How much of keeping Stefon Diggs in line, how much of this, I guess, gamble the Texans are making here is predicated on, hey, D'Amico will handle this just fine?
That's a really interesting point, Sean, that I hadn't considered. And I would say because D'Amico played, because, he's not really that much older than these guys, I do think he probably has a pretty good handle on how to deal with these situations. And I think that probably is, frankly, one of the reasons why he's the coach there and one of the reasons why he was so successful last year. And I do think that probably contributed to Casario's decision a little bit, is that the belief that, no matter what's going on, that, D'Amico Ryans will be able to keep it all together and keep Stefon Diggs focused on the right things.
Ross, given again that, you cover the Eagles, you do a lot of their games, you live up in that area. Are people up there really upset that apparently the Eagles cheated in getting Saquon Barkley in competition with the Texans for his services? I mean, are they upset that like apparently just out of some animosity over the World Series they screwed over the Texans?
Wait, is that? I had not heard that. I had not heard that the Texans were in on Saquon and that's how it went down. Tell me about that.
They had made an offer apparently, and it was a couple million short of what the Eagles offered, allegedly, reportedly. So now I am just look, Saquon Barkley. The allegation is that Howie Roseman spoke to Saquon Barkley when he should have only been speaking to his agent, so there might be tampering charges. If so, I mean, I don't think Nick Caserio actually called Saquon Barkley up personally to give him his assurances. It feels like the Texans should get the draft pick that the Eagles will be penalized.
Yeah.
You know what I always think is so funny about that? As if that made any difference whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like even if that did happen, as if like Saquon Barkley sitting there with his wife and family and being like, you know what? The money's the same. Actually, the Texans are offering more money, but Howie Roseman liked me enough to call me before the tampering period started, and Nick Caserio didn't. Like, it makes no difference, right? Like, he ultimately was going to go to the situation he wanted to go to, which has a lot to do with money, and I think in his case, probably a lot. I mean, he's from Allentown. He's from 45 minutes northwest Philadelphia. There's a lot of value for him to stay in the Northeast. I know you're kind of tongue-in-cheek a little bit, but it sounds like there's going to be some discipline for the Falcons with whatever they did with Kirk Cousins. I mean, that was a little bit different because it sounds like the Falcons maybe had their trainer, like, talking with Cousins about his rehab from the Achilles and some stuff you can't. I mean, the whole thing is a joke. Like, okay, if we're going to do that, then why don't we put a microphone on all these conversations at the combine? Because I'm pretty sure at the combine they might be talking about players that aren't free agents yet. Like, call me crazy, but I think that might happen.
No, Ross, we were asking this morning whether this is specifically because Mike Florio won't let this stuff go. Because stuff happens. You hear it all the time where somebody will say something in a press conference and you're kind of like, if somebody wanted to pursue that sounds a little bit like tampering, but nobody pursues it. So I feel like everything you said is true. At the combine, the agents are talking to people who are talking to me. Sometimes there's players, like prospective free agents, that have shown up at the combine before for whatever reason. So I think as long as it's like a don't ask, don't tell policy, but Florio starts telling everybody, and then the league feels like they have to do something about it.
Well, so first of all, the league is only going to do anything if you make it really blatant and obvious, right? Like they can't have stuff that's blatant and obvious that makes them look bad. And I guess whatever Cousins said about the trainer was not a good look. And you have to understand, Florio is a lifelong Vikings fan. I don't know if you guys know that or not.
Oh,
so
is he really?
He's certainly not going to. Oh, yeah, lifelong Vikings fan.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell by some of his posts sometimes, but I just happen to know that. It's the only team that he's irrational about, right? It's so funny to, like, watch his posts because it's everybody. It's every human being, right? Like, he can be totally rational for every other team, and then meanwhile, like, midway through a Vikings game, it'll be like, they need to cut Cousins. It's over for him. He's done. You know what I mean? Or 3 weeks later, it's like Josh Dobbs, comeback player of the year. You know, when he had that game against the Falcons or whatever. It's just funny. It's like, it's such a good, like, if someone just parsed his posts for every team in the NFL and then compared them to his posts for the Vikings, it's like a classic example of how people are just different when it's their team or it's the team that they're a fan of.
We got to go look, Seth, at some point during a break and see what Florio was saying about the Diggs trade. Because I'm guessing, Ross, he's got a bad taste in his mouth about Stefon Diggs in general, just going back to 2020 when he asked out of Minnesota, probably.
Yeah, he probably does. Yeah, I can't remember, but yes, I'm sure he does on some level.
Ross Tucker joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Ross, what's your favorite angle or most intriguing thing leading up to Thursday night in the first round of the draft?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could give you something unique or different. I guess I just think, you know, how it all unfolds. I would say picks like 2 through 5 with the quarterbacks, I think is really interesting. I mean, there's a little bit of smoke there about Jaden Daniels not wanting to play in Washington. And his agent, it feels like it's amateur hour for his agent with social posts basically questioning the Commanders' pre-draft process. Like, how does that help you at all if you're the agent?
Right.
I mean, and people say, well, he's doing it on purpose because he doesn't want to play for them. Well, if that's the case, it needs to be a heck of a lot more overt about it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just have like an emoji post. Like, if you're trying to not get there, you got to be like, we're not playing for them ever. I'm not playing for the Commanders. The stink of Snyder still stays there. You know, like, you can't just have, like, a thinking emoji, right? Like, that's not going to do it for you. So that's interesting. And then the Patriots at 3, I've seen where, you know, they're the only team in the league that doesn't have a GM. It's just like some of these teams, it's like, why do you think you're smarter than everybody else to not have a GM? Like, why do you think they didn't want to give Elliott Wolf the title? I don't know. And so supposedly the president, Jonathan Kraft, is heavily involved. And I have a tough time picturing them not drafting a quarterback. But I guess there's a chance that they could get a king's ransom for someone like the Vikings to move up to 3. So I think that, you know, that's just very, very interesting. I think, I mean, you guys can appreciate this, but and I wrote this in my column for the 33rd team this week. I just think it's an awful position to be in for like the Broncos and the Vikings. I mean, you're picking 11 and 12. and everybody and their brother knows you need a quarterback, that's bad. I mean, especially when the first 3 picks are probably quarterbacks to quarterback needy teams. Yeah. So now you're in a position where you have to fight, scratch, and claw to trade a ton to get up to 4, to take the 4th quarterback off the board. I mean, that is a bad – maybe it works out, right? Maybe it's like Stroud. Maybe the 4th quarterback off the board is the best one this year, like Stroud was last year. But the odds of that are very unlikely. And to put yourself in that position, people, they don't have to take a quarterback. Okay, yeah, they can go ahead and have Jarrett Stidham or Zach Wilson start for the Broncos and have nobody watch the games and mediocre, or Sam Darnold for the Vikings. That's not happening. Like they're going to do everything they can to try to get this quarterback. And it's just a lot of effort and a lot of assets for the 4th or 5th best quarterback in the draft.
Which of these guys, if they go early, feels the most like, oh my gosh, this guy would have been in the 3rd round or 4th round a few years ago? Like if the Broncos end up with like Bo Nix, is that a jaw dropping? Like, man,
I think Bo Nix is the one. I think Bo Nix is the one that jumps to mind if he goes in the 1st round. Which, by the way, what's interesting about that is for weeks, like people have been coming on the show, my show, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, and saying, I really think Bo Nix is an ideal Sean Payton guy. Bo Nix is a perfect fit for Sean Payton. Like, it got to the point where, like, when the 3rd guy said it, I was like, did you guys have a meeting, like, where you talked about this? Like, what is going on here where everybody's saying the same thing? You know, I mean, I don't know if that was, like, scuttlebutt coming out of the combine or what, but it's like everybody's saying Bo Nix is a Sean Payton guy.
You know what I think that is? I think, like, Bo Nix, I believe he's the son of a coach. He's been around forever. Like, I think that they look at him as a guy who's mentally tough enough to be coached hard by Sean Payton.
I'm old enough, Seth. I remember vividly when his dad, Patrick Nix, was the quarterback at Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, man. Ross Tucker joining us here on Sports Radio 610. So, Ross, you mentioned the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, which is great. Never a bad time of year to be subscribing to that. And we've got Mother's Day coming up here in a couple of weeks here. A little myfrontpagestory.com for mom might be a good thing, right?
Well, you know, and honestly, I don't know. Like, I have to get Mother's Day gifts for my mom and my wife. I'm terrible. Like, I really, other than like a gift card or taking them out to dinner, I really can't ever think of anything. Thank goodness my buddy started this company called myfrontpagestory.com. Literally talk to a writer for 10 minutes while you're driving home from work. Or you can just fill out an email real quick. Write this unbelievable story. Looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper about your mom or your wife, whoever you're getting it for. Like, it looks like it's on the cover of the Houston Chronicle. Framed, beautiful pictures of you and the kids. And honestly, just being able to say, I want to do something special for you, Mom, so I had a story written about you. I'm just telling you, both of you guys, everybody listening, if you get one of these for your mom and they don't cry, I'll be shocked. If you get one of these for your mom and she doesn't cry, I'll send you a signed autograph in the mail. myfrontpagestory.com. myfrontpagestory.com. By far the best Mother's Day gift of all time. Trust me.
If someone wants a Ross Tucker autograph really badly, they're going to be like, Mom, don't cry. Don't cry. I want my Ross Tucker autograph.
Ross, I got to tell you, my mom is a woman who succeeded in business in the 1980s. She's basically formed an ability to close herself off from all emotion. She had to be the hardest, toughest dude in the room, lots, back in the day.
That is awesome. I love that. Hey, get her one anyway. Get her one that commemorates that.
Yeah.
Mama Payne deserves the front page treatment. myfrontpagestory.com.
Oh, that's good stuff. You doing good, Ross? We haven't talked to you in a while. Just overall, how are things going, man?
Oh, man, doing awesome. March was epic. I skied 13 days in a row. I'm enjoying the off season, fellas. That's good, for sure. It's being home on weekends is like a wild thing, to be able to take some trips or be with my kids. My one daughter is the lead in the play this upcoming weekend. I can't wait. I know nothing about the people. They look at me weird, like they know that I'm not one of them, and I know I'm not one of them, and it's okay. My daughter
cool.
is, and I'm here.
Yeah, everybody's cool. They know.
Do you know the name of the production?
Yeah, it's Seussical.
Oh, music.
It's called
Seussical.
It's like a Dr. Seuss adaptation. It's wild, by the way, because this is not like some school play. She's done that before. She's 12. This is a professional play. Like it's 10 shows. The tickets are like $50, and she got the lead. It's bananas. Like I watch her, and I'm like totally in awe that I produce someone that can sing that well, because that's not me.
Yeah.
I mean, at all.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That's well. Congratulations, man. That's really cool. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, maybe I should get her when this is all over, Sean. Maybe I should get her a story from my front page.
You should. And if she cries, if she doesn't cry, then you give yourself an autograph of yourself to you. That's good stuff. MyFrontPageStory.com. Get there for mom or for the wife, the girlfriend, anybody important in your life. Ross Tucker, he is important in our football life here. Ross, we appreciate catching up with you, man. That was fun.
Absolutely. Great to talk with you guys. Take care.
You too. Talk to you soon. And you can get him on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast as well. He's our Odyssey NFL insider throughout the season. Good to catch up with Ross and get some of his
regular
takes.
Blythe Danner, just putting out thespians in his family.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. We didn't have time to see if he's one of those helicopter actor dads,
I'm pretty sure he's not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure not either. Yeah,
I guess when I used to do the youth theater stuff, there were a couple dads that were kind of.
And they ain't Ross.
It was like right back to high school.
Yeah.
I was like, the jocks are going to hang out over here and act like we don't like this stuff. Yeah.
We have yet to hear from Stefon Diggs about the Stefon Diggs trade. But we've now heard from one of the principals in maybe what got Stefon Diggs up and out of Buffalo. We'll hear from Josh Allen on the Stefon Diggs trade coming up next. But first, Prize Picks closed out a Prize Picks winner yesterday because I took advantage of the Nikola Jokic.
Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Appreciate you joining us. Top of the hour, we will do the 8 at 8, the Ocho. We'll do that. Big thanks to Ross Tucker for joining us on the program. Seth, I'm going to let you set this up. We've not heard from Josh Allen, at least down here we've not.
I went and I watched, I think it was about 25 minutes of a Josh Allen press conference in which he was asked no fewer than 9 questions directly about Stefon Diggs.
Okay.
He talked a lot about it. I had to. This took forever for me to cut these down to like chunks that we really care about here in Houston. But I think that he did shed some light, I think, on maybe like how the relationship was in Buffalo and then maybe how it might be different in Houston. But this was Josh Allen, just first question out of the bat, his feelings about the trade of Stefon Diggs.
Definitely hard to part ways with a guy that's been very instrumental in our success here over the last 4 years. And again, I can't thank him enough for when he came in and how hard he worked and what he taught me along the years. And obviously, I wish we can keep everybody. We've made a lot of changes this offseason, lost a lot of veteran leadership, Steph being one of them. I guess that's the nature of the business. And going into year 7 now, it's just kind of is what it is.
That's a little disingenuous for him to group Stefon Diggs with guys like Jordan Poyer and Mitch Morse and guys who are clear cap casualties. The whole weekend. Well, you can't keep everybody, you know?
You know what, though? I guess maybe it's disingenuous, but I do think that the reality of the situation is in Buffalo that this is a reset year for them. Like, they lost multiple guys out of their backfield. They might get Micah Hyde back if he decides to play. I don't know. The center that Josh has had forever. And then, Stefon Diggs is the most notable amongst them. But it was going to be a reset year whether Stefon Diggs was there or not. And I think what everybody in Buffalo acknowledged was, if Steph is disgruntled now, after a reset year and 1 year older, it's not going to be any prettier and it's not going to be any better. So I think it was a matter of we got to it is what it is. You got to rip the Band-Aid off now.
Yeah, that's it, and he if they weren't winning this year, that would have been, because that's the one thing they've done consistently since Stefon Diggs got there is they have won. As Ross Tucker pointed out, dude, you've been on a good team, and to me it's always been about he's not getting the ball enough.
This next one was they asked about whether he had spoken to Diggs since the trade, and it made me a little bit jealous.
Have you spoke with Steph since the move was made?
Yeah, I shared a text with him and got one back and just thanking him for everything that he did for me and always have a spot in my heart for him. And I always love that guy like a brother and, wish him nothing but the best.
Okay, the answer's no.
Yeah, unlike Houstonians, what's that?
He hadn't spoken with him. He texted him.
Oh, yeah, he texted him. Well, yeah, but unlike Houstonians, he hasn't he's had some kind of communication with Stefon Diggs.
That's true.
He got a text back from Stefon Diggs. Other than that, we haven't, I'd like to see a Stefon Diggs appearance in Houston at some point.
That is a good point. That's why you're jealous. I like that. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. What else we got from Josh Allen here?
Okay, so this was a good one. This one, again, will speak, I think, a little bit to the better version of Stefon Diggs. He was asked about what he had learned from Stefon Diggs.
What would you say are some of the things that you learned from his time here with you?
Well, again, I think, the concepts that we were able to put in, the concepts that we were able to run with him, his mentality, the way that he attacked each and every practice, was very infectious, especially for the young guys seeing that. So that's what I would say.
That part there, the infectious mentality, the way he attacks practice, the way that Stefon Diggs is painted is so many guys that maybe are their emotions are a little too raw and out there at times, but it's always because they're such competitors. And we were just talking with Ross Tucker about how he doesn't like it when you excuse any kind of behavior by saying, well, this guy's just such a competitor.
Yeah, where are you on that?
I am I think the fiery is awesome. I think with Stefon Diggs, a lot of it is even the sideline blow-ups. Okay, that's going to happen at times with diva wide receivers, I suppose. Ideally, you could just handle it differently than that. But more than anything, it's the cryptic tweeting. The tweeting is what drives me insane because it's so unnecessary and it's so much about somebody who's sitting at home selfishly thinking about themselves that decides to pour gasoline on a fire. Like out of nowhere, the other people in the organization just sitting, minding their own business, watching something on Netflix or something. Meanwhile, Stefon Diggs sitting at home decides to let out a cryptic tweet. Like that's where all of a sudden, whatever disputes you're having have an audience, and it gives them all kinds of oxygen and air. I hope that he just at least abandons that strategy for the next 9 months.
Yeah, he's been tweeting since he became a Texan, but it's been like 95% about food. We can live with that. We can live with food tweets. It's just the cryptic emojis or rap lyrics and things like that.
These next two are ones that I think maybe you should optimistically look at it as like, it's going to be different with CJ. This is Josh Allen asked about managing relations, what he learned about managing relationships from his time with Stefon Diggs.
I feel like I'm one of the guys, and sometimes I have to remind myself that, you're looked at a little bit differently. Guys are relying on you a little bit more, and understanding that. And but trusting coaching staff, trusting your teammates around you, and having that type of humility where it's like, you're able to say when and where you're wrong. And I think that's, what we've learned over the last few years, not just with him, but with other receivers and with other players as well. Everybody's got a different type of relationships. Everybody has something different that makes them tick.
And this is something where I think that the two different maybe kind of the trajectories of the upbringing of these two quarterbacks, I would say, is I think C.J. Stroud arrived as a rookie, a much more polished leader, and with a much greater understanding of exactly what his responsibilities were and how important it was to do all those things that Josh Allen was just talking about. Those are things that Josh Allen has learned on the job over the last several years. And I think there probably always was a little bit of a big brother, little brother relationship there with Stefon Diggs versus Josh Allen. And now where he's got to learn to act like a man, basically. It's going to create tension and a rift, perhaps, where it's just not the situation with C.J. Stroud. He was already a lot more polished in that regard when he showed up.
I think there's a good chance that C.J. Stroud, even though he came into the league 5 years after Josh Allen, was much more polished at working with elite wide receivers and their quirks and mentality than Josh Allen ever was. Josh Allen went to Wyoming, came to Buffalo. Stefon Diggs is probably the first wide receiver wired like an elite wide receiver that Josh Allen has ever been on the same team with at any level. C.J. Stroud played 2 years. C.J. Stroud played 2 years at Ohio State with Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison Jr., Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave. And I'm not saying any of these guys are necessarily Stefon Diggs when it comes to the mercurial part of it. But they probably do. I mean, across those four guys and maybe anybody else who's on the team there, he's operating with elite guys that want the football, like really, really badly. Chances are CJ has collegiately had to manage at times relationships with those types of wide receivers, so he's at least got experience on that level.
Yeah. The last one here wasn't a question directly about Stefon Diggs, but I think this one really illustrates the difference between Josh Allen and where he is in his development as a quarterback versus C.J. Stroud, who is way more advanced in a lot of ways than Josh Allen. And I think that this right here might be the seed of a lot of the issues that Josh Allen was starting to have with Stefon Diggs and vice versa. This is him being asked about how the Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, how this offense is going to be different now that he's had a little bit of exposure and goes into a full offseason learning Joe Brady's offense.
Why weren't we doing this before? Even going back to my first years here, it's like there's certain concepts where I was so adamant on this one guy, and if it didn't work out, it was like, all right, go make something happen with your legs, and hopefully get into a spot now where it's like, all right, if this guy's not here, that means this backer's taken away. There should be a window right behind him here for something else coming in. So little things like that. I'm looking very forward to it and excited about it.
Big bet on Joe Brady, man. It's a big bet on Joe Brady right there.
Yeah,
Buffalo.
And honestly, that's what it looked like last year when Joe Brady took over. They started spreading the ball around more, and they were very much, you could tell, trying to get Josh Allen to a place where it didn't have to be hero ball all the time.
Right.
And that meant, and I think what happens sometimes where as he's learning how to play that way, it wasn't super efficient. It's like, I like the rental car analogy. Like, you can be an awesome driver, but when you get into a rental car, all of a sudden, like, you're trying to figure out how to use the adaptive cruise, but also, like, just how to turn the lights on and all that other stuff. That's how Josh Allen was playing it, and it was effective. They were scoring more points, and they were winning games, but it was still a little bit clunky. It's just that I think Josh Allen is that talented that they could do it. But in doing so, I think that's where Stefon Diggs probably started getting really frustrated. It wasn't just that he wasn't getting the ball as much as that when he was getting the ball, it was on these screens and everything, or when they were taking deep shots and Josh was a little bit off like he tends to be.
Yeah.
And it was just everything was a little bit disjointed and wrong. And that's just like CJ, like the little blurb there that Josh Allen said at the end is like, that's everything. Anytime CJ is breaking down a play, he's already at a more advanced level than that type of stuff.
Yes.
It's just so it's two different worlds for Stefon Diggs.
That was good stuff. The Josh Allen right there. All right, the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories for you. There you go. We do it coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic, and mensteaclinic.com is the website. That's where you
Station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. It's the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories for you. Let's go.
One.
Here's number one. The Astros, they are back in action tonight against the Chicago Cubs. If you woke up this morning like, hey, I feel kind of fresh today, like I don't have this feeling in the pit of my stomach like I've had several other times this spring, it's because the Astros didn't play last night and break your heart. Try to get back on track against a good Cubs team, 13-9 so far this year. Not great, but good. Better than the Astros.
Yeah.
JP France tonight, Seth. We get a little Spencer Arrighetti action tomorrow in Chicago, and then Verlander, a nice afternoon game on Thursday, these next three.
All right, Arrighetti. It's a second time back up. Let's get this figured out. The pitcher tonight, Jordan Wicks, is not having an awesome year. He's got a 5+ ERA, so could be a good opportunity maybe for the bats to come out of hiding and not just get hits, but score actual runs.
Right.
It's nice. It's awesome. It's awesome that you lead the AL in batting average. It's awesome that you're amongst the leaders in total hits and everything. Right. Let's just do it in such a manner that you actually score some runs here and there.
I don't know, man. That? I kind of like it. We may not win the World Series or get to the ALCS this year, but we're going to win the batting title, the team batting title. You know, we're going to win the batting crown this year.
Yeah, we're like a respectable prog rock band where people are just like, right. Well, sure. I mean, nobody actually likes the music, but you can appreciate everything that goes into it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Stros tonight in Chicago.
2.
Today is uniform reveal day.
Yeah, baby.
For the Texans. We had the Broncos yesterday. Did a 2-minute video that if you didn't know what you were watching, you'd be 90 seconds in and think that you're watching the beginning of some sort of Western. It had no sort of implication as it was Denver related or football related. I suppose it was Bronco related because there were horses in that first 90 seconds.
It was pretty cool, I guess. It was somebody that you didn't know driving a vintage Bronco from the country on into the city.
Yeah.
The biggest thing about their uniform reveal is it has I saw a lot of Broncos fans thought it was pretty cool to have the elevation, like 5280 or whatever it is?
Yeah, 5,280 feet in a mile, yeah.
Yeah, oh, okay. Are they right exactly at 5280? Whatever. But they have that on the helmet right in front.
Yeah.
As opposed to, they used to have like end racism up there or something, but I suppose, good job, Denver, caring more about elevation than ending racism.
Elevation.
I'll know who to thank the next time something awful happens.
Elevation in the English unit system, or the old.
Yeah,
school.
That's right. The imperial units. Yes.
No meters for us, man. We're still on feet and inches here, baby. It's a big statement you're making right there.
We should put the Texans. I hope the Texans have the elevation of NRG Stadium on there.
That would be great. What is the elevation of Houston? Text in.
Oh, it's sinking.
Yeah.
But other than that,
they adjust it every year by a foot. It keeps going down.
On the helmet, they'll have a little dial. Yeah, like you can the little rollers like on a combination lock.
No. It's progressive and it ticks like in fractions of an inch, like the debt ticker in Times Square.
Oh yeah, okay.
That'd be badass, man. Texans, if you're listening, if you could just make one quick adaptation in the next hour 55, that would be great.
I don't know what it is right at NRG Stadium, but the elevation of Houston is 79 feet.
Okay, that'd fit perfectly right there, 79. But people would think like, oh, okay, you're saluting Jose Abreu. You're trying to encourage Jose Abreu by putting his jersey number on the helmet. Like, no, that's how many feet above. That really just 79 feet above sea level?
I know, but doesn't 79 seem like a lot? It's just that when you spread it out over the 20 or 30 miles that it takes to get to the Galveston Bay, it's not nearly enough.
Yes. And we just got done talking about a city that was 5,280 feet. So I still had the recency bias from 18 seconds ago in my brain. Like, wow, 79, huh? That doesn't sound like very much.
It's honestly more than I thought. Like, it does it. I always feel when there's a heavy rain, like we must be like 1 foot above sea level.
8
that's
inches.
Why it's taking so long for the water to get to the bay.
That's true.
Yeah.
So we say all this to say that the Texans are revealing their uniforms at 10 a.m. today. Keep an eye on all their social media platforms because I'm sure there's a cool unveiling going on. And I say all that to say that Cal McNair and Hannah McNair in studio within the loop at 11 a.m. today.
3.
All right, quick check-in on the NBA playoffs. We'll give you the scores. I didn't watch all these games last night, but we have 3 series. The home team is now up 2-0 in 3 of these series. The Nuggets in the late game beat the Lakers. 101 to 99. The Nuggets came back from a 20-point deficit in that game, so the Lakers heartbroken, I'm sure. The Knicks come back in their game against the Sixers, and they beat the Sixers. They go up 2-0 in their series. And the Cavaliers are just a whole lot better than the Orlando Magic. They go up 2-0 in their series. Games tonight, if you're into the NBA playoffs, Timberwolves Suns, Bucks hosting the Pacers, and Clippers Mavs. I will watch that one tonight, Game 2 of Clippers Mavs tonight.
4.
Zach Wilson traded to the Denver Broncos in the lowest form of a trade that you can possibly have in the NFL. The old strap a 7th-rounder to him and get a 6th-rounder back, and oh, by the way, you got to pay half his salary too. Is this just Sean Payton trying to rub two sticks together to see what he might have in Zach Wilson here, Seth? Or you think?
I guess so. I mean, I can't imagine for the life of me that Sean Payton is genuinely excited about having Zach Wilson in the building. Although, I mean, there is always that chance that the guy does have he has the ability to play like he did versus the Texans. He had a really, really good game, best game of his career in the rain versus the Texans.
Yep.
That maybe he'll be able to salvage something there, but I think it's like buying a lottery ticket on your way to work. Yeah. You're not gonna not go to work just because you bought the lottery ticket. You're still gonna approach your job with the same level of seriousness. But it might be nice if the lottery ticket works. This
is where I'm happy to be a Texans fan right now because we have C.J. Stroud. We don't have to worry about any of this garbage. But this is where if I'm one of those fans of a team that's drafting early on Thursday, where you're finding the place where you're getting appropriately amped up for the quarterback your team's about to take, because there's going to be at least 4 that go in the top 10, probably, if not 5 going in the top 15, like Zach Wilson's drafted. And you're getting all amped up and things like that, and boom, the Zach Wilson trade gets dropped like a grenade 2 days before the draft, and you are constantly reminded that, oh, yeah, that was a draft where 5 quarterbacks went in the top 15, and now 4 of them are backups on different teams 3 seasons later. I wouldn't want that. I don't want to be reminded of the failure. I want to be delusional about the victories in all this right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but no, a lot of failure with those quarterbacks.
The Broncos, I mean, they're back to having draft picks, all the time. So they could get super aggressive and try to trade up to 4th or 5th or wherever they need to get a J.J. McCarthy. Peyton's doing a good job of acting like a grumpy old man who has no need to draft a quarterback, but I'm not buying it.
5.
Possible tampering charges in the NFL for Atlanta and for Philadelphia, the Falcons and the Eagles. The Falcons may have tampered with Kirk Cousins. He sure did seem to inadvertently admit it in his introductory press conference that he had talked to the training staff with Atlanta before he would have been allowed to. During the period where it's okay to talk to players' agents, and that's it. You can't talk to the player if you're any member of a team that's pursuing them in free agency. Philadelphia, it's viewed as a lesser tampering charge, according to reports from Adam Schefter, but this goes back to the Saquon Barkley recruitment where reportedly, it's reported by James Franklin, Saquon Barkley's college coach, in an interview that he did, that Howie Roseman may have talked to Saquon Barkley during the period of time where he wasn't supposed to. So that's right. That's what we're looking at here.
I'm totally happy with Joe Mixon. I didn't really want Saquon Barkley to begin with, but the fact that the Texans reportedly made an offer to him and the Eagles ended up winning out, I can't be quite so dismissive about it like we had Ross Tucker here earlier being dismissive about it. I feel like the Texans deserve compensation of some sort. We need to get back to, if the Eagles are going to be fined a draft pick or something, then give that draft pick to the Houston Texans.
Give it to us. Yes, give it to us.
6.
Matt Ryan, speaking of the Falcons, officially retires yesterday. So if you're wondering, Matt Ryan, he was on CBS last year. Yeah, but he had not really officially sent in the paperwork or anything like that. Just, he wasn't able to come to any agreement with any team. But he is done, and looks like he is pursuing TV full bore now, Seth.
You get a nice little check, it's a good sizable check. But I mean, by Matt Ryan's salary standards, it's a little check. But you get a nice little check when you file your retirement papers.
You do?
Yeah. I can't remember. It's not a pittance. It used to be, I think, like $10,000 per year that you played or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there's that. And then also, they stopped drug testing you, too. It's nice when like if you haven't officially retired, Matt Ryan may have been on vacation in Bermuda or something and gotten 29 text messages saying like, "Hey, where are you? We're supposed to drug test you."
Dude.
And he's like, "All right, enough, okay."
What do you think? What do you think the hardest drug Matt Ryan's taken in his life is?
Oh, like sarsaparilla or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know what he's done. He's got a Mormon vibe to him. I feel like at some point he got like his high school dalliance with being a rebel was drinking Jolt Cola.
Yeah.
And or something like that.
Yeah, he went
non-decaffeinated green tea.
Went to BC, so he's he's probably Catholic or whatever. So, but yeah, he does not strike me as a guy who's like, finally, now I can toke up anytime I want to. Yeah, Matt Ryan. So he is officially retired. He finishes as the 4th biggest earner in NFL history. How about that?
4th biggest earner in NFL history?
Yes.
Who's ahead of him?
Matthew Stafford, Tom Brady, and Aaron Rodgers.
Tom Brady, even though he was continually playing for less than market value.
But you do that for 20 years, it adds up.
Right.
So, yeah.
So you mentioned that he went to BC, so he might be Catholic. Like, Catholics not afraid to tip one back here and there.
True.
Which drug could you use that's most conducive to still adhering to your religious lifestyle? Like, I feel like pot leads to less temptation other than eating than alcohol. Alcohol make you consider some tempting sin. Whereas pot tends to, like, if anything, it demotivates you from a lot of the good stuff, but also from a lot of the bad stuff.
I think so, too. I think so. Yeah. Decision-making and whatnot, yeah. Maybe Matt Ryan, maybe you Catholic institutions out there should be listening, like, hey, be a little more lax on the marijuana and maybe examine the alcohol. Who knows? Or allow both. Do what you want. But yeah, I don't know that Matt Ryan's...
Caffeine's not so hot for leading a nice, clean Christian lifestyle either.
You think caffeine?
Most of my least Christian-like behavior in terms of like charity towards fellow man.
I got you.
It comes when I'm hyper caffeinated.
Got you. Okay, I hadn't thought about it.
I will strike you down.
I hadn't thought about it. I hadn't thought about it, but now that you mention it, yeah.
7.
Speaking of
caffeine is most make me feel like I'm God, which is definitely not something encouraged upon.
The actual God.
Not encouraged by most Christian pastors.
Frown upon that, yes. Yeah. Speaking of Tom Brady, May 5th, circle it, Sunday evening, he is getting roasted on Netflix. I'm guessing this has been recorded already, that it's not live, but he is the roast of Tom Brady, the greatest roast of all time is what they're calling it. Well, don't let me lay it out here. Let Kevin Hart, who is the MC, lay it out in this brief...
all over the place all of a sudden
all
in
over
sports.
The place. Yeah. Kevin Hart is laying it out in this brief commercial for the Tom Brady roast.
The man, the arena, the roast of Tom Brady, live on Netflix. No helmets, no mercy, no Brady rule.
No f***ing problem.
The greatest roast of all time, Tom Brady, live, hosted by me, Kevin Hart, with a lineup of surprise guests.
We're coming for you, pretty boy.
I'm unroastable. Let's go.
Let's go. Coming for you, pretty boy, was just some rando bald chowd that I guess is representing Boston.
Okay.
Kind of, yeah. So
I think it's Kevin Hart. I get a sense with a lot of the stuff that I've started to see Kevin Hart in. There's some of the same characters that show up, C.J. Stroud being one of them. Mm-hmm. I think he might be connected to Michael Rubin, the CEO of Fanatics. Where, like, Michael Rubin over the last couple of years you've seen he's kind of at the center of a lot of these, like, cross-industry mashups and parties and everything. And C.J. Stroud is one of them that's become friends with Michael Rubin. I feel like it's good for C.J.'s brand ultimately long term.
Yeah, and Brady's a huge Rubin guy too. Yeah, I don't know that would make a lot of sense. But yeah, May 5th, Sunday, if you're into it, circle it.
8.
Who are the other people that are going to be there? Because that's usually it's usually the jokes about the other roasters that are funnier than
they left it open to surprise. They said surprise guests, so they haven't said. The one thing they mentioned, Kevin Hart is emceeing. I read that Jeff Ross, who's like the ultimate roast guy, is producing it. So he's not the MC, but his fingerprints are going to be on this production.
Usually, there's a couple things that are off limits. for the person who's agreed to be roasted? What do you think's off limits for Tom Brady?
I would say his divorce would probably be something they'd want to steer clear of.
Yeah, I think it'll be just the divorce, and he'll he has to. They can't do this event unless Deflategate and Spygate are open game, right?
Oh, they have to, yeah. Deflategate you got to be able to do. But I understand, it's almost like the mob, like families are off limits kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I think, in this case, it would. I would never be able to be roasted.
Right.
Let me be very clear. I could never be a roastee. I would take it all personally.
What about him kissing his son on the mouth for, multiple seconds? You think we'll bring that up?
Let me see who the roasters are before I think whether or not that could come up. I can see if they could plunk a couple body comedians down, or
Dave Attell is not going to leave that alone.
Yeah.
Dave Attell's going to do 3 minutes on Tom Brady kissing his son on the mouth for 7 seconds.
All right, let's do this. 8 actually involves some audio that probably fits better into the next segment. If you missed Aaron Boone getting kicked out of the Yankees game yesterday, this is some phenomenal stuff. So we'll get to that in the next segment. Also, as we wrap up the 8 at 8, the Astros got to turn this thing around, right? 4 simple things to turn the Astros around. Are these things that are attainable? Can they pull these things off? We will discuss coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. The anniversary sale at West Point.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The Astros, they got a lot of stuff to fix, man. They're 7-16, and I know there's some things that you can look at the stats and go, oh, they're doing this well, but the bottom line is they're not winning games. They've got a lot of guys who are underperforming right now. Matt Kawahara covers the team for the Chronicle. He's the beat writer for the Astros, and he's got a piece today. How can the Astros right the ship? Fix these 4 things ASAP. Now, sometimes you point at things that teams are underperforming at, Seth, and you go, okay, well, they can just fix that. It's not that easy. It's, some are easier than others to fix. Some, somebody comes back from injury, well, that's going to fix that. Some are, we got to go get somebody to fix that. You got to go spend some money to fix that. So the 4 things that Matt Kawahara has that they need to fix ASAP.
We go through these and try to figure out, okay,
How
is
fixable.
this actually achievable or not, or is this a pie-in-the-sky dream?
Right. And is the solution in the building, or do they have to go outside the building? Do they have to import it to fix this thing? Because I think that's material, too, because they are over the competitive balance tax threshold. Number 1, more production from the middle of the order.
Ah.
Yeah, more production from the middle of the order, which, look, Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez have been their 2 best hitters.
Yeah.
They are the ones that are, this league-leading bat. And Kyle Tucker, to a degree, he bats in the 3-hole sometimes.
Is Bregman considered middle of the order yet?
Yeah, he's 4, 5, and 6. He's batted cleanup most of the year,
Well, but he's moved up to 3rd. I'm saying, like, the middle of the order is, I don't know. If we look at the middle of the order, I think the biggest culprit right now that's attainable is Yainer Diaz being better with runners in scoring position.
Mm-hmm.
I'd feel better about it if it weren't a trend last year as well. Like, Yainer's been doing some really good things at the plate, except that it's only when nobody's on or there's just somebody on first. As soon as you get runners in scoring position, he falls off a cliff. So I guess if I were to latch onto that, at the very least, it would be Yainer getting better with runners in scoring position.
He's 5 for 23 this season with runners in scoring position. He's got a 767 OPS overall, so he's 5th on the team in OPS. That's a 767 is a good solid OPS, especially from the catcher position. But yeah, to your point, 5 for 23 with runners in scoring position, and I don't think he's batted lower than 5th in the lineup all year. Like
right.
he has.
Well, that's
been,
what. Yeah,
he's been treated like a good hitting veteran right now, almost.
Yeah,
And
Pena's swing changes seem to have made a difference, and he doesn't have the total power and home run production that you want, but he's hitting the ball a lot better. And maybe those 2 gets flopped at some point.
Yeah, maybe so. But Bregman, I mean, this has been for a contract season for Alex Bregman, for someone who's seemingly looking for something the Astros are not willing to give him. This has been an abysmal start for Alex Bregman. This is who Alex Bregman is. Do we expect? Okay, it's the middle of the order. I guess part of the solution is you just hope that Bregman's off to his classic slow start here and that he gets into a groove at some point.
Yeah, I think that we've seen this before out of Bregman.
Yeah.
And then he rebounds from it. Is he going to be 2019 Alex Bregman? Probably not.
Yeah.
Is he going to be a guy that should have accepted the Astros offer when he had a chance? Sure. Yeah. No matter what, however all that worked out, I don't think he's going to get the contract perhaps he was hoping for. But for right here, right now, yeah, he's got to just get back to at least being an average hitter. If he can be an average hitter, if Yainer Diaz can start hitting with runners in scoring position, then it'll be a big boost.
Number 2, cut down on the walks, and obviously that's a message to the pitching staff. Cut down on the walks. Right now, the Astros have the 11th highest walk rate in the major. Well, they had the 11th highest walk rate last year, but it ranked in the top 10 of staffs in strikeout rates. Everything's changed this year. They're walking guys left and right. It's not good, man. It's not good, and a lot of it's coming from that back end of the bullpen too, Seth.
Right, and when I don't have any hope for that. Like, I don't have any hope that all of a sudden, okay, J.P. France, who we didn't know anything about at all, has all of a sudden become a Cy Young Award winner or what have you. Like, the issues and the question marks with the pitching staff were known going into the season, and it couldn't have gone more poorly than it already has. Yep. So I think some of it will get better, perhaps. But who's going to wave their magic wand? Brent Strom? Brent Strom coming over? They're going to trade for Brent Strom midway through the season? I don't know. I don't know.
I wonder when some of this is going to fall on the head of the pitching coach, coaches, Murphy and Miller there. They have largely, at least in the the areas where I go to look for Astro criticism, they've managed to steer clear for the most part. Compared to Dusty was the shield for everybody last year. It felt like,
Right. Well, it's position coaches in baseball. It's always dicey because ultimately, like they say, it's an individual sport played in a team format in a lot of ways. That you just baseball players are, you're responsible for being the best baseball player you can be. I think the difference is that when you've got a guy that really knows what he's doing, it's very obvious. And as it was with Brent Strom and designing that entire season, that it's just it's not the same. We're not getting these same Cinderella stories that we were getting for year after year after year. It used to be that, okay, it didn't matter where Baseball America ranked this guy. If he comes up, then there's a good chance that he's going to show up and surpass expectations.
Yeah.
But I think Framber and Javier and Luis Garcia perhaps are maybe the end of that train.
Yeah. I think if there's a move that gets made to kind of jolt the team, it'll be firing one of the pitching coaches. At some point, if you keep playing at the clip they're playing at right now, a move gets made that's meant to be some sort of wake-up call to the team.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many of those moves are really available to the Astros other than they're not going to fire Joe Espada 2 months into his tenure as manager. These two pitching coaches have been here for 2+ seasons now, and the pitching has steadily gotten worse on their watch. So I just think and I'm not even saying, I don't know enough about the ins and outs of what the Astros do in coaching these guys. I just know that the pitching staff has gotten continually worse over the last 2 years.
The interesting thing this year is that everybody's trying to change up, so they're adding that into the mix. And when it's working really well for some of these guys. But I wonder if either maybe it was too much, because a lot of the magic of the Astros pitching improvements has been a lot of it in the past has been about pitch selection more than anything else. It's been, all right, the analytics guys get with you when you first get there, and they talk about how you should be throwing more curves, or maybe you add a changeup or what have you. I can't imagine that that's changed that much, or that their knowledge on that side of it has changed that much, and then it's probably more on the actual execution of the changes that's different now than it used to be.
The third one on Matt Kawahara's list of 4 simple things to turn the Astros around that they need to start doing ASAP, I think is kind of tied to the previous one. Stop walking guys was the previous one. The third one is put hitters away. Entering Monday, Major League hitters had a 200 average and a 500 OPS in plate appearances that ended when they were behind in the count. So in other words, you get behind in the count and you're not seeing good stuff to hit there. Astros pitchers have allowed a 269 batting average and a 642 OPS in those situations. So that is frustrating. It does feel like there's been a lot of times this year where dudes are getting hits, important hits, on 1-2 counts or real pitchers counts. The Astros are not putting guys away. And how fixable is that? It's probably as fixable as any of the other pitching issues on this team. That feels more fixable to me than minimizing the walks.
At least you've demonstrated that you got to that point in the count.
Yes.
Why are you not finishing it off? At the very least, why are you not average at finishing pitchers, finishing people off that way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which, to go back to, how much of it would it be different from if it were Maldonado calling the game versus Yainer Diaz? I have no idea.
That we haven't gotten a lot of that yet, but I think that some of this is gonna Yainer is another one who it could come crashing down on at some point.
We're far too entrenched in our takes from last year about the
not mattering,
the plate mattering more though. Yeah. I don't know though, because that part is true though. At some point. It's not like catchers all of a sudden lose the ability to call a game.
Right.
Every single catcher that makes it into his mid-30s is usually pretty awesome at calling a game.
Yeah.
At some point, the physical skill can't keep up with your ability to call the game. At some point, you need to be a coach. So I don't know, you just can't ride that excuse for Maldonado on until the time he's 49 years old.
Right.
His balls are just slowly dribbling past him at the plate and all this other stuff.
Yep. Last one. I got nothing for this. Get more from first base. Yep.
Yeah, you got nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing for that.
Loperfido is what? He's now in Slumpville and shows that.
Yep.
Yeah,
I got nothing.
He's got an issue with pitch recognition. He needs some time.
That is one.
Seasoning.
That is one where if you're going to fix it, if you truly want to fix it, and not just close your eyes and hope that things get better, you got to go spend money. You got to go. Brandon Belt is out there. That name gets brought up a lot. He's way better than either of the guys that they have to play first base right now.
What's the fan appetite for a Bregman trade right this moment? What would the approval rating be on a Bregman trade?
I think to me it's less about Bregman himself than what it would symbolically mean the team feels about this season.
Right.
I think more fans would be upset with it because it would be a sign that they're viewing this as not a rebuild, but like a reset season. Because I don't think over the course of 6 months you're a better team without Alex Bregman and with 3 prospects in your minor league system. You know what I mean? Like Bregman's been bad at the plate so far this year, but I have confidence that he's going to pull out of it at some point because that's what he normally does.
Well, and then the big question is, all right, if he stays this off until the deadline, our teams... Have your prospects of retaining him improved dramatically just because, maybe he's not as good as any else?
Well,
the very fact that the prospects of retaining him have improved to the point where you wonder whether it's actually worth retaining him.
This is what I was wondering yesterday is, Patrick Creighton texted me during the show yesterday, and when we were talking about what teams do the Astros remind you of right now across different sports or even in baseball, and Patrick Creighton texted me, he said, they remind me of the Mets from last year where they're spending more than they've ever spent. They're a star-studded team, but they just look cursed and injured and everything else.
Yeah.
Which got me to thinking, like, okay, if this season starts going like the Mets season did last year, which is not out of the realm of possibility with all these injuries and with the way they've been playing, then does Verlander do what he did with the Mets last year, which is say, like, hey, man, at age 41, I'd really like to be on a team that I've got a better chance of winning at. Or does
the Mets?
Like, maybe, yeah, right. Can you imagine he gets sent back to the Mets? He could go back to the Mets, who are already paying him anyways. But I do, like, I wonder that, like, because if they're a bad team in the middle of June, then what's different about this than the situation Verlander was in last year, other than he's got history with the owner and the teammates he's got here, and he's, fondness for the city and things like that.
Detroit is 13-10 right now.
Better than the Astros.
Much better than the Astros.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be Justin Verlander coming in. Could be just the elixir to get up and catch the Guardians.
That would be the ultimate irony. He winds up back after demanding a trade from the Mets back to the Astros. He goes Astros back to the Tigers. Like full circle of life for Justin Verlander. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to Aaron Boone getting kicked out of the game yesterday. If you're a fan that sits near the field, does this inspire you to behave in a raucous New York kind of way? And we've got a mock draft for the Texans. We're 2 days out, so we got to make sure you guys got some of the names down that are going to be there for the Texans when they're picking at 42, if they're picking at 42. I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento. That's me right there. If you're having trouble sleeping at night, if you're snoring, if you have sleep apnea, Dr. Ben Salento can do for you what he did for me, which is fix my sleep. I sleep so much better now, thanks to Dr. Ben Salento and the comprehensive array of solutions that he has, including the Inspire sleep apnea implant to fix your snoring. He's done hundreds of these procedures. He's the foremost authority on that procedure in the state of Texas. Go learn more about it. Go learn more about just fixing your sleep or fixing your sinus issues. If you walk around all day and your sinus cavity is hurting you, that's a horrible way to go through life. Dr. Ben Salento can fix that as well. If you have allergy issues, his staff is tremendous.
Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, this was pretty funny yesterday. Aaron Boone, the Yankees and the Athletics were playing a day game yesterday, and Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees, you're about to hear audio of him getting kicked out of the game. You're going to hear Hunter Wendelstedt, the umpire, the home plate umpire, yelling at Aaron Boone saying, I got it. I got whatever they were griping about. The umpire said, calm down. I got this. And if I hear one more word out of you, you're gone, basically, is what you're about to hear. And then you'll hear Aaron Boone get kicked out. The thing you need to know is that Aaron Boone didn't say anything at all. It was a fan screaming from the crowd that yelled at the umpire after the warning. Here's what it sounded like on the broadcast.
Is the first base umpire you saw making that call?
You're not yelling at me. I did what I was supposed to do and check. I'm looking for him to get hit by the pitch. You got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter. Wow. You know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear. Well, there you go. And now Aaron's saying, I didn't say anything. Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
I did not say any word. I did not say anything, Hunter. Okay? I did not say a
Okay, so that last voice you heard was Aaron Boone protesting. I didn't say, and he didn't. Seth, the video, they everybody's zaprudered this thing afterwards. They did the old shadow box on the fan behind the dugout that screamed whatever it was that set Hunter Wendelstedt off.
I wanted to give Wendelstedt the benefit of the doubt here, partly because I like his name, but his comments after the game, I don't know if this guy can be trusted. Breaking news, I don't know if this guy could be trusted to actually call balls and strikes.
What did he say?
Major League umpire who routinely, these guys all look awful. This is an explanation. Everything you said is exactly kind of what was communicated on the field. That's what Aaron said. He said that a fan said it. A fan said it. I said, I don't care who said it. And then he says, it's foolish to throw out a player if you don't know who did it. So I don't understand what Wendelstedt is even. He's trying to defend himself by saying that he doesn't care who said it, but he's throwing Boone out, and then he says it's foolish to throw somebody out if you don't know who said it. And yet he doesn't care who said it. None of this makes any sense at all. They've got to get rid of these guys immediately. Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of these umpires, I think, actually still give a damn and try. But some of them have very much the looks of dudes who travel a whole lot and don't take care of themselves.
Yeah.
You know the look. If you look at Hunter Wendelstedt's face here, this is a puffy red face of a guy that's not well rested and perhaps hasn't been treating his body on a road trip the way he should while he's out working.
He's a Nepo baby, too, if I'm not mistaken.
His father was an umpire?
His father was an umpire, too, yes, if I'm not mistaken, I believe. Because when I heard Wendelstedt, I'm like, dude, that guy is still he was umpiring Red Sox games when I was a kid at Fenway. He must be 95 now. I'm like, oh, no, that's right. He's got a kid, Hunter Wendelstedt. So, yeah, that's
So now was Boone already, though? Had Boone started it? Boone was already arguing with him, and then the umpire told him to be quiet. And as Boone was being quiet, his buddy, the anonymous fan, got him in trouble.
Exactly. That's exactly
it's like
what
when
happened.
you're like when somebody, like a teacher threatens you with detention, and you're like, okay, I'm done. I'm not going to say another word. And then your buddy decides to chime in, and then you both get detention.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And I found myself feeling sorry for Aaron Boone. Like he's running up to because he literally, this isn't something where you're arguing like a bang bang play at first base, like, oh, did he get there in time, or a tag, like where it's like, oh, it's kind of gray area. Like, no, like literally, and there's a shot of him in the dugout not opening his mouth for the next 30 seconds after. Yeah.
He had it coming to him. This is Aaron. Don't whistle in the dugout, Boone.
That's true. That's true.
We know what you're up to.
Yeah.
We hear that whistling, Buster.
Yeah.
That's what he said to AJ Hinch. Listen, Buster, I don't cotton to this whistling I'm hearing from the playoffs.
Maybe.
My guys are savages.
Am I being?
Your guys suck in the playoffs. Is what when they make the playoffs. If they even make the playoffs.
Okay. Does that make me a bad Astro fan that I was feeling sorry for Aaron Boone?
No.
Briefly? You've talked me out of it, but
it makes you. No, you're a bad Astros fan if you continue to feel bad for him.
Okay.
It's, everybody has moments of weakness, but
Gotcha.
The biggest, but honestly, it's gotten to the point with the Yankees where I'm kind of like, yeah, keep Cashman, keep Boone. It's working out marvelously. Yeah, the Steinbrenner family really, they're top-notch ownership right there.
These are good decisions.
Spend a boatload of money, but don't make any actual changes to the process.
These are good decisions, yeah. I've always wondered that, like, fans getting involved, like at football games and things like that, they're like, hey, if you keep throwing things on the field, the home team's going to get a 15-yard penalty. I'm like, damn, if I was there as like a fan of the road team, I would just start hucking things onto the field.
False flag operation.
Yeah. Just
That's
start
what we should
throwing
plan
things
that for
down
the Cowboys game this year.
Go up there, Thanksgiving, if they play?
Have a false flag operation or something, like really just be yelling some real vile stuff.
Yes. In Cowboys gear.
Cowboys.
Let's dress up like Cowboy fans, yeah.
Right. Some of those social media accounts, like some of the funnier ones, they'll dress up like a Titans fan, and act like an idiotic Titans fan or what have you. Just do that, but do it with thousands of people.
I like it. So the Texans, the draft 2 nights from tonight. Countdowns are on. Any website you go to, any TV channel you're looking up at the TV in here, they're counting down to the draft. It's going to be fun. Thursday, are you just going to settle in Thursday and just kind of watch it? Just get on the – because you and I, we haven't had a chance really to do that the last few years because the Texans have been picking in the first round and we're at the draft party and all that other stuff. Like, this is a unique thing where the Texans are not in the first round, and I'm totally okay with it. And I just get to kick back and watch this thing on Thursday night.
Yeah, I guess I always have a hard time picking which broadcast to watch because everything, it's so hard when you try to – I don't know which accounts to follow on social media to keep track of really, like, I want an up-to-the-date draft board that's not delayed by the TV broadcasts and everything. I have a really hard time both watching the television but then also keeping track online.
Yeah.
Because you're on 2 different timelines there.
I'm going to put Twitter away for this draft. I'm going to just watch it because there's still, even though the NFL, I think, has handed down the edict of no spoilers because some people do watch the draft like it's episodic television and they don't want spoilers. I'm one of the, ironically me, who spoiled a movie for you in the not too distant past. I don't like my draft picks being spoiled. I like to hear them from the lips of Roger Goodell. That's how I like to find out about my picks.
So we're going to do it that way. But then it's tough because then there's commercial breaks and, stuff's happening. They come back. They don't always do a great job of recapping it. So I think I need to I'll pick one social media account.
Okay.
And I'll pick one website to keep open as a tracker. And then I'll try to watch, like maybe I'll only check that during the commercials. You know what it always feels like to me when I'm trying to follow the draft, in the first round especially, is like I'm standing on an escalator with my hand on the railing. But the escalator, the steps and the railing move at a different speed.
Yeah.
And you just feel like if it's a really long escalator, if you were to leave your hand in the same spot, you just get too far stretched out.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
the escalator, yes. That is a great analogy. Which broadcast, because by my count, there's at least 3 feeds that you can actually watch the draft on. There's ESPN, which is, the main ESPN feed, which I think Mike Greenberg has been hosting with a slew of analysts there. That'll be where Mel Kiper is and probably a couple others. There's the NFL Network one where Rich Eisen, what are they doing? Oh, no, what did he say? What is up with that? Where Rich Eisen is with all the NFL Network people. And now there's this alternate McAfee cast that is going to have Bill Belichick on it.
I'm going to be curious with that one. The issue I have with the Manning cast is that sometimes they just get too far away from the actual game that's happening, where I want to hear the Mannings talk about the actual decisions that are being made and all of that, because they're really good when they do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll be interviewing somebody and it just gets too far away from it. I wonder with McAfee and Belichick how on track are they going to stay, and how much of it is good. Because I'd be really interested to hear. I don't even need to hear Belichick's opinions on the prospects as much as his assessment of the team needs.
Yeah.
And, how does this guy fit in with this team? Because that part of it, let's be honest, I don't think people Belichick isn't known as the world's best drafter. So
Recently,
I think that
you're
but
right.
the actual football stuff and how he fits into a scheme and everything, I'd be really interested.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be super impressed with Belichick if he's got actual opinions on some of the guys that are getting drafted. Like not just, the quarterbacks, he'll have opinions on Caleb Williams and Drake May and guys like that. But if he's got opinions on guys deep down into the 20s and 30s, like he's not been doing, he got let go back in January.
Yeah, but he's been watching these guys though, so yeah, he definitely is going to have.
He will.
When McAfee had him on for the introductory, he asked a few questions about the players and everything. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to be. It's Belichick, and he says he's been watching film, which in Belichick's world that means. Belichick watching a little bit of film was like, oh, I took a break to pee after the 22nd hour.
Okay, well then I'll be impressed then if he has takes on them on either his retention skills, if he's taken a break from watching any of these guys and he just remembers what he saw, or his hardworking grinding skills of continuing to watch these guys in anticipation of the draft. Belichick strikes me as a guy who does not want to go on there and be embarrassed by his. This is his first real assignment in broadcasting. Is this draft?
Yeah, no, I think I'm sure he's been working coach's hours. That's all he's done his entire life.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have a girlfriend or wife right now. So what's he doing? He's sitting at home watching film.
He's grinding. Yep, he's grinding
with his dog.
That's it. I love that dog. It was one of the best parts of COVID. Belichick's dog staring at the laptop at the kitchen table. That was amazing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are 1 hour and 5 minutes away from the uniform drop for the Texans. Keep an eye on social media at 10 o'clock today. Keep it here at 11 o'clock today. John and Landry will have the McNairs on. Callahan and McNair in studio at 11 o'clock today. Uniform reveal day for the Houston Texans. One of the foremost authorities grinding on that NFL film had some pretty cool things to say about C.J. Stroud. It's a good C.J. Stroud feel-good day as we watch all these other teams try to fumble over each other to find a quarterback. We got one. He's great. You're going to hear from a big-time analyst on that coming up next. But first, Berkeley Eye Center, BEC LASIK.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We are under an hour away from the big reveal. The Texans will be unveiling their uniforms, and they will be available for, all the gear will be available for purchase moments later. So keep it tuned right here. The McNairs are in studio with the guys on In the Loop at 11 a.m. today. So Greg Cosell, you want to set this up, Seth? Greg Cosell was on with Rich Eisen yesterday, right?
Yes, he was. This was, I don't know when he was on with Rich Eisen. It might have been on Friday. But, yeah, Rich Eisen basically revisited last year's draft and, talked about the C.J. Stroud situation. Now, C.J. Stroud is now the standard. That's who you're hoping that you can get in the draft. And
it's so nice. It's just so nice to root for the team that has the gold standard for a quarterback selection the last few years when there have been a lot of bad quarterback selections the last few years.
I think Eisen asked him something along the lines of, when did you know that Stroud was maybe the real deal? And Cosell says that he knew very early on in the Week 2 game versus the Colts.
He made some throws in that game, Week 2, whoever the opponent was, I can't even remember. And I just, called in the guys in our matchup room here at NFL Films and said, hey, look at the timing. Look at the anticipation. Look at when he's starting his delivery to throw this ball. He just saw it really, really clearly. And that's a hard thing to teach. And he just saw it really clearly. And the precise ball location, that's what I spoke about earlier. Just he's so precise. And I actually thought his delivery was more compact a year ago with the Texans than it was his last year at Ohio State. So, yeah, he was really, really good.
That was the part that was one of the more encouraging things about CJ last year was that he actually improved his mechanics in year one, where especially CJ's a guy who already had good mechanics, and then he further improved them in that first year, where so much of what you hear about quarterbacks, like Bryce Young last year, was like, well, you can't really fix this during the season. It's something that's going to take a whole offseason. Like, oh, gosh, I think maybe if you draft a guy number 1 overall and he's had an entire lifetime to work on some of this stuff, that maybe he would have.
With the greatest coaching that money can buy, as you pointed out earlier, like personal coaches and things like that.
Yeah. So there was that. And then I think the other part, too, is just the anticipation and the ball placement, like all of those things, I'm listening to that through a filter of how is it going to be different for Stefon Diggs in Houston compared to what it was in Buffalo. And like Josh Allen, for as good as he is, he still does have some of these accuracy issues that pop up at times, and he's just not as polished and as precise a passer as other guys. He's very, very, very good. And he's got different he's got other traits that CJ doesn't have. Mm-hmm. But I think when it comes to actually executing the offense, like the dream QB scenario, CJ does a lot of stuff that other quarterbacks who are older than him just flat out don't do and probably are not capable of doing.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who the last quarterback is that the answer would have been, when did you realize he would be special? And the answer was Week 2 of his rookie year.
Well, in
a loss, by the way.
Right. Well, that jives with kind of some of the stuff that I had heard about the Jaguars facing CJ in Week 3. Mm-hmm. Was that sure the Texans were 0-2 at that point? CJ did really well after that first quarter versus the Colts in Week 2. But it was one of those situations where, like, all right, it was really good, but it was also not in garbage time, but playing from behind, and you didn't know for sure how much to take from it. But those Jaguars coaches, I remember Bucky Brooks telling this because Bucky Brooks was doing the color commentary for the radio. He said the Jaguars coaches before the game, before they had played C.J. Stroud, were basically telling Bucky, like, this dude's no joke, man. Yeah. This guy's the real deal. Yeah. He's doing some stuff that you just don't see rookies do.
Yeah. I think if I were to look back at this season, we got more from Cosell here in just a second. I remember that Week 2 game against the Colts. I mean, obviously, the game overall stunk because they lost to the Colts and they were 0-2. But I remember saying to, I think it was to Clinton Ron in the press box after the game was over, we're gathering up all our stuff, and Clinton and I are getting ready to go down and do the post game. And I remember saying to them, like, okay, this, I don't know a lot about what this team's going to be, but this I know, C.J. Stroud ain't the problem. Like, that was my big takeaway from that Colts game is like, okay, this guy, he is really, really good. I think CJ would tell you it was the Pittsburgh game where he started to feel like, okay, this NFL thing. Because that Pittsburgh game, he would also, I think, tell you, like, that was the first team that didn't treat him like a rookie anymore. They did a lot of things that day, that were different than other teams had seen, and he beat them 30-6 in that game at home. Made a lot of really good throws in that game. I think the game that if you ask people around the league, like, when was the game where C.J. Stroud, like, announced his presence with authority outside of Houston to the rest of the league? And some of this answer may have to do with the fact that they didn't play marquee games really the first part of the year where they were way up the food chain. But I think that Tampa Bay game gets replayed on the NFL Network constantly during the offseason.
That was a down-to-the-wire finish that featured a lot of offense and just some circus plays from CJ and Tank and everything else. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That does pop up a lot.
Yeah.
More so than you ever would have expected for a Texans-Bucks game.
A Week 9 game with two teams that lost in the divisional round of the playoffs. It's wild. So I think that was the one. That was the one, Seth, where I know, like, my take coming in on Monday and in the postgame show was, okay, we've got one of those guys now, like Mahomes is in Kansas City. We're like, okay, can't leave him 46 seconds. He's going to eat you up. You know?
Right, yeah, and no matter what the score is at halftime, if it's a Monday night game or something, with Tom Brady forever, it'd be like, okay, it's halftime. The Patriots are down by 17. I'm going to go to bed. Ah, crap. I'm excited.
What did I miss?
It's a really great comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. It's nice if that's what it ends up being. This next part, this exchange between Greg Cosell talking about what to expect from CJ in his second year, but he says something about Nico Collins that I think almost caught Rich Eisen off guard. See if you can catch it.
Okay. Let's not look at the number of interceptions. He could throw 5 more interceptions and have a better year. Those are just numbers on a page.
Right.
And you have to look at the plays. But obviously they're going to have 3 really good receivers because Dell will be back. And Nico Collins is a clear number 1 right now. So they're going to have really good receivers. They have a good tight end.
Yeah, they just added Diggs, too. They just
that's what I'm saying. They'll have 3 really good receivers.
Right.
So I can't imagine, anything's going to be theoretically worse. And again, now you get into numbers and all that, but this kid's a special kid. I've gotten to meet him and know him a little bit. He's a special kid. He's going to be a really, really good player. He is now.
I think Eisen might have been a little surprised that he so emphatically said that Nico was a clear number 1, because I think he was trying to maybe give a little bit of an assist to Cosell. Even though Cosell had said they'd have 3 really good receivers, Rich Eisen, to his credit, I think was like kind of adding and they added Stefon Diggs.
Sure.
I wonder if he thought that, I don't know, did he mean to say Stefon Diggs is a clear number 1?
Yeah. No, what would have been great is if Cosell snapped back and said, yeah, I know he's on the team. What do you think? I thought Noah Brown was one of the 3 receivers that they were talking about. That would have been funny.
Hey, you know what, though? That is one thing. I'm glad you brought up Noah Brown.
Yeah.
Because I think when it comes to whether or not Stefon Diggs will be satisfied with his production, all of that, I think that without looking at year-by-year totals, if you have to worry about Stefon Diggs, agitating for the ball at all, I think as long as he gets a few huge production games, it might not matter because the rest of the league will be looking at it as, okay, they've got 3 really good receivers. If all 3 of them stay healthy, it makes total, Stefon Diggs could be really good and still only get 1,000 or 1,100 yards or something. So if he just has a couple of those Noah Brown type games, where Noah Brown had 300 yards receiving over 2 games, then I think that'll probably be enough. And the teams will still look at him as a guy they want to pick up and maybe pay in the offseason.
The Nico comment obviously was they got a clear number 1 in Nico Collins. I know you're not into the number 1 label for wide receivers, but you know the connotation of it. Do you agree with that assessment of Nico Collins?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that the counter argument's going to be well, what if he was in another system?
Right.
And I'll give you the old Mike McDaniel. Well, who cares? That's not the situation. In this system, a big guy with run after the catch ability. And remember, Nico Collins broke more tackles after the catch than anybody else in the league last year. By a pretty healthy margin, too. And he did it while missing 2 games. I think some people just don't. I've had pushback from this when I talk about Nico being physical after the catch. I some people just don't want to believe that he broke a boatload of tackles last year. And I don't know why necessarily, but that's part of it in this system, and he's really, really good at it.
He took some licks over the middle, too, in some games in the second half of the season, particularly when Tank went down and everybody knew the ball was probably going to Nico Collins. Go back and watch some of those games where they needed to move the chains and they were getting the ball to Nico over the middle. Yeah. Nico is tough, man. Like, he is a big, tough wide receiver.
So there will be games this year where teams are going to look at Nico as the number one guy that they have to limit or they have to worry about. And then there's going to be other games where I think teams look at Stefon Diggs and feel like based on their matchups, it very much becomes a match. It's always a matchup league, but especially when a team has three, theoretically number one guys or number one production guys or whatever. Your number one receiver doesn't have to be the old X prototype anymore. I think different teams will identify like who they're most concerned about differently.
I know Stefon Diggs is the one who's the most accomplished of the three. I know Nico Collins had the best individual season of the three last year, statistically. I cannot wait to watch Tank Dell this season. I can't. I think Tank Dell is just going to be a monster this season. They're
really gonna put some teams in a bind. Man. If all three of those guys are healthy, it's really going to be a pain in the butt it's going to be a huge pain in the butt to defend. The real big question is, because the Texans are going to run the ball. They're just flat out. They're going to. CJ was really effective. I know that you guys want CJ to cook and all of that. The reason CJ was cooking as well as he was because they did a really good job setting up the play action. Mm-hmm. But now they've got to actually follow through on getting better at running the ball.
Yes.
So that you don't have to rely on just the passing production to be what. Use the run to set up the play action, sure, but let's get some yardage out of it while we're at it.
Do you where are you on? You said earlier in the show like you're cool. We were talking about Saquon Barkley and you were cool with Mixon, as opposed to Barkley. You were not a Barkley guy. I'm not a huge Barkley guy. Where are you on Mixon and with all this array of weapons? Like, what kind of season do you think Mixon is going to have?
Okay, yeah. Like, so how does he do? Does he break rushing records or anything? It's hard to say without knowing, like, at some point who the other running back they're going to add. Mm-hmm. I don't think Agumbawale is like who they're probably planning on being the guy with the second most carries. So I expect Mixon to do well. I don't know how to predict. I don't expect them to run him 25 times per game.
No,
I don't think that's the best way to use it. So I like over 1,000 yards and a good chunk of receiving yards, but whatever. I don't have to like. He doesn't have to be Adrian Peterson or anything.
No, I don't think so either. I do wonder, like, okay, who's getting those other carries now? As you point out, Agumbawale is on this team. I think more for his special teams traits than actual running back. And then, I mean, unless Damian has made a big jump this offseason, just, in either watching film or just, being able to step back and see what he was doing wrong. I mean, there wasn't a lot for him to watch of Damian Pierce running the football as the season wound down,
Yeah, he was very minimally used towards the end of the year.
I think they're going to draft a guy probably, running back, I would expect. If they end up drafting 7 or 8, 9 guys, something like that. One will be a running back maybe in day 3, something like that. So we'll see.
I'm a Jared Dokes guy. I'm intrigued by Dokes. I just like the name.
Oh, he was one of those camp bodies that was there. Oh, yeah, he was. Okay.
He's on the roster right now.
Is he? Okay,
yeah,
okay, yeah. I'm a Dokes guy.
I'm just intrigued. I'm intrigued
you're that
by the
guy.
name.
Yeah, you're the Dokes guy. I got you.
Yeah.
Man, I love hearing Greg Cosell say all these nice things about C.J. Stroud and the Texans offensively. It's going to be a fun season.
So how far away are we from this uniform reveal?
45 minutes. Yeah,
it's going right at the end of our show, right?
Right at the end of our show, like literally right at 10 o'clock. We should even count it down maybe here.
And are they going to do – you said you reached out to somebody to ask if they were going to kind of like unveil it in a slick video the way the Broncos did
I believe
yesterday?
They are, yeah.
Okay, so there'll be some kind of a slick video coming out at 10 on the Texans social media platforms.
Yep.
You're like, how many celebrity appearances do we get in this thing?
I think for sure we get a healthy amount of hip hop in there.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we get Bun B, Paul Wall, all the fellas. As far as former, I'm guessing we get a ton of current Texans because that was the big thing going on the day they did the private reveal for media and the fan council. Was they had a bunch of the players coming in. I mean, we've seen the pictures. At the very least, Tank and Nico took a bunch of pictures in the white and blue uniform. So I'm guessing we get a bunch of current players. I would like to, like, as far as I would like the video to like sprinkle in some of the like just little flashes of like the history of the Texans that are cool moments, like because you're kind of like trying to encapsulate. Yeah, although you're trying to move on to a new era, so maybe they don't want to harp on. Like, let me just say it. I would like for Andre Johnson beating the crap out of Cortland Finnegan to find its way into this video somehow. You know,
that'd be cool. I highly doubt that it would.
Yeah.
Especially with the like, hey, we're taking our colors back or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'd like that.
God, I wasn't even thinking about that. I just like Cortland Finnegan and watching him get his ass kicked, but I wasn't even thinking about the metaphorical part of that.
What about?
Love that.
What ideas were brainstormed that would have been shot down? My first one. If there was a brainstorming session amongst the creative types that the football people would have shot down, I'm Joe Creative type brainstorming this. I want to see D'Amico Ryans in a number 59 uniform, not just a jersey, but D'Amico like crashing through, like dressed as a player with a helmet with a visor on, and he takes the helmet off, and it's D'Amico with blood dripping down his face.
He would. How do you think he looks in a uniform these days?
Just better than 90% of NFL players.
Yeah. No, I do too. I'm only bringing that up because the last time. Like in my brain, when I hear former player in a football uniform, I'm thinking of Jerry Rice, Dan Marino, and Emmitt Smith.
Those commercials?
Waddling around on those commercials.
Kind of creepy,
yeah. Like I think, and D'Amico's not even 40 yet, and he's in phenomenal shape. So
he would look too good in the uniform. It would almost look. It would look kind of weird by him looking just too good in the uniform. So I don't think it's going to be D'Amico wearing, or unless now if they brought back D'Amico and they did like a Terry Tate office linebacker type of thing.
Now that would be funny.
That could be the follow-up. Yeah, like D'Amico walking around the office, the front office wearing his football uniform,
motivating people.
Yeah,
that'd be great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So the reveal's at 10 o'clock. The McNair's in studio within the loop at 11 o'clock. We've not heard till today or till recently here from Josh Allen on the Stefon Diggs side of things. We're going to hear from Josh Allen. Does this make us as Texan fans feel better, worse, or about the same about the Stefon Diggs trade when we hear from his former quarterback? We'll let you be the judge. That's coming up next.
The Southern Living Builder of the Year for 2020.
Exclusions apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Uniform reveal for the Texans coming up at the top of the hour. We're all over it here. The McNairs are in studio at 11 a.m. today. And we still have yet to hear from Stefon Diggs. Nick Caserio, of course, was asked about that. He said, we don't do the whole uniform, holding up the jersey, free agent coming in, press conference. Okay.
Yeah.
They kind of
made us feel guilty about wanting to hear from Stefon Diggs.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of did one with Danielle Hunter minus the jersey. He alluded to the number he was going to wear. But whatever the case, Stefon Diggs will meet with the media eventually. But we have heard now from Josh Allen about the Stefon Diggs trade.
Yeah. So this is Josh Allen. It's just his first impressions up in his press conference yesterday with he was asked no fewer than 9 questions about Stefon Diggs. First question was just simply, what are your feelings about the trade?
Definitely hard to part ways with a guy that's been very instrumental in our success here over the last 4 years. And again, I can't thank him enough for when he came in and how hard he worked and what he taught me along the years. And obviously, I wish we can keep everybody. We've made a lot of changes this offseason, lost a lot of veteran leadership, Steph being one of them. I guess that's the nature of the business. And going into year 7 now, it's just kind of is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe they could keep everybody if you didn't make so much damn money, Josh. What do you think about that? If you think about how selfish you are for just making it impossible. Now the Bills did actually eat a whole lot of cash just to get Stefon Diggs out of the building.
Right.
So
yeah, that's the thing for me. Like I think Josh Allen he's trying not to cause controversy here. I don't know how different his actual feelings are with and we're going to hear more from him here in a second. I know that. But I just I still, you and I differed on opinion on this a little bit earlier. Like, I just feel like for him to reference Stefon Diggs and kind of lump him in with the veteran leadership that walked out of the building, like Hoyer and Morse and Micah Hyde and Tre'Davious White was part salary, but part he's had injuries, but like those guys are all like, those are conventional cap cuts that teams make that don't have salary cap space. Like, if Diggs wasn't such a pain in the ass behind the scenes, my guess is he would still be a Buffalo Bill right now.
It would be right. It was. They're going into a reset year, and I don't know if Josh Allen is even aware of that. Like sometimes you believe all the propaganda, and you tell yourself, and they could have a surprisingly good year because they still do have a good roster.
Sure,
except for the whole wide receiver thing because they lost their 2 best wide receivers. Dude. Gabe Davis, did we mention Gabe Davis walking out the door?
Yeah.
So that's the big part is that they can't keep everybody. The reason they can't keep Stefon Diggs is because nobody wants to see an already disgruntled Stefon Diggs go through a reset year and then be 1 year older. So this is ripping the Band-Aid off at the right moment so you can reset and then move on.
Let's hear more from Josh Allen. What else do we have here?
This is just on whether or not he's spoken to Diggs.
Have you spoke with Steph since the move was made?
Yeah, I shared a text with him and got one back and just thanking him for everything that he did for me and always have a spot in my heart for him. And I always love that guy like a brother and wish him nothing but the best.
It's going to be a little bit like when Tom Brady and Randy Moss split up. And then remember it was people kept trying to make it seem like, Tom Brady forced him out, and they were trying like hell to create a rift between the two, and it seemed to be squashed pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, between those two, would love to know Tom Brady. Oh, you were asking earlier, like what could come up in the Brady roast? Got to be something about Antonio Brown that comes up in that thing, right?
Oh, probably, yeah. Antonio Brown,
real good judge of character there, Brady, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Are you happy? Oh my gosh, you know what? I hadn't even thought about. I forgot all the dynamics of it, but just Antonio Brown running around talking, hinting that he's slept with Giselle at some point and everything. When meanwhile, not to mention the other times that Antonio Brown has publicly betrayed Tom Brady, and this is the only dude that would sign Antonio Brown, bring Antonio Brown onto his team, with his endorsement at that point in Antonio Brown's career, so he could win a Super Bowl. And Antonio Brown is acting like Tom Brady wronged him somehow. It's amazing.
Seth, he let him stay at his house, Tom Brady did.
I know.
The list of human beings that I would let stay at my house, Antonio Brown is way down that list.
No, especially after looking. I know, honestly, not to get anybody's personal business, but after the allegations of what Antonio Brown had done in houses before, yeah, I don't think you should be inviting him in to stay with your family.
Tossing furniture off of balconies and things like that.
Or just like the allegations from his old personal trainer there.
Oh, yeah.
Just bad stuff, man.
Bad stuff.
You're not a court of law, dude. You don't have to assume innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, man.
You just don't invite him to stay at your house with your hot wife.
That's it. Unsupervised, possibly at times. What else we got from Josh Allen here and Stefon Diggs?
This was Josh Allen on what he learned from Stefon Diggs.
What would you say are some of the things that you learned from his time here with you?
Well, again, I think the concepts that we were able to put in, the concepts that we were able to run with him, his mentality, the way that he attacked each and every practice, was very infectious, especially for the young guys seeing that. So that's what I would say.
Okay, I liked hearing that.
Yeah, the part about him attacking practice, I think I liked it because it drives home a point that I've tried to make, which is nobody has ever complained about Stefon Diggs' work ethic. Right. That hasn't been the issue.
Yep.
So I think that sometimes people hear a couple bad things about a player, and then you would just assume like every bad character trait must be there. He is that classic guy that, people try to excuse some of the outbursts as saying, well, he's just super competitive or he just wants it all. Travis Kelce. Assaulting Andy Reid, the elderly Andy Reid on the sideline. Well, he just, he's fiery. He wants to win.
Yep.
But yeah, that part of Stefon Diggs is not an issue or in doubt at all. It's like he's not going to be. I don't think he's not a guy that demands vet treatment and only wants to practice on Friday or anything like that.
Yeah, I loved hearing that. He's already working out with some of the young guys. He's already.
Yeah.
If you're worried about Stefon Diggs infecting the young players in the receiver room and the franchise quarterback, well, your worrying has already begun because he's working out with them in California. He's hanging out with them. He was hanging out with Tank Dell when Stefon Diggs came in for the Travis Scott softball game.
They might get infected with a burning desire to practice harder.
That's
right.
If you're going to get infected with
if you're
something
going to get a burning
burns,
sensation from an infection, have it be burning within you to achieve.
Absolutely,
yes.
Absolutely. We got more from old Josh Allen here, Seth.
Oh God, so much.
Give me more.
They asked so many questions, Sean. Okay, on what he learned.
You said they asked 9 Stefon Diggs questions in this press conference?
9. Yes. 9 Stefon Diggs questions. And Josh Allen, to his credit, just never looked frustrated or aggravated or hey, can we move along here? Yeah. Josh Allen on what he learned about managing relationships from his time with Stefon Diggs.
I feel like I'm one of the guys, and sometimes I have to remind myself that, you're looked at a little bit differently. Guys are relying on you a little bit more and understanding that. And again, but trusting coaching staff, trusting your teammates around you, and having that type of humility where it's like you're able to say when and where you're wrong. And I think that's, what we've learned over the last few years, not just with him, but with other receivers and with other players as well. Everybody's got a different type of relationships. Everybody has something different that makes them tick.
It's going to be real interesting watching them operate with, I don't know who, Curtis Samuel as their most accomplished wide receiver right now. It'll be, Josh Allen is probably not going to show cracks in the armor or anything like that if he's frustrated or if they're not able to operate at the same level they did with Diggs on the team. Because even though Diggs' stats were down in the second half of the season, I got to believe his mere presence on the field was a big reason why they were winning football games and still, and scoring more points and moving the football.
He was still attracting attention.
Yeah.
And he was still getting, they were doing a lot more dinking and dunking with him and then taking selective deep shots. And he was getting open. It's just that Josh Allen, like he sometimes does, just isn't always that accurate with the football.
Mm-hmm.
And then Stefon Diggs had everything was off. Stefon Diggs had drops. I think the biggest thing there, though, too, is just to kind of I think there's where some relationships just run their course. Josh Allen there is talking about realizing, I got to act more like an adult now, and I guess I got to take accountability for when I'm wrong.
Yeah.
All of this stuff that honestly it's exactly how it looked from the outside. Is it you have this young immature quarterback that needs refinement and probably has never even really thought of himself as a leader. Then all of a sudden Stefon Diggs comes in and supercharges everything. And yet Josh Allen is still there's been a little bit of an arrested development with him with both his actual process as a quarterback and then I think his role as a leader. This is stuff that CJ all handled in college.
Yep.
And got and thought about and focused on and understood immediately in college, like, okay, I'm not one of the guys anymore when it comes to how much people depend on me and how I need to be with the relationships. So it's going to be a completely different relationship with CJ than it was with Josh.
I 100% agree. I felt that to begin with. Those clips we just played, I feel a little bit better about the trade. I already felt good about the trade. Because the expectation that I have for Stefon Diggs is not the same one Buffalo had 4 years ago when they traded for him. They were trading for a guy who's going to be a number one wide receiver for them through the prime years of his career and be with Josh Allen for a long, long time. It didn't work out that way. I'd sign up for one really good year out of Stefon Diggs. And then if he moves on, he moves on. Like, that's where I'm at with it.
Well, and it did work. It worked for 3 years. It worked up until the playoffs of the third year when things at least outwardly bubbled over, It was. I think people don't realize that Stefon Diggs was there for 4 years. That COVID year kind of gets just thrown out in the wash in our minds. Like, he was there a long time before things got bad.
Yep, and he was great in that COVID year. He was all pro in that. It was his first year there. He was phenomenal there. And I think the thing that made me feel even better about the deal was the part that I know perked your ears up to about Stefon Diggs, the way he attacks practice, the way he sets an example for the younger guys. Josh Allen didn't have to say that. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't have to say that in that answer. He volunteered that. And but the question wasn't what are Stefon Diggs' practice qualities like. It was what did you learn from him?
Right, and that's kind of why I wanted to listen to the press conference, was that I knew that Josh Allen was going to handle it diplomatically. But when you choose to compliment things that can be genuine compliments, what do you choose? And it was I found that interesting that that's what he chose.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we head into the final segment. 22 minutes till the top of the hour. The big uniform release for the Texans. The McNairs will be in studio at 11 a.m. with John and Landry. Up next, one of my favorite players in this draft who could be there when the Texans pick at 42 did an interview. Have the Texans been doing due diligence on this guy? This is just a guy whose voice I want to hear, if I'm being honest. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Hey, owning property comes with a whole bunch of challenges, some of them unanticipated.
qualifying entries.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big shout out and credit to John Crumpler, who covers the Texans for USA Today for Texans Wire. He's a good Twitter follow too. Give him a follow there. But he's had a few draft prospects on via Zoom on his podcast. He's done a nice job this draft season.
He's done some good interviews in general because he's had I think he had J.J. Watt not too long ago on there also. So yeah. Good follow on social media.
Yep, very good. He had possibly my favorite player in that late first through the second round part of the draft.
Yeah.
That would be Xavier Legette, the wide receiver out of South Carolina. And, I like him as a player. I know he's a late bloomer. Had a big season with Spencer Rattler this past year. Prior to that, he had not done much. So it's a big question. Is he a one-year wonder, that kind of thing? This I know. I love his voice. We're going to hear from Xavier Legette with Crumpler in just a second. But just to refresh everybody's memory, this was Xavier Legette when he was asked about what's your strength as a wide receiver a few weeks ago?
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I get the ball in my hand, I could get it to that end zone.
I mean,
yeah, he's very country.
He's the best.
He's very country, and he's it's a weird story. He went 4 years because he's got that COVID year with hardly any production at all. And then all of a sudden this year just blew the roof off in terms of production. He's had Spencer Rattler, I think, made a big difference. Rattler's been there 2 years too. It was this year that Leggett really just went crazy and was all over the place. His highlights are impressive because he's a big dude that can run, and when he gets out in the open field, he looks damn near unstoppable at times. So yeah, a lot of intrigue about him. Just like trying to figure out was this a one-year wonder type of scenario? Was it just the system and Rattler, or is he the real deal? But probably going to go in the second or third round.
Yeah, he actually told Crumpler yesterday. I don't have this audio here. He told Crumpler yesterday. This is what made the most news. We're going to get to the Texans part of this here, but he said that basically the Carolina Panthers have made him a promise that if he's there in the early part of the second round, they're taking him. Which,
oh, really?
Yeah, look, that's tricky for teams to do because you never know who's going to slip down the draft board and then they break their promise to him. Whatever, it's business. But he's from that part of the country. He played at South Carolina. He's from there. I would imagine he would be, certainly somebody Bryce Young could use. Here was Xavier Legette. John Crumpler asked him, have you talked to the Texans? Have the Texans done any due diligence on you?
Have you met with the Houston Texans at all during this process?
They were my first visit.
Okay. And so how was that visit, and what would it be like to play with a quarterback like C.J. Stroud as a rookie?
Man, playing with C.J. Stroud, man, that's almost just as bad as playing with Pat Mahomes. Man. C.J. Stroud, he's young in his league, so man, he did a great job this rookie season. And just if I'm blessed enough to go there and just be able to grow with him, we can do some damage in the league.
Good. I'm glad he kept it. I started it after the Senior Bowl. The interview we played was from the Senior Bowl. Right. He got a whole lot of attention for just having such a country accent, and I felt like in some of the subsequent interviews that he tried to he tried to make his accent more boring. And I don't know if maybe he's still doing that in press conferences, but at least when he was one-on-one with John Crumpler, it sounds like he felt more comfortable being himself.
Yeah, good credit to Crumpler there, man, getting the best version of Xavier Legette in the interview. Now, how about like one of these young receivers saying getting drafted to the Texans to play with C.J. Stroud would be like going to play with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nice compliment.
Right. I guess you know what they could have. I don't know if John asked him this or not. I didn't watch the whole interview, but was like, okay, that'd be like going to play for Pat Mahomes. But here's the thing. Pat Mahomes doesn't it's a winnable competition at wide receiver in Kansas City.
Yeah.
They don't have a whole bunch of good wide receivers as of these last couple of years. You come to Houston, you're not going to win a competition your rookie year. Like those spots are all taken up, and that's where I do wonder. I'd be really surprised if the Texans take a wide receiver in the second round, just because there's no room for necessarily development unless somebody gets injured. You'd also be closing the door likely on John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah.
So I think if they're going to go for upside, I feel like it might be like any one of these. There's just so many wide receivers.
There are.
That if they fall into the third or fourth round, then that might be where it would be. I'll just be surprised if they do it in the second round.
Now that you bring that up, though, I do remember Nick in his press conference last week, his pre-draft press conference, and he was asked about this, and he said there are some prospects that you look at in the draft, and I'm totally paraphrasing here, obviously, but going in, we're not drafting that guy to help us this season, and that's the balancing act you've got to have. We're drafting him. If you're going to draft a wide receiver, and I don't know that he's going to be there at 42, from everything I'm seeing, and especially the Carolina Panthers promised him at 33 they'd take him, then he won't be there. But he may be the perfect wide receiver to take, given that you've got three guys. I mean, this will give him an opportunity to really kind of, develop. You're not throwing him into the fire early here. I didn't watch a ton of South Carolina football this year, Seth, but the back of the football card, I know everybody hates the back of the card, but the back of the football card would indicate to me this is somebody who's probably still pretty raw if he's just bursting onto the scene that 1 year at the end. And you've probably watched more of him than I have. I just feel like if that's the case, then, that might be a decent wide receiver. Now, 42 is I'd rather they get somebody who contributes at that spot, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and I think that, again, when you talk about guys that you might not expect to contribute in year one, that tends to be the guys that are slipping out of the top couple of rounds. Yes. Like you usually, that's one of the things that gets guys drafted higher is if it feels like he can pay immediate dividends. So the wide receiver spot, more than anything, what we'll learn is, okay, if they draft a guy in the top 3 rounds, you feel like they just really, okay, why are they not expecting Mitchell to be the guy that's going to be the next,
Mechie.
I was looking at Adonai Mitchell. Mechie to be the guy that ends up, stepping up in another year or two, or Xavier Hutchinson.
You know what that is? It means they don't trust C.J. Stroud's scouting skills, because C.J. went out of his way last week in his press conference to praise John Mechie, even in questions that weren't even about Mechie. He praised him in 3 straight questions, only one of which was about John Mechie. So if they're doing that, then it's like, we trust you throwing the football, CJ, not picking players, okay?
No, I think CJ, CJ is always going to have the receivers who are on their team. He's going to have their backs.
For sure.
I don't think that necessarily, CJ doesn't have to interpret it that way. I suppose. We've already got the myth out there that he told the Texans to draft Tank Dell.
I like that myth.
I know, it's just such a stupid myth that's been it's taken as fact outside of Houston.
Oh yeah,
it's just people remember the story that he told them to draft, because remember that was one of the last vestiges of same old stupid Texans, because the story was they drafted C.J. Stroud, and then C.J. Stroud said, hey Nick, go draft this guy. And people said, stupid Texans, just doing everything backwards. I'm
going to pull this audio later, probably for draft day, just to kind of reminisce about a year ago, about that fateful night where they got C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. But the Texans posted the Caserio, D'Amico, Cal phone calls to C.J., to Will Anderson, and to Tank Dell.
Yeah.
And the Tank one is the best because it's just D'Amico. It's the shortest of the 3. Third round. I don't know if Cal may not be in the war room in the 3rd round, but the first 2 picks, obviously, supremely important. So we're watching GM, head coach, owner. The one for Tank is the best because D'Amico gets on the phone, says, hey, my man, how we doing? And Tank just goes, it's on, coach. It's on. It's on. We got to play that. It's so good. My son sent it to me. I love Tank Dell. Tank Dell is just the best, and he is. It's on, coach. But that's how D'Amico talks about him. Tank Dell walks around like he's got a chip on his shoulder all the time,
If there's ever any other big moments in my life where I get inducted into something or get invited to join some Illuminati club or something, it's going to be disappointing for the people that want to tell me, because I will not be answering the phone. You got big news to tell me, you go ahead and text me or email me.
Yeah.
I will not be having a voice conversation.
Or no, you're calling at such and such a time, and then I know to pick up.
Even then, good chance I'm not going to pick up the phone.
Yeah.
I try like hell to never talk on the telephone. So if I were getting drafted this year, I would have a strict no telephone call policy.
You and I have been doing this show together. We're coming up on 5 years in July. I think you and I have talked on the phone during that time, maybe 3 times, maybe 3.
It was probably with Armin. our old boss.
I'm not counting those. I'm not counting those. Yeah, I was more counting those. But it was just you one-on-one conversations, and it's usually when one of us has like something juicy to tell the other one. You know what I mean? Like that's
that you don't want a record of. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, so we're 4 minutes and 30 seconds away.
The only time y'all talk is walking down the street outside of a diner.
Big reveal. Yeah, on opposite sides of the street.
Yeah.
For culpable deniability. Yeah.
Or just because it's COVID. Remember the story of Bill O'Brien and Jackie?
Oh, yeah.
Screaming back and forth at each other across
going on the walks.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
We go on walks together.
Those are happy times, man, I tell you.
Oh, God, I forgot about the walks. Good Lord. That was supposed to be so encouraging.
Yeah.
They walked through the neighborhood together. This is not oversold. That was really a sales pitch.
Oh, yeah.
They used to go on walks together in the neighborhood.
Think of the horrible ideas that got hatched on those walks. Think of just somewhat the conversations had to sound like.
And the funniest thing was that Jack was so obsessed because this was when he actually did the press conference. He actually goes, and we walked through the neighborhood and we maintain our social distance too.
Yeah.
Give a rat's ass if you have a social distance.
Good job, Jack.
Hey, Bill, do you ever feel like you could climb up on that building and jump off it and fly? And Bill was like, what, you think I'm scared to? I'll do it. I know you can, Bill. I know you could do it, but let's just wait. Let's wait.
I need the basement. I need security video from Bill O'Brien's neighborhood of the two of them hatching the Eric Murray signing or the Randall Cobb contract. Like, when was this a good idea?
Oh man.
How you guys doing?
Great.
Uniform reveal coming up in about 3 minutes here.
It's out there now.
Big
man.
anticipation.
Like, let's be serious. Someone just put out like pictures of the merch store and everything. Like this.
Oh,
this
really?
Is,
but the video comes out in 3 minutes.
Oh,
correct.
Oh, yeah.
Team
I'm
video.
intrigued by the videos.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there's
Not to be
an
mistaken
alternate
with the 7 last week.
Were there videos leaked last week?
Nah, there was just like a 15-minute video, and then they dropped like 6 one-minute videos within the same hour and a half. It was a lot.
Yeah. Do you think it'll be better, worse, or about the same as the Broncos video yesterday?
That was good video.
You liked it? Okay.
Yeah, that was
a good video.
Yeah, it took them a little while to get to the point. You know, I'm like, can we move along?
I actually skipped ahead. I thought it was pretty cool, then I skipped ahead on the video.
It was taking a long time to get
let's
there.
just see these suckers.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Us young kids these days, we got short attention spans, you know?
I thought it was incredibly tasteless given that O.J. Simpson just died, that they did a tribute to O.J. Simpson in a Bronco chase. It was like, that was clearly... I'm watching a Bronco racing along the highway all by itself. Like, this is an O.J. Simpson tribute.
Oh, I didn't either. That's okay.
Good catch by you.
Okay, that's a nice Easter egg right there.
That's a good ass catch by you, my friend.
I like that a lot. So Cal and Hannah coming in studio.
Yes, they are.
How do we expect that conversation to go with you two near?
Lopez is going to be giggly and happy to be around rich people. He's going to giggle even more than usual.
What the
John?
hell he's talking about?
John,
you know, I'm almost...
It's basically going to be like a laugh track of an 80s sitcom.
Okay.
I think you both realize I've kind of just become numb to it all.
I can tell.
Just like, he's taking another unfair shot that has nothing to do with nothing.
Do they, no, in all seriousness, do they have any beef with you guys right now?
I don't think so.
No, I think they like mixing it up with us.
They do.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
They like the fact that we will tell them certain things that maybe are a little bit unfiltered, and they unfilter back.
Yeah. No, I mean, and they if anyone's looked good in this, it's them. I just remember a year ago. I even remember, we can go back a year ago when they were working the rounds at the draft party, and it was kind of like, okay, it's nice of them to do that, but they weren't really, I mean, they were there.
No.
And people were happy-ish to see them, but I think if you look at if there was like a draft party like there was last year and they were working the room last year like they were this year, I think their hard work has paid off, and I think they've done a good job of making people feel pretty good about how things are.
Has dropped.
Okay, it's out there now.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that makes sense.
We got the unis, baby.
The unis are out. All right, we won't even count down. All right, we'll let you guys dig into that. Seth, antibodies and new uniforms to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a Bronco chase to you.
Thank you.
But for good reason.
Yeah, a pleasant Bronco chase for sure. All right, we are done. The uniforms are out. Cal and Hannah McNair in studio with the fellas at 11 a.m. today. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right. The uniforms are out. We have uniforms.
Are you going to downplay? Let's stop. Are you going to all of a sudden hike your leg and poo-poo because you're bored already with all the uniform talk?
No, I'm actually disappointed in you because I didn't know you were gonna turn into a boomer wine fest.
Oh, so you are.
That's what I'm upset with. But
so
no,
you are going to do that.
I'm happy they have new uniforms. I'm very happy that they have new uniforms. They're finally here, man.
My opinion that we will get to later has nothing to do with being a boomer or whining.
Oh, it does.
It does not.
Oh.
It absolutely does not. It has to do with one of the biggest reasons that people are going to react a certain way to these uniforms. Has nothing to do with the past. and I'm going to be adamant about that. It has nothing to do with boomers or the Oilers or anything. It has something to do with a raw emotion as old as time and is still very prevalent right now. Pettiness.
Over 20 years ago, the Houston Texans came to town. They haven't changed uniforms since. Today, they finally changed the uniforms. It wasn't the smoothest process to get here. I'm not going to lie to you folks. Yeah. They announced that they were going to change the uniforms. Then they took about 49 trillion surveys, multiple leaks, hope that perhaps Columbia Blue would return. And now we have uniforms, John Lopez. The uniforms are out. The Houston Texans have just put it out on their social medias. Let's react with you, the Loopholes. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one, to these uniforms. John Lopez, started off with your overall thoughts. There are four. There is a home. There is an away. We've already seen the away. It's the white. And then there are two alternates, one red and one a number of colors.
All right, let me go through what they have released so far. Just so people who do not have access right now. Their first release was 3 minutes ago, built to be bold, hashtag H-Town made, and it was sort of the shadowy, dark, smoky kind of, we all know, we've seen those types of videos before, of just a glimpse of starting out with the road uniform, which was the one that was leaked.
The white one.
The white one, and it's Christian Harris, and it's, I'm trying to say, Tank Dell is on there. A couple of others. So it's very, very much sort of just like a hint at everything that they're doing. And at the very end, they show some of the red uniform, which is going to be the alternate red. And then they have another video they dropped, very much Texas thematic, the Texas theme with bulls and cowboys and ranches.
So what do you think of the uniforms,
and
John?
I'm going to get to that. And then they show all the other uniforms and the logo, etc. Cal McNair with the hat, all that stuff.
There we go.
Then they drop a logo, a picture of all the uniforms on one logo. I'm sorry, Landry. What do you want me to do?
I want you to tell me what you think of the uniforms.
I'm going to tell you what I think of the uniforms.
I want to just sit here and watch the video and break it down.
Well,
tell me what you think of the uniforms.
We've been waiting for months to hear what John Lopez got to say.
Well, hold on. He wants to summarize videos.
There are people who don't have access to what
Come
we're
on,
seeing.
Man. Tell the people what you think of the uniforms. That's what we're here for.
Let me explain.
Do you like it or not?
I will. I will tell you. It's 10:03 for God's sake.
Tell the people. It just dropped. We've been teasing this for a minute.
All right. So then describe the uniforms then, because they have dropped the images.
Look,
then I'll tell you what I think.
I'll start with the uniforms. I think the white uniforms are the best ones. I think the white uniforms are going to be classics. We've seen Tank Dell in them. We've seen Nico Collins in them. I think when it comes to this era of Houston Texans football, big games are won on the road. Players tend to make white uniforms look great. I think they look great on the players. I think when it comes to big-ass games, whether it's going to Kansas City, whether it's going to Baltimore, the Texans in those white uniforms, I think that is going to be perhaps the uniform of this era. That is going to be the one that we remember. That is going to be the one we look back on fondly. The alternates, I think it leaves the possibility open for a lot of merchandise. Now, I look at these. The red ones are pretty loud. The other alternates, there's a lot going on there. I'm going to have to see what they look like on the field before I say what exactly I think of those. I hope perhaps they wear those at home a little bit, because I think the home uniforms, sorry, they stink. The home uniforms are a downgrade. They drop the ball significantly. You can't tell whether they're black or blue. So I think they went 3 out of 4, but I think when it comes to the home uniforms, I think they dropped the ball.
All right, so the biggest differences in these uniforms. The red uniform, the alternate red, has like a horn kind of on the helmet. The outline, the image of a horn on the helmet. And then the alternate blues, the one that was released, has that sort of old English H on it. But here's what I think about the uniforms. I will tell you right now as people are forming their own opinions. If you look at the picture of what the Texans tweeted out, all the uniforms, there is one thing significantly missing, right?
Want to elaborate?
There is one thing that people, including the Texans, seem to be very adamant about that's missing. The only H-Town blue, outside of a little bit of piping and something very bizarre that we're going to get to here in a minute, where they actually put a little bit more of the H-Town blue. The only place where the H-Town blue is prevalent is on the alternate home blue uniform. So here's my reaction. You want my reaction on these uniforms? No matter what you talk about with these uniforms, they're very good. They just fell a little bit short. Is what I would say. They fell overall a little bit short. Now, am I being unfair? Maybe, but I'm with you. The home uniform, you can't really tell the difference.
Downgrade.
You can't really tell the difference between the home uniform they had and the one now.
Except that you wonder, is that black? Oh,
exactly.
It's a different blue. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not the home uniforms. They missed the boat. That was a big miss by them. The homes.
Road uniforms are cool. Good job. Can't really say a whole lot bad about that. The alternates, the blue alternate, really is probably my favorite of the bunch. I like the design, the mix of the blue and the H-Town blue on the helmet and the dark blue and then the red on the jersey. But it's not it's not what people were really expecting in terms of the dominant color, and that's what I'm saying. Then the red uniforms.
I don't know. I always thought that, just talking to old school Texans fans. Go ahead, real quick.
And then the red uniforms. Frankly, outside of the helmet, not that different from the red uniforms they already had.
And I always thought that was a mixed review. I think that even traditional old school Texans fans, I think that was like a clean split where 50% hated all red, 50% loved all red.
Yeah.
I didn't think that there was a craving for all red as much. I almost would have liked to see the red pants with like a white jersey or something like that. But I think that these alternates, there's a lot of potential. Even in the picture, you see Tank Dell. Mm-hmm. He's wearing a red undershirt underneath the alternates. So I think
and the
that's
H-Town blue gloves, but that's not part of the uniform.
And he's got H-Town blue shoes. So I think that there's a lot of possibilities there. I think they can make them look good. But these home uniforms, man, those are.
So here's why, Figgy, I want to get your opinion on this too, because you've been in on this, but why I think they're good.
And he's got the most style, let's be honest.
Let's be honest. Well, why I think they're good, but they fell a little bit short. They fell short for anyone who was expecting H-Town blue. They fell short.
Yeah.
They fell short for anyone that was expecting a white helmet. That was also talked about. And they fell short in the sense of what the traditional uniform that we've had for 22 years really looks like. It's pretty much the same. Even the road outside of the shoulder piping is kind of the same.
Yeah, it's a little more icy.
A little icy.
It's a little more icy. Figgy, your thoughts on the four unis?
Yeah, so the home and away, I think to me they kind of look a little similar. I know the blue is a little darker, closer to black, but I think they kind of look a little similar outside of the numbers and the stripes on the side and stuff like that. My favorite is the alternate, the one with the H on the helmet.
Yeah.
I think, to me, I like that they stepped outside of their box.
Yes.
They didn't keep it just traditional. I like that they have that as the alternate. It's not like a uniform you'll wear every game, but it's just something a little different they can wear twice a year.
Yeah, the merchandise possibilities are through the roof. I do think that. You did mention, J-Lo. You did mention. There was a lot of hope. And it wasn't pulled out of nowhere. There was a lot of
it was them.
talk. I mean, there was talk right here on this show about H-Town Blue. H-Town Blue, H-Town Blue, H-Town Blue. There was merch dropped. Hell, they dropped a video last week where there was in the background a full H-Town Blue jersey that had a lot of people excited. I think Tyler Milner's in there crying right now because there's not a full Oilers uniform. I think he wanted to wear them all wear white shoes like Billy White Shoes Johnson or something like that. So there was no H-Town Blue. How do you think people will handle that?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how they do, but I don't think it's going to – I think a lot of people are going to realize that they kind of fell short of what the expectation, the promise was that doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad. I think they're good uniforms, but they're not going to be like, oh my gosh, really wowing people with that color and other things. I also feel like the Texans' new uniforms gave us hints that they really, really wanted that H-Town blue in it, but they couldn't use it as the dominant color because of a certain conniving shrew in Nashville.
But we knew that.
Yeah, but they gave us hints.
But we knew that.
You may not see this yet.
Oh, God.
You may not know this yet.
I actually think this is the most pitiful thing about the uniforms.
It might be.
I think this as a sales pitch is the most pitiful thing about the uniforms.
When you look at the new uniforms and you're going to say, like the regular home uniforms, keep in mind the alternates you can only use two times, right? The home uniform, you're like, well, that doesn't look much different. Where's the H-Town blue? Well, you know, on the inside of your collar, you can see me doing this on YouTube and Twitch. The inside of your collar where it says, like, in most of my shirts say Columbia or Polo or whatever your favorite shirt is, you know, where it says XXL, that's going to have a little H-Town logo in H-Town blue. Inside the jersey that no one will ever be able to see.
Yeah. What do you think? How does that make you feel?
Again, they fell a little short. But here's the thing. All right, so people are like, are you going to talk like this in front of Cal and Hannah? Yes. I mean, we're going to tell them what we think, but I don't blame them. It's Amy Adams Strunk.
I think that we already knew that they weren't going to be able to get this H-Town blue. They said they talked to 10,000 people. John McClain said Amy Adams wasn't going to let that happen.
No.
So the fact that they talked about it as much as they did, it should be no surprise that you weren't able to get full H-Town blue. So I do blame them. I don't blame Amy Adams because this was common knowledge it wasn't going to happen. I'm happy. I don't want like resemblance of Oilers uniforms. I'm actually okay with it, but I do think that the promise was pushed as far as it could, and it's easy to sit there and point at the stanky one, Amy Adams stank, and everything that she stands for, but They should have known this, especially. I mean, you put in all these research and stuff. You knew that you weren't going to get the H-Town blue.
But did they always know that?
They should have.
Because maybe they should have. But see, I think that they went into it thinking, well, it's just a color. It's a similar color. It's a Houston color that has been around since like the 1930s. How could anyone say, well, we can't use this color? So I think what the compromise was is, and I'm going to ask them. I mean, they could say, get lost. Was there a compromise with the H-Town blue? Because the fact that it's on the inside of the back of the collar and that's it, like you can't even see it unless guys are running around holding the back of their jersey open. And the fact that it's very lightly done on the alternate uniforms tells me they wanted it. They wanted it to be a part of the uniform, but they had to compromise because Amy Adams said, no, you can't have it as a dominant color. So they got it in there, but it's just more of a compromise. And then the other good thing, and we've talked about this all week, you can have that color jersey in the store. In fact, it's probably there right now.
Yeah.
You can have T-shirts.
Man, there's a big-ass line for the merch.
Was there?
Big-ass line for the merch. They're going to sell out today.
Yeah.
They're going to sell out. The party's going to be sick, too, 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be nice. Figgy, you're more stylish than all of us, man.
Appreciate that.
What do you think about these uniforms? I don't think that's too much of a compliment. I think some things don't even need to be said. But what are your thoughts on the H-Town blue, the lack of H-Town blue?
I'm actually okay with. I think it's a blessing in disguise, man. I think it's just the right amount of blue you need. I think with the home and away jerseys, I think a lot of people didn't want a big change with that. I know it's some people that did, but I felt like they didn't want to change too much into the home and away jerseys, and I think they tried to get a little creative with the alternates. And honestly, I think that's the right amount of H-Town blue, man. I don't need a whole uniform of H-Town blue. I think it's perfect.
One thing about that alternate uniform that you're talking about, the darker blue with the H-Town logo, kind of looks like a Titans jersey, like a Titans uniform.
That's what some people are saying.
Yeah.
Some people are saying.
If I had to change something to that one, I wish it wasn't dark blue. I wish they could have went with the white.
Yeah, white.
I think white would have looked super.
I think all white would have been nice.
That would have been dope.
Just that being all white, little white out action. Kind of maybe even like stick out that blue a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting. The reaction, I think, is for the most positive.
We'll see. Yeah,
I would say for the most.
It's a lot of positive comments on the Sports Radio System YouTube channel.
Yeah, there are some there are some positives. It seems like people are liking Peace Dog says Oilers are loser colors, so he didn't want the Oilers. We tip our hats to others. There's other stuff. So yeah, there's it's mixed, and that's what it should be. It should be mixed.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to see what the fans thought, because we can have our opinions, and like I said, they're good. I like them. I just felt I was a little bit short. I think some people are going to feel like they fell a little bit short with what was promised and talked about. Is all.
Yeah, as far as the blue.
Yeah,
some people might be relieved.
Yeah,
some people might be relieved.
I think it's a blessing in disguise, man. Because I like the color, the actual color, but let's be real, man. Those colors are bad luck.
713-572-4610. If you want to get in, give your take about the uniforms. Cal McNair, Hannah McNair. They're going to join us in the 11 a.m. hour. The Texans have dropped uniforms. Texans 2 sleeps away from the draft. We have Clint Stoerner's take. He's a huge uniform guy. Clint Stoerner, at Clint Stoerner on Twitter. He's going to follow us at 2 o'clock, as he always does with Ron Hughley. He says the red uni is fire. The alternate is H-Town through and through. The away whites are simple but super clean. The home is traditional Texan, stays true to the OG uni. So he likes it. So he said that Dougie V showed out. So there you go. Clint Stoerner, big fan. I think that's 4 thumbs up right there.
Yeah, that's all 4.
Oh, there you all 4.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of the homes. I like the other 3. I think the roads are going to end up being the best. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. More to react to when it comes to these Texans uniforms, and also just to look at the biggest change. We know this is a once in the history of the franchise change, but there's an even bigger change going on that's going to play out right in front of your eyes. Don't go anywhere. In the Loop continues on Uniform Unveiling Day next.
I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, the uniforms are out. Pictures are coming through fast and furious. Tank Dell, man, I got to tell you, the alternate, he knows how to accessorize. He's got the Columbia blue, H-Town blue, whatever you want to call it, gloves and shoes. Got the red socks. The uniforms, I think people are fans. People are excited. It's something new. They definitely needed something new. There's no doubt. The critics will be coming out. The Texans are I think the Texans fan base is kind of rallying together. They're glad there was actually a change. The other fan bases, the Titans fan base, they're going to come out and it's going to be just a complete
it's about to be a war
back and forth.
It's about to be a war on social media.
My biggest complaint, I do not like the homes. They look borderline black. It's a different shade of blue. I'm not big on the homes. I also would have liked to have seen perhaps the red helmet as the main helmet, although I know that some people probably wouldn't like that. And maybe even a white helmet being thrown into the mix as the third. But other than that, I think it's been successful. I do think the merchandise, I mean, the days of just the generic Texans logo on the cap and you trying to make something of that, I think those are gone. I also think that since the NFL doesn't sanction all merch, there's going to be some even better opportunities for merch, because that's one of the things that Doug has done a really good job of.
Here's where this would be my one criticism, and I don't know what factors went into this. I'm with you on the home jersey. I think a lot of people are going to be somewhat disappointed that the alternate blue, which I loved from the first day. I told you and Figgy on the way out, that's my favorite one right there. With the one with the H logo and all that stuff. Why couldn't that have been the everyday home and the alternate, like an old school throwback of the regular home?
Yeah,
because a lot of teams do that. Like they'll throw their older uniform.
Man, if you were rocking those at home, those
every
alternates,
game. If you could make that alternate I'm going to ask Cal and Hannah about that too, if that was discussed. If you could have made that alternate home the every game home.
Yeah.
That would have been pretty sweet.
I think the issue is I think a lot of people like the regular uniform, so they didn't want to tick off a lot of people. I think so. I ain't see too many people complaining.
I don't know.
The only complaint I keep seeing is I want more of the H-Town blue. But I think a lot of people like the regular
But on
uniform.
the shoulder, if you look on the shoulder of the alternate home, it's the old logo. It's the Texans Bull logo on their shoulders with the H on the helmet. I think if that was the everyday home, and I like them. I think it was a good job, but I'd have been even more excited.
CJ, what's up? What do you think of the uniforms?
Yeah, man. As a Houston guy, I love the fact that they tried to get the blue in there, but I feel like they kind of went about it the wrong way. I understand that with the Titans that they had to probably fight to get that, but they should have, if they were going to do it that way, then they should have put the H-Town blue and the red. That would have been a way to infuse the Texans battle red with the H-Town blue. I think that would have brought it together a lot more, and you have it in two uniforms, not just one, because it looks like a little bit like they were kind of timid to do it.
Yeah,
exactly.
I like
the
that
red
idea.
would have popped. The red would have popped with the baby blue, with the H-Town blue, man. It would have looked perfect, and you have it in two uniforms, and then it would have been a merger of Texans and Oilers fans together, because the Texans started battle red, and we all know H-Town blue is our color. So it would have infused it better, and I would have felt like we stood on something rather than we kind of just took what we could get and just ran with that one. And they should have made it all black. If they were going to do that, they should have went on ahead and did matte black instead of this dark blue. But outside of that, I love it. I'm still going to give me a CJ jersey. I'm still going to get a Tank Dell jersey, and I can't wait for this team to get on the field.
All right, there you go. There you go.
I don't know about that matte black, but
yeah.
No, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
but
although it does look kind of black.
It do.
We're being honest.
It does. But a little bit. And as much as I wanted them to have that alternate H-Town blue jersey, just as a tribute, as a throwback. And by the way, that's certainly not a Boomer thing, because they wanted it. The Texans wanted it.
Did they?
Yes, we know that.
But do we know that, or did they they know they couldn't get it?
We
did they
that.
know they couldn't get it, but just wanted to make it look like they got it? Because if you would have talked to John McClain told you there was no chance. He literally said it in the meeting.
I know, but from what we were told, the Texans wanted that. So it's a matter of like just a tribute to Houston, and that color is not just Oilers; it's Houston. But anyway, put that aside. As much as I wanted all that, a little bit of that same H-Town blue.
I actually think it's the perfect amount when you look at it.
No, I'm saying on the other jerseys.
When you see the angles, I actually think it's like the perfect amount. When you see the one that the Houston Texans put out, I think it's like a really, really nice amount of H-Town blue. And then you factor in the gloves and you factor in the cleats. You got Jimmy Ward and you got Tank Dell catching the rock. I mean, it's pretty nice. Yeah, that is Jimmy Ward, right? Yeah, I guess they took these earlier. That's definitely not Stefon.
I don't
Diggs.
know. I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
I was looking.
I couldn't think
tell.
that's Stefon Diggs. I'm pretty sure that's Jimmy Ward.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's actually the nice amount of the blue right there. I actually think they might have hit that.
So are you with me now? The moment I saw this uniform, it was my favorite.
Mine is the road, because I think the road is going to end up being the legendary uniform of this era, and I just like the all whites. I like the
going
all
into
white
Kansas
vibe.
City, winning.
You're going on the road. You got the all whites. Your guys are spatted up. They're doing different things. I also think, like, as far as buying a jersey, the white jersey, there's just so much more you can do with it. So I like the all whites. I like the alternates. I don't know how I feel about the red on red. I actually thought that was kind of a polarizing topic among old school Texans fans. They called them the ketchups. Do you like the ketchup uniforms?
I just, even now as I'm looking with actual players, not out of shape models in them, look at Tank Dell right there. Man.
Yeah, look at Tank Dell. Man,
imagine that if that's the
hell is Petrie doing?
If that's the everyday
is that a
home
model?
uniform.
Is that the model? Oh, that's Petrie. My bad. Goodness gracious.
Oh, that's cool.
Come on, man. Look at that. look at the alternate video and tell me that, and then look at Tank Dell rocking the union, and then look at Petrie.
Next to Petrie. He's like, hey, Dad.
But look at the way Tank's rocking it compared to Petrie.
That should have been the uniform. And make the old school one the alternate. People like that. Hey, look, that's the uniform we wore back in the day. You know?
Yeah, I think they did. I think they did an interesting job. I think the most telling thing here right now, and this is the biggest year transformation that we've seen, is, and I remember looking at it like it was yesterday. You know, there's reason for optimism. There's hope. You just hired D'Amico. You're feeling good, but at the end of the day, you don't really have a good football team.
Right.
And Cal and Hannah are grinding their ass off. I mean, they are out there. They're mingling with the people. They show up to the draft party. They're making the rounds at the draft party. They're taking pictures. They're chilling. And that was really, like, if you go back, that was the first real exciting event that the Texans had, I would say, in damn near 3 years.
Yeah.
Because the draft party was full. Everybody was excited. Everybody was pumped. But you still didn't know that you had, like, a real good football team. You just had that little ounce of hope. And in a short time, here we are. You've completely revamped the roster. You've increased the excitement. People are saying things that they haven't said here in a long time. And you've rebranded and created these new uniforms. And now Cal and Hannah, like, I don't even know that they could even walk in the same manner in which they walked in last year.
Yeah.
Because the popularity has increased that much.
Make no mistake, had they done this exact thing, these exact same uniforms 2 years ago, it wouldn't feel quite the same because it was a bad team with bad organization.
Kyle, what's up? What do you think of the unis?
Go.
Hello.
You're too late, buddy. You got to be ready to go.
Ready to
it's
go.
It's your airtime, my friend.
Yeah.
Can't have dead air, brother.
No.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. I am intrigued to hear what Cal and Hannah say about this. You're going to ask them about the blue.
I got a bunch of questions.
You're hanging on to the blue, huh?
Set that aside. We won't even talk about that because you're being weird about it. But anyway, I got a bunch of questions for them. One of which is going to be that alternate uniform thing. I really feel that should be is there still time to change that? It's still time to change that.
You want to change
make that the everyday home. It's a badass uniform.
I think they like the home.
I know they like the home, but you can make that the alternate. You can still use it twice a year.
They love the home, man.
Yeah.
They're really, really, really intrigued by the home.
And of course, I'm going to ask about the model.
Which model?
The one from the reveal. The one that was leaked.
The 4 models?
Of course.
That was for lighting, John.
Yeah, sure it was. And then I'm going to ask them about at what point, this is the key question here, and they're listening right now, I'm sure, as they're driving in. So I'm going to give them a little heads up here. At what point do other owners see what you're working on? I think that's going to be key.
At what point do the other owners get to take a look?
Yeah. Or know what you're doing. That you're going to be changing your uniform.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
And you know what I'm getting at with that.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Coming up, let's localize it. So Zach Wilson got traded for peanuts yesterday. I don't think we realize, with how good the vibes are right now, I don't think we realize how close we could have been to where the Jets were with Zach Wilson. Let's localize it. Cal and Hannah McNair coming up in the next 20 minutes here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Hannah on their way. They'll be here in 20 minutes. I want to touch on one of the big stories in the NFL yesterday, the Zach Wilson trade. Zach Wilson was traded to the Broncos. They swapped 7th and 6th round picks. They also are picking up half the salary, and the number 2 pick in the 2021 draft, I think it's safe to say he's beyond bust territory. It's kind of a disaster. When you have a quarterback you feel as good about as C.J. Stroud, who was the number 2 pick 2 years later, it's very, very easy to kind of point and laugh. But I find myself wondering, how close could the Houston Texans have been to perhaps landing Zach Wilson? And the answer for me is I think it might be closer than we may think. And let's go back in time. January 28th, 2021. Deshaun Watson demands a trade. Deshaun Watson wants out of Houston. You immediately see him kind of plotting to make himself look legendary. I remember Jim Trotter went on Rich Eisen show and said, they're documenting this whole thing. This is going to be revolutionary. Jalen Ramsey, another David Mulligetta client, was saying, this is completely going to change the game. And the Texans were kind of at the mercy of Deshaun Watson. That was one of the first things that Nick Caserio had to speak on. You had a disgruntled quarterback that was trying to force his way out of town. He also had a lot of leverage. And all along the way, you had chatter that Deshaun Watson perhaps wanted to be in Miami, perhaps wanted to be in New York. There were seeds planted that he wanted to be in New York. In fact, here's Craig Carton talking about his interaction with Watson's team and fuel being added to the fire of Deshaun Watson perhaps ending up in New York as quarterback of the Jets.
I know that Deshaun Watson was in New York. My main man, Deshaun Watson's in town. I reached out or connected my tweet to the marketing agent. And I said, go get Deshaun Watson. He's in New York right now. The agent liked the tweet.
So that means Deshaun Watson's coming to the Jets. That confirms it.
That means I'm about to unearth and
get it on. Get me Deshaun.
We will do our part to try to get Deshaun Watson here.
So there you go. And there was all the buzz. And I think this is relevant because, A, it's coming directly from Watson's camp. B, the man that he's referring to, who's also C.J. Stroud's marketing guy, Brian Burney, has New York ties. Deshaun wanted the spotlight, all that type of stuff. And, oh, by the way, the New York Jets had the number 2 overall pick, and Deshaun Watson had a no-trade clause. So the Jets perhaps had the most assets, and they had extra draft equity as well. And Deshaun wanted to be there. Mm-hmm. Then Tony Busby came in. March 16th, 2021. Tony Busby tweets about the first Deshaun Watson accuser. We know that was the first of many. It seemed like there were more Tony Busby accuser drops than No Limit album drops back in the 90s, early 2000s. So you had that happen. It made Deshaun Watson untradeable. Texans weren't going to trade Deshaun Watson. They were going to stand firm. Nick Caserio decided to stand firm. And then on April 29th of 2021, the New York Jets selected Zach Wilson with the number 2 pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. You have to wonder, based on the fact that Watson had the leverage, based on the fact that there was interest in New York, based on the fact that New York had the most draft equity, had the Texans been selecting number 2 overall behind the Jacksonville Jaguars, perhaps they draft Zach Wilson. It wasn't a criticized pick as much as we may have thought. And we got to think they would have perhaps taken a quarterback. So you got to wonder, with all the stuff that happened, with how helpless things appeared where you had to hold on to Deshaun Watson. I saw Zach Wilson trade yesterday. I just kind of wondered, damn, could that have been the Texans?
Yeah, no, I did too. And the most interesting part of all this to me, well, 2 things. The one we've talked about, like just the good fortune. Just the luck, sheer luck of how things broke. But the other thing about this is that had it happened at any point earlier, or later, to be honest, all the Deshaun stuff, that may well have happened. That may well have been something, because Deshaun won it out anyway. Deshaun at the end of that season won it out. So it could well have been the case, and maybe in a weird way, the allegations kind of made it better in the long run for the Texans.
Yeah, it did.
And
sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Then March 18, 2022, Texans trade Deshaun Watson to the Browns. They got those 2 number 1 picks, first-round picks. They make some moves, and then the next year, C.J. Stroud, number 2 overall. I feel good about him. There it goes. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes Drew Bledsoe gets hurt, and you end up having Tom Brady. Sometimes other teams select, 6 quarterbacks ahead of Brady. Sometimes the vibes are good. Sometimes it seems like things just can't go your way. If you look at the last few years, even when things appeared to be at their worst, Texans – perhaps some blessings in disguise. And here's the other crazy thing about it. This is what makes this even more nuts. We're saying this right now. The Jets might actually think that they got blessed because they didn't trade for Deshaun Watson despite what Zach Wilson was.
Oh, like when I was listening to those guys, like, oh, let's go Deshaun Watson. I'm like, do they feel that way now? Do they feel that way now? Does anyone feel that way now about Deshaun Watson? So the Jets might be going, whew, dodged a bullet as well.
My goodness. New uniforms are out. John Lopez, reset your thoughts on the unis before Cal and Hannah McNair come through.
Yeah, I like the uniforms by and large. I feel like you were left a little bit short. They didn't quite, finish the job is the right term. Overall, you just fell a little short. It kind of left you wanting a little more. And let me be more specific with that. A little more with the H-Town blue, which was kind of one of the things that they promised and they wanted. That's one. Maybe even a little more with the home jersey change, becoming an alternate, and the alternates becoming the regular home. I think that would be fire. We're going to ask them about that. And maybe even the white helmet thing. Now, I understand they could maybe use the white helmet, but white helmet was not a predominant part of the new uniforms.
Yeah.
It was good. There's nothing about these uniforms I don't like. If I had to rank them, it'd be alternate blues 1, roads 2, and then tie between the reds and the homes.
Oh, you're tying the homes?
Yeah.
Ooh wee.
Tie between the reds and the homes.
See, the homes are last place for me. And then I would say whites, and then the 2 alternates, although I do want to see what the alternates look like. Tank Dell's given a lot of hope. At the end of the day, I think they have a lot of players who can gear up too. Like
accessorize.
Could you imagine if you took these uniforms and you put it on the 2021 Texans? You imagine that? Davis Mills out there in the what if Davis Mills and Rex Burkhead were modeling these uniforms?
Oh my gosh! I got an email from someone from Saudi Arabia listening to the show, saying had to listen, love the uniforms. How about that?
Okay, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
Okay, you sure that's not spam?
No, it's someone I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a split. I don't think too many people are upset. I'm not sensing there's as much upset people with the lack of Columbia Blue as I
What's the
anticipated.
ratio you see right now so far?
Based on the YouTube, and by the way, Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, you can watch them on YouTube. Go to Sports Radio 610 or just go to YouTube and hop on. You'll be able to see Cal and Hannah in studio. I think it's like 85% approval right
It's very
now.
much
I don't see a lot of disappointment.
A lot of approval. And I think the thing with the H-Town Blue is you got just enough on that alternate uniform. I also think a lot of people think that they're going to use that alternate blue more than they actually are. See, that's where I am. That's why I said it maybe fell a little bit short, because you can only use those twice. I believe it's twice. Might be 3 times that you can use alternates. I don't know if you can use the same one all 3 times. But you can only use those twice. So,
well, they got 2 alternate, so
yeah. So maybe 3 altogether. We'll ask and we'll figure it out. But I like the fact I like that uniform a lot. I liked it the first night we were there when we got the preview, and I like it more now. I think that's the one. The homes, I'm with you. Just sort of like, they look like the old ones.
Well, and it's different color. It looks blackish.
Yeah, it's a little darker.
Yeah.
Now they're saying it's kind of a tribute to the original deep steel blue.
You know what I call
Midnight
those?
blue.
Deep steel blue is what they call it. I don't remember it. Being
I'm not
going to
call those the home. I'm going to call those the Spider-Mans.
You're pointing at
they're pointing at each other. Those are the Spider-Mans. That's what the home uniforms are. Spider-Mans.
Hey.
Except the old one might actually have his thumb down. Spider-Man edition.
Hey.
Man, I just if I'm going to the team shop, I can't fathom
buying that.
No, I can't. With all the other options, with the white, with the red, with the alternate, I can't fathom buying that home jersey.
I'm telling you right now, the alternate homes are going to be number 1. I mean, they are for me.
The hat.
Oh, for sure.
Hit the YouTube on Sports Radio 610. Cal and Hannah coming through. Texans have dropped uniforms, and they are out. So good vibes all around. Oh, by the way, 2 sleeps.
Yeah.
2 sleeps till the draft.
Damn, we ain't played that sound there in a long time, man.
Favorite thing in the world.
The Texans select no one on Thursday. So there you go. Nick Caserio is in the war room.
With the no pick of the first round, the Texans select no one.
The Texans traded up.
Oh, wait, hold on now.
Wait a minute.
Coming up, Cal and Hannah McNair in studio. Uniform day continues. Draft week continues. Good vibes continue. YouTube, if you want to check it out. See y'all then. Talk to you then next.
Payne and Pendergast.
There's certain things about this team right now.
presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we're live in studio. Cal McNair, Hannah McNair in studio. She says she has receipts. I don't know what the heck that means. That can be dangerous. Cal and Hannah, congratulations on the uniforms. Congratulations on draft week. Congratulations on the vibes. How y'all doing?
Fantastic.
Pretty good. About 10 a.m. this morning. It's been pretty fun.
Has
All the
it?
text messages.
How have you enjoyed the whole process? There's been a lot to it. How did y'all enjoy this process?
It's like a lot of things where there's a whole lot of work behind the scenes for a year and a half.
Many months.
But we actually, that was fast tracking it. And then you get here and it all kind of happens all at once. And you go, this is awesome, because it is awesome. There's a lot of work we did behind the scenes to get here. But it is awesome to be here. And we were seeing the fans lining up at the stadium to get their.
Yeah, I saw that this morning. Yeah, I saw that this morning.
I don't think Landry will be lining up to see any uniforms. What'd you call them? Trash? Garbage? They suck.
I said the home. I don't like the home ones. I don't like the home. I don't like the home jerseys. I'm not a big fan.
I know. You said
like
trash, garbage, bad job.
The home jerseys.
I've got you.
I do not like the home jerseys.
How do you really like? What do you think about the home jerseys?
I just think they're too. I think they're too similar, and I actually think they're kind of like a little downgradey from the other ones. I like the white ones, and I like the alternates, but I do not like the home jerseys. I stand by that. I'm not a big fan. What's y'all's favorite?
Clearly,
home jersey.
You like the home jersey best?
Come on.
I love the home jersey. So a lot of our fans like the traditions and like these things, and so we're hearing them speak and answering their.
I think what we're hearing is how Landry feels about you, babe.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, I think that's right.
A knife in the back.
Knife in the back.
Landry.
The color's different though. The color's different though, right?
Is loose.
The color's different though, right?
Yes,
it's darker.
It's deep steel blue. We've gone back to deep steel blue.
Yeah, it didn't look the same. It looks like pretty significantly different too. It looks the same yet kind of different, a little bit darker.
So Nike didn't make the deep steel blue color that we used to have, and so it went to a lighter navy. This color actually is the same as the Yankees navy.
Okay,
it's that deep steel blue.
Dark blue,
which is where we started.
Yeah, which is back in the day.
Right.
Back in the day. All right, so let's get to some questions that we've been talking about here that you guys can answer.
Hold on. Speaking of colors.
Yeah.
So we went to a brighter red.
Yes.
Very much a brighter red. And we're showing it.
This red is a red from, where is it, babe?
Ohio State.
Ohio State. And so when we started this,
the Ohio State.
Before we got CJ.
Oh, really?
So
that's
we
right.
picked this
That's
color
right.
Before CJ, then CJ comes in, he goes, that's my color.
Yeah.
So it was pretty
You know,
serendipitous.
I have a prediction. I think that CJ is going to be at least a top 3 highest selling jersey with this in the NFL. And I would actually be surprised if I think he's going to be top 2 and not 2. Honestly, I think he's going to be number 1.
You're so negative. I think he's going to be the top.
I said top 2, not 2. That means 1. Top 2, not 2 means 1.
I'm here for you today, Landry.
You're winning or losing, buddy. I'd say right now.
I'll take it.
You're losing.
I'll take it.
You ain't going to win.
In this car race.
You're not going to win. All right, so let's talk about the process because we've talked about this for a long time. You listen to our show, you understand that there were questions that we had. There was the leak that was that
Which
Cal,
one?
Actually,
Yeah.
the first one, Cal came out looking better than anybody in this whole thing, but with the way that you responded. But though there were issues along the way from the very start, H-Town Blue was a topic. It was a topic. How much is it going to be? Is it going to be a dominant color? Is it going to be a color at all or whatever? So set the record straight from the very start and to the point of what you have now.
Yeah, so
is H-Town Blue about where you wanted it to be, or were you kind of hoping for a little more and then you adjust?
So we heard that loud and clear from our fans.
Yeah.
They wanted H-Town Blue represented. They wanted Houston represented.
Mm-hmm.
And so we worked with the NFL, and there was some push and shove, and we came to where we could get to with the NFL.
A compromise.
Giving us a compromise and
Definitely
a certain percentage in the uniform. And I think our fans would like more.
Yeah.
And we're probably in that same boat, but we're working with the powers that be with the league and all that stuff to get to where we could get.
I love the way you put that.
He's so
that
good
was
at
very
this answer.
that was very very good the way you put that because I'm not quite Hannah. I'm not quite as tactful as he is. As you well know, like you put it very tactfully there that you reached a compromise and there was other things that you could do, et cetera. But what I've been saying, and neither one of you can answer this. Let me make it a question. At what point in the process was it early on where other owners saw what you were hoping to get done?
I think there was some talk. I think even publicly we discussed that we were going to be able to use a different color than Columbia blue.
Mm-hmm.
And so when that was released and we got approval to do that, that's when we started.
Maybe there was some, how did he put it? Give and take or something like that?
Compromise.
A lot of compromise.
Hearing that.
Yeah.
And then it got to a point where they just said, no, you can't. And then we compromised.
Yeah. But sometimes, I'm sorry, Landry.
What was the reason?
Yeah,
Like,
what was
just-
the good? Yeah.
yeah.
Just
What do you think?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Hey, I'm just asking. You know, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if
I
that's
think
what
we
they
all
say or
know
not.
what we're talking
We're
about
talking
here,
about-
and I'm
we're
gonna mention her
talking
by
about
name in the next segment.
Amy Adams Stank. Amy Adams Stank.
Well, this is one of the.
He didn't say that. So
Yes.
a lot of people say, like, you complimented me on my answer, saying it was politically correct or whatever.
Tactful.
Tactful, thank you. And so a lot of people say Hannah is a spice to my tactfulness.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So we
I would
were
say
given
that's true.
something that's a little, and I wanted to share with you because you've shared your sauce.
Oh yeah, I give you my
Someone made
sauce.
this and gave this to us.
Yes,
wow.
Allison
This is-
Condrence.
Okay.
Hot sauce.
Oh wow.
H-Town.
There you go.
It's caliente.
Mexican ketchup.
Okay.
Now I know why you thought of me.
No, it's hot sauce.
I know
It's hot sauce.
it says Mexican ketchup on the bottom. Caliente, H-Town caliente. Dude, can I have this?
Get your chips. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get it?
There you
Yes,
go.
that's yours.
All right. Do they have the copyright on it? I can add it to the OG line.
Oh, we probably do.
I'm just kidding.
Cal and Hannah McNair in studio. We're on YouTube as well. We're rolling pretty deep. So
Where is the camera for you?
the
Right
camera's
here,
right here.
right here,
So
right
you kind
here.
of got your shoulder right there to him. But yeah, it's right here and then
Not on purpose.
Right there. Yeah, not on purpose for sure. What has the last year been like for y'all? Because I was talking about it earlier today. I remember y'all kind of working the room at the draft party a year ago. There was excitement. I would say it was the most excited that the fan base had been in a few years, even before the draft. But where y'all are at right now when it comes to the approval rating, as opposed to then, what has the last year just been like? Do you take a chance to be able to look back at that and say, "Damn, this has come a long way, very far. All of the getting through the mud and stuff, it was worth it." Do y'all take time to at least enjoy that?
Well, there's been a lot of change from
Yeah.
last year, and sometimes you just have to stay tuned to see what'll happen. So it's been a fun trip. And when we started the season, we really didn't know, how we were going to stack up with other teams, and to see our team evolve like they did and play like they did and sort of confirm all of our hard work was a lot of fun to see. But you know what that means this year?
What's that?
Absolutely nothing. Our guys got to stack it up
He's
and
going
start over
D'Amico in
again.
this
Okay,
area.
D'Amico.
He's
Yeah.
going Hardo Cal.
You got to.
You've been
You got
hanging around
to.
Nick
With
and
that
D'Amico
big
way too
Nick
much.
energy?
I do.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Big Nick energy, the Hardo, D'Amico, all that. It's been the players are saying this too. So it's not just you saying it. Does seem like the players, just the whole vibe. They're all kind of saying it really doesn't matter, which is I guess it doesn't, but it's a little bit different, I would say.
We do keep score, and that's
Yeah.
what really matters.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you something else that we had just on the uniforms that we've been talking about since y'all are here. What was the thought process? Which one was going to actually be the everyday home versus the alternate home? Because my opinion, as I've said, I think I might have told y'all this off air, or maybe it was Greg Grissom. I wish that alternate home was the everyday home. I think that would have been a big, bold change.
Which alternate home?
The one with the H on the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the alternate blue.
The one, that one.
Yeah,
that
that
color,
one.
yeah.
That's just me personally, because I think then you could have the old uniform as the alternate and still have tribute to the classic look. So how did y'all decide?
Don't you love us guys giving fashion
No,
advice?
no, no,
Like
no.
how-
I take it from Figgy.
We're the two, yeah.
But you two.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, hey. Hey, that's very true.
All I'm doing is telling you what my opinion was. I'm curious. The question is, how did y'all weigh what was going to be what uniform? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we heard again loud and clear from our fans. We love the logo. Don't mess with the logo. We want it on our uniforms. And so we heard that.
Mm-hmm. And so that made it.
But Landry would say we listen to the fans too much.
No, that's not.
Yeah, he
say
said
that.
too many fan councils, too many opinions.
No, I said it's
what
hard.
it produced is garbage. It's trash.
She's fake news to me.
Tune into the locker room.
I said it's hard. I said it's hard to please so many people, and
apparently you. I mean, remember last time we were in here, you were talking about, Hannah, I'm worried about you. You're going to be getting smoked. Little did I know it'd be coming from you.
I was worried about Hannah being the one that if they lost, they took out the advice. I just don't like the homes. I don't like the home uniforms. That's it.
I just
love the
will
whites.
take fashion advice from this guy.
No,
just
I
looking
wouldn't
at what
either.
he's wearing today.
No, I would
I'm
not.
just saying.
I would
Wait, what
not
is
take
that?
fashion advice from me. This is actually a pretty cool shirt. This is probably
Those are cargo shorts, right?
Yeah, these are not cargo shorts.
pants.
Come on, now she's lying on me. These are pants. These are joggers. Look at Hannah coming in here flexing on me with the fashion.
She's firing, man.
She's
a little
firing.
drive-by.
Hey, got you. So what are y'all going to do for the draft? Are y'all just going to kind of relax? Are y'all a little bit more relaxed this year than last? Or is it the same mindset? What are we going to do for the draft? Because there's obviously no party. So what are y'all's plans? Are y'all going to be
party.
Well, Friday.
Well, I'm not on Thursday. Not for round one. For round one, what are y'all going to do?
We're going to be in the draft room.
We'll be in the draft room, and you never know what Nick's going to do. He may trade up. I said this last year.
Yeah.
He may trade up. He may trade down.
Don't know.
He'll take calls and see what happens and do, again, it's a cliche, but he'll do what's best for the team.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll be exciting. And what happens in the first round, even if we're not picking there, influences the second round.
Are there going to be any, because obviously going to be in the Hall of Fame game, any changes to training camp, whether dates or locales?
Yeah, we're still working on that because we haven't gotten the preseason game dates, so we're still working through that. Yeah, but yes, there has to be a little bit of an adjustment.
I thought y'all made the media rounds, I want to say 2 weeks ago when y'all sat down with all the local channels. I thought y'all's best answer was where they asked about Stefon Diggs, and I think it was with Bristol. Correct? Yeah, it was with Bristol. And they asked about the term diva. And you said basically that you like bringing in strong personalities. You didn't dismiss the possibility, Cal, of there being disagreements, but you said that the culture was strong enough to where bringing a guy into that atmosphere is not the worst thing. How cool is it to be able to say that? Because I don't think we could have said that was the case. Maybe for your entire tenure. How cool is it for you to be able to say that and not go up there and just completely dismiss the possibility and not necessarily embrace conflict, but say we're in position to where we can deal with strong personalities?
Well, I think we're in a good place, to do that, and I think it's reflective. And he's an extremely talented player, and I can't wait to get him here and see what he's going to contribute to the team.
But it goes back to, Cal said, last year doesn't matter, but it does, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of that has set the table for a culture for, different types of personalities to come in. So it does matter. I think that all did matter. And I think it will contribute to hopefully more success this year.
So the dynamic a year ago now was actually a little bit more than a year, but how is this all going to work together? Nick really didn't know D'Amico, and D'Amico didn't really know Nick, and they're coming together and all. Dude, it's beyond all expectations from the outside looking in. Where are you now with that whole you two with D'Amico and Nick? It seems like it's way ahead of schedule.
No, I think they're working really well together. I think that's what we've been kind of conveying to the fans, and it continues to be that way. And you saw it through the offseason, and then Nick's ability to trade for players, even in free agency period, was really smart, I thought. And bringing in the players that D'Amico wants and needs to have his vision of the team, and Nick's totally buying into that. You see them working, together really well, and I'm excited to see the continued growth.
Are you ready to play the Titans again? I know you kind of enjoyed that sweep last year. You got that marked on the calendar? Is that
what's so funny is I was seeing some articles about Hannah salty about them wearing the uniforms. Who started that? Who started it wearing it against us. And then if anybody was at that game, their in-house PA was instigating it. It was unbelievable, but also wonderful because we finished the story. Okay?
Yeah. Exactly.
So,
She went.
I mean, who's salty here?
Yeah, that's what I don't get. I kind of like that. Is that going to be something that maybe we get a little bit of healthy rivalry where,
rivalry is good for the league.
It's
here,
right?
Yeah, it's good for the league.
And the Titans are the top rival. It seems like it kind of moves right now. Is that our top rival?
Well, first they need to beat us.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so it's not a rivalry yet.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
So we got to go.
That's how you do it, right?
Colts. Okay, Colts. There you go. Look at Cal. That ain't one.
I was like, here's the hot sauce.
Here she goes again. Here she goes again.
I want to beat all our AFC South friends and neighbors.
Yeah.
Twice, each one of them. Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome. So I'm
Did
going.
Figgy just cut that piece?
No. Yeah, maybe.
It's not dumped. With 20 seconds has passed. Expect that on a clip for sure. I'm sure.
Okay, so overall on the day, what are you expecting to hear from the fans in terms of approval and everything? Because
Today,
because it's not going to be universal.
No, I don't think you will get universal. But I think as we go on, I think we'll get a higher percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think it'll come down to how we do on the field at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, I think this is going to go over a lot better now than it would have 2 years ago.
And probably when you and I were playing, it was shirts versus skins. So I don't know that, and whoever
I'm
won,
ready.
that was the most popular, And so I don't know that I want to do that
I'll
now.
be shirts.
But, but uniforms didn't really, it mattered who won. And that's what we're looking to do.
No, and you guys are going to knock it out of the park. And there's a long line of people out there. Last thing. The merchandise doesn't necessarily have to in terms of jerseys, doesn't necessarily have to reflect the jerseys on the field. Like you can have a lighter blue jersey, correct? I've been telling people that you can have all kinds of, as long as you have those colors,
You do a lot with the merch,
You can do a lot with the merch, right?
You can do a lot of different things with the merchandise. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
So we can get.
Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
and the shop is open right now, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the home jerseys are flying off the shelves, my friend.
Here we go.
We need to do a measurement. We need to do a measurement on these home jerseys. Hold that. That's not a home. That's an alternate, right?
This is my favorite.
Okay, yeah, there you go. You got the alternate. You got the Will Anderson right there. Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that lovely thing right there.
Large. I'm going to give to my daughter.
No, I needed to bring the show, his red one. Oh, hey, Tyler.
Yeah. T-Mill's in there. He's doing his thing. I think he's disappointed that there wasn't full-on Oiler jerseys. I think T-Mill's in that demo. He's a little upset.
T-Mill, that's the NFL for you.
Yeah, it is.
Especially the NFL
the stanky
in
one,
Nashville.
The stanky one, I would say. But that's
just tune in a segment or two because I'm going to name names that you may have or may have not referenced earlier.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Fair enough.
We'll figure it out.
We will figure it out.
Appreciate you. Coming up next, why Hannah says the Titans suck.
I did not say that.
Okay.
You actually, the only
that's a
time I
tease.
said
That's a
that
tease.
word was when you were referencing the jerseys.
Hey, I also didn't say all the jerseys sucked either, so we're even now. Or not. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Cal and Hannah McNair in studio. Coming up next, John Lopez needs to get something off his chest. We're going to let him do that next.
It's draft week, and only one station in town has wall-to-wall coverage. Free zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Thanks to Al and Hannah McNair for coming through. J-Lo, you got to get it off your chest. Go ahead and get it off your chest, man. I know this is something that was a popular topic when the uniforms were being discussed. Get it off your chest, my friend.
All right, so let me be very clear about this. A couple things here. This isn't just pulling it out of thin air or projection or anything like that. And that's why I said this is not a boomer thing. Oh, the old Oilers guys, let it go, blah, blah, blah. No, let me lay this out for you in Figgy, and then tell me what you think. So, when this whole uniform redesign started, and a lot of people don't know this, the team says we're looking for this, and this.
Correct.
All right?
Correct.
The team does not make the designs of the jerseys. They get designed and sent to the team for approval or adjustment or whatever by the NFL, Landry. The NFL designs all these uniforms, okay?
Correct.
Color schemes, predominant colors, et cetera, et cetera. Then they send them to the teams. I think Nike is their sponsor, correct, or their partner, and then say, okay, what would you like us to change? This, and this. So the NFL had a jersey originally designed where the predominant color was the H-Town blue. It wasn't Cal, it wasn't Hannah, it wasn't Doug Vosick, it wasn't any designers hired by the Texans. It was the NFL that did that.
Okay.
So one of the original jerseys, the predominant color was going to be H-Town blue.
Yeah.
And the NFL designed that. Then, Amy Adams Strunk.
Amy Adams Stank.
Whatever.
I don't know who Amy Adams Strunk is. Amy Adams Stank.
Obviously got wind of this and threw a fit. So when I say, like she is a petty, uncompromising conniver. She is obsessed with all things Houston, and I don't understand why. And the most amazing thing is, like, she made this her little battleground. Okay, you're not going to have this jersey. In fact, originally, when we heard Cal and Hannah talking about compromising and give and take, originally she convinced the NFL, and I'm talking about Roger Goodell. I have sources on this that are very, very reliable. She convinced Roger Goodell, hell no, they're not even going to have that color as part of their uniform.
How does that make you feel? Do you think does it bother you, or do you feel like
it's not,
with how it is, do you like the layout?
See, this is where I think you and I are kind of disconnected on this point. To me, it's not about the color. About I want this color and it should be the predominant. I like it. There's no question about that. It's about another owner being so bitter and petty that she said, no, you can't. It's not the color itself. It's like she is obsessed with Houston. She's her daddy's daughter. And she, for some reason, just cannot get over this score she needs to settle with Houston. So let me just recap it. NFL designed the jerseys. H-Town blue was one of the designs as the dominant color in the uniform. She comes in and says, no, 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 no. They can't even have that color. The NFL agreed with her at first. So as this process is going on, H-Town blue wasn't even a part of the original designs that the Texans were going to have. Then they went back to the league, and there was this compromise. Okay, you can use a little. okay, you can use a little of that H-Town blue for merchandising purposes and everything. And that's where the H came in on the alternate blue jersey, and that's where the inside the collar thing with the H-Town came in. So the compromise was it went from you can use that color to no, you can't use it at all to okay, maybe a little bit. And that has nothing to do with the color. It has to do with an owner in Tennessee that thinks that because she's still pissed off about Houston and how Houston treated her daddy, she wants to basically stick it to Houston.
Don't you think it's kind of a blessing though?
No, ultimately, I like this.
Yeah, don't you think it's kind of a blessing to move on from the Love You Blue, from the Columbia Blue, regardless?
Well, she's not.
Well, but here's the other thing though. We knew that they weren't going to be able to do this. Like I know that
the league originally said you could.
I mean, but we knew
the league gave them
she wasn't going to let that happen. You heard McLean say it 100 times.
Well, McLean, I love McLean. He didn't know on this. I did,
but he was right.
No. Well, no. I mean,
he said that Amy was never going to let it happen. That was his thing from the beginning.
No. He was protecting Amy. He said the NFL would would never let it happen. You can say what you will about projection and colors and uniforms and all that. If you're listening to me, you're a loophole. You see this on YouTube or Twitch, or you see it retweeted when Sports Radio 610 tweets these videos. You don't have to believe a lot, but believe this. I know what happened. All right? And Amy Adams Strunk was just being a petty little shrew, and that's that. It's not about the color. It's about another owner trying to dictate what the Houston franchise is doing with their uniforms. Period.
So how does that make you feel?
I think, like I said,
I think she did us a favor.
No, ultimately she may have.
We've talked about blessings in disguise. We talked about Deshaun Watson demanding the trade. We talked about the Texans not being able to trade Deshaun Watson before 2021. We talked about Bryce Young. I think it's a blessing in disguise. I think the new look, the new era, the new time for football, I think as much as easy as it is to talk about the stanky one, Amy Adams Stank, I think she did us a favor.
Again, how we got here is what is the issue that I have. That we're here, I don't have an issue with. I like this uniform. I really do like the alternate blue. I think that should be it. I've said that a couple of times. What I don't like is who the hell is she to dictate what this organization decides on its uniform? She's that petty? She's that vindictive? She's that angry that how Daddy was treated by Houston? And here's the other part of this. She actually could have repaired a lot of that ill will. She could have said, you know what? It's our color, but that version is part of Houston. I don't have a problem with it. And then she could have repaired a lot of the angst and bad feelings.
Really?
Yeah. Instead,
well, I'm glad they're still there.
Instead, she made it worse.
I'm glad they're still there. Yeah. And you heard what Hannah said. Hannah said in order for it to be a rivalry, they got to win.
Man, she hates the Titans.
They got to win, brother.
She hates the Titans.
They got to win, brother.
Yeah.
She hates my opinion on the home unis. I'm not a fan of the home unis, man. Heck.
Oh man, 713-572-4610. I'm telling you.
Are you upset? Let's get a boomer call out there.
Okay, it's not a boomer thing.
Figgy, let's call the boomers. The boomers.
I don't know. I
say boom boom boom. Are y'all upset that the Titans colors are not more represented?
I say a lot of things, and I think most of them you don't even really listen to, because I said it's not a boomer thing. It's a petty daddy's little girl trying to dictate what Houston is doing. That is sorry, and that sucks. And she's really just a petty little shrew for doing that.
So are you more upset at her or more upset about it not being more of the H-Town color?
But aren't you glad that she saved them from it?
No, well, I mean, we don't know what they would have looked like. They might have been fired.
But for me, if they would have brought out H-Town blue uniforms, it would have been cool to a certain point. But it also, I also think that if you just look at it, like imagine, hold up the jersey that you got on YouTube.
Badass.
It's a badass looking jersey in person. You got the Will Anderson. Yeah. What would what if that were blue? Like, wouldn't you feel a little bit tacky?
I don't know.
I would have been a little worried that it would have looked too much like Oilers.
Well, that's easy to say now. What I'm saying is, I don't know what it would have. We might have thought, "Holy crap, that's awesome."
Yeah, I just don't know. 713-572-4610. Do you think the stanky one, Amy Adams Stank? If the Texans were gonna make Love You Blue unis, do you think that the stanky one might have actually done the Texans a little bit of a favor? I think so. I like the new identity. I'm looking forward to this whole thing just kind of playing out on the field. Let's go to D5. D5, go ahead. Get into it.
Hey, man, just checking in with you guys. I think at the end of the day, the H-Town Blue is going to grow little by little because the NFL at the end of the day is going to overcome. They're going to realize that we want to make money, and people want to buy this H-Town Blue, and he's going to shut Amy Adams or whatever her name is up at some point. So right now we're getting a taste, but I have a feeling it's going to continuously grow. Thanks, guys.
Look, I think that's on the table. I think this could change over the course of time. People change which uniforms they wear at home all the time. And I think it might just take one off season of hey, telling the owners we want to wear this or whatever, you know?
Brian, are you mad that there's not more H-Town Blue in these Texans unis?
Yes and no. I'm mad from the fact that I actually like the uniform, man. It's nice, and I'm glad there's some form of it in. Initially, because, you know, I was brought up during that time doing the Love You Blue and all that, and I have a disdain for the Titans and our old jerseys and uniforms, and I was insulted when they wore them the way they did. But nevertheless, man, times change. I don't like them. I don't like they represent them, but I do like this change, man, and I like the fact that we at least do have some of that blue in there.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
I think a little sprinkle is good. I think the little sprinkle is good.
I think you're right. Ultimately, I don't know. Maybe we would have been over the moon on the other uniforms that they originally tried. But either way, I think we landed in a good place, and I love this uniform. I like I said, I've said it from day one, literally day one that I saw it. This is my favorite. All I'm saying is it sucks that Amy Adams is dictating what this team is doing. Like, another owner should not be doing that. I not feel like she could do that. And damn near got away with it. That's my issue. It has nothing to do with color or boomers or anything else. It's another owner's trying to do this.
John, do you think there should have been, or do you wish there would have been more Columbia Blue / H-Town Blue in the unis?
Yeah, kind of, but I'm cool with the way they look. Here's my problem with those Sankey leg, is that since when does she own Columbia Blue? Did the Ravens have to ask the Vikings? The Ravens have to ask the Vikings to use purple? No, she don't own a color. She should have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, Amy Adams stank. She's the worst owner in the league. Mm-hmm. Like, let's just be honest. She sucks. She fired the best coach in the division. Now, all of a sudden, they're just paying big free agents. They're trying to convince themselves that they like Will Levis when they passed on Will Levis at 12. She has no identity. Her only identity is stank.
Yeah.
That's all she has is stank. Amy Adams stank. She's stanky. Like, that's all she is. She's nothing else except the worst owner in the league. She has no identity. She doesn't know what she's doing. So, I mean, but at the end of the day, I think we should actually thank her. Much like maybe you want to thank Deshaun Watson, who might be stanky too, depending on who you ask. But for demanding a trade and us getting to this point, Amy Adams stinks. Like, but I am glad that I think this era of Texans football, with a little sprinkle of the H-Town Blue, which you're seeing right now on YouTube, I think that's fine. I don't think they have to take on the identity of the Oilers who left a long time ago. So I just think the little acknowledgement of it is cool.
No,
and I think this is better than the alternative. I actually think there would be fans, unless fans are just going with what they get. I actually think there's a portion of fans that are happy that there's not H-Town Blue. Maybe that's just because the Texans right now could take a dump in a box and sell it to anyone because they're so hot right now.
Yeah.
But I actually think that there's a chance we look back and say she did us a favor.
There is a chance of that. But I also feel like, would you want radio hosts from another station to tell you, no, you can't talk about this? No. That's my point. Like, another owner who should just be minding her own damn business saying, oh, no, you don't. And to the caller's point, like I said, I've got this from pretty good sources in the league. That was discussed. How can she own a color? She doesn't own a color. She doesn't own the name. This was a different name of a color. This was a color that belonged to Houston before the Oilers existed, et cetera. And so that was an argument. And maybe that fed into some of the compromise of why they ultimately could use a little bit of it.
All right, there you go. That's John Lopez getting it off of his chest. Coming up next, the hits are lit. I have a challenge for John Lopez. Is he going to step up to the plate? Is he going to honor tradition? He wants to talk about tradition. I got a challenge for John Lopez, and I need him to honor this tradition coming up next.
800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Cal and Hannah McNair. We'll revisit that discussion coming up later on in the show. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The uniforms have dropped. Basic thoughts, I think they got bailed out by not having too much Columbia blue. Whether people like it or not, I think they kind of got bailed out there. The party, by the way, tonight at 6:30, it's not an unveiling. It is a party to celebrate the unveiling.
Yeah.
So there we go. There's going to be performances. I'm imagining there's going to be some merchandise if there's any left. It seems like it's kind of been falling off the shelves. Still plenty of home jerseys, though, I'm told. So if you, you might be out of luck with the red or the alternate, but home jerseys, you got plenty of those. So you can go ahead and get those.
Good seats still available. Oh, man.
I look at these jerseys, and I look at them as I think it's kind of like when you think about the Rockets and you think about the old uniforms, like immediately when you see the uniform, there's an immediate play that kind of comes in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Keem Olajuwon doing his work on Robinson, whatever, when he got the MVP trophy. You think about the Blues, the Columbia Blues, Earl Campbell getting his jersey ripped. That's the best thing about these uniforms for me is I think it's this era of Texans football, which many people believe is the best. It's an opportunity to kind of build that identity to where that's kind of what you associate with big memories and hopefully big-time games. And that's why I think the roads have a lot of potential. The road uniforms are the ones that I think we're going to look back on and say, okay, that's what that is.
Well, what you're talking about is like these are the uniforms in which this era is going to be archived. Like whether it's the red that's behind your back, the one that I like, the alternate blues with the H on the helmet, the roads like you just mentioned. Like when we go back and you're rocking your granddaughter or grandson on your lap, the archive footage of this Texans era is going to be in these uniforms. So they're going to be able to put their own stamp on whatever it is this team ends up doing.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the best thing about these things.
Mm-hmm.
What your favorites are? You like the alts?
The alternate blue with the H is my number one.
Yeah,
I liked it the first day we saw it. I like it even more now that I've seen it. By the way, Clint had a really
kind of felt like they handed us that jersey. I kind of feel like we got robbed.
Did we just get robbed?
I kind of feel like they took the station allotment in there. I kind of feel like my CJ jersey got robbed.
You was holding on to that CJ jersey, man.
I held on to what they handed me. They literally walked in studio. Here you go. Here's a CJ jersey. Lopez. Here you go. Here's a jersey.
Man, Landry tied that jersey up like a scarf.
And then the boss came in here and hung it over my shoulder.
I'm surprised you ain't put that jersey in your pocket, man.
I mean, apparently it's. Apparently, it was just a prop for me. You ain't giving yours up yet, though, are you?
No, mine they can have. It's a large. What am I going to wear it on my leg? I mean, I don't.
That's my size.
If it was a double X, maybe.
Just kind of think that CJ would have been nice.
By the way,
I kind of thought that's what it was, but
I'm really feeling that
got robbed.
I'm really feeling that
boss came in here and said, "That's my bike, punk."
They put a jersey on the Sam Houston statue.
Oh yeah,
over in Huntsville.
What color?
That's key. It's the alternate blue. It's my favorite.
Oh, so
that one is going to dominate. Look.
So it's that one.
That one is going to dominate. I'm telling you. And I wouldn't be surprised.
Sam Houston's looking sharp.
He's looking sharp. And I wouldn't be surprised if ultimately that becomes what I hope it was now, and that's the everyday home jersey.
You look at where they are right now and where they were a year ago. It's actually kind of nuts.
Unbelievable. Like literally unbelievable.
And I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt to where if they would have released these uniforms, let's say a year and a half ago, I won't even say with D'Amico because I think D'Amico brought a certain level of excitement to where people were looking for a reason to come back and they came back. But I think if they released these uniforms, and this is where it goes to like the hardo bottom line that we give Caserio and Cal and D'Amico a hard time for, Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
If they would have released these a year and a half ago, I think it would have been 70% negative.
For sure, because it was the Texans doing it.
Yeah, no matter what they look like.
Yeah.
Now I think the approval rating is so high to where that's not necessarily the case.
Yes. No. The timing of this, not just with, like I said, these are the uniforms that are going to be archiving C.J. Stroud's greatness if he ends up being great. These are the uniforms that are going to be archiving Will Anderson and how far this team goes. But these also are the uniforms that could not have been better timed on when they're going to be released.
No doubt.
Like I frankly can guarantee you almost the vast majority of people would have been garbage if this was during the Easterby era.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Yeah, they've gotten the benefit of the doubt. They've definitely gotten the benefit of the doubt. Let's play the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you, taking you up to lunchtime.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the uniforms have dropped 2 sleeps till the draft. Meanwhile, the Astros, they're in Chicago. They're taking on the Cubs. Jay France on the mound. The Astros in a bad place. And in the spirit of the Cubs, John Lopez, I have a challenge for you.
Okay.
I want you to embrace one of baseball's old traditions.
Take me out to the ball game?
I want you to sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Harry Carey style.
Where is this coming from?
It's just because the Astros are playing the Cubs, and I just want to hear your lovely voice. Let's go.
What is he doing here?
A 1.
You're doing
2.
it wrong.
A 3.
You're doing it wrong. First of all, I might do it. Because I when I was in college, I watched WGN almost every day.
Yeah, me too.
That was the only. There was no baseball everywhere else.
I did not know Harry Carey was that drunk, though.
Always.
Yeah, I just thought he was just.
Andres Hagala. That's what he used to say instead of Galarraga.
So you're not going to sing it?
Where's this coming from?
It's just tradition. I just want you to honor tradition. Since you.
Ha 1. Ha 2. Ha 3. That's about as far as I'll go.
You strike me as a stretcher.
Oh, yeah.
You get up and stretch in the 7th
No,
inning?
just participate. Just participate.
It is a time to stretch, man.
It is a time to. You know where it started, right?
I think it's something to embrace. Where, Wrigley?
I don't know if it started at Wrigley. It started because I can't remember the name of the president. Like opening day, you know how the president used to throw out the first pitch at an opening day traditionally? I don't know if it was Roosevelt or it couldn't have been Roosevelt. He couldn't stand up. But it was Herford, one of the old presidents in the 7th inning just happened to stand up and stretch of the opening, and then everybody caught on to that.
What did you make of Hannah saying that the new blue, and I think this is interesting, the new blue, the home blue is Yankee blue.
Loved it.
The deep steel's not there, so it's actually New York Yankee blue.
I loved it. William Howard Taft, 1910.
He got stuck in a bathtub once.
Yeah, because he's so fat.
Yeah, he's so fat he got stuck in the bathtub.
So he stood up to stretch in the 7th inning of the season opening game in Pittsburgh, and then that's where it came on. So, and the Ohio State red was picked as one of the colors before they even drafted C.J. Stroud. That's kind of karma.
Yeah, the Ohio State red, that's going to be popular. I told Hannah she didn't catch the line. I said that C.J. Stroud was going to be top 2 in jersey sales and not 2. She said, I think he's going to be 1. Why are you being negative?
Yeah.
It's like, well.
She was feeling it today.
Top 2, not 2.
She was definitely feeling
She
it.
brought receipts, man.
She brought receipts.
That's the first thing she said. As soon as it was over, she's like, yeah, I watched your locker room last night. I heard what you said.
Yeah.
I don't like the Holmes, man.
Yeah. Well, you told her.
I like them.
Yeah.
Not great.
Mm-hmm.
Not great at all. Not a fan.
Man, Cody Stoots just tweeted, Cal McNair was very diplomatic on Sports Radio 610 about the H-Town Blue. Reading between the lines. Between the lines? Dude, they couldn't have made it more obvious, like who and what happened with the whole pushback on the uniform thing. But they got it. Like I said, we're here. This is where we are, and I like this one. I think this is going to be by far the hit, the alternate H-Town uniform.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting, man. It's a fun time to be around. We'll hear what Cal and Hannah had to say a little bit later on. But coming up, let's go through the process. It's been a wild process to get to where we are with these uniforms dropping 2 sleeps away from the draft. As a matter of fact, I got 15 steps. The 15-step process that got us to where we are today. Lunchtime on In the Loop next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio on the team's exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
It was a fun process. Cal and Hannah McNair coming up 12:35. Hannah wanted the smoke. Cal, a little bit hardo. Cal's kind of got a little D'Amico slash Casaria, a little hardo.
He came in styling.
Oh, yeah, the shades.
He came in styling, man.
And a flat bill cocked up.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Didn't know if that was Cal McNair or I don't even know. He's walking in
Jack
like
Nicholson.
I think he thought he was walking into the Breakfast Club or something like that. The way he was looking with his style.
Yeah.
I got 15 steps that got us to this process.
Just 15? That's all you got?
Steps.
Man, we need a Fitbit.
Man.
15 steps that got us to this uniform unveiling today. Let's just kind of relive the process that was.
Yeah.
It was about this time last year. Step one, Texans announced they're going to change their uniforms. A lot of excitement, finally. Some uniforms are going to be changed. The dialogue immediately started. That was step one. Step two, they sold and handed out gear. You remember those H-hats?
Yeah.
The navy blue?
That was the biggest hint.
The one with the H-Town blue with the H. That was step two. Started handing out gear, started generating a little discussion, some of the red shirts, all that type of stuff. Not officially licensed NFL gear, but the merch. That kind of generated the discussion and the speculation about what the uniforms would look like. Step three, fan councils. Fan councils, fan councils, fan councils, fan councils, fan councils. There were fan councils, by the way. Step four.
Were there?
More surveys. More surveys. I think they said up to 10,000 surveys. So there were more surveys, more people talked to. I think they said influencers, players, all that. So more, which led to question, are they going to be able to satisfy everyone? Step five, huge tease of H-Town Blue. I mean, huge teases.
They said it.
Of H-Town Blue. They said it right here in the studio.
Yeah.
H-Town Blue will be part of the uniforms. Huge tease
Doug
of
said it.
All
and
that.
The McNair
Yeah, said it right here. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
So there was a huge tease of H-Town Blue. Step six, release date. The official release date was put out. It's going to happen at the draft. Step seven, the non-unveiling party. To unveil, kinda. The secretive showcase of the uniforms, which wasn't an unveil.
Might not have been the best step.
But they kind of showed the uniforms. That was step seven.
Yeah, kind of a stumble.
Step eight, the original model leak, number 24, in the road uniforms. That was step eight. Step nine, Cal goes to Reddit to cover up the leak. I think this was a good look for Cal. And then we had the Tank Dell, Nico Collins picture.
Yeah.
Step 10, another helmet leak. This one was in a factory. The helmet gets leaked, which leads to step 11, another Cal confirmation. Cal with the dog that John Lopez says isn't trained well.
I didn't say that.
Wearing a hat and throwing up the H. He confirms.
Should have asked. I meant to ask him about that.
The helmet.
Yeah.
Step 12, the alleged CTESPN Antonio Brown leak, which, by the way, it looks like it was correct.
How does he do it?
I don't know. He might know someone at Nike.
How does he do it?
Step 13, we had the non-unveiling videos, which was last week. I think there were like 6 of them. Then step 14, the unveiling today at 10 a.m. And then step 15, the non-unveiling party, which is to celebrate the actual veiling.
Unveiling party.
Because it's not unveiling the uniform, celebrating the unveiling. Not to be confused.
I think I got you.
So that's the 15 steps that got us to where we are right now.
Yeah. Look, and so where we are right now, and if they announced them and dropped them at 10 a.m. And we've had 2 hours via social media, via our YouTube channel and Twitch channel comments, via the message board that we have. I'm telling you, this is why I said I'm going to wait to see consistently. I want to wait to see what fans believe. All these steps you talked about, some of them were missteps, if we're being honest. Some of them were big teases. Some of them might have been overselling. We talked about this morning and yesterday. They might have oversold the whole uniform thing compared to other franchises. But you know what? After 2 hours in on the new uniform, I gotta admit, it is much more positive than I expected. It's overwhelmingly.
I don't really see much negative. I mean, there's a little. I mean, there's a little. Like, no one's like all four aren't fire. Like there's like, I think 3 out of 4 I love. I don't like how much darker the blue is. Like if you were gonna stay, it doesn't look like you try to be traditional. It's not the same. And they said that it was actually New York Yankee blue, which makes me hate the home uniforms even more. That wasn't supposed to convince me. Are you kidding me? No, I feel about.
But
the
I
Yankees.
do like that dark blue.
You do? I like it on the whites.
On the Yankees,
I like it on the whites. Yeah.
But that little pinstripe blue on the Yankees, I like.
So you're a fan of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's how we got here, man. It was an interesting process. It was a good process. I think it was a healthy process. I think it generated discussion. I think the Texans have finally gotten in because one of my biggest disagreements with you, John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig. You want to tell us how you feel about the uniform? 713-572-4610. One of the things that I kind of disagree with you about at times is when you say just spell the name right, because I don't think that's the case for everyone. I don't think that was the case for the Texans for a 2-year stretch where all publicity is good publicity. All discussion, all disagreement is good discussion and disagreement. I think there's some organizations that are there. I don't think the Texans were there, but at this point I think they are.
Yeah.
Like I think the Texans have gotten to that point where for the most part they are in the spell the name right category. It happened a lot sooner than we thought, but that's where I think they have arrived. Whether I like the uniforms, you like the uniforms, whatever. Like all of them, like some of them.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of where we've gotten.
Yeah, I think it's rare exceptions where spell the name right doesn't work. They were the exception. I will say that. Like it was bad. It was bad here, and to come this far, not just on the field, but in every way. People embracing this organization that really wanted nothing to do with it. See, that's another key element here. Just getting rid of Jack and B.O.B., people started to kind of look at you a little better. Then you get Good, you get D'Amico, you get C.J. Stroud, then you get new uniforms. And hell, they're putting new uniforms on Sam Houston up I-45 now. Everybody wants to be a part of it again, a part of this organization. That's a huge, I can't even overstate it enough. I can't,
Yeah, Sam Houston.
How far they've come in such a short time.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's insane.
It's a year, man.
That's actually pretty
just
crazy.
over a year.
Yeah, they got him right there.
And they've become
I mean, you saw the line at the shop. I thought Travis Scott was dropping some new kicks.
Yeah.
He's damn sure not going to drop them on those grounds.
It was Taylor Swift's album.
I think that's the
Yeah.
NRG grounds might be the only place where Travis Scott can't drop shoes. I promise you that. Anywhere else, maybe
He's
across
good.
the street.
He's
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, just move across the street.
Yeah, go to the Target over there.
Maybe at Quiznos we can do it.
Yeah, Quiznos.
Sonic, something like that.
But
Papa's
not
Bros.
NRG.
Yeah,
Not
we ain't
NRG.
dropping no Cactus Jacks here, my friend.
That's right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, the line was long. I'm anticipating that this party's going to be relatively crowded. I just it's a good vibe, man. Talk about uniforms. Now we get to the draft. Little relaxed.
Oh, by the way, yeah, day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's starting.
Or the day after.
Or 2 days from now, yeah.
Depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
When is the point going to be where you, because I got a lot of different answers for this yesterday when I was discussing it. From a Texans POV, when will be the time when you will start to become a little bit anxious when it comes to the draft as far as, thinking about the Texans? For me, I think it starts at 15 with Indianapolis. I'm really intrigued to see what the heck they're going to do. Some people said Friday morning. Some people said as soon as the draft starts. Some people said after the 20s when there could be a possibility of trading up. The natural relaxation you have right now as compared to last year when you had pick 2, pick 12, pick 33, at what point do you, through the localized lenses that we live in and that we function in, at what point do you start saying, oh, my gosh, I got to raise the eyebrows a little bit and check this out?
I actually, as much as you and I both respect the heck out of the Colts and think they could be a real factor, that's not so much it. Really nothing the Jaguars do, nothing the Titans do. This is another thing that you like to say, keeping your eyes on your own paper. I want to see how many quarterbacks are taken. If there are not a lot of quarterbacks taken and we're 16, 17 picks into the draft, I'm going to start getting a little nervous because those are players that would have dropped if more quarterbacks were taken. I want quarterbacks to go. I saw something this morning. Somebody was predicting 6 quarterbacks could go in the first round.
Yeah, that was Tom Pelissaro with Dan Patrick.
I don't believe it, but I hope it's true.
Yeah, and then he started breaking it down. He was like mentioning all types of stuff. It seemed like a lot, but that was definitely Tom Pelissaro.
I want the players.
You want quarterbacks. You want tackles. You might even want wide receivers at this point.
Quarterback, tackles,
unless there's like a certain one that you like that you hope could fall.
If other players are drafted that would have fallen otherwise, that's when I start getting nervous. So I'm not worried about what the Titans do, Colts do, etc. I'm worried about what's going to benefit the Texans the most, and that's a lot of quarterbacks taken and a lot of wide receivers taken. And maybe tackles, yeah.
Tackles, for sure.
I'm really going to get anxious, raise the old eyebrows, as you put it, going to bed. Going to bed, I guarantee you.
After round 1?
I guarantee you Thursday night I'm going to have a hard time going to sleep.
Nobody slept, like last year, nobody slept Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday because you didn't know what the hell was going on.
But Thursday night, I'm going to know what's taken. And it's going to be spinning in my head. Okay, maybe this guy, maybe that guy.
And then we got to I wish you would have really stuck him out. You stuck him out pretty heavy, but I was kind of like, I don't want to put J-Lo out here like this.
About what?
Man, draft day, you knew they were taking CJ, man. You walked in here like that guy walking into the barbershop and said they're going to trade up for CJ, man. You said it with your chest.
I did. I had a very good source. Yeah. Not a lot of people knew who they were going to take. Not a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had it.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
You never know. Maybe I'll come in here Friday morning and tell you exactly what they're going to take on Friday. Maybe I shouldn't go back into that well again, but we'll see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where the hell that's going? But, I mean, in that case, like that type of leak, you're in control of it because you knew who number 1 was going to be, so you figured that out.
Yeah.
We had some fun with the leaks. The uniform leaks, I thought they were hilarious. I mean, if you didn't have fun with the models, what were you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you didn't have fun with the leaks, but they weren't organizational leaks. I said this throughout the week. Like as much like this is not like, hey, Ian Rappaport, Albert Breer, Peter King, you up?
Yeah.
Let me tell you about how lazy Jadeveon Clowney is.
Yes, exactly.
Like it wasn't that. Yeah. This was leaks that had nothing to do with the overall organization. Mm-hmm. So I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, no, it was just it's going to happen. And look, we knew it was going to happen. You know, we predicted it that it was going to happen. But going back to the steps that you highlighted here, like all these things, it could have spiraled in a very different direction or ended very differently because people could have said garbage, when they saw the first leak of number 24 or the helmet. Ew, gross, don't like. But people were kind of open-minded, and I'll say it again, I can't believe how almost universally well-liked and approved these uniforms are. It's pretty impressive.
Flying off the shelf, man.
Yeah.
Flying off the shelf. There's all kinds of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
How much they selling these jerseys for? Let me check.
I don't know. 713-572-4610. If you've already purchased one, Lander's looking at the label on one. I don't know if the price is on that.
Okay.
No,
that ain't bad.
Oh, yeah?
That ain't bad.
Ain't bad? What does ain't bad mean for a jersey?
130
For that? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Make sure you put it back up there where it was. Make sure you go into your backpack.
I mean, I got robbed. You heard them say, "Here's your jersey." And you got a brief showing. No, I'm not hot. I just, that was just kind of got robbed. It's okay. Sometimes you get robbed, man.
I got robbed.
Got robbed. It's okay. It's all right, man. Just gonna go back to my delivery job. My grandmama gave me that chain. Man,
they have to have the cow hat selling out.
I'm rocking the cow hat right now.
Yeah, they have to have that being sold right now.
You notice how Sean came here with the belt too.
Oh, I just saw his.
Sean brought his wrestling belt for Cal. He knew Cal and Hannah were coming, so he brought his wrestling belt.
Yeah.
What is he, a guy waiting at a hotel for an autograph?
Yeah, big deal. Okay.
This guy.
He spent a lot on it, though. He better make the most of it.
$550.
Yeah. Better make the most of it.
That man brought his belt and posted up outside the studio.
Mm-hmm. It's a deduction, man.
You're probably a tax deduction king right there, right?
On what?
What? Can I see that salsa?
Yeah, it's
check that
caliente.
Check that out.
See what he did there? I'm gonna try that when I get home.
I kind of think you should put that in the studio.
No, hell no. That was a personal gift.
No, it was?
He pulled.
Oh, come on.
Cal pulled that out.
Take that off what you wearing, Lopez. Hang that up, too.
Cal took this shirt out of his closet to give to me.
And if you're on the YouTube, you can see this. But no, it's all for the studio. I don't care if he handed it to you or not. Okay? That's the rule. You don't get special.
Cal brought that
Notice
from
your
home.
jersey didn't get taken.
Well, no, it's going to get taken.
Oh, okay.
And I don't care. It's a large.
Give it to me then.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you'll take it.
But no, Cal brought that personally for me.
Yeah, no, I'd rock
So
that.
give me
CJ.
back my salsa.
I'd rock that red CJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me back my salsa.
John, it's for the studio.
No, it's not. It's for me.
It's the rule.
No, it's
they
not
hand
the
it to
rule.
you. They hand it to you. It's not for you. It's not for you.
It's not the rule. Definitely not the rule.
713-572-4610. We'll hear from Cal McNair and Hannah McNair coming up in 20 minutes. She brought the receipts. She brought the heat. She had some interesting things to say about the Tennessee Titans and why they cannot, despite the past feelings, why they cannot be a rival of the Houston Texans at the moment.
She brought it.
Internet might go nuts from that one.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert on that.
It's pretty funny sometimes when she's talking. You can just see Cal going like, "Careful, careful."
Oh, she's going to get all the smoke. Like when the Texans lose, like if they lose to the Titans, it's going to be saying stuff. But she's not.
Careful.
She's not on social media.
Well,
she's not on social media.
Yeah.
You know?
She has access.
Does she?
I think so.
I don't know.
She saw what I tweeted this morning. I can tell you that.
What'd you tweet?
About Amy?
Oh, you're talking about the stanky one?
Yeah.
Amy Adams stank?
Yeah. She was well aware.
Okay.
I'll put it that way.
There you go. Wild, man.
Yeah.
Enjoying this.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoying the vibes and going to enjoy it tonight. If you're out there at the Post or 713 Music Hall, be sure to say hello to your friends at Sports Radio 610. We will be out there making the rounds. But yeah, 130 for the jersey. That's nice.
It's not bad.
No, that's good. I was thinking there would be a that's actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like for that kind of commitment, that's going to last you years.
Now, which one?
That's
Let me
a good
ask you one more thing here, real quick. Which one is the walking around town jersey?
White.
I kind of think the red.
White.
And I'm not a jersey guy,
Yeah.
but I'm not talking about the one you wear to the game.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you just going out. You want to wear a jersey.
White.
Figgy?
I might honestly, Landry ain't gonna like this one. I think the home ones might be the ones walking around more.
I like the red.
I think yeah,
Like if you're going out,
that might be the ones you see more.
you're going out with your buddies. You're gonna just kind of hang out, go to a bar, go to a restaurant, and you want to wear a jersey. You got your Jordans on, all that stuff. You're styling.
Why you got to be wearing Jordans?
I just said that. That's just an example. So you're styling. I kind of think the red works, man.
I think all of them works, to be honest,
Yeah.
but I think you're gonna see a lot of home jerseys, man. I'm sorry. You're gonna see a lot of home jerseys.
What in the world? What world am I living in, man? Coming up next, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop.
The Drive. app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think Hannah McNair could be a great radio host.
I don't know about that.
You
I
know,
think
if she
she'd get
wasn't a
canceled.
billionaire.
No, if she had a microphone in front of her 20 hours a week, she would be canned by Tuesday.
Oh, well, maybe.
Yeah.
But she would bring the fire because she never runs out. Like she's always got she's always got a lot of people think, I could do radio, and then they're on the air for 3 minutes and they're like, what else is there?
She came in here cooking, man.
Yeah.
She came in here
Can
roasting.
she do a podcast?
For sure, but she doesn't need to. She's got the
well, no, she don't need to.
No, I
think she got other stuff to do.
There's a lot of people that don't need to.
I think she got more important stuff to do than sit around on the podcast.
Oh, come on, man. Like listening in the loop.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Standing by it. Like I said, I don't like the home uniforms. Just not a fan. The Yankee blue, not a fan. If you're going to be traditional, I know the NFL didn't offer that color. Kind of thought there could have been a little bit more flavor in the home unis. Now, there's disagreements. There's some people. I know my neighbor, Angela, she said that she likes she's been a listener for a while, by the way. Shout out to Angela.
Yeah.
Big loophole. Happened to live in the
She's
neighborhood.
not one of the ones that's a Karen about the park.
Hell no. Hell
Let me find out she the one causing ruckus.
Nah, she might have been
parking spot.
If she's the one who posted anonymously, lose. You just lost a listener. But no, she actually likes the home the best. She likes the white the least. I like the white the most.
Yeah.
So there's healthy disagreement. I feel like we're getting a nice array of that, but I'm not a fan of the homes at all. I think they're for lack of a better term, trash.
They're my number 3 or 4, tied for 3 with the Reds or 4 by themselves. The Reds don't do a lot for me, but I will say this: they keep talking about fans like the traditional, logo and look. Well, actually, this is another confession. I said it earlier.
These are my confessions.
I think these uniforms would be even more so universally if the alternate blue H-Town uniform was the everyday home. I think people are going to be a little disappointed.
Oh, man, that is the home?
I think people are going to be a little disappointed that they're only going to see it like twice a year.
You don't think it's too loud for a home?
The alternate blue with the H?
I'm not.
Hell no.
No, I think they would dominate.
They would dominate.
Yeah, if those.
And maybe there's still a chance that somewhere down the road.
I think in a couple years they could consider that.
Yeah.
I think they need to change uniforms as often as possible. They need to ride this wave. They need to whatever the rule is it 3 years?
No. Every 3 years you can tweak. The complete change, you have to go through the whole league and everything, which we were talking about.
With how popular their squad is, with how the kids are and the merch and stuff, they need to make up for only changing their uniforms once in 2 decades and get that done.
What I'm curious to see is, look, they're going to see these numbers. They're going to see the hats with that logo outselling everything. They're going to see the jerseys and T-shirts with that look outselling everything. So I'm wondering if, like, in a year, they can say, you know what? Let's make the traditional homes the alternates, and because people are going to be disappointed you can only see them twice. You can only see them twice a year.
I actually like that the hat right there. I actually think that's the best NFL hat in the league right now, man.
This hat's nasty.
Because NFLs don't really have good caps.
I feel like Cal got a custom, though. It kind of fits his head perfect. I don't know what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's just been rocking a little bit longer, so it's kind of taking the mold.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's called the booms, man. It's called the booms, Fig. I gotta say.
Here we go again.
I was disappointed that Lopez went boomer and had to go old Oilers today.
Except I didn't.
On the Texans' big day, we had to go.
Yep.
We had to go at Amy Adams stank, which, by the way, Hannah might have too.
She's not a boomer.
But yeah, I was disappointed that Lopez made this about Billy White.
Well, you shouldn't be, because I never did that at all. Didn't even reference it. Pretty irresponsible of you to even say that. But that's okay. I do have one more confession here that I think ties in with these 15 steps that you talked about.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I had no idea 5 teams changed their uniforms this year. Did you know that? 5 teams changed their uniform this year?
Broncos, Lions. Who else?
Texans.
Okay.
Jets.
That's right.
Oh, man, did they change
That's
their
what I'm
uniforms?
saying. And the Browns. Figgy, do you even know that the Browns changed their uniform this
Well,
year?
they got the all whites. I think
no, they added one other significant thing. Think Bernie Kosar.
I don't
Alcohol?
know.
White face mask.
Yeah, I did
Whiskey?
see that.
White face mask.
Yeah.
Oh, you said
I
think
seen
Bernie
that.
Kosar.
5 teams changed their uniforms to some degree. I was like, what?
Wow.
The Texans were the only ones that were really talked about.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm a little hurt, man.
How's that?
Just kind of felt like they gave me a gift and I got jacked. Just confessing. Jersey handed to you.
Hey, Landry, let me get that jersey. I'm going to put it up on the studio.
Jersey handed to you.
You mean the one they gave me?
Yeah. Cal and Hannah hand you the jersey. They say, hey, we should get show one of these.
Yeah.
All that. Like, boss comes in. Boom! What chain? That's my bike, punk.
My grandmother gave me that jersey.
That's right.
And then here's what else happened when the boss came in here. So he steals my jersey, which was handed to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I say, well, Lopez has one too. And you know what the boss said?
What's that?
You want some of this too, old man?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't know if this is a confession or just an observation. Maybe it's a confession. I'll turn it into a confession.
How about a cobservation?
A conservation? How do we feel about bringing a wrestling belt up to the studio after you're already off the air and home so you can take a picture with Hannah McNair holding the belt and call her the People's Champ? It's a question. How do we feel about that?
I don't know, man.
Figgy?
Know about that.
I mean, I'm actually fine with it. If he paid that much money for it, damn it, I'm gonna get a picture with everybody with that.
$550, you said?
Yeah, $550.
Yeah,
Good,
I'm
nice
getting a
picture,
picture
I'll say
with
that.
everybody with that.
No.
Yeah, the wrestling belt outside. Sean's got the pickup. It's looking good.
Yeah.
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 Got the belt. Looking
Mm-hmm.
right there. Hannah.
Holding the belt.
Yeah.
People's Champ.
Probably would have never seen her again, huh?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I disagree with something Lopez said yesterday. I'm not pushing back too much on this, J-Lo.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
But I don't think that the Astros are done yet.
Well, look.
I don't think they're done yet.
We haven't even really talked about the Astros too much for obvious reasons. They suck and they're done is one of them. But the other is the Texan stuff going on. Look, I said this yesterday, and we posted the video of me talking about this. I could certainly be wrong, but it would take a lot for them to make a run to the postseason, given their shortcomings everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean everywhere.
No, I don't think you're.
Yeah.
You're not crazy. Like,
Yeah.
if you put a gun to my head, would I confidently say you're wrong? No.
Mm-hmm.
But this division's, I guess, a little bit wide open.
Yeah.
Wouldn't bet on them. That's for damn sure.
I would not bet on them.
Definitely would not bet on them.
Yeah.
That is for damn sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The only thing I don't get with these uniforms now that they're out and we've seen them, and you know where I rank them. I'll just reiterate for those who might be jumping in. Alternate H-Town, dark blue uniforms 1, regular road uniforms 2, probably red 3, and then the regular home 4. The only thing I don't get is why the heck they put that H-Town on the inside of the back of the collar. Does that one have it?
That one do not. I don't think that one has
doesn't.
It. Nah.
Yeah, it does. I don't understand.
Okay, the other one don't have it. Then.
I don't understand.
I don't know if the
that.
other one have it.
I guess maybe because that's the only way you could That's the only way that you. Yeah, this one says Houston.
Yeah, that one didn't have it.
This one says Houston, not H-Town, but it is in that blue. I mean, you got it on other
still
places.
Haven't taken
here.
that from you?
Yeah, no, they haven't taken it from me yet. Here, I'll let you.
Let me hold that.
Yeah, don't get used to it.
Yeah, well,
or put it on, make them take it off you.
You know, it's kind of happens, man.
Like, take this off of me then if you want it.
Coming up next, Cal and Hannah McNair, they came in, they brought receipts, and they had the internet going nuts. Let's hear from the owners of the Texans on a very big day around here next. y'all doing?
Fantastic.
Pretty good. About 10 a.m. this morning. It's been pretty fun.
Has
a lot
it?
of text messages.
How have you enjoyed the whole process? There's been a lot to it. How did y'all enjoy this process?
It's like a lot of things where there's a whole lot of work behind the scenes for a year and a half.
Many months.
But we actually, that was fast tracking it. And then you get here and it all kind of happens all at once. And you go, this is awesome because it is awesome. There's a lot of work we did behind the scenes to get here. And it is awesome to be here. And we were seeing the fans lining up at the stadium to get their.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Yeah,
I saw that this morning.
I don't think Landry will be lining up to see any uniforms. What'd you call them? Trash? Garbage? They suck.
I said the home. I don't like the home ones. I don't like the home. I don't like the home jerseys. I'm not a big fan.
I know. You said
like
trash, garbage, bad job.
The home jerseys.
I've got
yes.
you.
I do not like the home jerseys.
How do you really like? What do you think about the home jersey?
I just think they're too. I think they're too similar, and I actually think they're kind of like a little downgrady from the other ones. I like the white ones, and I like the alternates, but I do not like the home jerseys. I say, I'm not a big fan. What's y'all's favorite?
Clearly,
home jersey.
You like the home jersey best?
Ah, come on.
I love the home jersey. So a lot of our fans like the traditions and like these things, and so we're hearing them speak and answering their.
I think what we're hearing is how Landry feels about you, babe.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, I think that's right.
A knife in the back.
Knife in the back.
The color's different though. The color's different though, right?
Is loose.
The color's different though, right?
Yes, it's
darker.
Dark. It's deep steel blue. We've gone back to deep steel blue.
Yeah, it didn't look the same. It looks like pretty significantly different too. It looks the same yet kind of different, a little bit darker.
So Nike didn't make the deep steel blue color that we used to have, and so it went to a lighter navy. This color actually is the same as the Yankees navy.
Okay,
it's that deep steel blue.
Dark blue,
which is where we started.
Yeah, which is back in the day.
Right.
Back in the day. All right, so let's get to some questions that we've been talking about here that you guys can
hold
answer.
on. Speaking of colors.
Yeah.
So we went to a brighter red.
Yes.
Very much a brighter red, and we're showing it.
This red is a red from, where is it, babe?
Ohio State.
Ohio State. And so when we started this,
the Ohio State.
Before we got CJ.
Oh, really?
So
That's
we
right.
picked this
That's
color
right.
Before CJ, then CJ comes in, he goes, that's my color.
Yeah.
So it was pretty serendipitous.
I have a prediction. I think that CJ is going to be at least a top 3 highest selling jersey with this in the NFL. And I would actually be surprised if I think he's going to be top 2 and not 2. Honestly, I think he's going to be number 1.
You're so negative. I think he's going to be the top.
I said top 2, not 2. That means 1. Top 2, not 2 means 1.
I'm here for you today, Landry.
You're winning or losing, buddy. I'd say right now.
I'll take it.
You're losing.
I'll take
You ain't going to win.
In this car race.
You're not going to win. All right, so let's talk about the process because we've talked about this for a long time. You listen to our show. You understand that there were questions that we had. There was the leak. That was that.
Which
Cal,
one?
Actually,
Yeah.
the first one. Cal came out looking better than anybody in this whole thing with the way that you responded. But though there were issues along the way from the very start. H-Town Blue was a topic. It was a topic. Is how much going to be? Is it going to be a dominant color? Is it going to be a color at all or whatever? So set the record straight from the very start and to the point of what you have now.
Yeah, so
is H-Town Blue about where you wanted it to be, or were you kind of hoping for a little more and then you adjust?
So we heard that loud and clear from our fans.
Yeah.
They wanted H-Town Blue represented. They wanted Houston represented.
Mm-hmm.
And so we worked with the NFL, and there was some push and shove, and we came to where we could get to with the NFL.
A compromise.
Giving us a compromise and a certain percentage in the uniform. And I think our fans would like more.
Yeah.
And we're probably in that same boat, but we're working with the powers that be with the league and all that stuff to get to where we could get.
I love the way you put that.
That
was very, very good the way you put that because I'm not quite Hannah. I'm not quite as tactful as he is. As you well know, like you put it very tactfully there that you reached a compromise and there was other things that you could do, et cetera. But what I've been saying, and neither one of you can answer this. Let me make it a question. At what point in the process, was it early on where other owners saw what you were hoping to get done?
I think there was some talk. I think even publicly we discussed that we were going to be able to use a different color than Columbia blue.
Mm-hmm.
And so when that was released and we got approval to do that, that's when we started.
Maybe there was some, how did he put it? Give and take or something like that?
A lot of compromise.
Yeah.
And then it got to a point where they just said, no, you can't. And then we compromised.
Yeah. But sometimes, I'm sorry, Landry.
What was the reason?
Yeah,
Like,
what was
just-
the good? Yeah.
yeah.
Just they.
What do you think?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Hey, I'm just asking. You know, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if
I
that's.
think
what
we
they're
all
saying
know
or not.
what we're talking about
talking
here,
about it-
and
we're
I'm gonna mention her by name in the next segment.
Amy Adams Stank. Amy Adams Stank.
Well, this is one of the.
He didn't say that. So
Yes.
a lot of people say, like, you complimented me on my answer, saying it was politically correct or whatever.
Tactful.
Tactful, thank you. And so a lot of people say Hannah is a spice to my tactfulness.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So we
I would
were
say
given
that's true.
something that's a little, and I wanted to share with you because you've shared your sauce.
Oh yeah, I give you my
Someone made
sauce.
this and gave this to us.
Yes,
Wow.
Allison
This is
Condrence.
Okay.
Hot sauce.
Oh wow.
H-Town.
There you go.
It's caliente.
Mexican ketchup.
Okay.
Now I know why you thought of me.
No, it's hot
awesome.
sauce.
I know
It's hot sauce.
it says Mexican ketchup on the bottom. Caliente, H-Town caliente. Dude, can I have this?
Get your chips. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get it?
There you
Yes,
go.
that's yours.
All right. Do they have the copyright on it? I can add it to the OG line.
Oh, we probably do.
I'm just kidding.
Cal and Hannah McNair in studio. We're on YouTube as well. We're rolling pretty deep. So
Where is the camera for you?
the
Right
camera's
here,
right here.
right here,
So
right
you kind
here.
of got your shoulder right there
Yeah.
to him, but yeah, it's right here and then
Not on purpose.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, not on purpose for sure. What has the last year been like for y'all? Because I was talking about it earlier today. I remember y'all kind of working the room at the draft party a year ago. There was excitement. I would say it was the most excited that the fan base had been in a few years, even before the draft. But where y'all are at right now when it comes to the approval rating, as opposed to then, what has the last year just been like? Do you take a chance to be able to look back at that and say, "Damn, this has come a long way, very far. All of the getting through the mud and stuff, it was worth it." Do y'all take time to at least enjoy that?
Well, there's been a lot of change from
Yeah.
last year, and sometimes you just have to stay tuned to see what'll happen. So it's been a fun trip. And when we started the season, we really didn't know, how we were going to stack up with other teams, and to see our team evolve like they did and play like they did and sort of confirm all of our hard work was a lot of fun to see. But you know what that means this year?
What's that?
Absolutely nothing. Our guys got to stack it up
He's
and
going
start over
D'Amico
again.
into
Okay,
Yeah.
D'Amico.
He's
Yeah.
going hardo Cal.
You got to.
You've been
You
hanging
got
around
to.
Nick
With
and
that
D'Amico
big
way too
Nick
much.
energy?
I do.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Big Nick energy, the Hardo D'Amico, all that. It's been the players are saying this too. So it's not just you saying. It does seem like the players, just the whole vibe. They're all kind of saying it really doesn't matter, which is. I guess it doesn't, but it's a little bit different, I would say.
We do keep score, and that's
Yeah.
what really matters.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you something else that we had just on the uniforms that we've been talking about since y'all are here. What was the mindset? What was the thought process? Which one was going to actually be the everyday home versus the alternate home? Because my opinion, as I've said, I think I might have told y'all this off air, or maybe it's Greg Grissom. I wish that alternate home was the everyday home. I think that would have been a big, bold change.
Which alternate home?
The one with H on the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the alternate blue.
The one, that one.
Yeah,
that
color.
one. Yeah.
That's just me personally, because I think then you could have the old uniform as the alternate and still have tribute to the classic look. So how did y'all decide?
Don't you love us guys giving fashion
No,
advice?
no,
Like,
no.
I take it from
we're
Figgy.
the two, yeah,
But you two.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey.
Well,
hey. That's
no,
very
no.
true.
All
Guilty as
I'm
charged.
doing is telling you what my opinion was. I'm curious. The question is, how did y'all weigh what was going to be what uniform? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we heard again loud and clear from our fans. We love the logo. Don't mess with the logo. We want it on our uniforms, and so we heard that.
Mm-hmm. And so that made it.
But Landry would say we listen to the fans too much.
No, that's not.
Yeah, he
did say
said
that.
too many fan councils, too many opinions.
No, I said it's
what
hard.
it produced is garbage. It's trash.
She's fake news to me.
Tune into the locker room.
I said it's hard.
receipts.
I said it's hard to please so many people, and
Apparently you. I mean, remember last time we were in here, you were talking about, Hannah, I'm worried about you. You're going to be getting smoked. Little did I know it'd be coming from you.
I was worried about Hannah being the one that if they lost, they took out the advice. I just don't like the homes. I don't like the home uniforms. That's it.
I
love the
wouldn't
whites.
take fashion advice from this guy.
No,
just
I
looking
wouldn't
at what
either.
he's wearing today.
No, I would
I'm
not.
just saying.
I would
Wait, what
not
is
take
that?
fashion advice from me. This is actually a pretty cool shirt. This is probably one of
Those
the-
are cargo shorts, right?
Yeah, these are not cargo shorts.
pants.
Come on, now she's lying on me. These are pants. These are joggers. Look at Hannah coming in here flexing on me with the fashion.
She's firing, man.
She's
Little
firing.
drive-by.
Hey, got to. So what are y'all going to do for the draft? Are y'all just going to just kind of relax? Are y'all a little bit more relaxed this year than last? Or is it the same mindset? What are we going to do for the draft? Because there's obviously no party. So what are y'all's plans? Are y'all going to be
party.
Well, Friday.
Well, I'm not on Thursday. Not for round one. For round one, what are y'all going to do?
We're going to be in the draft room.
We'll be in the draft room, and you never know what Nick's going to do. He may trade up. I said this last year.
Yeah.
He may trade up. He may trade down.
Don't know.
He'll take calls and see what happens and do, again, it's a cliche, but he'll do what's best for the team.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be exciting. And what happens in the first round, even if we're not picking there, influences the second round.
Are there going to be any, because obviously going to be in the Hall of Fame game, any changes to training camp, whether dates or locales?
Yeah, we're still working on that because we haven't gotten the preseason game dates, so we're still working through that. Yeah, but yes, there has to be a little bit of an adjustment.
I thought y'all made the media rounds, I want to say 2 weeks ago when y'all sat down with all the local channels. I thought y'all's best answer was where they asked about Stefon Diggs, and I think it was with Bristol. Correct? Yeah, it was with Bristol. And they asked about the term diva. And you said basically that you like bringing in strong personalities. You didn't dismiss the possibility, Cal, of there being disagreements, but you said that the culture was strong enough to where bringing a guy into that atmosphere is not the worst thing. How cool is it to be able to say that? Because I don't think we could have said that was the case. Maybe for your entire tenure. How cool is it for you to be able to say that and not go up there and just completely dismiss the possibility and not necessarily embrace conflict, but say we're in position to where we can deal with strong personalities?
Well, I think we're in a good place, to do that, and I think it's reflective. And he's an extremely talented player, and I can't wait to get him here and see what he's going to contribute to the team.
All right, that's Cal and Hannah McNair. More with them coming up as we go around the NFL. Plus, we talk about blessings in disguise when it comes to the quarterback position. A lot of that centers around C.J. Stroud and not Bryce Young. But there might be an even bigger blessing that took place in the same area of the draft 2 years earlier that went full circle yesterday. More with Cal and Hannah, plus a lot going on around the NFL. Let's go around it next.
Right now, Low T Center, of course. Low T Center is going to get you to feel
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Devo just came in studio, took the other jersey. We'll hear more from Cal and Hannah McNair coming up in a sec. Hardo Cal, as we like to call him, with that big Nick energy. As she said, Zach Wilson, man. I thought about this. Mm-hmm. How close do you think the Texans were to getting Zach Wilson? I think it's actually really close. You had leaks from the Watson camp about the Jets being a team they would potentially be. Hell, they even took a tour up to New York. We know Watson had the no-trade clause. We know that he demanded a trade January 28th, 2021, which was 3 months before the NFL draft. We know that the Texans probably would have traded him, but then they could not because of the Tony Busby situation and the fact that Deshaun Watson had whatever he had going on off the field. So the Texans had to hold on to him, and the Jets, with their number 2 overall pick, they selected Zach Wilson. So if the Texans had that number 2 pick and they'd taken Zach Wilson, I don't think that's a far-fetched idea, given the fact that Trey Lance and Justin Fields were the other 2 possibilities. Like, it's not like the Jets were getting completely scrutinized. So you talk about blessings in disguise. I think they come in many forms. I think the most successful teams often get those blessings in disguises. And I think the fact that the Texans weren't able to trade Deshaun Watson in 2021 and they actually had to hold off, it actually kind of played into their favor. And, oh, by the way, as if that's not enough, in 2022, there's not a quarterback worth a damn worth taking in the first round. So I think you have Kenny Pickett go in the middle. So
yeah,
the timing worked out perfectly when it came to when you could trade Deshaun Watson and when you did trade Deshaun Watson.
But both drafts. I mean, even that draft. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, of course. We'll see how good he is, but he's not C.J. Stroud. And then you had Zach Wilson, and maybe they fell in love with Trey Lance. No. I mean, they got lucky with not just that it didn't happen, but that they didn't have to draft, because they would have. Like, this team was so hungry for a quarterback, and they had Deshaun, and all that stuff happens. They would have, and they might have done it in 2022 as well, and with the same result. It wouldn't have been C.J. Stroud, that's for sure.
Let's hear more from Cal and Hannah McNair as we go around the NFL. Cal and Hannah in studio a few hours before the big party and 1 hour after the uniforms were released.
But it goes back to, Cal said, last year doesn't matter, but it does, right? Mm-hmm. All of that has set the table for a culture for different types of personalities to come in. So it does matter. I think that all did matter. And I think it will contribute to hopefully more success this year.
So the dynamic a year ago now was actually a little bit more than a year, but like, how is this all going to work together? Nick really didn't know D'Amico, and D'Amico didn't really know Nick, and they're coming together and all. Dude, it's beyond all expectations from the outside looking in. Where are you now with that whole, you two, with D'Amico and Nick? It seems like it's way ahead of schedule.
No, I think they're working really well together. I think that's what we've been kind of conveying to the fans, and it continues to be that way. And you saw it through the offseason, and then Nick's ability to trade for players, even in free agency period, was really smart, I thought. And bringing in the players that D'Amico wants and needs to have his vision of the team, and Nick's totally buying into that. You see them working together really well, and I'm excited to see the continued growth.
Are you ready to play the Titans again? I know you kind of enjoyed that sweep last year. You got that marked on the calendar? Is that your
what's so funny is I was seeing some articles about Hannah salty about them wearing the uniforms. Who started that? Who started it wearing it against us. And then if anybody was at that game, their in-house PA was instigating it. It was unbelievable, but also wonderful because we finished the story. Okay?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
She went.
I mean, who's salty here?
Yeah, that's what I don't get. I kind of like that. Is that going to be something that maybe we get a little bit of healthy rivalry where,
Rivalry is good for the league.
It's here, right?
Yeah, it's good for the league.
And the Titans are the top rival. It seems like it kind of moves. Right now, is that our top rival?
Well, first they need to beat us.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so it's not a rivalry yet.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
So we got to go.
That's how you do it, right?
Okay, there you go. Look at Cal. That ain't one.
I was like, here's the hot sauce.
Here she goes again. She goes again.
I want to beat all our AFC South friends and neighbors.
Yeah.
Twice, each one of them. Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome. So
Did Figgy just cut that piece?
No. Yeah, maybe.
It's not dumped. With 20 seconds has passed. Expect that on a clip for sure. I'm sure.
Okay, so overall on the day, what are you expecting to hear from the fans in terms of approval and everything? Because it's not going to be universal.
No, I don't think you will get universal.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as we go on, I think we'll get a higher percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think it'll come down to how we do on the field at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, I think this is going to go over a lot better now than it would have 2 years ago.
And probably when you and I were playing, it was shirts versus skins. So I don't know that, whoever
I'm
won,
ready.
that was the most popular, And so I don't know that I want to do that
I'll
now.
be shirts.
But uniforms didn't really, it mattered who won. And that's what we're looking to do.
No, and you guys are going to knock it out of the park. And there's a long line of people out there. Last thing. The merchandise doesn't necessarily have to, in terms of jerseys, doesn't necessarily have to reflect the jerseys on the field. Like you can have a lighter blue jersey, correct? I've been telling people that you can have all kinds of, as long as you have those colors,
You can do a lot with the merch,
You can
right?
do a lot with the merch, right?
You can do a lot of different things with the merchandise. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
So we can get.
Just wanted to make sure that was
and
clear.
the shop is open right now, correct?
Yes.
And the home jerseys are flying off the shelves. my friend.
Here we go.
We need to do a measurement. We need to do a measurement on these home jerseys. Hold that. That's not a home. That's an alternate, right?
This is my favorite.
Okay, yeah, there you go. You got the alternate. You got the Willie Anderson right there. Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that lovely thing right there.
Large. I'm going to give to my daughter.
No, I should have. I needed to bring the show, his red one. Oh, hey, Tyler.
T-Mill's in there. He's doing his thing. I think he's disappointed that there wasn't full-on Oiler jerseys. I think T-Mill's in that demo. He's a little upset.
T-Mill, that's the NFL for you.
Yeah, it is.
Especially the
or the
NFL
stanky
in
one,
Nashville.
The stanky one. But that's just
tune in a segment or two because I'm going to name names that you may have or may have not referenced earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, Fair enough.
We'll figure it out.
We will figure it out.
Appreciate you. Coming up next, why Hannah says the Titans suck.
I did not say that.
Okay.
You actually, the only time I
tease.
said
That's
that
a tease.
word was when you were referencing the jerseys.
Hey, I also didn't say all the jerseys sucked either, so we're even now. Or
There you
not.
go.
There you go. Hannah McNair, Cal McNair here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
You do get the feeling that he looks at her like, okay, be careful now with what you're about to say, but he likes it. Because
It's a good balance.
It's a great balance.
It's a good balance.
Yeah,
because he can't say that stuff.
No, it's harmless fun though. We need to bring
She
that
can
crap
say
back.
it.
We
He
need to
can't.
bring that crap back. Like the fun, the smack talk, all that's not that serious. Don't let these weasels on the internet make it more than it is.
Yeah.
I mean, Titans fans talk bad about Texans fans. Texans fans talk bad about Titans fans. It's back and forth. As long as we're not getting stupid, it is what it is.
Amy Adams' daddy did the double rods to the. Who was it? Was it the Texans?
It's Texans fans, yeah.
Yeah, Texans fans.
He
Yeah.
did that. Yeah.
So there's that as well.
He was like doing it like crazy though.
Oh, he was just going.
Yeah. Thought he was dangling Viagra. Those are double rods there.
Could have been, but I'm pretty sure it was double rods.
I had loose change in my pocket, baby. 6 hours of fun. 6 hours of fun. The stanky one, Amy Adams stank. So what is your beef with the stanky one, Amy Adams stank?
It has to do with the fact that she even cared to do this much. You can give me a hard time about like the Oilers blue or whatever.
Get a boomer call.
Yeah, that's not it. Don't get it twisted. This is about someone in our business that has no business being in our business as a city.
Well, she's the worst owner in the NFL.
Yeah.
She's terrible.
But to do that,
They call her Miss Amy too.
That's kind of weird.
I mean, is that not weird?
That's very weird.
I mean, like their fans call her that.
Yeah.
And then the GM calls like Mr. Cal,
Yeah.
Mr. McNair.
Yeah.
I've never heard like Jerry Jones. I'm trying to like go through
Miss
this.
Amy?
Miss Amy? What is that?
Have we ever said like Miss Janice?
No, Janice McNair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I've never heard
I've said
that in my
Mrs.
entire
McNair.
life.
I've said Mrs. McNair, which is accurate. Miss Amy.
They call her Miss Amy.
Yeah.
What is she? Your teacher?
It sounds like something might have gone with the wind.
How you gonna say Miss and
No,
then
it does.
how you gonna say Miss and then the first name?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They call her that.
I don't know nothing
Hey,
about
Mr.
birthing
John.
no
I didn't
babies.
get it.
I
didn't understand it.
Okay, so for those who weren't listening earlier, let me just reset what happened because I know this for a fact, not an opinion, for a fact. When the Texans decided long time ago to get these uniforms, to change the uniforms, they went to the NFL. This is what we're thinking about. This is what we're looking at. The NFL designed the first versions of the uniforms, not the Texans. With not anything. It was the NFL in conjunction with Nike.
Mm-hmm.
They designed one of those first uniforms, presumably because the Texans wanted to have this, was a predominantly H-Town blue jersey.
Yeah, we saw it on the background, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when Amy Adams decided, no, we own that color.
We knew that was happening,
which,
though, right?
Yeah, but which they don't. You can't own a color. She was just stomping her feet because Daddy, and Daddy was mistreated in Houston and all that stuff. So that's where my biggest beef with Amy Adams is. She is a conniver. She's lurked about this. She has her own bad memories about how Daddy was treated in Houston, and she's taking it out on the Texans. And it has nothing to do with the color, but the fact that she did that. So to the point that the first thing the NFL did was side with her. And again, I don't think this, I know this, was side with her, and the next version of uniforms they gave the Texans had no H-Town blue in it at all, zero. And then the Texans said, come on now. I'm paraphrasing, I'm sure. They didn't just literally say, hey, Roger, come on now. But they basically said that, and so they compromised, and that's why you see just a little bit of H-Town blue on the backs of the collars and on the alternate blue that you're wearing the hat right now.
Yeah.
Which I agree with you. Maybe all's well that ends well because this was the best mix. But my problem is, who the hell are you to tell the Texans what to do?
But you knew this was going to happen, right?
But it doesn't make it any
was
better.
saying it was going to happen from the jump. McClain might have snitched, man.
Like, who the hell?
But I'm glad, though. I think,
again, we landed here.
I think now that we've gotten here, just a little hint is good.
Yeah. No, it is. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't make it any better. The analogy I gave, the reference I gave earlier was like someone from another radio station telling you can't do something on the air. That's not any of their business. You watch your own stuff, So she is just being bitter. And
she's weird, dude.
And
she
vindictive.
has no identity. No, she has no identity. Remember when she said she fired Vrabel because they wanted to get the top coach?
Yeah, well,
like, damn, is Belichick going?
Yeah, no.
Callahan.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
She has no identity except stank. Amy Adams stank is the worst owner in the NFL. Like, I'm not even trying to be a jerk. Like, she is the worst owner in the NFL, right? She has to be.
She's got to be up there.
Who's worse?
Or down there.
She's the worst.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually
just stay out of our business, man.
But I do think it's a favor.
Yeah. Ultimately, maybe.
Yeah. Remember that planned interview that she had after they fired Vrabel?
That was
awful,
so bad.
Man.
Oh my God.
Was so bad.
That was trash. That was trash, man.
I would love to interview her.
I wouldn't.
I would.
Yeah.
Like why does this matter to you so much? Well, it's all our color. Well, what about,
We've been quoting Black classic movies today.
Mm-hmm.
We've been quoting Friday. That's my bike, punk. You know what bike you'd be you know what movie you'd be quoting if you interviewed Amy Adams Stank?
What's that?
House Party. Martin Lawrence. Ooh, dragon breath. Dragon breath. I bet you her breath smells like pork rinds and hot sauce and ketchup and
scotch
and garlic and wine coolers. Ugh. The stanky one.
Yeah.
Patriots are listening and taking calls from teams looking to move into 3. This per Diana Rossini. Diana Rossini says the Patriots are taking calls. They could be trading with the Minnesota Vikings. Keep an eye on that. Andy Reid got an extension. He's going to be in Kansas City through 2029. So at least 5 more years for Andy Reid. That is perfect territory to be able to chase the GOAT. You hear a lot of GOAT talk. Andy Reid, Bill Belichick. That 5-year window with Mahomes. Got to think Kelsey on the back end won't be there, but if Mahomes continues to win chips, then Andy Reid might get into that GOAT conversation if you don't think he's already there right now. Brandon Ayuk, we know he's unhappy in San Francisco. He said as much on Instagram yesterday. His general manager and the former boss of DeMeco Ryans spoke on Ayuk, and he had this to say.
A couple years ago, there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, with BA. You know, BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish. And our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. You know, we're working through that. You know, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public. And so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And we'll focus on the draft here today. I understand you guys have a job to do and respect that, but that's kind of the tone I'm going to take there.
All right. Thanks, John.
Okay, John.
I like when people say, I know you guys have a job to do.
John. Thanks for letting us know, John.
I know you got to talk about stuff for your articles and radio
shows.
shows.
We do have a job to do?
I know you got to figure it out, but yeah, we're just going to take this one day at a time. And Brandon's a great football player, and he's a big part of our success recently, and we hope that he's around here for a long time. Jonathan Gannon, man, he was getting fun of a lot last year, and I'll be honest, if the Texans had hired Jonathan Gannon, I think there would have been a very, very, very significant amount of disappointment, just because it seemed like
from this side of the table, for sure.
It seemed like that would have been like the guy that you could have hired the year before, and it would have been before the Nick Caserio, the last year or so. It would have been, oh well, he's hiring his guy, Jonathan Gannon. I'm not gonna lie though, I kind of think this guy's pretty funny. I actually think Arizona fought pretty hard last year, and I actually think John Lopez and Jonathan Gannon might get along. Because this was him. Monty Austin-Fort goes up there. He gets asked about the draft board. And listen to this analysis afterwards. This sounds like John Lopez reacting to a Nick Caserio word salad.
How many players do you have on your board, and how many do you have graded as a first round?
I don't again, we don't necessarily talk first round. It's not really a language we use. We talk about roles and where they fit on our team. You know, in terms of number of guys that we have on our board, you know, it's a little bit of a moving target. I mean, I'd say we have guys that are up there, but I would say there's a focus number that we're more interested in. You know, I wouldn't say it's an extensive number. We put these guys got to check a lot of boxes for us to be guys that we want to add to our program. Hard for me to give you a number on that, Josh.
Zero chance you're getting that answer.
There you go, Jonathan Gannon, your guy.
Zero chance.
Give me a pow, pow, pow.
Pew, pew, pew.
No, you're right. I mean, he did a good job, but I mean, come on. He would have just been really awkward in a lot of ways here.
No, it wouldn't. I mean, I'd have worked out.
Yeah.
I like Jonathan Gannon, but I think I've said this 100 times. I don't know what DeMeco's flaws are as a head coach yet. I'm sure that eventually some emerge, and there'll be big games. The more the magnitude, the more that you like. If some little thing happens,
might stand out a little more.
But I can say this with my chest 100%. I would not trade DeMeco Ryans for any effing coach in the entire NFL. There is no one I would rather have leading this football team than DeMeco Ryans. Point blank, period. Not even entertain the possibility of anyone else.
No, because I said it very early on last year. He's going to have a flaw. We're going to see something. How's he going to handle it? Well, I never even saw a flaw in terms of maybe something very, very minuscule. But beyond that, to be able to do not just the reputation of what this team has become in just a year, but how good they've become in just a year. Like, what did we say last year? 6 wins would be good, 7, something like that. And then all of a sudden they're a playoff team. Like, it's not just the transformation of their reputation; it's the transformation of the team, and that's DeMeco. Like, they are legit, and it happened all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's fun, man. I love me some DeMeco. They say speed kills.
Mm-hmm.
If speed kills, then there might be some murders in the 305 if these rumors hold up. According to Albert Breer, the Miami Dolphins have strong interest in University of Texas wide receiver and the record holder of the fastest 40 time in NFL Combine history, Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
They already have Jalen Waddle. They have Tyreek Hill. Apparently, they're interested in Xavier Worthy.
I mean, they could run a 4x100 relay that would compete. You know, it'd be crazy.
Here's my thing, though.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's like a chess move for Tyreek Hill because the knuckleheaded stuff's getting a little out of control.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, what was he talking about? The 10 belongs to me. I don't.
Dude, he didn't know why his house burned down.
Didn't know why his house burned down.
He said he was trying to get to the bottom of
why
his
the
house burned
bottom
down.
of it. Not only that, but then he went in on Pacheco, Isaiah Pacheco, right? Saying that
He felt disrespected. that someone walked in.
Disrespected. Yeah. Okay.
Coming up, internet going nuts for a number of reasons. Some local, some not. In the Loop continues next.
It's draft week, and only one station. judgment-free zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Texans dropped the unis. They dropped the uniform. Seems like a relatively positive reaction. The gear all over the place. And the party's going to be tonight at 6:30 to 9:30 at the Post. Looking forward to it. Shout out to Cal and Hannah for coming through. If you missed that, check that out on the YouTube channel. But overall, I would say a very, very popular reaction with the fan base. Here and there, people have their favorites. Still not a fan of the home, but people seem to be, even the uniform nerds, I've kind of creeped in on the uniform nerds.
Yeah.
They seem relatively pleased with what the Texans did as well.
I'm surprised, frankly. Not that I didn't like them or whatever. It's just that usually there's always going to be, they stink this, they stink that. They did this wrong. Very much more positive than I could have imagined, and that's a testament to how they made this thing work. We talked about in the last segment how they figured it out to get the color they wanted in, the design they want, and still keep the traditional logo, which Cal likes and a lot of fans like.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, Adam Silver had the internet going nuts this morning, as did the NBA, as did a couple of really weird calls in the league. Nick Nurse went off about a timeout that he tried to call that they didn't acknowledge twice. And then LeBron went off on. This was the worst thing of all, because, I mean, say what you will about LeBron, no matter how you feel about him, he is the league. He's the dude. Even though there's other stars coming and all that stuff. Just frankly.
Wasn't he talking about a third quarter play, though?
No, that I don't remember. Was it?
I thought he was talking about a third quarter play, if I'm not mistaken, and they blew a 20-point lead.
Yeah, but what he was talking.
If you blow a 20-point lead.
No, I don't disagree.
Just keep it moving, bud.
I do agree with that. But what I'm saying is, like, LeBron is just throwing people under the bus. Like, this league sucks. Yeah. Is basically what he was saying.
You have a lot to do with that.
Yeah, well, maybe. But Adam Silver, man, it's turning into a big mess.
Yeah, the craziest thing is I saw that I guess their TV deal expired, and they're talking about going mainly stream. You think you can go mainly stream, fellas?
You cannot.
I mean, y'all, the NFL went stream, and they beat you head-to-head on your day.
Yeah.
Christmas. You're sure you are going to go stream?
That's a bold move.
A little bold if you don't want to.
That's a bold move
try to make that up. But it is interesting. All the series, by the way, are at 2-0. Had a wild finish yesterday with the Knicks. Had a wild finish yesterday with the Nuggets, with Murray hitting the buzzer beater. And tonight, teams will be looking to survive, including Dallas, who got their butts handed to them by the Clippers without Kawhi. How about that? James Harden.
James Harden had been scoring, man.
Doing his thing, man.
Yeah.
Playoff James Harden. We know what time it is.
No, we haven't seen playoff James Harden yet.
We know what time it is.
We haven't seen that one yet.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, this Taylor Swift thing is really weird, getting really weird to me. I'm actually kind of
the record drop.
I'm just kind of creeped. Her whole existence creeps me out. I don't think she's a real person. Like I'm being serious. I don't know what it is. I think there's some sort of mind control. I think something weird is going on. And when I read stories like this, it just kind of confirms where I'm at. And I sound like a loon. I'll be the first to admit, but. Apparently, she wrote a song about Kim Kardashian. Okay?
Yeah, I saw this.
And the diss song to Kim Kardashian, who, by the way, was unfair to her. I don't disagree with how she feels about the way Kim treated her. But as a result of writing this song, Kim Kardashian lost 100,000 followers on Instagram, and her whole feed is now spammed with people just going in on her on behalf of Taylor Swift. Then there's Paste Magazine. Paste Magazine reviews albums. And they put out the review of Taylor Swift's album, but they did not put the name of the person who reviewed the album. Yeah. And here's their reasoning. Quote, there is no byline on this review due to how in 2019, when Paste reviewed Lover, the writer was sent threats of violence from readers who disagreed with the work. We care more about the safety of our staff than a name attached to an article. This is not normal, John.
No, it's not
you
normal.
You can tell me that there's a lot of Taylor Swift popularity. You can tell me that Taylor Swift is talented. You can tell me she has a lot of fans. This is not like this whole Taylor Swift thing.
Yeah.
She dates Travis Kelce, and all of a sudden he has more endorsements than Tom Brady ever did. It's just this is not normal stuff right here. Taylor Swift scares the crap out of me, and I don't know what it is. You might think I'm crazy. That's not normal stuff right there. That's not normal reaction, and I think that. I don't know if it's an algorithm. I don't know if it's just the fact that people increase her popularity so much, and then other people say, well, she's this popular, I have to go like her this much. But that ain't normal, man. Michael Jackson fans were not threatening to kill people if they didn't like Thriller. That's not normal.
But that's where we are.
Nobody else has that.
It's not normal.
Nobody else has that. SEC fans don't do this.
Nobody is as big as her.
Well, I think she got help in getting this big.
Maybe, but
I think she got help in getting this big.
I don't know what that help would be. I mean, she's enormous.
Algorithms.
The machine.
Algorithms, mind control, all that type of stuff.
Mind control.
Yes, I think so.
It's the record label machine, man.
Yes, I think Kanye was trying to tell us something when he went up there and grabbed the mic from her.
Well, interesting you say that because
when he went and grabbed the mic from her, I think he was trying to tell us something.
It's an algorithm. No,
she terrifies me.
She terrifies me. She's a monster. Not like a monster, like she's a monster, as in her the magnitude.
And then you listen to her music now. It sounds. I'm
about to say. I feel like it's not even adding up. Because if she was this big like this, I feel like everybody would know her music. Everybody would know this album.
Dude, nobody I know is bumping that, dude.
Well,
and there's like these 5-hour waits and stuff like this. I'm telling you, man, something weird is going on with this Taylor Swift thing.
When somebody is that big, that will force people like me and you to like her.
Or at least
know
what's
on it. And I even think her old stuff was more like, dude, she's weird now. Like she's weird now. She's talking about like, something weird is up with this, man.
I will say this, and maybe
something's going on.
Read into this whatever you want. The top 10 songs right now.
I don't doubt it.
On Spotify.
Yeah.
All 10.
Yeah.
All 10, Figgy.
I mean, I get that, but us three can't even name a song.
I think someone buys them.
Man.
I think someone buys them.
Like,
I think someone is buying those, and then it's becoming to where you think it's so popular that you feel like you got to have it.
Yeah, back
that ain't Trill Burgers.
But see,
I see people outside of Trill Burgers.
You know they're there.
But see, back in the day, if one song was in the top 10. We probably would have known what that song is. And we probably heard it.
You know what I see more from Taylor Swift fans? Like, I see people that the concert's awesome. Like, I'm not questioning her as a performer.
No, she's super talented.
Don't think I'm sitting here acting like they took 50 Tyson or something like that and made him a superstar. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, like, yeah, she's a good performer and stuff like that. But, I mean, the people that I see more, like, with Taylor Swift is people trying, oh, she must be cool, like, go check her out because she's so popular. I'm telling you, something weird is up with this Taylor Swift. That's not normal behavior, John.
Well, it shouldn't be.
I mean, like, Texas A&M fans, University of Texas fans,
SEC
Alabama fans, Auburn, all that type of crap.
Yeah.
Craziest people ever.
Yeah.
We don't have riders having to not put their name on it because they're going to get threatened to get killed. Yes. Like, let's just put it like Drake. Like Drake has a beef with like Chris Brown has a beef with Quavo right now, and they're talking about killing each other.
Yeah.
Neither one of them's losing 100,000 followers and having their people talk about the guys catching bullets.
Yeah.
That's not real.
Yeah. No, but it is, I think. I think it's just so she's so big.
I think that's part of the record label, man.
They help her,
I think that's
doubt.
part of the machine, man.
Yeah.
They got a part in social media where they can attack people that don't like it. They can promote.
She scares me, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, she scares me.
I wouldn't want to get on her bad side.
No,
I would not want to get on her bad side.
You can't even review her albums, man.
No, you can't.
And there are some fans that are diehard. I'm not saying that, but that's like the difference between. There's a difference between like a Michael Jackson cult-like following, a Rolling Stones cult-like following, a Taylor Swift cult-like following. But now you got all these what are these people?
That's called stands.
These aren't even stands. These are nut jobs.
Nut job stands.
What are they?
Yeah.
What is this?
Have to hide the identity of your guy.
The guy that was obsessed with Eminem in that video, that's what they are.
Yeah.
That's exactly who they are.
Yeah.
Dear Tay, I meant to write you sooner.
I I got the internet going nuts.
Oh, by the way, the draft is is trending.
Oh,
right
yeah, I
now.
forgot about that.
It's got the internet going nuts. I think we kind of have I noticed it this morning. I double-checked right now, and sure enough, still trending. The hipster pick, top 3 pick, top 5 pick.
Hipster.
The hipster top 5 pick. I think we have an answer now. We know who it's going to be. Now, I don't know if he's going to be picked in the top 3 or top 5, but he's the one that all the drafts, all the mocks, all the Kuipers of the world, all the old are all about. Joe Alt, the tackle
from Notre Dame.
From Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Dude,
he's a badass.
He's a badass, but
everybody's loving him.
People are like, he should be the number 1 pick. He's the only sure thing in this draft.
He's a guaranteed 12-year
Yes.
All-Pro.
Yes.
If you want the left side locked down for a decade for your quarterback, Joe Alt is the guy.
I saw Joe Alt's tape. I'm reading one right now. This guy has Hall of Fame written all over. There's always one, right? There's always one. Joe Alt is the guy. Joe Alt is the trendy hipster. Oh, he's the best player in the draft. Well, you can have Caleb Williams. I want Joe Alt. Okay.
On the text line, the 806. Speaking of Colts, Landry's afraid of strong women like Taylor Swift. I am not. I admire strong women. That ain't strong women, bro. There's something.
You're just terrified. I'm just frightened.
They're threatening to kill people. They're spamming like the feed. But by the way, Kim Kardashian deserves anything that comes with that because
she earned it.
You played the game as much as you can,
Well,
but that's
true.
still crazy.
Yeah.
Insane, just absolutely insane. Joe Alt, how about that? You look at you give me
11 Joe Alts.
Give me 11 Joe Alts. you're thinking
he's
Super
the
Bowl.
one. I wonder where he's actually going to go.
7 to the Titans.
You think?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll welcome that.
Yeah.
Wait, they're 7, right? Yeah.
Believe
7,
so.
8, right there. 9,
Yeah.
something like
Yeah.
that. Top 10 ish.
I think
maybe.
they're 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they are. Who knows?
I got the internet going nuts.
So there's a couple of teams that are open for business. The Patriots at 3 and the Cardinals at 4. Is it a big smokescreen with the Cardinals? Like, surely in a world in which they've lost all these weapons, where they're committed to Kyler Murray, surely they're not passing on Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, surely that's why Marvin Harrison said, I don't want to talk to any of y'all. I'm not working out for any of y'all. I'm going to Arizona. Surely that is where Arizona is right now, is that they're gonna draft Marvin Harrison, right?
Yes, but everything is negotiable. Everything is negotiable. If somebody comes in and just blows them away,
I wouldn't be surprised if if somebody trade with them like the Chargers.
Yeah.
If they jump up and they get a couple extra picks, and they just settle with Malik Neighbors. I wouldn't be surprised.
Everything's negotiable.
Come on, man.
I wouldn't be
just
surprised.
saying.
Hey, if the Chargers really want Marvin Harrison Jr., I can see.
I mean, if they
I
do,
can see it. Who they receivers now?
Yeah.
I can see it.
Lost Keenan Allen.
They don't have any.
Yeah.
I can see them trading up.
Well,
pairing them with Justin Herbert.
I saw that CTE, ESPN, Antonio Brown, they're kind of playing up the Justin Herbert trade, but they're being funny about it in between. They're like, the only obstacle for the trade is the $360 million in dead cap. Like they're playing along with it. Ben Albright, the nut job, who had that like big fall off with his girlfriend when they were talking about it, text and stuff, and then deleting all the text and stuff.
Yeah.
He quote tweeted the Antonio Brown and said, contrary to these reports, this is not true. It's like,
no kid.
At least you're closer to where you should be credibility wise, but you're really like taking this fun CT ESPN Antonio Brown thing serious?
Albright's weird.
I refute this report by Ballsack Sports. Goodness gracious. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, first time it's ever happened. A lot of strong reaction in regards to it, plus 2 sleeps till it. A lot of it's coming up next.
Yep. Looking to lower those car payments. I know if you're getting a new.
610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right. So, first time ever, franchise history, the Texans have changed uniforms. The reaction, interesting. Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, in studio. There's a party tonight to it's not to unveil, it's to celebrate the unveil of the unis.
Yeah.
So you're going to have that. You got the merchandise on sale. It's going crazy. Vibes crazy. Draft coming up. You got the Stefon Diggs deal. You got Nick Caserio doing his thing. It is a fun time to be supporting football in Houston. I got to think, and I know that we kind of anticipated this, but I actually think this has been kind of an interesting case study for something else that's kind of been an issue with this squad up until, I would say, the playoff game last year. I think this you can restart the sellout streak. I don't think you're going to have too many empty seats in NRG this next season.
Or any season that in the foreseeable future.
There were more people in that parking lot buying gear today than there were at some games 3 years ago. That might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but I mean, it was there were people lining up there at about 7. So I think better days are ahead.
Yeah,
for sure.
What are you doing to me?
I just put a survey up, man. Just put a
see
survey
this,
up.
Figgy?
Just a little survey at Landry Locker on Twitter, man. I think it's a good question.
Which
man.
H-Town legend worse it best?
Oh, I said worse. I gotta
war.
change that. Yeah. I
me or Booker T? Well, it's me, clearly. Right? I got the Band-Aid on my nose.
Yeah, man. Can you dig it?
I did this for y'all's sake today.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Ugly ass nose right now from those jungles of Costa Rica.
The biggest story right now of the uniforms, and this was something that was kind of teased and perhaps attempted, was there's no Oiler jersey, there is no Columbia / H-Town blue. That's not happening, and I feel like people are okay with it, and I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing for Texans fans. I think it's a good thing to start the new era. I have no problem with it. I like it. I'm glad. I think Amy Adams Stank might have bailed out Texans fans, and they can kind of do their own thing while just sprinkling a little blue in there.
Yeah, but her motive was not that.
Yeah, well,
her motive was to stick it to Houston.
Yeah, and I mean that's like her dad. Her dad dealt with a lot of crap,
and she's just being petty and vindictive and just angry, stomping her feet. Oh, they treated Daddy poorly, and so now I'm gonna use all the power I have to stick it to him. That was her motivation, and it was rather silly to be honest. But in the end, it's my favorite jersey, man. I think of the new ones,
the alternate
blue with the H-Town is
I saw that coming.
I know you did. Is my favorite one. And so it worked out all right. But I just stay out of my business, man. You know, you have nothing to do here.
Well, she is an owner in the league, right? I mean, she might be the worst.
Yeah, but
one
the
in
other
league,
owners weren't saying, "Oh no, you can't do that." And by the way, other colors have been used in more than one jersey: red, purple. I mean, just go down the list. You know, oh yeah, that's our color. Shut up. I mean, it's just vindictive little shrew. Yeah, she's a shrew.
At least we can move past this.
Yeah, because I do like this
type of vibe.
And I do like the fact that you mentioned this earlier, and I think it's accurate. Like, let's say that the perfect storm comes together, and it already is. Head coach, general manager, quarterback, roster, opportunity to make a lot of noise in the NFL. Let's say they do have those moments. AFC Championship game. You know, maybe, dare I say, a Super Bowl appearance. Those are all going to be archived in this new look.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool in this new look. Like all those images of Earl Campbell, you know, hitting Isaiah Robertson and caving in his chest, you know, 99 yards or whatever it was, however, 79 yards, whatever it was against the Dolphins on Monday Night Football. Those are archived in those uniforms. These are all going to be archived in these new threads, and they're pretty sweet. Pretty sweet.
Sign me up for it, man.
Yeah.
Sign me up for it. Sign me up for the draft, too, by the way.
It's coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Draft's here. Round one kind of going to be a little bit smooth. I like how Hardo Cal is, just same Same stuff, different year.
Oh, he's been
different day.
He's been hanging around Cal
Casario
and
and
Nick
D'Amico.
and Casario.
Yeah,
Nick and D'Amico.
The goal doesn't change for the Houston Texans.
And you know what that means for this year? Absolutely nothing. Come on. Tell you what, Hannah's going to Hannah no matter what. She's getting a lot of run already on her. Well, they got to win first. They got to beat us first.
Talking about the Titans?
Yeah. That's pretty sweet.
I don't even think I'm looking at the Titans, really. I'm kind of overlooking them.
Yeah.
Dangerous?
Mm-hmm.
Is that dangerous or not?
I mean, it's always dangerous, I guess. But they're not my biggest threat, if I had to rank them.
No, they're not top 2.
No.
They're not top 2 in the AFC
in the
South.
division.
This was Hannah firing some shots at the stanky one and the Tennessee Titans. Here was Hannah McNair, Cal McNair earlier today. Are you ready to play the Titans again? I know you kind of enjoyed that sweep last year. You got that marked on the calendar. Is that
you know what's so funny is I was seeing some articles about Hannah salty about them wearing the uniforms. Who started that? Who started it? Wearing it against us, and then if anybody was at that game, their in-house PA was instigating it. It was unbelievable, but also wonderful because we finished the story. Okay,
Yeah,
exactly.
So she went.
I mean, who's salty here?
Yeah, that's what I don't get. I kind of like that. Is that going to be something that maybe we get a little bit of healthy rivalry where
rivalry is good for the league.
It's
here,
right?
Yeah, it's good for the league.
And the Titans are the top rival. It seems like it kind of moves right now. Is that our top rival?
Well, first they need to beat us.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so it's not a rivalry yet. Okay.
Wow.
So we got to go.
That's how you do it.
Right?
Go.
Okay, Colts. There you go. Look at Cal. That ain't one.
I was like, here's the hot sauce.
Here she goes again. She goes again.
I want to beat all our AFC South friends. Friends and
Cal's
neighbors.
trying to be political.
Well,
I want to beat them all.
One of them.
Yeah.
Too
Just
late.
wants to win them all.
Too late.
That should be good, man.
It's gonna be great.
You lost a little steam with Amy Adams, though. I feel like she had you fired up, and then you're just like,
what?
Hell, Amy's
no.
worn me out.
Hell, no.
Amy's worn me out.
Lopez getting worn out by Amy Adams. It's crazy.
Lopez is out of gas right now.
I don't know what goes through your head sometimes
Lopez
when
is
you
out
just
of
make
steam
stuff
right
up.
now.
Amy got you out of gas.
Yeah, he's out of steam, man.
I truly figure. Have you ever figured out what goes through Landry's head that he just
kind of
makes crap up?
Just kind of zoned out.
Like what is it about him that just all of a sudden he pulls something out of thin air?
He's like,
Like that truly did not happen. I would encourage you to go to the tape.
I'm just
Yeah.
chilling. Got my Band-Aid on my nose.
Okay, I do have that. I do have that.
Scrolling through Twitter. Figgy, what did you think of the reception from the uniforms and just the overall energy?
I think this is what I expected, man, because I know we was talking before and we thought it was going to be kind of mixed, which, some of them are mixed, but I see a lot of positivity, man. I think people feeding into the hype, man. I'm kind of hyped, to be honest.
You just get swept up in it. The biggest point here is, like, if this had happened 2 years ago, no one would. The response would not be anything close to what it is now.
Yeah, and Tyler's actually getting a tattoo today. Tyler's got a tattoo.
Is he going to the
appointment.
thing?
Yeah, he's going to the thing. He's got a tattoo appointment at 6:30.
Be dog.
I'm trying to convince him to make it a neck tat because, you're already all in. Like, it's not like...
Well, that's all in.
Well, he's already got a whole sleeve, but, I think he should go neck tat.
He can hide the sleeve, though.
Yeah, but you
can't hide the neck tat.
The neck tat behind, just like behind his head. He's already all in. Look at those tattoos. Who's hiring him? Like, let's be honest.
All you gotta do is throw on the long sleeve and he good.
You don't want to see Tyler in a long sleeve. He likes to wear the vest. Like, he dresses up in the vest.
He does.
He's more of a
the
vest
neck
guy.
tattoo doesn't help that.
Yeah, the neck cat. Yeah,
neck tattoos aren't as frowned upon as they once were. I think he just needs like a nice, tasteful.
By who?
He needs a nice, tasteful neck tattoo, like right here on the back of the neck.
Is that a thing?
Nah, he can't do
that.
Yeah,
Is a tasteful
he's
neck
got to go in
tattoo
on
a thing?
Hell yeah, it's a thing. Shout out to all the loopholes with neck. Heck yeah. These days, yeah, the neck tattoo, you can get away with it maybe behind the ear or something like that.
Well, that's not the neck.
We gotta get Tyler the neck tattoo. That's the next big commitment.
Well, you sure are good at giving other people tattoos.
I know. Why don't you get one?
I mean, he's the one.
Why don't you do it?
You're passing out neck tattoos like Skittles.
Why don't you coach the team?
Yeah,
he's volunteering for himself.
Why don't you coach the
volunteer a
team?
neck tattoo? Why don't you get a sleeve?
I will say this: if you're gonna go get a tattoo on the Texans' dime at their uniform unveiling, you can't miss games like the Jets game. Because you're golfing with a stranger. That is kind of that we gotta
with a stranger.
It's one thing to have the full H-Town like skyline on your arm and skip watching a Texans game so you can go golf.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna go to the Texans uniform release party, you cannot skip any more big Texans games to golf with your wife's friend's husband. You got it. That's the new rule here, Tyler. If you're gonna go all in, we need you to go all in.
Yeah.
Neck tat. And no more golf outings.
Yeah, look, you're pretty generous giving other people tattoos.
Neck tat.
A neck tat? He's not really considering that.
I think he should.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Why?
Right?
Tyler's not a neck tattoo.
No, like back of the neck. Not neck tat, like back of the neck. He can pull a taste.
Anywhere he wants to put it. I think he should, with that H, should straddle his Adam's apple.
No, you're just effing with him like Landry.
No, I'm going
to be in trouble now.
I don't think he should.
No, he has a beard too. Since he always has a beard, just put it on the beard.
Tyler, they're just messing with you, man.
Hey, look, there ain't no. Oh, he done broke the. No, I'm not.
You're serious?
He's a tattoo guy.
Did I hear Landry say tasteful neck tattoo?
Yeah, that's what threw me
right
too. A tasteful neck tattoo.
He's got the Vans on. He's got the sleeve. He's got the H-Town. He's got the beard. Just put it where, like, right below the beard. Like, right below the beard right here on the neck. It can even be looking up to where you can't see it straight on.
I got a lot of other real estate to go before I get to the neck.
That's not you, man.
No.
You got that Kenya Martin.
It's either tonight it's either going to be added to the sleeve on the right arm.
Okay.
Or, I mean, I don't know what size they're doing yet is the thing. And if it's not on the sleeve, in addition to that, I'm just going to start something new over on the left arm.
Now, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
Just stay on that arm, dog.
I mean, I think you should do it all, man. I think you should be from the waist up, just tatted.
Well, I might someday.
I mean, you got to go into. You got to have some part of your body that's Aggie down.
Clint wanted him to get that full H just on the chest.
I think he should. I think he should. Actually, it was the back. I think he should go from the traps.
Yeah.
I think he should go from the traps to the top of his butt cheeks with that H. I think he should walk in. He should walk in and go. I don't know what size you guys are rocking with and giving away here, but I want it. I want that big boy. Yank your shirt off, hair everywhere. And
Give
just
me
sit
that
down.
double X.
If you're getting a tattoo at a party, like, let's not act like he's just going to the local shop. You're getting a tattoo at a party.
Well, you want to know the coolest part I just found out, though?
What's that?
The guy doing the ink work tonight at this event for the Texans, it's my artist, dude. It's my artist. I got continuity, baby. I got the same guy that's done all my work.
That was the concern I had, man. I was like, hey, man, you just going to let anybody just put a tat on you?
Well, now you got to do something.
I have a hard time believing that so many people are comfortable just laying down and throwing their arm out there and going,
let's go.
Here, let's hustle through this.
People are inspired, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, that's the thing.
That's what my boy Cap and them used to do back in the day. You know, when you're in high school, just roll over to old boy's house in OBT and say, hey, here it is, man.
I hate to be 7 or 8 in that line.
Ain't no doubt.
And no disrespect to Cap, that would have been about my guess based on some of the ink he has, if we're being honest.
Hey, Cap came home one day with his stepdad, Moose. His dad is raising Moose on his stomach right here, up ahead. From the shoulders up, baby. It looks good. It's unbelievably good in somebody's house in OBT. Unbelievable, man.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and I'm going to need my man's Aaron, who's going to come in here mad and stuff. Hey, listen, I just picked this thing up.
You break a mic already?
I mean, I just pulled it up, and that thing broke off. I'd imagine it's the person who used it prior to me, but I don't know. I would like for this to be fixed by the time we get to the 3 o'clock hour. I'm not making demands, but I would just like to say I'd like this thing to be fixed. I'd like a good piece of steel in my hand, but this is uncomfortable. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, there's nowhere to grab it with them little Burger King hands you got.
First off, I ain't got little Burger King hands. Now, don't you start creating that rumor. I got long fingers.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. See?
Hold on, so
how long them fingers are?
That middle one damn sure is.
I got some length on that bad boy. That's a treat for you all on YouTube and Twitch. You never know what you get. All right, the Drive is live. A big day. Hey, Mark Vandermeer, the voice.
Vandy.
The voice, rock and roll in here. Don't you do it?
Rock and roll, meow.
I hate your guts.
You knew I had to.
Big day here as the uniforms are unveiled. We got to talk to him because he's been the voice since the beginning. He has seen what the Texans have worn game in, game out, year in, year out. We'll get his thoughts on that and the upcoming season and what they've done in the offseason. So Mark Vandermeer joining us at 2:40. Stay tuned with that. We've been talking about it, Clinton and Tyler. We've been talking about the new uniforms. We knew they would be released today at 10 o'clock, and they were released. I was on my phone waiting to see what the new look is. We are a uniform show. We are a show that cares about how you look. I'm a believer of what the great Deion Sanders had to say. Play good when you look good.
Look good, feel good, play good.
You got to, baby. And,
I want the dogs.
And we were really looking at this, right? And we heard from D'Amico saying they loved the new jerseys. We heard from C.J. Stroud saying he loved the new jerseys. Clint, I'll let you go first. Your thoughts on the new era, the new chapter for the Houston Texans, the new jerseys.
Absolutely love them. Doug Vosick and their staff and the fans that they sat down with did an absolutely tremendous job with these uniforms.
Ooh, check out the uniform guy.
I'm telling you, Doug, you did a hell of a job, man. Dougie V did absolute work with these unis, man. I mean, it's hard to get 4 unis right. Right? I'm not talking about like or love, or I'm talking about you get 4 right when the majority of people can look at them and don't go, God, that one stands out. That's hideous. What the hell were you thinking there? He somehow got 4 uniforms right. One of them, the home deep steel blue. By the way, they're returning to that deep steel blue. That's not a new blue. That is the original deep steel blue of the Texans. It is very similar to what we've seen in the past. The blue uniform, the tradition, the history is bundled up into that blue home jersey. Absolutely love it. The icy whites, the away jersey, got Houston on the chest, got the horns on the shoulders, got the original helmet. Absolutely love the clean, simple but super clean look of the icy whites, the aways. The alternate uniforms, Ron, are alternate uniforms. They did it right. It's not the same logo, right? You got one that's the H that represents H-Town through and through, and they did a tremendous job with adding that little bit of H-Town blue in there while staying true to your original colors. Not making the jerseys too busy like the logo is on the hat, on the helmet. Tremendous job. And then I saved the best for last. Them all reds. Is that the color rush? Oh, yeah. My God. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Balls. That the helmet, alternate helmet, shouldn't be the original logo. It's got just the horns on it. I told you yesterday, I love that approach of magnifying the whole logo or part of the logo. It's absolutely tremendous. The red on red on red is absolutely phenomenal. Nico Collins looked absolutely beautiful in them. I'm telling you, I think Doug Vosick and crew, I think it was a grand slam, Ron. My opinion, I'm a very critical POS, SOB, whatever you want to throw out there. Very, very critical. I found it very difficult to find something that I didn't like. I mean, and we can get into that down the road. If there are a couple of things that I would have done a little bit differently, but my original look, okay, there's the 4 unis, all 4 different players, 4 different unis. Man, I'll be honest with you, I couldn't find anything I didn't like.
Where are you at? 713-572-4610. You can text in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump in as well. I'm seeing some folks here on YouTube and Twitch. Love it. Love the jerseys. They are amazing. Those on the text line, I love the unis. Dropped 400 on new gear this morning. Let's effing go.
Wow.
Yes, would have loved
maroon money, Tyler.
There you go.
I'm saying must be. That's a lot. That's a lot of pocket change right there.
Yeah.
Love that money.
And listen, man, we can hear from some of the people here a little bit later on. I do want to hear from people. I want to get some people to call in a little bit later on. I want to hear how you feel about these jerseys. Do you agree with Clint? Clint said a home run. Clint was a little nervous about what that H-Town helmet would look like and the jersey with it if it would be too busy. It did seem like it fit and paired together well. I even like how that material in the numbers on that particular jersey. Tyler, I know you were hunting this down. You grand slam on this too? Are you?
Yeah, man. I don't have any complaints. I mean,
I knew you wouldn't.
If there would have been a jersey that was more primarily that Oiler blue, maybe that's something that we could talk about or get excited about. But I think the way they did it, with it being an accent type of thing, and it's really popping on those alternates, the H-Town alternates, I love them all. The red, like Clint said, the battle red, the new battle red look with the horns on the helmet and the H-Town made alternate, those two, I mean, those get me aroused.
Yeah.
Full blood flow.
Shout out, Timeout Houston, all of them. Fire on YouTube and Twitch. Listen, when I look at these, I think the primary jerseys they're going to wear, Clint, which are the deep steel, or I think it's even the return to the darker blue. Cal and Hannah talked about it earlier. She said almost like the Yankees color blue, that dark blue, as opposed to the navy, lighter navy. They returned there.
Yeah, let me clear that up real quick. This is from the Texans website. The home uniform is classic, featuring the updated deep steel blue color that matches the original deep steel blue that was unveiled in 2000. So it's the original. It's updated from last year, and it's updated from where over 20-plus years where the deep steel blue kind of got to, right? But they updated it back to match what the original. So that's more OG than you think at first look, to be honest.
I think the primary jerseys, the white and the blue jerseys, we saw those out. I think those are just really, really good jerseys, right? They're really, really good jerseys, and they're solid jerseys. The H-Town blue one we were talking, or the H-Town jersey with the helmet, the Old English H, I think those are solid jerseys, really, really good jerseys. Those I think are going to sell really, really well. It's like I said, the number and the print there on the inside. But the red jerseys with the red helmet, I think those may rival the best in the league. The game I want to see is the Cincinnati Bengals against the Houston Texans, and the Cincinnati Bengals come out in that all-white joint that they wear with the white helmets, and then the Texans in the all-red with that. Man, I like that helmet so much. I wish that was the primary. Like they did that on the blue one. That was the primary emblem. I understand the traditional Texans emblem, and I heard the McNairs talk about the fans really like that. But that helmet with the horns and all red.
Come on, man.
That has to rival. That's got to be a top 3 jersey in the NFL. That full thing. They got that thing rolling. That may make offensive linemen look good in there.
The arrow's pointed up.
You think that's the battle, huh?
Yeah, sometimes the fellas don't look as good. I bet you they're gonna make Shaq Mason look good in that bad boy.
Come on now. Yeah, you zoom in on a couple of them helmets too. It's got those flakes in it, man. Like the red ones, it's candy paint, red flakes in it.
Yes, yeah.
I mean that's
the face mask too. I see that
little nod to H-Town as well.
Right. Texting in, the New Jerseys make me proud to be a Texans fan. Sam from Sam Houston State. So no, man, I think they did a good job. I said this. I feel even more confident. I said it yesterday and the day before, or maybe that was just yesterday, that I think the vast majority of people will like them. The vast majority, and I think 75 to 80% of people that are Houston fans like the jerseys. And I bet people outside of that red one, you can't that one you can't tell.
I got a big response this morning from posting some of the pictures and stuff. I posted a poll as well. Like Tyler said, my poll is a lot like Tyler's poll, at least the results anyway. I've seen him naked, so I don't want to clarify that.
Okay.
The red, the color rush, battle red, candy red, that is winning. So, look, I'll be honest with you. I think I've seen on all the responses on my socials, I think I've seen one person say, "No, thank you, I'm done." Everybody else it's an overwhelming. We absolutely love them.
Yeah, and with the primary ones, they're going to wear the blue and the white, the deep steel blue. I like that they are clean lines, not too busy, kind of traditional. I like that look. I like that they didn't get too wild with it, too much stuff. I like it. Strong.
A lot of people asking Ron if it's available, and the answer is absolutely right now. Fans are invited to shop the new jersey and exclusive merchandise beginning this morning at 10 a.m. Right when In the Loop started. You can do that at the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium. The store is filled with new merchandise, apparel, and accessories inspired by the new uniforms, including H merch, Bull hoodies, and jerseys. All you got to do, you can go over there, or you can shop online at shop.HoustonTexans.com. Shop.HoustonTexans.com. We got folks out there spending $400 a pop. Now, you might want to hurry up because this stuff's going to sell fast.
Yeah. Candy red turning heads. Listen, I want to address.
I like that.
Clint, I want to address something Tyler said, and I'm seeing this on the text line too. When you talk about you've only seen one person really have a complaint, I think the complaint, if you want to say complaint, very similar to what Tyler said, wishing that Oiler blue was still prevalent, maybe a jersey that had more influence on that. The H-Town jerseys, they've got some of it, but it's not the primary color. And I'm going to say this. Now, there are going to be Texans fans that have their certain feel about it. And I think this is more than Texans fan, more probably like Houston fans in general. Like, I'll be honest with you, now that we see the jerseys, I'm kind of glad that they're turning the page and they're just kind of moving away from that color. Because, listen, I understand the feeling from people in my 4 years here about how they feel about that color. But, like, this is the Houston Texans, right? Like, you didn't come back as the Houston Oilers, and that would be one thing. You're the Houston Texans. And it's time to maybe kind of turn that page a bit and be the Texans. And these are the Texans colors, not the Oilers. And honestly, I think especially if this team starts winning, like the potential of this team to start winning, I think maybe we may start forgetting a little bit more about that color here. And that's what I'm glad they turned the page on. I'm actually excited that they're saying these are our colors. Right.
Yeah, look, a couple things, Ron. I'm going to tell you, man, the only reason that I was in the group that was like, I would like some of the Oiler blue, Love You blue, that color uni, is because I think that powder blue, any variation of that powder blue, I think it's one of the dopest uniforms you can see. When Ole Miss does it, it's ridiculous. When U of H did it, when the Chargers do it, I mean, it's sick, man. I just love the look. It wasn't about the history of the Oilers for me, if I'm being completely honest. And I love your point about, hey, man, let's move on from it. There's a
right, like it's like a certain page, man.
I do like as we talk Tyler. It, as we flush it here. I flush it out, not down the toilet, just flush this thing out. Yeah. I do like, because there is a history to the city. There's a history behind the color. So incorporating it in the jersey to some degree, I really like the gesture. Right, but I don't personally need it to be the entire uniform. I would have been cool with it just because I think those unis are sick. Now, here's what I would have done. You want me to talk about what I would have done real quick?
Go ahead.
In that jersey, the number would have been the same color as the H.
Going in to add a little bit more of that color.
That's the only thing I would have done differently on that uniform was I would have done the numbering and everything on the jersey the same way I did the logo on the helmet. But the fact that they put the deep steel blue helmet on a deep steel blue jersey and they're accenting it with the cleats and the shoes that are the H-Town blue, I think it works really, really, really well. They pulled it off.
Yeah, I'm like I said. Listen, I'm with you. The jersey, look, I won't lie. It is a good look. When they pulled it out against the Texans, yes, that was probably annoying. It's a really good look. But I don't know, man. This is the Texans. They have established, 20, 21 years here. This is their colors. This is their colors. And I see some people rolling in here that have mixed thoughts on it. I think you said that there are many people who feel a certain way about the jerseys and others who don't. Someone said could care less. F the old Oiler jerseys. And then others said Oiler blue will never die. Show it's Ron. And listen, that's fine. I'm just saying it may not, right? That's fine. You know, wear the Oiler gear. Yeah, do it. It's you. But this is the Houston Texans, and to me, they're establishing them, and this is who they are, and they can turn the page. And they're not that those jerseys ain't coming, them colors ain't coming, and that's cool with it because these look good.
Yeah, when you win football games and when whatever jersey you do roll out there looks good.
Yes.
Boy, I guess the folks that were just bullish on that color being more prevalent in a uniform, those folks. I mean, the thought dies on a vine because you're winning ball games and what you are running out there in looks really, really good. So it's less of a point. So again, Doug Vosick, Texans. I mean, that's big, man. Hell of a job. Grand slam, not just a little home run, a little sacrifice, fly. No, grand slam.
Yeah, I think they did a great job. John or Mark Vandermeer will join us coming up 2:40. Make sure you stay tuned, listening for that as we continue to cover the big news right there. The jerseys are out. Hopefully, you've seen them all. The Reds are them right there. They did a hell of a job on those. I bet whoever came to that idea with that helmet, boy. Give that man a raise and a vacation, and maybe a little something more. Whoever came up with that cup. Stop, Tyler. I didn't mean anything nasty.
Oh, you're right. Give it to him.
I did. I meant nasty. All right, coming up, the Astros have a big series coming up against the Cubs to try to get themselves out of this hole. They're 9 games under 500, and I have a question that I think we should discuss. What is Alex Bregman now? What is Alex Bregman now? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I'm going to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived around these parts for any amount of time and you don't know what Academy Sports and Outdoors is, shame on you. If you grew up around here, you damn sure know what Academy Sports and Outdoors is.
I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Aaron, engineer. Got that mic right, ready and rolling right there, baby. Indy 500 in there, quick with that thing.
It looked like a NASCAR pit stop.
It was. It was quick, man. Shout out to him. Mark Vandermeer coming up here in about 13 minutes. All right, fellas, big series tonight. We've said that here the last couple times that the Astros have taken the mound. Listen, yesterday I found it interesting. We did this at the end of the show, and I said, who's the face? What's the face? You close your eyes. The face that you see when you think about the Astros and their 7-16 start. Clint said, for him, man, he sees Ryan Presley. Tyler then cheated and then welcomed all kinds of other cheating by many of you listeners, and he morphed multiple people.
Well, that's a perfect example of how contagious it is when you get somebody that can't follow the rules.
Right?
I
forgot. Who did you say you morphed multiple faces?
It made sense, though. I morphed the faces of all the injured starting arms for the Houston Astros to start the year.
5 or 6.
Vandermeer, Urquidy, McCullers, Luis Garcia.
Vandermeer's a pitcher now. For
Vandermeer.
Did I say Vandermeer?
Right. You did.
Verlander.
No, but Vandermeer, a pitcher
those V's
also.
will get you.
I was literally thinking, damn, Vandermeer, what did I miss? Did I miss a call-up?
I bet he
just excited for him to be here next
I
segment.
bet he threw in high school.
I don't think Vandy's a baseball guy.
You think so?
Let's get it on, baby.
I would see him having kind of a Jamie Moyer style of pitching repertoire, soft stuff, a lot of overhead curveballs, probably 2 different curveballs he throws.
Location was the key.
Location was the key, man.
Location.
And then he'll surprise you, a fastball, and strike guys out at 82.
He could locate 5 different pitches.
Oh, my goodness. Had so many. Change-up, 2 different change-up through a circle change. Yeah, that was Vandy. But those are, many people said a lot. I think the most popular name was Jose Abreu. Then some people went up, Dana, and I said Jim Crane, Espada. But I think I saw 1 or 2 Alex Bregman. And Alex Bregman is struggling as well. Maybe not to the extent of, nobody's struggling to the extent of Jose Abreu and Ryan Presley. But he is clearly a guy that you had high or certain expectations for hitting in the middle of the order, either 3rd or 4th through these first games. What is Alex Bregman now? Should we be changing our expectations of what Alex Bregman is? Because I'm not saying Father Time is grabbing him, but it feels like he is becoming a different player. It feels like it is like, hey, man, this guy lean into the on base. He's going to get on base. He's going to walk. Alex used to be a big-time run producer, home run hitter, power, could hit it all over the place, could do a lot of – I just wonder, should we be adjusting our expectations for Alex Bregman?
I mean, it depends on what your expectations are.
Yeah, I guess it is to start.
I mean, I said it 2 weeks ago. I feel like he's just a guy. It's not – I don't feel –
Did you feel that way to start the season?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've felt that way for a while now with Breg. I don't feel like there's that guy that can carry the team at the plate for a series still in there.
This used to be
and I know he had a game a couple games ago where he, but I mean, I just don't. I don't think Bregman's going to get hot and hit you 3 bombs in a series. I think when it's all said and done.
See, my expectations for Bregman were very similar to Kyle Tucker's.
Hey, whoa. I mean, I think you better get down there near Pena.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Should we be adjusting it? Right? Is that fair, Tyler? I'm thinking Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, similar. That was where I was. Now maybe Kyle's got a little bit more power or whatever, but to me, those guys hitting 3-4, 2-3-4 in the lineup.
Oh, I think that's fair. Yeah, absolutely.
Now that's what I'm saying. Are we in a place we need to adjust? Maybe I need to. The way Clint just said that. Whoa.
Well, no. I mean, look, I don't have a problem. I've said it before. Like, Bregman would probably be my 2-hole hitter if I were making the lineup. Now I wouldn't hesitate to bump a guy up like Pena that's swinging the hell out of it right now. That's seeing it well. I mean, Bregman wouldn't be like in concrete in my 2-hole, but that's where I think there's still value there, because you talk about the on-base percentage and you talk about the discipline at the plate. And,
he does feel like a 2-hitter right now, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, he's not a
traditional one.
He's not untouchable. He's not an Astro for life. He's not a guy, again, that I'm going to expect to carry the team when Yordan Alvarez is not swinging it well. I mean, not even remotely close.
Yeah, I'm watching him, and it is like he is somebody that's not getting mentioned as much, but he is, like, again, like last year, it was, hey, it's a slow start. It's just, are we still really slow starters? He's just a different player. Is a different player. Steven Taylor in H-Town, Bregman has sucked for the first couple of months every single year of his career, like clockwork every single year. But it feels a bit different here, just watching, because the power has come down year in, year out. Like, from the 2019 Bregman, that guy is what you just talked about. That guy could carry. He was Alvarez-like, second in the MVP. That guy could carry an offense for a week.
Well, Tyler, you can bookmark this, and in 2 months we'll circle back and see where Bregman's at. Surely the numbers. He's hitting 213. I mean, his OPS is 582. His numbers are going to improve.
I mean, and he's.
But just like in 2 months, I guarantee you, we're still in a spot where you're like, yeah, good player. There's a spot in this lineup, either in the 2-hole or the 5-hole for Bregman, and he'll be on base more than a lot of guys, but he's not a guy that can carry this team.
That's
anymore.
what it feels like. He's a guy that's going to be on base. He's going to walk or whatever. He's going to be on base. Hopefully he does get hot. Hopefully, like you, Steve, you believe, Steven, in H-Town, that this does pick up. But it just feels like a different player. Like, it feels like more of a 15 to 20 home run type player, a guy who has high on base percentage type player. That's where it feels like he's veering towards. All right, coming up, the jerseys were released. The voice of your Houston Texans, Mark Vandermeer, obviously maybe a pitcher as well, according to Tyler. Mark Vandermeer will join us. We'll get his thoughts on the offseason and these jerseys. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Should they be the hunted?
No, hell no. I don't think anybody in the NFL looks at the Texans like, yeah, we got to go.
studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and we are joined by the voice, the only voice of your Houston Texans, Mark Vandermeer. You can catch him nearly every night behind us on Texans All Access, him and John Harris. But Mark, it's a jersey release day. There's been a lot of hard work put into this. This has been a long process. Before we get into it, just your thoughts. I mean, you've been here from the beginning, seeing the original jerseys and maybe a little different look, but not a complete change like they have done here. Your thoughts coming from the beginning to where they are now.
Honestly, this took a while. Obviously, you're entering year 23, and I just felt like we'd stay in those jerseys for a long time, maybe tweak them, which they have, color rush and things like that. You mentioned the red helmet, but this is amazing. This is mind-blowing to see this unfold, to see the fans. I was doing real-time market research in the Texans team shop this morning. It's on my Instagram feed, @Texans Voice, and interviewing people, customers in the store. They were so pumped up to get this new merch. They were so excited about the colors. They loved the battle red. You guys were talking about the battle red, there were leaks. We all know about the leaks and everything, but nobody really saw the red. Right? And the red is amazing. No one really saw the white either, other than the photo of Tank and Nico and the other leaked photo. So to see the stuff up close and personal in the store is incredible. And I know you have jerseys here in studio, and people watching can see it, and people listening. Get over to the Texans team shop or wherever you can get the gear, see the gear, because seeing it in person, I can say this as well. I was at the team photo shoot. Seeing the guys wear the jerseys is a whole other experience live, right in front of you. We aired a bunch of interviews a few weeks ago. They were all done during that team shoot because they had a lot of waiting around. So, put a headset on.
Sure.
Let's talk to you. We weren't talking about the uniforms, though. We were just talking to them about the offseason, but they're literally wearing the uniforms right in front of us.
Yeah.
It's the elephant in the room. So off the air, they're saying, man, these are fire. They love these uniforms, and it's going to be fun to watch them play in them.
Mark, you've been around the game of football in several different capacities for a long time, and I think this jersey thing, in terms of people changing jerseys, and whether it's universities at the college level or it's pros, what percentage do you think, in your opinion, do they get it right? Not the Texans. I'm talking about this. I think we can all agree they got this one right and some. But just it seems like because they were so right, it's like, yeah, it's a good job. But really, I mean, there's a lot of teams that screw this up, man.
It's funny because I was at the University of Miami before I was with the Texans, and they had numerous jersey changes. The dark green jersey, for instance, that the Canes sometimes wear, that was a real controversial thing at one point because people wanted to see them in the orange more often than not, or white, not that dark green. But you know what helps? Winning in them. When you win a national championship wearing those things or play a bunch of games along the way to a national championship, they're beautiful, right? So with the Texans, look, if you go 2-15 in these things, they might not be as attractive. But I think they're attractive off the hoof, right? Just seeing them, they're attractive. But it's all going to be about the team wearing them on the field. Everything we're discussing here and everything we've seen and all the cool videos, great. Let's see them on the field at NRG Stadium, opening day. Well, Hall of Fame game will be opening day, really, and they'll be wearing, I would presume, the Liberty Whites, but we'll see. But that'll be super cool to see them on television. If you happen to be at the game, all that stuff is going to be the best, just seeing the players on the field.
Voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermeer, joins us right here live on The Drive. Vandy, I know we want to get to some offseason, the draft is coming up a little bit. I'm just curious. You said they're entering season 23. What do you think something brought about, like saying, hey, let's kind of change this. Let's make a kind of a new era. That's what it feels like right now. And it's odd, or not even odd, but maybe a coincidence that coming off of last year and now it really feels like the energy is to another level, and it just happens to be the timing of the change of the jersey. Was there something that went into the thought, if you know of, hey, we need a new look, we need a new update? Was it something more deeper than maybe just saying, hey, we just want new jerseys?
Oh, yeah, way deeper, because they were here this morning, the McNairs, right? The McNairs set the tone, and I think, we had COVID, and you had the O'Brien era, and things are going along well. You're winning divisions, but then COVID hits, and Bill O'Brien's gone. And I just think that the McNairs felt like we need to evolve. And they've used that word, and it was not only on the field, it was off the field, it was in all ways. And let's just get better. Let's get better than we were, as good as we were. I mean, look, this team won a bunch of division titles and got to the divisional round. A lot of teams would love to do that, right? But Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, they wanted more. And it's not just words. You know, they made it happen. They went through a lot of changes in the building, football-wise and otherwise, and you see the results. And, you know, Greg Grissom is president. Doug Vossick gets here. He's got this great imagination. He comes from the soccer world in sports where they get a new jersey every year, right? So for him, it's like, let's do something with these uniforms, and everybody was on board. And, you know, you heard the McNairs talk about it, everything from the red swatch being the same as Ohio State to other elements that went into creating these jerseys. But to go along with what's happening on the field, because think about it, guys. This time, let's go prior to the hiring of D'Amico Ryan. Texans are coming off a 3-win season, and you know you have good draft capital, but you're thinking, what is going to happen here? And then you hire D'Amico. Here we are 14, 15 months later, and they're the darlings of the NFL. Now, we all know it's about what happens on the field, but it's such a cool spot to be in with the uniforms, with D'Amico Ryan, C.J. Stroud, all the rest of the guys. This is fire.
Yeah, you don't want to put the cart before the horse. You don't want to get too excited, but boy, it sure, as you're laying that out right there with the hiring of D'Amico Ryans, the uniforms I'm assuming were already in the works in terms of changing the uniforms. You go out and you win 10-plus games. You win the division. CJ and Will play lights out. D'Amico should have been coach of the year. And now it just seems like, I'm not going to say Super Bowl. I don't want to go there yet. But, boy, it sure seems like the stars are aligning, man, for a lot of good to happen around these parts.
You know what happens when you go with that S word, S words, SB. Yeah. But you're right. Look, good teams are going to get great expectations. But the good teams, the great teams, handle that so well.
Yep.
And they're not there yet. They've had one really good year with D'Amico Ryans. Now they have to have another really good year. How does that translate? I don't know. We all know how hard it is just to get to the divisional round. Because everyone, not everyone, but a lot of people, a lot of fans are telling me, now you got to get to the AFC Championship game and beyond. Yeah, you'd love to do that. But you know what I look at it as? It's not like you got to win that game. You got to win 10 games just to get to the postseason in all likelihood, right? At least 10. So it's all about week one, and no one wants to hear that. But let's enjoy it, man. This is fun to see these uniforms unveiled. We got the draft coming up. That's going to be cool. Then take the next step, go to the Hall of Fame, Andre it in. Awesome. And then, you know, we'll take it one step at a time because, you know, look at the Astros situation. It's great to win the championship, but it was fun getting there as well. And you have to enjoy the getting there. That's how I feel.
Sure.
In life and football.
Yeah. Mark, you spoke of the draft coming up, and that, as of now, starts Friday for the Texans.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
But Andre, Johnny, and I are live Thursday.
Yes.
With the first round.
And Cal even spoke about it, saying, "Hey, you never know what Nick's going to do. Nick may jump back in." You know, he spoke to that. One of the things I thought was in the offseason, they've done such a good job of adding parts. Now there are still some areas that Clint and I have talked about that they have to have to address. But I think they've done so much so that they've put themselves in that unusual situation where I think they can actually go in a lot of directions. They can go draft for best player available when you look at them having 2 first-round picks, a third and 2 fourths. They can go and draft for need. And I think they have the luxury to be able to draft for potential future if that is something they can go with. So I think they're really set up great for the draft coming up.
You know, future. I've heard you say that, Ron, and I thought that was pretty wise right there because let's say they take a receiver with the second pick in the second round.
Calm down.
That they have.
Easy, Vandy, damn it.
But we face the very real prospect that heading into free agency next year, you don't have Stefon Diggs and you don't have Nico Collins, right? That's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to have them both. I don't know. Let's just talk about hypotheticals here for a moment.
Brown 1-year deal. Yeah.
You might need to draft somebody just to develop them, and then maybe you can only re-sign one of those guys. Look, I'd love to see Nico here forever. To me, he's a beloved Texan already, and I love guys who have been here during the tough times, and then they have some good times, and look at the season he had. So I adore Nico Collins as a person and a player. But I'm just talking in real football terms here. You don't have him until you have him. So they might need to do that. Maybe that's a little early, Clint, for a wide receiver, but who knows if there's somebody who drops that they absolutely love. Why not? Because they are in a position, like Nick said, where do they have to draft a certain position group? Not really. Yeah, you'd love to fortify defensive tackle, cornerback. I get that.
Yeah.
But if somebody drops that has that high value, and they drop for a different reason, there was a run on some other position group or whatever, go ahead. Take the plunge. Do you guys think Nick's going to stay with those 2 second-round picks, or at least one of those is going to move somewhere up or down?
Oh, I think he's going to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he's going to move. I just for the party's sake, I hope he doesn't move to Thursday.
I do. I feel like he gets up higher in that second round.
Well, it's not like once the draft gets going on Thursday night, Nick moves back into the first round. Party! Let's go!
Everybody just open it up, run it down there. I hope so.
Look, I'm going to tell you, I've been bullish on defense in certain positions, but look, if a Randy Moss situation happens, it'd be hard to be disappointed in that. If it's one of those, where you just got a guy sitting there, you're just like, golly, you can't pass on this guy. Yeah. That's a little bit of a different animal. But, boy, there's just that cornerback position scares me, man. The D-tackle position doesn't worry me as much. I was more bullish on getting a guy in here that's an absolute game changer at that position versus some journeyman. It's the corner position and the linebacker position that just concerns me right now.
Depth at linebacker, and let me guess, with the corner position, I'm thinking they got a lot of options there. Something's got to work, and I think that's the hope, right? That something's got to work there with the kind of talent they do have, and it hasn't worked out in other places for the two guys.
I love Vandy. I love the experimenting with former top 10 picks. I personally, a lot of people don't hate it. I love it, but I mean, there's a reason why those guys are available in here, and so. And I'm not as worried about that because D'Amico schematically it's easier to cover a corner, especially one that has that kind of gifts that just isn't up to snuff in certain positions. It's easy to cover that guy up. It's tough to cover up a linebacker, like not having depth, or a defensive tackle that just yet depth, but you don't have the game change at the top. That stuff's hard to cover up.
And what's going to help those corners? Pass rush.
Come on, man.
And it looks pretty good on paper right now. Very good.
Yeah. I'm excited about it.
For you, Vandy, they've made a lot of moves in this offseason. For you, the biggest one, the one where you were like, oh, whew, this is a game changer.
I think Hunter is the biggest one for me. As big as Diggs is, as a name and the national attention you get, Hunter, there we were at the end of day 2 of the negotiating period, legal tampering, and they dropped this bomb, and it was awesome because you knew you were losing Grenard. What are you doing? Oh, my gosh, you just picked up one of the very best in the game, and he's a local guy, too. That was awesome to me, and that set the tone for everything else to follow. And then they add to it because you already had Autry. I thought, all right, Autry can rush the passer from the outside, but then they keep adding to it. They get Barnett back, which I love. And I think a huge factor this season is, again, who they pick up in camp, who they pick up along the way during the season. Guys we're not even talking about or thinking about, not even a glint in our eye that could end up helping this football team. You hope they don't need them the way they did last year, because last year, as good as it was, you guys know they were so banged up last year. I mean, they were limping into the finish almost, and they excelled through that, beating the Colts. I was really worried about that Colts game because I knew how banged up the guys were. Will Anderson barely practicing. He's got a ski boot on his foot, and, the rest of the injury issues they had, but they obviously responded well.
Yeah. All right, Vandy, we appreciate you. And we're also always listening. Texans All Access following.
Live tonight at the party.
There you go. At the party, huh? There you go. Yeah, the big jersey reveal party. I mean, they've already been revealed, but,
But who doesn't like a party?
Who doesn't like to celebrate a bit?
Why not?
You know what I mean?
Why not?
Especially when it's a grand slam, not just a little old dink single.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
yes. You feel real good about the celebration.
Yeah, baby.
Vandy, we appreciate you, and we got to do it again.
All right, long-time listener, first-time caller. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Coming up, Big 3 at 3, the Astros, big series coming up as JP France gets the ball. We'll get you ready for that, as well as more on the story of the day, the Texans uniforms and a crazy night in the NBA, one of the best doubleheaders we've seen in a long time. All of that coming up next. But, fellas out there, hope you're paying attention and listening because, listen, testosterone.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, the Astros, they are back at it. They had a night off. Chicago. Maybe they got a little pizza. Maybe they kicked it on the Navy Pier. Maybe they took some photos in front of that bean. I feel like that's what Spencer Arrighetti did.
Oh, probably. It's probably his first time there. But you can't call that stuff pizza, in my opinion, man. I mean, I know it is. It's like
are you a pizza Nazi?
You have that,
I'm not a pizza Nazi.
It's deep dish pizza. What are you talking about?
It's a pasta more than anything. It's like a breaded pasta in a bowl.
Run it down.
Hey, can you not just enjoy it?
Here, Dini's.
I don't
Why you gotta
like it.
overthink it?
Oh, you don't like it?
No.
No, you know what?
Only pizza I've ever run into I didn't like.
You don't like Chicago-style pizza?
No, I could see that. Have you watched how long it takes him to eat?
He don't eat. What are you talking about? I mean,
it does take me a while.
He eats like an 11-year-old. I figured he'd love pizza.
No,
I
not
do
deep
love
dish.
pizza.
Not deep dish. See, like if you watch him when he gets his little, we'll go to Twin Peaks and he gets his little his fingers.
Yeah, his chicken fingers.
His little chicken tenders. And he gets his tenders, like he eats 1.5 and belches and says, I need a box.
I'm a notorious slow eater.
I need a box. Now, you're a slow eater in an ender. Like, you stop.
I mean,
an
it
ender.
is. Look,
it's slow and it ends. It's not
difficult. When you're drinking as fast as you drink with a cup in your glass in your hand, it's hard to eat. You're naturally going to eat slow if you're doing it one-handed.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll never forget that time when you came behind us and you ordered that double, and that thing was gone.
Oh, it was done.
It was impressive. It was impressive.
Once you get it, it's time to go down the gullet.
But
you gonna do that tonight?
I could completely see you having I could completely see him. No, I can't do this pizza. Just eating a little bit of it. God. I need a box.
It just doesn't seem like pizza to me.
What's wrong with it again?
It just seems like a different thing
Somebody
than
texted
pizza.
said it's a casserole.
Yes. Like it's like
I guess I've never had it.
You never had it? Oh.
I mean, you got to use a fork and knife. Like,
it's okay.
I've eaten pizza with a fork and a fork, not a knife. If I got to cut it with a knife, I'm out.
It's deep. It's like it's about that deep.
Yeah.
And it's something else now. Whew. Love it. Getting hungry by the mouth. Oh, remind me to give you my update thoughts on the animal cookie.
Did you get one?
Come on, man.
Oh, okay.
All that talking, he couldn't resist it.
Dude, we got to get to that later.
You thought I was playing?
I need a report.
I went and got
He's
that
dead ass
sucker,
now.
Man. Hell yeah.
I might get one now after this Texans party tonight.
There were 4 cars in front of
I'll
me.
stop on the way and get you one. You want one?
It did not deter me.
I'm proud of you.
Courtney, what happened? Oh, stuck in a little traffic. Slow me in, man. You know, over there, 610.
Stuck in a little traffic in that Sonic drive-thru. Was it Sonic or Dairy Queen?
No, it's Dairy Queen. It is Dairy Queen. But they're in Chicago. JP France gets the ball tonight. France, Arrighetti, Verlander. Those are the 3 starters in this series against the Cubs. Y'all see 2 of 3?
For who? The Cubs?
Yeah.
I do.
You do.
Gonna shock y'all, but I do.
You see 2
I feel good about it.
First off, it doesn't shock me that you feel this. Ever since that day we were at that place, you saw 10 wins on that one. Potential 10 wins at one time with that Lovie Smith team. I knew I'm not shocked by positivity.
Verlander's scheduled to start the third game of this series, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a dub.
That's a dub.
So I just need things to go right
Who do you
tonight
feel
with
about?
the Eiffel Tower.
France or Arrighetti?
More likely France.
France, all right.
All the best, Arrighetti. Hope he gets a win, too. Would love a sweep. But if I'm predicting, I think Astros win tonight behind the Eiffel Tower, and then they get Verlander to win one for him. Game 3 of this series.
What is the run total?
10.5.
No, I'm talking about for the Astros.
He said 2 or 3.
I believe it was 5.5. Been doing that every once in a while lately. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, so you don't see 2 or 3, huh?
I do not see 2 of 3. No, sir.
Just don't get swept. Is that where you are?
What if you squint?
Just don't get swept. That's right.
Get that Verlander started.
We're back to playing teams with a winning record. Didn't fare too well against that losing record everybody was waiting on.
Maybe Wrigley gets you going. I mean, Wrigley.
I have been to Wrigley Field.
I've not. Maybe that could
really
be a
cool place.
Very hitter-friendly ballpark.
Yeah.
This could be one where Alvarez goes off. Maybe he can go and carry the team a little bit and get some runs. Like it does feel like, and maybe I'm being a bit disrespectful to JP France, but it does feel like Tuesday, Wednesday, France Arrighetti, five runs minimum that they got to score. That's what it feels like. It feels like they've got to put together 5, maybe 6 runs with those guys.
All joking aside, I'd like to see. I mean, France gave you 5 innings and 2 or 3 runs last time. He gave you a chance. I would love to see Arrighetti continue to improve. He improved from start number 1 to start number 2. I'd like to see him get into a groove and really see what he's capable of doing. But truth be told, Ron, I mean, as it pertains to this conversation, it doesn't matter. I mean, these guys could give you 5 innings, 2 or 3 runs, and be in a really good spot to win this thing, and either the bats not come through in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, or Presley or one of these guys come out there and let them trot a couple across home plate and put it out of reach.
Let me ask you this. They get the ball 7th inning.
Yep.
Astros have a lead 7th inning. They're going to the bullpen. Who you want to get the ball?
In the 7th? Have we gone to the pen yet at all?
No.
I'd go Montero, Abreu, lefty.
And Hader.
Yep.
Leaving Presley out of it.
Yeah. Presley needs a 2-week vacation. I've told you. Presley and Abreu, you need a 2-week vacation. I don't want to see you for 2 weeks. I don't want you to look at a baseball for 2 weeks.
Feel a little bit better about Montero, huh? Right now.
Right now, yeah. Yep.
In life, did you ever think you would say that?
Never thought I'd say it. I think it would do. I mean, I think this is a hope. Joe Espada, Dana Brown, Jim Crow. I hope y'all are listening. 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks. Presley, Abreu off the grid.
They're not doing it.
Got to.
Think Abreu starts tonight? Probably not.
No, I think Big Lefty starts.
They let him ride.
Which, by the way, we have been critical.
Well, I'm with you.
We have been critical of Singleton, but I'm
right
here
now. He's a better option.
I am here for it.
Right now, he is a better option.
He can damn sure take a cut now. He's gonna get his in.
He might walk. Yeah, he might walk too. Yeah, he's a better option right now. It's just, here we go, day off. We'll see if they can get this thing started with JP France in Game 1 of this series tonight, playing in Wrigley in Chicago.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Houston Texans, they reveal 4 new jerseys, 2 new helmets they unveil here. As I think as you said, they hit it out of the ballpark. They hit a grand slam. I think this is going much better than I thought it would. And like I said, we want to hear from the people here. Your thoughts coming up a little bit later in the show of how you felt about these jerseys. But this was the McNairs. They were on In the Loop earlier today. If you missed it, they were on at 11 o'clock. You go to the podcast page and hear them at 11 o'clock sharp. They went about 20 minutes. You can hear what they had to say about the uniforms in the offseason. But this was them talking about the new jerseys.
So we heard that loud and clear from our fans.
Yeah.
They wanted H-Town Blue represented. They wanted Houston represented. And so we worked with the NFL, and there was some push and shove, and we came to where we could get to with the NFL.
A compromise.
Giving us a compromise and a certain percentage in the uniform. And I think our fans would like more.
Yeah.
And we're probably in that same boat. But, we're working with the powers that be with the league and all that stuff to get to where we could get.
I think there was some talk. I think even publicly we discussed that we were going to be able to use a different color than Columbia blue.
Mm-hmm.
And so when that was released and we got approval to do that, that's when we started.
Maybe there was some, how did he put it? Give and take or something like that?
Compromise.
A lot of compromise. Hearing that.
Yeah.
And then it got to a point where they just said, no, you can't. And then we compromised.
What was the reason?
What do you think?
I was just asking.
These two clips.
Who you talking about?
It's like the good cop, bad cop.
Landry and Lopez?
No.
Oh, Hannah and Cal?
Yes. Yeah, Cal's coming in, real good PC answers. And here she comes flying in Yeah,
That big Nick energy.
Yeah, a real compromise is what it was. Then they just flat told us no. We want him. I mean, these two together are
it's great.
Did you get enough of that blue, H-Town blue? I've got the jersey right here. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can see they got it kind of around the piping of the numbers. They got it right there when it says H-Town right across the front. They got Houston in the collar. They got, the H with it, and it's on the helmet as well. So they have it in this jersey, in that alternate jersey. You get enough H-Town blue?
Yeah, look, I got enough of it. To be honest with you, if it wasn't going to be like the true Oiler powder blue head to toe, like that true blue, and it was going to be the main color in the uniform. And really, to be honest with you, it's not the Oiler impact on me. It's more of I just think those uniforms are dope. I think when Ole Miss does it, when U of H did it, I think when the Chargers do it,
it's up on the TV right now.
That's Ole Miss. I absolutely love that color combo. It's not about the Oilers for me. I'm okay with the Texans being their own brand and their own identity and not having an Oiler, a nod, I guess, to the Oilers by using the color. That said, I love the way that the old history of H-Town blue, the police cars, the addresses on the curbs, the colors, all that kind of stuff. I think celebrating that and recognizing that with the color of the H on the helmet, like you mentioned, some of the different piping on the actual body of the jersey, I think was enough. I mean, again, as the conversation revolves around the color, the Columbia blue, the H-Town blue, I think they did a hell of a job of incorporating it into the uniform and I guess quenching that thirst of whatever fans needed that.
Yeah, to me, coming into it, listen, I said it was going to be hard for them, especially seeing the leaks we saw, hard for them to just have people really pissed and they just be an absolute train wreck. They weren't. Not only is it anything close to that, I think they potentially may have created a top 3 jersey in the league. When they put on them red on reds with the candy paint on the face mask, the flex, the little flakes. What I say, flex? The PJ Flex, the little flakes they have in there, and that helmet, and then the horns. That right there, they need to have several red outs this year on that, but because that is one of the best jerseys in the NFL. Right there, that all red with that helmet, that is a clean look. I didn't think they were going to do that. I didn't think they were going to come in there and have one of the best jerseys in the NFL. That red joint is something else.
I agree with you. The color rush red unis with that alternate helmet is absolutely sick. I've always been a fan of the larger magnified logo, if you will. Now that's not the Texans head magnified. Obviously, it's just the horn on the side of it. But that is. They did it's totally different and it looks badass. And the red, nose to toes is tremendous. So I agree with you. It's one of the top uniforms. I don't know if it's top 3, top 5, whatever it may be, but it is one of my favorite uniforms in all of football.
That bad boy is clean.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, last night, nobody really cares about the Magic and the Cavs, but last night, other than that, 2 of the best games that we have seen in the first round, whatever. That had drama, both games. The Knicks, the Lakers, the Sixers, the Nuggets. It was amazing. The first one was the Knicks. They stunned the Sixers, scoring 8 points in like the last 20-plus seconds. It was crazy. Probably a couple of fouls missed there late that may have helped lead to it. And then I give up. I give up on the Denver Nuggets. I'm serious. I sat on my couch for an additional 17 minutes. I almost turned to the bourbon. But it was now it was after midnight. There was nothing else left for me to do but to go to sleep. The Nuggets, they beat them 10 straight times. It was a last-second shot. The Lakers were up 20 in the third quarter, 10 going in the fourth. This feels like the Yankees and the Red Sox. Remember, before the Red Sox finally beat the Yankees, they just could never, ever beat them. They could never, no matter what weird, crazy things would happen that would slide into the Yankees' behalf, and they would win crazy games. They can't beat these jokers, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It is the craziest thing. AD and LeBron on one team, they can't get them once. They beat them 10 in a row. That's almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's wild. Both of those games were, the road team trying to steal one in the favorite's backyard, and really had all the chances in the world to get it done, and couldn't. I mean, it was. I actually watched both of those games. It was the guys on TNT, Ernie and the boys on TNT were all talking about it as potentially the best doubleheader they've ever seen. And it was definitely there. Hats off to Jamal Murray, man. Struggling all night, couldn't get a shot to fall, and then all of a sudden
6 for 8 in the fourth quarter.
All of a sudden, fourth quarter, and the winner. They don't get swept, Ron.
It doesn't matter.
Lakers
they
don't
can't
get
beat
swept.
them. They can't beat them. I won't even believe it until I see it. There's no way they lost that game. No, you can't. I mean, you get 7 threes from D'Lo. You just can't lose that game. How in the hell does AD get one shot in the fourth quarter?
It's a good question.
32 in 3 quarters.
I tell you what, the replay system in the NBA is a mess.
I'm not going to blame you.
Well, the only saving grace is that it was bad across the board. I mean, there were several fouls on either hurt each team.
They went to the replay. That one where D'Angelo got hit in the face.
It was wild.
I don't even. And then the one where Kyle Lowry grabbed DiVincenzo
by the shoulder, yeah,
and they overturned back and said minimal contact.
I mean, it was wild. It was bad all night on several calls.
Can I say this? And I know I said I don't do this yesterday.
You want to do it today?
I am. I'm gonna need. Hey, Joel, if you hurt, go sit down. You're selling these injuries. I mean, I've never seen anybody. I mean, it is a production. Every time he tries to get himself going up and down the floor, his legs, he kept Stephen A. said he was there. He could barely walk. He could barely walk. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You got 34. Stop it. That man over there. Stop it, Joel. All right, coming up, the draft is starting. Boy, we're 2 days away. 2 days away from the draft. Potentially, we know the Texans have the ammo to move back up in the first round. There's one player realistically that you would want the Texans to move up to get in the first round. Who would it be? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ron's over here talking about potential. And here's the deal. Potentially, you can fix.
You're tuned in to your favorite workout mix thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I was listening to the McNairs earlier as they were on In the Loop. Again, if you missed that, they were on at 11 o'clock. You can go to the podcast page and listen to that entire conversation they had. A lot there is a big day. Big day as the jerseys, the uniforms were released. But they talked about a few things. And Clint and Tyler, Cal McNair, talking about the draft situation, the setup, the party Friday, which we'll be there as they kick things off. The party Friday downtown. Clint, they said, hey, you never know. You never know what old Nick might do. You never know what Nick might do. You never know if he moves back up into the first round. Well,
that big Nick energy.
But she's really happy with herself when she said that one, wasn't she?
I was.
Really happy. Go ahead, Hannah. You get to do the hell you want.
Where was I when she said that? That's pretty strong.
I think Landry has said that, and I think she may have. You have that big Nick energy, huh? Don't slip up now. Don't slip up, Hannah.
That big Nick energy.
Yeah, that's good. You can see the smile on her face that she said it with too. But
see, I don't think Cal had that one. I'll be honest with y'all. Y'all think Cal had that one?
You don't think Cal picked up on the big Nick energy?
I don't think
you don't know what she's what.
I don't think Cal had a clue.
You think he just said, "Well, I like that." The Nick Caserio energy.
Yes, I don't think he took it as. No, yeah. What do you think? Well, I know Cal.
I believe in Cal.
I know Cal.
I believe in Cal.
I know Cal would have never used it.
He wouldn't have used it, but I think he knows.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I would.
I'm sure somebody's going to reach out and let us know if he knew or not here very soon.
I mean, for Hannah to go straight there with it, that's.
I think she's. Yeah, I'm certain in the loop they've coined that.
Yes.
That big Nick energy, and I think clearly she's a listener, and she threw that out there. But I'm certain Cal had it.
Well, I think Hannah knows the origin. That's my point.
I know it, and I think he does too. I got belief in Cal. He knows the origin, right, Tyler?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
We can see your dumb ass. We can see you have your camera's working.
I'm really not sure. I don't know. But it definitely was a reference to a phrase that Landry has coined.
No, I know it, but yes, he knows what it means. He knows.
Hold on, show.
Dick Vitale, he knows. Take away the Vitale, he knows.
Yeah,
baby. He got it. All right. But he talked about that you never know what he will do. He may jump back in the first round. If he were to do so, Clint, if you had to pick one, I said that to the people, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump in. Is there a player, one guy that you would crave for them to go and get him? And let's be realistic here. All right, they're not getting back in the top 10. I'm talking about realistically in the 20s, right? I think the Buffalo Bills went up to get to pick 25 and gave up their second round, their first and a fourth. So it may take, a second and maybe one of your fourths or a second and a third, something like that. But realistically, you could see them getting into the 20s. Is there a player there in which you're like, I'd like for them to go up and get if he's available?
The very first one I told you that I'd like to see the Texans get at 23, if he failed. Jared Verse, defensive tackle, defensive end out of Florida State.
See, I think he may be there in the second.
Who?
Jared Verse?
Ain't no chance. Let's
see if I got a mock.
Ain't no chance. He ain't get out of the first round. If he gets out of the first round, there's 32 ignorant football teams.
Jared. Oh, no, the kid from Florida State.
Yes.
Oh, I'm thinking of the other one. I'm thinking of the D tackle.
The Fisk kid, the white kid, the big white kid. Now, I like him in the second round.
Yeah, second round. Oh, no, I
think he's better than he's – no, Jared Verse. I like Jared's legit a guy that inside out, penetrate, go get the quarterback. I mean, he is a problem. He is absolutely – he is one of a couple of guys that I would expect, like, not just play but get in there and be a game changer. You put that guy next to Will Anderson for the next 4, oh, my God.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. This mock draft that I have, ESPN doesn't have him in there.
Doesn't have him where?
In the first round.
What do they got him in?
I'm guessing in the second round.
The last one I saw, he was, I think he was at 13 or 14.
I've been seeing him in the first round, but I hadn't.
Well, if he falls into the early second, you bet you. Package him things up.
But that's a player you would want to get.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. I think it's that position group. I don't know if he would fall into the 20s. You may have to go up more to go get him, but Murphy from Texas.
You like him?
Byron
Murphy.
I like him and like where he fits. In terms of the defense that he likes to run. So I do potentially. That would be somebody, and I've seen him in this mock. He's at 21. I've seen him drop into that range with that because that in corner looks like some people talking about Kool-Aid, the corner. Someone said Brock Bowers. I don't think you could. You got to jump. I think a lot higher. I don't think Brock's going to fall into the 20s. The 20 range, but that defensive tackle spot, that and the corner spot looks like the spots that they really need to fill, and that D tackle spot seems like one that would make the most sense. And we're in the same brain, The kid from Illinois is another one, that could be right there too. If they got it seems like there's about 3 guys that separate themselves at that D tackle position. If they had the chance, you're sitting there in 23, 24, one of those guys that we just mentioned is dropping because there's a run on receivers or tackles or something, that would be one to really look at and say, yo, I might need to jump up there and go get that. I might need to go up there and get that.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say either corner or defensive tackle. There's going to be, in that range, late first round, there's going to be an absolute plug-and-play game changer available.
Text line, Jop Robinson.
There's going to be a monster available that could plug and play and help this football team immediately. Now, whether Nick wants to put two twos together and go get them, we'll see.
Wow. Text line, Graham Barton, the center guard from Duke. We don't have a left guard from the text line.
Load up on that offense, baby.
They go first round offensive lineman again.
Load up on that offense.
How you think that?
If you're gonna go offense, it better be center guard.
Better be. All right, coming up. This I feel like is going to make the rounds from the interview that the McNairs did within the loop. If you missed what Hannah McNair had to say, I feel like we may hear this. This seems like something Mike Florio would pick up. This seems like something that others around the country would pick up. If you missed it, we'll let you hear that coming up next.
All right, it's truck season in Texas, y'all, and it's truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. Right now, huge.
855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You thought, is this bulletin board material from Hannah McNair?
I don't know, but I love it.
I know you do.
I am here for every second of this
is this
right here.
bulletin board material?
I ain't heard it yet.
From Hannah. Hannah was on In the Loop earlier today.
Spicy.
She did. And this one, I think this is going to get played in Nashville. I think this is going to get played in Knoxville, Memphis, all over Chattanooga, all over Tennessee. I think this is going to get played. This is going to get some run. In their conversation within the Loop, talking about some of the rivals, the Titans, the potential rivalry there. Here was Hannah McNair discussing that.
Are you ready to play the Titans again? I know you kind of enjoyed that sweep last year. You got that marked on the calendar? Is that
You know what's so funny is I was seeing some articles about Hannah salty about them wearing the uniforms. Who started that? Who started it wearing it against us? And then if anybody was at that game, their in-house PA was instigating it. It was unbelievable, but also wonderful because we finished the story. Okay?
She went.
I mean, who's salty here?
You know,
rivalry is good for the league.
It's here,
right?
Yeah,
it's good for the league.
And the Titans are the top rival. It seems like it kind of moves. Right now, is that our top rival?
Well, first they need to beat us.
Oh, so it's not a rivalry yet.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
So we got to go.
That's how you do it, right?
Okay. There you go. Look at Cal. That ain't one time.
Cal's like, here's the hot sauce.
Here she goes again. Here she goes again.
I want to beat all our AFC South friends and neighbors.
Yeah.
Twice, each one of them.
Friends and neighbors.
Let's go, Hannah.
The Hannah, hey, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Can that be considered bulletin board material?
I love
From
it.
Hannah McNair, is that considered bulletin board material?
Fake ass Oilers up in Nashville.
Oh, here he goes. There it is.
I love it.
Don't let Hannah get you in trouble.
No, get him in trouble. Look at him. They're gonna have signs and stuff for her.
Let's go.
When they go to Nashville, I might want to go.
I don't know if it's got legs to get all the way to bulletin board.
You don't think so?
I think your original point is without a doubt. Like if that's not being played, if that's not already being played in Nashville, then they need to check into their producers. Tyler, you need to do a producer class or something over there.
Send it to Tyler. I'm surprised Tyler had sent it to every single producer that's because he wants them to know it.
That's that would be gold to stir up that fan base without a doubt. I mean, so I don't know if it makes it to because we're not in. If we were in season, yes, but being so far out of season,
You
I
don't
don't
think
know.
that'll be something that keeps coming up?
Yeah, I don't know that you got to be if you're a coach and it's going to be you're going to find bulletin board material. Boy, if you got to look all the way back to April 23rd from Hannah, that'd be tough. But I bet you it's damn sure going to be all over radio. Yeah.
She said they got to beat us first. Cal said, "I'd like to beat all of our neighbors,
Friends and neighbors.
Our friends and neighbors. That's not a thing, is it? Is that a rivalry right now? Like it's never up to the point where
Texans Titans.
Yeah, it's never up to the point where I want it to be. I just don't feel like there's enough hatred, sports hatred,
and it might be
between
that
thing.
way.
They tried to push it up when Mike Vrabel walked up there with that stupid ass hat that he didn't believe in himself. They tried to move it up, and now she said in the interview there was a lot of a little shade and trash talk when she was out there.
You know, it's hard for me in today's world, the way people act. It's hard to because used to if it was a rival, like that's when the petty stuff came out. Now the petty stuff comes out
anyway.
Like she talked about the PA announcer at the game.
That's what she was
like.
saying.
I don't think that guy just all of a sudden decided to text that he was going to get petty. Like I'm sure he's petty like that with a good chunk of the NFL that comes through there.
Yeah,
you know that's just the world we live in of everybody trying to get attention. But boy, if you look, I've said this before. I think the most hated team outside of Houston, if you're a Houston fan, is the Cowboys. I know there's been moments where it was Indy,
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's been moments where it was Tennessee. I don't know if there's a real legit rival though.
They're certainly trying to push this thing.
Yeah.
They're trying to push this thing, and Hannah seems to be here for it. I'm here for it. I think, Hannah, you should say more. Dude,
that's what I'm talking about. Yes.
More. Yeah, say a little bit more. Dude, look, let's see if we can get her. And look at Landry, boy. Landry gonna pull it out of her, isn't he? He gonna come on, you're been ready for that thing. So yeah, a little bit. Someone text line said yes, absolutely, definitely. That is bulletin board material for Hannah. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. I don't know how much the.
Well, even if it is, we have a Stroud, they have a Levis.
Certainly not for players. It may be for fans.
Yeah, I'm just going to be maybe fans in radio. That's what I'm talking about.
Fans, I'm
going to be honest with you. If I were on the opposing team, and my head coach needed to bring in something Hannah said from April, I'd be like, "Hey, bro, you're really strict. You're reaching here, man."
You know this is though, like the whole this shade of blue returning to H-Town thing, like that. I mean, to a degree, that there's truth to that drive and the ownership of the Titans crazy. And if it starts at the top, if there's a legit rivalry and some bad blood there at the top, I feel like that's going to naturally trickle down.
There
into the
is absolutely bad blood and rivalry there at the top. If you talk about, like, there's no doubt about it. Cal, I can't speak for the Titans side of things because I don't know them. I've never been around them, but there is no doubt about it that there is more enjoyment, a different level of enjoyment when you beat the Titans from the owners of the Texans.
Yeah,
and there's definitely some hate about the colors of the uniform, and all the pushback is petty from the Titans, from the Adams family.
I would offer my services of mediating a sit down filmed between Amy Adams and Hannah McNair. I would offer my services.
That's pay-per-view worthy right there, my friend.
I would offer my services for Hannah and Amy to sit down. And maybe let's
hash this out.
Let's hash it out. Let's hash it out.
God, that would be gold.
That'd be an interesting sit down.
Can you imagine the daggers Hannah would be just staring into that woman? Just from the jump, I bet she would just be glaring.
I got Hannah. I bet she's ready. I bet she's – and listen, I'm not talking about putting hands on them. I'm just talking about a straight-up, like, debate conversation. I bet she'll have him in the ground. She'll channel old Skip Bayless and just try to run her right down into the ground right there. I would love to mediate it. I would love to offer my hat in the ring.
Old Montgomery County roots gonna come out on Hannah now. Better be careful. Better be careful, boy.
Montgomery County roots.
She's gonna take it way back on y'all's ass.
Take it ready.
T-Mail, that's the NFL for you.
It is. I knew you were gonna jump all over that. She said his name. I knew you were gonna jump all over.
Today she did.
She did take time out of her interview to turn around and give me a little shout out.
Oh, you were here already.
Yeah, me and Hannah are tight.
Did you get a picture?
I'll let the Loop guys have their moment in the sun. They had the interview today.
You didn't want to jump.
You didn't want to wait in the hallway and get you a picture?
Well, there were a lot of folks taking pictures. No, I was good.
Oh, was it really?
I was trying to convince Hannah, honestly, for the most part, when I was talking to her in the hallway. I was trying to convince Hannah McNair to join me in getting some ink this evening.
Oh, you thought it'd be?
You thought you'd get tatted up with her? That makes sense.
Said she's never gotten a tattoo. I said, Hannah, now's the time. If there's ever a time, now's the time, ma'am. So we'll see.
Now that would be national news if Hannah sat down and got a tattoo tonight somewhere.
That'd be awesome. Come on, Hannah.
Nope. I gotta say it. And a look in the eye, look in the air, and really think through.
You think Joanna's got a tattoo?
Yes.
At least one.
Well, you two jumped on that. What has she done that makes y'all believe she's got a tattoo?
Just different.
Just a guess.
I mean, they're twins. They look like, but just different, you know.
A little different.
They're twins. They look like, you think?
Hey, there's such thing as twins that don't look alike.
Just a tad bit.
I feel like she's got one on the foot.
Oh, you think she's got a foot tattoo?
Like a butterfly of some sort.
Like on the foot or the ankle?
Ankle.
Ooh, wow. I didn't think that. I didn't think it through.
We need to circle.
Probably ankle.
We need to circle
or
back
maybe
to
just
this.
a big diamond.
We need to circle back to this when we're not talking about Hannah and Joanna, the two twins, just women in general, about tattoo placement.
Maybe right there on the neck, behind the hair. Right there
behind the tag of the shirt?
Yeah, top of the neck.
What?
Back waist.
Back waist? Maybe.
Well, I mean, I like the term you use there. That's respectful.
I decided to go with that one.
Decided to go with that one, huh?
The back waist.
The back waist.
Hey, by the way, Tyler.
Yes?
Animal Cookie Blizzard. Dude.
Fill me in.
Got in there. Had a bit of a pinkish white color with it. Kind of, you could see the cookie color was kind of taking it over.
Mm.
Man, I'm telling you, it was something else. I go again. I give it about an 8. 8 out of 10 there on that puppy.
That's what I needed to hear. That was the motivation I needed to go
8 out of 10.
Because they got the little the sprinkles are different. It's like the circles, like ball sprinkles rather.
Instead of the little little stick, little.
So it's not the sprinkles that come on those cookies.
It's the right ones, but it's
they're not cylindrical.
Ah, wow. Nice.
They're
job, dude.
They're spherical.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Geometry turned up
you,
one
but
time.
Them puppies, whoo, that was good. I could go back for another.
What size did you do?
Medium.
So you split. You went.
Yeah,
you wanted to go small. I tried to talk you into that large. You went medium, huh?
I wanted to, and he almost got me because he didn't hear me. So size medium. What size again? I almost went on up.
Gave you that opportunity.
I almost went on up. I almost took that
what
large.
do I do here?
Oh hell, man! Give me that large.
Go ahead, supersize me. Yeah, supersize me. I want,
sir.
Hey,
that is McDonald's.
You know, it's people that roll in there and say, "Can I get that actually in that big drink cup you give?" That's not our large. Is there a way you can charge me, and then you can charge me for it?
Can you get me an animal that may be the biggest fat moment ever? Can you get me an animal cookie blizzard in this big gulp cup that I'm bringing to your place? Will you charge me for that?
Yes, sir, we don't think we have a spoon long enough for that. That's all right. I can handle it.
Sir, that's more than the ice cream we have in the machine.
I don't think we can even charge that. You just can you charge? You suggest it. Can you charge me 2 larges for that? Just 2 large, and I'll pay the difference on that. No, but hey, that thing was smooth. Turned it upside down for me too. Didn't fall. That was
Did you have to ask him to flip it?
Nope. Manuel did it. I read his name tag. Shout out to you, Manuel. It was tasty, delicious. I would absolutely go back again for it. Might have to do it.
How far off the beaten path was it? Huh?
You're right, man. Just those Dairy Queens aren't just easy to run through, are they? I mean,
unless you in Baytown, I know exactly where it's at.
Yeah,
right next to the Dollar General.
I got on Fort Bend Tollway. I said, all right, let me find the closest one. That sucker was another 25 minutes from my next destination. Going completely the other way. I was probably 12 away from the crib. I mean, from the baseball field that I had to go back.
You know what? Like every little like Texas town or like rural town in Texas, I feel like has to have a Dairy Queen and somewhere in the vicinity a Dollar General. It's like it's just automatic.
It is a blessing from God that there ain't one closer to me.
Those blizzards, man, they'll get you.
Because you'd stop again today, wouldn't you?
I would.
I like those.
Y'all got me wanting a blizzard.
I could
man.
see.
I ain't had a blizzard in a minute.
I could see myself turning off into that puppy. What you got coming?
That'd be good right now.
Oh my God, man, it was so cold.
The Texans' new uniforms are absolutely tremendous. Doug Vossett may be the best off-the-field hire the Texans have made in years. I'm going to tell you exactly when I had confidence that these uniforms were going to pass the test. Oh, Dougie killed it now. Also, be honest, not real happy with Hannah and Cal. Not real happy with them. We'll do all that next right on Sports Radio 610.
T-Mill, that's the NFL for you.
In the loop.
One thing we know about Nick Caserio, is he's going to trade and make a lot of moves. I'm not so sure about that. I think all the draft trades that we have come to expect
not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I like to have a good time. I like to have a party. We're going to do that tonight, boys. The uniform release party.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, at first I was like, what are we doing? We're going to release the jerseys to the public for everybody to see at 10 a.m. They're going to throw a party.
Hell yeah.
And the more I thought, why wouldn't you? Who doesn't like a good party? Hell, let's get it, right? Love the unis. H-Town, if you hadn't seen the unis yet, go to Houston Texans, Twitter, Instagram. Hell, it's all over the place. The uniforms are off the charts. I'm a uni guy. I like to party. I like to have a good time. And I like when you're playing ball. I like for my football team to look damn good.
Look damn good.
I'd like for them to play good too, which they've obviously did that last year on their way. But I like for them to feel good. I like for them to look good. And the Texans hit it out of the ballpark, boys. Grand slam, not just a solo shot, a little two-run shot. No, this is a grand slam. I'm going to dig into these jerseys here, but I got to tip my cap to Doug Vosick. And I'll be honest with you guys, Doug joined Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, Johnny Harris, probably a week ago. And, I don't know, outside, I'm talking about off the field. Obviously, the football's a different animal, right? And you get into D'Amico Ryans and all that. No, off the field, I think one of the biggest hurdles and the more difficult hurdles to overcome or to get over and get beyond was the disconnect between the Bill O'Brien Texans and the D'Amico Ryans Texans. So there was a disconnect, and it was real, and it got worse and worse by the minute once Bill O'Brien was fired, to be honest. Bill made it bad. Bill started it, and then it just got worse and worse with all the negative things that kept happening over a 2-3 year span. The Texans have done a tremendous job. I didn't think it was possible. I knew you could draft a quarterback and get better. You could acquire talent and get better. You could hire the right coach and get better. I did not see a way that the Houston Texans could bridge that disconnect, if you will, or reconnect, if you will, as quickly as they did. And now that we're looking at it in hindsight, I've seen all the effort before the winning started. Right now, it's convenient to talk about the winning started, and boy, now it's easy to connect. Whether we're talking about Hannah and Cal, or we're talking about Greg Grissom, or we're talking about Doug Vosick, I mean, they have been pushing and trying to reconnect since well before they won 10 games. And so I tip my cap to all those parties involved for the effort and obviously what's been accomplished, because there's a reconnect. It's not bridged, it is connected. And I'm going to tell you, man, I think a big player in that is obviously Texans Senior VP of Marketing, Doug Vosick. Mark Vandermeer talked earlier about how he came out of soccer, and I think he spent some time on the West Coast with one of the baseball or football organizations. But this guy's done a tremendous job. I've always personally liked him, right? I like the approach of, whether you use it or not, I like the approach of at least acting like you give a damn about the fans and about the media and things of that nature. So I appreciate that. But when he was on Texans All Access, Doug Vosick, when he was on Texans All Access the other day, he said something. And I said, this is it. This is why it's going to work. And this is why, if it does work.
This is before you saw the jersey.
Before I saw the unis. If it does work, it's going to be because of this mindset. I'm not joking when I say this. I think this could be the best hire, non-football. Obviously, D'Amico Ryan takes that crown every day. But non-football hire that's been made in the organization in a long time is Doug Vosick. And when he said this is when I said, you know what, this dude gets it. This is going to hit, and it's going to hit big time. This is Doug Vosick talking about really, ultimately, connecting with the city via these uniforms.
Houston and all of its diversity leads to a culture-rich city. And culture can be defined by people as many different things. But in my world, that's music, that's the arts, it's the creative sciences, right? It's food culture, it's cuisine, it's street art, it's tattoos, it's all those things. And inherently in my own DNA, like Doug Vosick as a human, not as an employee of the Texans, loves those things. So for me, like I land in a city where there's so much of personal interest tied to the culture that is driven by the diversity of the city that right away I feel at home, right? I feel like this is my spot, right? So that helped, right?
Yep.
It's a place where I fit. It's not maybe in my original home, but it sure feels like home, right? So there's part of that. Two is I'd say we have an amazing fan base. So my first month or two is like right at training camp. And, you know, I'm just like, oh, I'm just the new marketing guy. Fans wanted to talk to me. Right? Fans like, hey, you're the new marketing guy. Oh. And I think every day at training camp, I just found myself talking to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 fans because they're so welcoming.
When Doug said inherently in me as a person, like those are all the things that I love, right? He wasn't trying to just check boxes. I mean, he understood, hey, I'm not going to come in here and act like I'm from here because I'm not, but I am very similar and very familiar to the core of, or the majority of the Texans fan base. And I think he genuinely and sincerely means that. And I think at that point in time, if that's the case, if he is so connected to the people and he's genuinely and sincerely listening, at that moment I thought, hell, he can't miss. Like, it may not be the grand slam that ended up being, in my opinion, but I immediately thought right there, like, if this dude is, which I've been around Doug, I think he is at the very least genuine and sincere. Like, boy, if that's the case, the fans are going to love this.
Yeah, I just think the entire way, kind of led by Nick McNair and then him also, the entire process and how they got to this point was super, super smart in how they did it.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, him, the way he was able to learn, I would say it's a similar thing that I've dealt with, you know, moving into Houston. The way he was able to learn was talking to people.
Yeah.
And, you know, anytime their teams have new uniforms, they don't always just include the fan base or include their customers on, hey, what do you think? What are you looking at? And I think that to start off the process, especially where the Texans were, where there was a lack of trust,
yeah,
I think that was a really, really smart way of doing things.
Well, I wonder how many people not only would be willing to listen, but have the ability to comprehend how significant candy paint on a red helmet is in Houston.
Yeah.
How significant the Old English H, not just an H that you made up, but an Old English H is in the city of Houston, right? The obviously the Columbia blue or the H-Town blue, whatever you want to call it, finding the sweet spot of where the league will allow you and the fans will accept that being involved in uniforms. Put Houston across the chest instead of Texas. I don't know. To me, it was just Doug Vosick, man. And I know there's more because it is a huge. It's a machine over there in terms of people that make guys and gals that make decisions and all this. I know it's not just Doug, but just that understanding and that. I think a lot of people would say, you know what, we're going to meet with the fans. But how many of people in that building are in that role in a billion-dollar company have the ability to understand all of those things? You know what I mean? In that depth to put it in a uniform. So I don't know. When I heard Doug say that, I was like, man, I as a fan, I'm pretty comfortable that they're not gonna fumble this.
Well, yeah, I mean, when they like the process of going to talking to the fans, this was a process in terms of them trying to gain the trust back from the fan. We talked about this a couple years ago into before D'Amico got here. There was a clear breakdown in trust from the fan base to the front office and the organization. And these are ways they have helped build this now to a point where there are fans, people who are in that fan committee all these people they talk to, they feel like they had a part in putting this together.
Yeah,
which they did.
Yeah, it's been beautiful. But Doug, I greatly appreciate your openness, and hell, I appreciate you going on Texans All Access and pulling back the curtain a little bit. The unis, the red alternate uni is absolutely fire.
One of the best in the league, I think.
Absolutely. The H-Town uni, the H alternate uni is H-Town through and through. The whites, I love a simple, clean look. You get that with the white away jerseys, and the home is just the traditional Texans jersey. Stays true to the OG uni, stays true to the way it's been for 20-plus years here, and accomplishing all of that within 4 unis. Forget about just putting 4 unis out there that they're hard to dislike. For me, anyway, they're hard to dislike, but you put 4 unis out there that literally one's H-Town through and through. One's got that candy paint, that's that alternate helmet that's just, I mean, as you said, top 3, top 5 uniform in the game. That
helmet is cold-blooded, man. I'm sorry.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
That helmet is sexy.
Ron, I got some rules, though, here.
Real sexy.
I got some rules here, though, Ron, to be honest with you. And I'm concerned. Somebody set Jalen Petrie up to fail here. Of all the
that's my guy, man.
Well, I want Jay. I like Jay. I mean, he's the one guy in all of the graphics that they posted. He's the one guy wearing black shoes. I'm just going to tell you.
Oh no!
I'm just going to tell you. This is a finable offense.
It's not. It's
absolutely. It's there, and I got a list here.
I hate to tell you.
Doug has done his job. Hannah, Cal, Grissom, they've done their job, right?
Do you think they need to enforce these rules?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Here's the deal. And I tweeted this. Whoever can't do the simple things savagely well as it pertains to these unis should be fined, if not cut. This should be
a little deep on the cut.
If the equipment guys over there, which hopefully they're better than the Astros, given a pitcher that's fixing to start a game, a catcher's shoes. Now, the equipment guys over there should have a sign.
That will never make sense to me.
The red alternate uniforms. Red tights, white gloves, white cleats only. It's the only combo. That's it. Period. The H alternate uniforms. H-Town blue gloves, H-Town blue cleats. That's it. Period.
You've really taken the time to do this, right?
Yes. The away whites. White tights only. White cleats only. The home, original deep steel blue, red or white gloves, red or white cleats. That's it. Stay clean, fellas. If you don't do it, your ass is going to get fined. And if you're at that bottom, if you're that roster spot's 50 to 54, your ass might get cut. You might find yourself in a practice squad. That's it.
I mean, you're serious about that.
And Jalen Petrie.
You're disgusted when you see it,
Jalen Petrie in 2 different graphics with 2 different uniforms has black shoes on with them. And it takes away from the uniform. It's not it.
Oh, God!
Now, let me get to the big wigs. I'm not happy with Hannah and Cal, y'all.
Oh, hell.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Absolutely not. In fact, Hannah,
I just want to say
you owe me one.
I just want to say I support you with whatever you're about to say. I have no idea what you're going to say.
I walk in.
We've got to stick together.
No. Look,
I'm pissed off at you two guys.
We've been hearing about this.
You know what it is, Tyler? Jump in. You're pissed too.
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Let's go.
I'm angry.
I'm pissed. We stick together on this show, damn it. I don't know what it is.
Y'all might want to sit this one out.
No, I'm not letting you go alone. No, we don't do that.
All right, here's the deal, boys.
We all die together.
We've been hearing about Hannah and Cal coming over here for about 4 or 5 days now.
Yes.
Bringing some goodies. You know me, I like some goodies now.
I want to say that I'm out on this. Actually, I want to check out here. Actually, Cal and Hannah, this is just Clint on this one. Got a feeling where I think he's going. Actually, I am someone that is it's Ron. Cal, I just want to say I am very appreciative.
And Hannah
of things.
I know you're listening.
I just want to step out here.
I know your what your pushback's going to be, but you're going to tell on yourself.
I'm sliding out of the camera.
I walk in. Landry has a nice, strong, big crowned hat on with that new H on it.
You know I'm back in.
I look across.
I saw that hat. I'm back in. You know what? I'm back in.
I look across the damn table at Crosstalk.
He told you he didn't like the home jerseys. To your face.
And Lopez, yeah, exactly.
To your face.
Yeah,
and Lopez got a quarter zip on with that H on. I'm thinking, man, that's clean.
I know they would say they did bring you up some stuff that one time.
Hey, I went in there. I opened my box. I got a hat for my wife.
Same. Damn, I didn't realize that the In the Loop guys got that gear. Now I'm definitely in on this.
Where the hell did you think they got it?
I just didn't even notice they got the hat you're talking about in the pullover.
Actually, I've reconsidered. I'm out of this. This is
I'm in on it.
I'm out.
I'm in. I'm already in.
I just want to say
I'm going to tell you, I'm disappointed.
Very appreciative.
I'm disappointed. In the past, Hannah and Cal have taken good care of me, time or two. They know I am.
Brought up 2 shirts for you not too long.
They know I rock Texans gear. We've had conversations about it.
Me and you wear hats more than anybody else on this station.
Anybody else. And they did y'all like that.
She knows I wear half zips.
She did bring you those 2 shirts though. Those ones that you did.
And I get the one piece of apparel that's impossible for my big-headed ass to wear. Now look here. Here's the deal.
Tyler can get it.
Here is why.
Zero.
Here's why this really gets me.
Tyler can't even think of wearing.
Because here's the deal.
Big ass head.
Cal's big head family.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He's in there with us. He's the big head family, right?
Big head gang.
Hey, look here. I guarantee you, Cal ain't walking in with this one.
Now look at it.
Hey,
right
Cal
there.
ain't putting this.
Look
on.
at that. Look at it. Look at
there. It is.
There it is.
Look, your wish is their command.
Put it on.
$9.50.
Try it on. Try it on.
Oh man, see, squeaky wheel gets the grease, boys.
That ain't big enough. You're gonna have to open that up.
All I gotta do is pull it back.
Not a chance in hell that's going on with
that's
that.
it.
About to mess up the hair.
There it is.
There it is.
Bam. Come
there
on.
it is. Look at that.
Come on.
Look how quick. I told you I was never in.
By the end of the
I was never
segment,
in on that. Look at that. Cal and Hannah stepped up that quickly.
Clearly.
Unfortunately, Tyler.
Clearly.
We'll have to take care of you
That's
later.
all right.
It appears to have been a product of us being the late show. So everybody else rummaged through all the boxes and then just handed us the.
I just want to say I'm very appreciative.
I'm disappointed.
Of everything I received.
I'm disappointed. I expected a name tag on mine.
Very appreciative of everything I received. Shout out to McNair's. And now you and your wife have a hat together. All right, coming up, Astros have a big series in Chicago. And the question I have is, are you ready to do it? Are you ready to change your expectations for Alex Brickman? Are you ready to do it? Because I think I am. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, got to tell you about Low T Center. Fellas, I know there's a lot of guys out there that there's been some stubborn weight gain, a little loss of muscle mass, maybe.
Yeah, right.
The app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's your Alex Bregman expectations? Because I feel like I may need to start changing them. You know, I know it's early for him, and I know he gets off into slow starts.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
If we've seen it, but like his slow starts, I mean, his slow starts still don't. Even last year doesn't get back to MVP level, and I'm not saying that was my expectation, but I would say this, fellas. I look at Yordan Alvarez like he's on another level, right? That's like MVP worthy performance. And really, Altuve, I almost have slightly lower expectations with him. It's more of, all right, how many games is going to play if there's going to be injuries? But if he's in there, I have high expectations for him, almost to a, borderline MVP type level. Tucker and Bregman, to me, I have all-star level expectations. And I believe in that with Kyle Tucker. I know he finished 5th in the MVP voting last year. But I look at him and Bregman together as like all-star level expectations. Clint, I feel like I may need to have to change my feelings about Alex Bregman.
Yes, you do.
I just didn't feel – what is he?
I didn't have –
What is he now?
Ron, I don't know. I don't know. He is a solid piece in the top 5 hitters of a lineup. I think it's going to be tough to have 5 guys in a lineup be better at the plate, bring more to the table, get more quality at bats in a lineup than Alex Bregman. You have a hard time putting 5 guys ahead of him. But I think he is, without a doubt, and I'll be honest with you, you and I talked about something. We talked about it in the last break. May not be now may not be the time to mention it, but I mentioned it a couple weeks ago. Diaz is creeping on his ass. But That's where he's at. I mean, he's your 5-hole hitter or your 2-hole hitter, and you just got to live with the fact that he's going to be on base a lot, relatively speaking. He's going to slow. I hate the slow start stuff. I mean that just absolutely blows my mind. But if he's a notorious slow starter, okay, that's cool. So you got to deal with in the first half of the season hitting 200 and with no power just because he's a notorious slow starter. That's fine. But that's where he's at for me. Ron is nowhere even remotely in my mind do I think all-star. Nowhere even remotely in my mind do I think this guy can carry if Alvarez
You meant
hurt,
coming into the season you felt this way.
I felt this way last year.
Oh, really?
Yes. I mean, look, I like Bregman, but I don't it's been a long time since I thought all-star.
Really? Tyler, are you there? A long time since you've had expectations of Alex Bregman to be
lofty ones. Yeah, it's been a minute.
I'm not talking all-star. All-star expectations. That was my expectations coming in.
No, my expectations are there.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Bregman all-star.
I'm not saying that.
Clearly, right now he's not. But I'm just saying, coming into the year,
yes.
Like someone just texted in, putting Bregman and Tucker in the same category is ridiculous. Bregman isn't near the player Tucker is. When did that start?
For me, last year. They're two guys that are going opposite directions.
No, I mean last year they were. Bregman ended up with, I think, 23 homers. He had 90-plus RBIs last year. Yeah, he's not to the 2019 second in the MVP. Like, yeah, I'm not saying that. That's beyond. That's Alvarez in
sure
Altuve territory right now. I'm just like someone said. Bregman has been washed. I'm just like. For me, coming into this year, I didn't have a sizable gap in terms of my expectations from Tucker to Bregman. Now, I may need to start changing it now.
Yeah.
I didn't have a sizable gap. I felt like they were in the same range. Right now, he looks like he's going to work some walks, and the extra base power is not there like it was. He does seem like a more get on base type of guy. I don't know. At the end of last year, yes, you looked at it and Kyle Tucker had, we had the stolen bases and everything in, he had a better year. But coming into it, I would have looked at those guys as all-star worthy players. That would have been my expectation.
For me, Tucker, yes. Bregman, no. I don't know that I've ever sat down, Ron, even last year and said, and butted Bregman and Tucker up against each other. It was like, are they – I've never – I can tell you this. It's been a long time since I thought, I felt even when Tucker was struggling last year, hell, in the playoffs when it was awful and he was slumping.
Yeah.
I still felt better about him at the plate. My feeling when Tucker goes to the plate is something good can really happen. My feeling when Bregman's at the plate is
he'll get on base.
He'll get on. Maybe he'll be one of them ducks on the pond for one of them bigger bats. And it's been that way for definitely last year. And now I'm not.
He had 25 and 98 last year.
I'm not sitting here telling you dude's washed. I'm not doing it.
On base. Yeah, I don't. But that's right there though, Tyler. Right, last year he hit 262, 363 on base, 25 homers, 98 RBIs, on base percentage of 363, OPS over 800. That's all-star worthy.
Yes, 100%.
That's what I'm saying.
It's in that. Yeah, it's in that tier.
Sure. It's not ridiculous.
No,
like the texter said. That's not. Now he is not Clinton. Now he is not 260 and or wherever he was in that MVP year. I'm sorry, 296, 119 RBIs with 37 doubles and 41 home runs. No, he's not. We've lost that one.
Is Brady being ridiculous?
We're not there anymore. But I mean, you said it. I'm telling you, I'm about mid to late May away from. Maybe Yainer Diaz needs to be hitting above him in the order. If this continues, it does. I know he's a slow starter. It does feel a little bit different. It does feel a little bit different from Bregman. That yes, he has slow starts, but I don't know that it's going to end up with 25 and 98 like he did last year. Because, man, I'm telling you, man, we talk about slow starts. Clint, I don't know any other better spots to hit. He was hitting third between Alvarez and here of late between Alvarez and Tucker.
Didn't they do the same thing last year with him? Like there were several teams batting second, he was batting fifth, he was batting attempts to get him rolling. I mean, if I remember correctly, again, slow start or whatever. Look, I'm not sitting here telling you that he's washed. I'm simply telling you that as I watch the Astros every night, I do not expect Alex Bregman to be an all-star. I do not feel.
I did coming into the year.
I do not feel even remotely close to what I feel when Tucker, Altuve, Alvarez. Hell, I feel better I'll be honest with you. I feel better right now when Diaz is at the plate.
Well, right now, right now. Yeah, the way that Alex is sitting at that 213 mark he's hitting right now.
Yeah, it's rough, man. And it's just, again, I just have a hard time chalking it all up every year to, but slow start. Well, he's notorious slow starter. Like, I just, ugh. That's a tough career. That's a tough way for me to view a career.
Yeah. Text line, Bregman has an all-star glove, not an all-star bat. I'm just saying, last year he was 262, 25, and 98. Tucker was 280s, 29, and 112. Okay, yes, Tucker was but I mean, I'm just saying this ain't like Pena was last year. Just didn't fall off. Right now, yes. I gotta start looking at this cat a bit different. I gotta start looking at him in a different manner. All right, coming up.
I'm gonna eat these donuts in the break.
I know you are. Coming up,
Tyler, you want a powdered donut?
I think the only disappointing thing is we're going to get through this tease, you sons of bitches. The only disappointing, excuse my French, to the young kids that are driving. I think my own are in the car right now listening to Daddy. What did he say? The only thing that we're really hearing from complaint with the Texans' new jerseys, I actually think is a great thing. I love this about it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, this is the worst time of the year, y'all, to be dealing with that chronic joint pain, man. The weather's
AmericanEagle.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Might have to make me a swing over to Dairy Queen, man. Might have to do it, Tyler. I almost took a picture of it when I got it. I just started eating it too fast, though. So.
I get it.
That's why you brought me those donuts in the studio, isn't it? Because you wanted to feel better about the decisions you're making.
And I wanted to feel better about turning them down while I potentially go get another Blizzard today. I can't.
Well, those cinnamon. I mean, it's been a minute, man. The Mrs. Baird's little donuts. They're usually
the little cinnamon one.
I usually do the white or the chocolate ones.
So you do the powder.
Ones.
You like the chocolate?
Oh, dip them chocolates in milk. It's over. It's over. But it's been a minute since I've seen those cinnamon. Man, them cinnamon are off the charts. Wow. I mean, stop right now and get you some Mrs. Baird cinnamon donuts. There's 6 of them in there. Stop. Or is there 7?
Hey, Tyler Clint tried to do a video. Tried to do a video of it. And tore open that bag and spilled them damn donuts all over the
I spilled 2 donuts on the floor, but guess what?
They will make a mess now.
5 seconds.
No, not them little cinnamon. The cinnamons ain't as bad as the white powder.
These white powder ones.
The white powder ones.
White powder ones.
No, they was on the floor. I picked them up, ate them.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
White powder make you feel like you'd have ran into somebody on the
you better mess around
the streets to help you out with something.
Look like old boy from All About the Benjamins.
Yeah,
what white powder are we talking
about? The white
here?
all around your mouth.
I'm just saying, you eat some of them. Go in the bathroom real late at a club after you just ate some of them.
I don't know if I've ever been in a club and ate white
on
donuts.
Wipe your nose on there.
Back in your heyday, you'd go to the club and white donuts.
That's the first time I ever seen cocaine in my life.
Okay, so that is okay. I'm with you now.
Oh, you weren't with us.
Well, I was, but then I wasn't because I was like, man, I've never partaken or seen donuts in the club. But
Nashville, Tennessee, the Spot After Hours Club. Bad boy opened up at 3, ended at 3 a.m. At 6, went to the restroom.
Was that the bring your own alcohol bar?
Mm-hmm.
Juice bar? You bring your own alcohol, mix whatever you want?
Yeah.
And bring your own booger sugar, apparently.
Rolled in that bathroom. They was on the counter. It was like a movie for me.
Whatever you wanted, huh?
I said, what in the hell is going on? Offered it to me. I said, I'm
good.
Good, man. And I've never even smoked weed at this point. So I'm good, Jack.
Had old booger sugar out there for you, huh?
That certainly wasn't me.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
I said, my goodness, that's what they're doing in the restroom here. I mean, this is a real after hours club.
It's a party.
But only way to transition to that is, look, I know there are going to be some that may differ on this, but once we saw the 4 uniforms come out, and I know a lot of people, and I can see Sean Bajani behind me, he is one that was hoping for it. And I think Tyler is too, and I can understand why there are some who were hoping to see, as Hannah said earlier, the Columbia blue or that Oiler blue be a prominent jersey. And I know there were people who felt that way. For me, when I saw the 4 come out, the white and the blue that are going to be the primary ones, and then that H-Town jersey with the H helmet that got leaked and the blue that then has some of that H-Town blue in it, more subtle than the primary jersey. For me, there's a part that says, all right, this is the Houston Texans and their legacy and their team and their colors. And we are going to roll with being the Texans. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, Clint, to maybe pay a little respect to the city and the history of that color, having it in there. But the Texans are now establishing themselves. And I think the Texans may start moving into a place where we see them take their organization to the next level, because it looks like they're getting set up to do that. And I am actually happy that they said, we're the Texans, and this is what our color scheme is, and didn't try to become what I would say is the Oilers. And me personally, I'm glad they kind of turned the page on that a bit.
Yeah, look, I'm good with it. I never was the as Bajani would say, double rods to the Adams family. It just didn't hit like that for me. I like any version of the powder blue. Ole Miss does it. U of H did it this year. Obviously, the Chargers do it. Like I would like the Texans to have one of those uniforms because I think they're some of the dopest uniforms in the league, or in sports, right? Don't the Philadelphia Phillies have a?
They do. A lot of baseball teams were doing that instead of gray.
Kansas City got some good ones too.
Cardinals have some. Yeah.
But I just love that combo. So for me, it never was about the Oilers and the history and this and that. It was more about, hey, I'd like for one of my teams to have that combo so I can rock it. I understand why they didn't. I respect why they didn't. And with all that said, I think they did a tremendous job of incorporating it into a color scheme without letting it dominate the uniform, but making that subtle gesture of, hey, it's H-Town blue. We have some deep roots here, deep history here, and this color's a big part of it. Boom. Let's move on with it. Yeah. I like it.
Tyler, you're disappointed, aren't you?
I wouldn't say disappointed. Because like I was telling you, Ron, before we started the show today, when it came to the Columbia blue, the Oiler blue, the Love Ya blue here in Houston, I mean, emotionally, I've never had any kind of tie or connection to the Oilers.
Yeah, your ass is young.
Yeah, my dad loved them, but I was crapping my diapers when the Oilers were playing football. But I do know the history of that color in the city of Houston, and I feel tied to it in that way. And much like Clint said, I think the color is just fire, period. And whenever I feel like my city has a grasp on that color going back to its origins, I think it's where it belongs.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can understand the connection. I look at the Texans that this is who the Texans are. Like I feel like it, and maybe I think the Texans or Houston probably potentially should have been allowed if they wanted to. I don't know the complete history to maybe do what the Browns did when they left and came right back as the Browns. That would have been cool if they could have come back with the Oilers. I know the Adams families we're never going to let that happen, but they've established themselves as the Texans, and this is who they are. They're making a change, and they're going to establish this roots. I'm telling you, man, I really, they start winning like this, they won't give a damn about that color. Let me say that. Not a damn about the color, but not as much. They get in here and start winning like we think they potentially can. I think people are going to be established as this is the Texans, right? And yeah, you wear your Oiler gear, is throwback stuff and things like that to the Houston Oilers, but I'm glad that they established themselves with this kind of new change as themselves, as the Texans. All right, Larry, where are you at on this, Larry, on these new jerseys? I'm sure have you bought any yet, Larry? I'd be disappointed if you ain't at least ordered some yet.
Hey, mine is already in the closet, Ron, since you want me to call you Ron. But I'm going to call your ass Show, Ron, too, because look here, man, it's a good day for me, man, because you on these airways talking about animal cracker blizzards, and then my squad that just came out and showed their ass with all them uniforms. Look, man, Seth Payne had said before that, I was trying to bully people into their opinion about the uniforms or whatever. Damn right I was trying to bully their ass, because let me tell you something. If you don't like something over there on Kirby with these uniforms, that ain't a Texans problem. That's a yo-ass problem. They hit that thing out the park, man, and they gave us an opportunity to offer up our opinions, and then they went in that lab and came out with something that we should all be proud of. You can find something in every one of them uniforms that you can hold your head up high, because if your ass ain't rocking that battle red, your ass got to rock that H-Town blue, because your boy love all of them. And the fact of the matter is that when they go and do the things that we expect them to do with the new era over there with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and Tank, and then they went and got Stefon, this team is going to be a fun team to watch, and everybody going to be trying to get their hands on those uniforms. Fellas, I am as proud of a Texan fan as there is, but I'm going to tell you this. I don't give a damn about that Columbia Blue no more, and I don't give a damn who mad about it, because let me tell you something. Oh, Double Ross Bud Adams still was trying to stick it to everybody in H-Town. And then his old daughters tried to do the same thing. But Hannah and put her ass in her place. See, that's what I've been trying to tell y'all about that Hannah. Hannah got a little bit of that go in her. And she compliments old Cal real well and make Cal come out with that swagger and that pinky ring. Y'all know what's going on, man. Whether or not she got a tattoo, I don't know. But I can tell you what, she got a little fire. And if you don't like that kind of spice, your ass got problems. Fellas, it's a great day. Now your boy's finna go over here and chop it up with him, because y'all know we get that special invite show, and you know what that means. Your boy going to be right there next to her. I'm going to try to get that picture for my dog, Show, and Clint, and I'll holler.
All right, that's Larry. I'm Ron. No, it's just I listen. I know that everybody doesn't feel that way, that they don't give a damn about the Columbia Blue. We just heard Tyler, right? And I said, Sean Bajani behind us, who you can hear coming up later on tonight, on Area 45, is somebody that was hoping to have that. But as he said, man, they start winning the way that they potentially could win, Clint. Like the embracing of the Texans, and this is where we are, I think is going to shine. And like he said, man, if you can't get behind them red joints, I don't know where to help you.
Which end was he looking from?
Them helmets are something else, man. I couldn't get over them jokers.
They're clean. White shoes only. Red tights, white shoes.
No, I think you're going over the top.
No, I am not.
With cutting people.
Where am I wrong?
I think you're wrong on cutting people because they're more comfortable in those shoes.
Sidewind ass tennis shoes.
They come in white.
Shut up, Tyler.
They come in white. Black shoes black shoes don't have a place in NRG right now. That's real talk. They should not order a pair of black shoes.
No jersey to come with the black.
None. Kicker, you like your black shoes? We'll find some white ones. You got 4 months.
You're not even letting the kickers to kick in something. Nope. What if it's the same shoe he's been kicking in?
You got to find them in white. Break them in. You got plenty of time. You got plenty of time. Red on red on red, white shoes, white gloves. That's it.
Townsend, you better find your ass some white shoes.
Jalen Petrie better find his ass some white shoes.
Jalen comes out in them black shoes.
Them dark socks and them dark shoes with them 2 unis you had on, boy. That ain't it.
All right, some news coming in about an important player for the Houston Astros. This is good news. You'll want to hear that. And the lineup is out. We'll get you set up for that. And I really need the Rockets to get it together. I really need the Rockets to get it together next year. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Nick Caserio isn't buying into the outside noise.
free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, and the DILF. The big DILF. Psycho T/T Mill have the latest for you. The latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes, and some news ahead of this series that kicks off tonight in Chicago for the Astros. We'll get to that in a second, but this just coming out. Framber Valdez, who was on the IL with the elbow issue. Framber Valdez will throw a bullpen in Chicago and could start one of the 2 games in Mexico City, Joe Espada said, the manager. So, once again, if you're just tuning in, that's the first time I've said it, so this will be the first time you've heard it. Framber Valdez will throw a bullpen in Chicago and could start one of the 2 games in Mexico City, Joe Espada, the manager, says. For the Astros, Clint, this is big because I'll be honest with you, fellas. I know they had him on the 15-day DL, or IL, excuse me. I was really nervous on how long this would actually take. I thought this one may say 15, but be longer than that. This is a great sign that they're looking at throwing a bullpen and mentioning his ability to start one of the games against the Rockies coming up this weekend.
Absolutely. Look, getting Framber back is huge. And here's the deal with where the Astros are right now. Having Verlander pitching game 3 of the 3-game series against the Cubs, and then potentially being backed up by Framber Valdez on one of the 2 games in Mexico City versus Colorado would be big. They need to start winning some ball games, and they need to win several of these next 5 on the road to start chipping into the hole that they've dug. And if you've got Framber Valdez on the backside of it, following up Verlander, you got a better chance to do that. So, yeah, great news. To your point, I mean, the thing with Framber scared me from jump, right?
Oh, I mean, say elbow, I don't care. They try to say it was on the top. It's slow, right? They kicked it off with saying, hey, man, it's a good sign we didn't have to put him on the IL. Then they did 24 hours later. You know, and then we hadn't really heard, I think Tyler mentioned last week he played catch. And we knew, you know the deal. We got to get to flat ground. We got to get to
spin a couple.
Now get on the mound. And now he is having a bullpen. But I think within the report last week from Tyler was that he would not need to have a rehab start. I think that's a big deal to hear. But man, with Christian Javier going on the IL, they need him. They need him, man. You know, he pitched pretty decently his last start as well. So, yeah, this is a really, really great sign if he can actually get back with this team. I mean, as early as this weekend, I would not have guessed that until we got this report.
Me neither. But again, good news.
Yeah, it is good news. So, Framber Valdez once again will throw a bullpen in Chicago, and there is a possibility, according to Joe Espada, the manager, of him playing and starting one of the 2 games coming up against the Rockies in Mexico City. All right, the game tonight. And right now, I don't care that it's April 23rd. All of these games in these series are important right now. When you're 9 games under 500, they got to start stacking series wins. They've got to get some consistency right now in winning series. And they've got a 3-game set against the Cubs. And J.P. France gets the ball. And Clint, the lineup is kind of interesting. Altuve will lead off with Alvarez as the DH. They had Clint been putting Alex Bregman in that 3 spot and Tucker in the 4 spot. They've switched that back. Tucker is now batting 3rd. Bregman in the 4 spot with Diaz catching tonight. Pena and McCormick. McCormick's in left field. And a bit of a surprise, maybe, kind of. Jose Abreu is in the 8th spot as the first baseman. And this comes off the heels of Dana Brown saying he was scuffling. They may give some time off. And then Jake Myers, he gets the start in center field. Off a day off yesterday, Dubon is going to be on the bench with Singleton and Kessinger. So that is the lineup. They have flopped Tucker and Bregman again there, and now Myers is in there, the back half of that lineup of Abreu and Myers on the back end of that. They got to start getting W's. I'm a bit surprised they're flipping there again in that third and fourth spot, and I'm a bit surprised Abreu's in the lineup.
Yeah, look, this thing obviously for Joe Espada is going to be very fluid, and not just at the bottom of the lineup and not just in center field. They're going to bump guys around.
It's not ideal.
I mean, I'm shocked that Jose Abreu is still in the lineup. I read somewhere a little earlier where Joe Espada or Dana Brown, I think it was Joe, actually said that Singleton would be getting more run at first base. I assume that was a signal that he'd be in there today, but I guess they're going to see what Jose can do a couple more times before they make a move. I'm on record. I'm ready for Jose to take a 2-week vacation. A little 2-week vacation. We want to see you. I don't want you to see a baseball. I don't want you to swing a bat. I want you to put your toes up and figure this thing out.
Like when you say 2-week vacation, like where would you like to send him?
Pick your place, bub.
Montana, like somewhere. You want him in a cabin somewhere quiet, or you want him in a beach?
No,
I know what kind of guys.
I want to go blow it out. whatever it is, man.
You want to spring break this thing?
You want to take your wife, leave the kids at home, and go have you a good time. You want to leave your kid and your wife and everybody at home and go with the boys and blow it out. You want to, whatever you want to do, man. Just it cannot include baseball.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. 2-week vacation. Where are you sending? If you're the Astros, where are you sending Jose Abreu? Where are you sending? Maybe Dennis Rodman dipped off to Vegas that one time.
Nah, Vegas too. That's too.
Is that too much?
That's too much for 2 weeks. I need him to go somewhere.
Yeah, suggestion maybe. The Appalachian Mountains,
I'm a huge fan
cabin in the mountains, that place where
Scottsdale, maybe.
No, that's not it either. Too much action, boys. Too much
action.
You got that
said
kind of
blow
money.
It out.
You got that. Well, I mean, if he wants to go for a couple days, he's got 2 weeks. I mean, I need him gone for 2 weeks.
I think I had to sit there.
One of them real nice, fancy, exclusive resorts down in Cabo, dude.
Cabo, yeah.
I mean, they're more like apartments anyway. I mean, not
villas.
Oh yeah, but not Bob's. But you talking about villas?
What'd I say, villas?
Villas.
Villas. Excuse me.
R.I.P.
Yeah, we did lose Bob.
Yeah. So, but he's in the lineup tonight. We'll see what happens. For the record, I am 100% behind Singleton at first base.
Corpus. Someone said.
Oh well, no, you can't do that to me.
Maybe he can play a couple of games too.
He don't need to play. Playing clearly, like working his way.
You don't even have a bat. Someone said a dark retreat where they sent.
Call Aaron Rodgers. That we may be there, boys.
Rudy Gobert did that as well after his playoff.
When I came out of the darkness.
Come on, guys, stop getting nasty out here.
I like it when the people get nasty.
They're trying to send him somewhere and have a slump buster that's sick.
Send him one of them, too.
I believe he's probably tried that. I mean, where he is right now, I think he's tried it all. Yeah, I'll tell you, Appalachian Mountain, get you a cabin, go somewhere and no TV.
Why are you all like Appalachian Mountains in Montana? Why'd you go there immediately?
I'm trying to get somewhere quiet,
remote,
him to be with his thoughts. Coffee. You want him to get drunk, but not.
I don't care.
Not fun.
I don't care what he does as long as it's not baseball.
You want him to get drunk, but not fun.
Disappear for. That's it. I don't care where it's at, man. Disappear off of this lineup card for 2 weeks.
Well, he's not. He's in it today. So there it is. Once again, if you missed that lineup, Jose Abreu is in it at first base at the 8th spot. So maybe today's the day. Multi-hit day today. Probably not.
5 o'clock fire.
All right.
That happen?
No. The NBA playoffs. You know what? I'm watching them games last night, Clint, and I'll be honest with you. I did not watch a second of the Cavs and the Magic.
I did not either.
And I know Chris Santiago, the producer of Area 45, is really into the Magic. I had no once of that.
Is he really?
Oh yeah, he has talked to me multiple times about their playoff start. I think he's really buying low on them and really enjoying the young group they have. But I didn't watch any of that. But the Knicks-Sixers was a great game and a spectacular ending, and the Nuggets and Lakers the same way. But it got me, Clint. Like, I really want the Rockets to get into this position. Like, that would be really fun if we had that. Like, every other night or whatever, and the Rockets were in playoff games and games that matter.
Yeah,
and you're looking at like, the way – because that was fun last night. I know some of you may not be fans of the NBA, whatever, but that was fun last night to watch, those games, that intensity level, the playoffs. I want the Rockets to be in that again. I want us to be able to have to come in, and that's something. Because if there was a game, the Rockets were involved in one of those games last night, and they'd have jumped the jerseys. I mean, that was so much fun last night, and hopefully the Rockets can start to make moves to get into playing games that are important like that. Because last night, that was fun.
Look, I'm a casual fan. I've said it a million times. I watch when the playoffs roll around. It's hard for me to watch regular season NBA basketball. It is hard to watch. But when you turn these playoffs on, everybody's playing harder. As you mentioned, all of a sudden the refs tighten up a little bit.
Tighten up? Hell, they loosen it up.
Well, I mean, just in general, the old sphincter tightened up where they're having to go to the damn monitor half the damn time. But nonetheless, it's just one of those where everything's picking up. It all matters. Every possession matters. It's a fun watch. And last night, hell, the fellas on TNT said it's the best doubleheader they've ever had.
Yeah, it is.
At least the finishes, anyway.
Like the finishes people are talking about, and then the other story is I wonder if we see a change in officiating. I don't think the officiating had a anywhere near as a major part to the outcome of those games. But Clint, they went to the monitor twice last night, and once in the Sixers game and the Sixers-Knicks game, and another time with the Lakers and Nuggets. The Sixers-Knicks game, like, I've never seen it. Kyle Lowry touched the ball, but then hit a guy in the shoulder. They went to the replay and watched it and said minimal contact. And D'Angelo Russell went to the lane. He shot a ball and got hit in the face. And they went to the replay system and said minimal contact and reversed those calls. I don't know what the hell that's about. Like, I could get, like, all right, they're letting them play a little bit. They let them be a little bit more aggressive. When you go to the replay, I could not believe those got overturned.
Well, it's got to be one of those, right, where the foul was actually, like, it wasn't – the foul that was called was not him getting hit in the face, D'Angelo Russell getting hit in the face. It was something on the arm or the ball or the hand or something, right? And so when they go to replay – they don't have the ability to judge on him getting hit in the face. It's just the contact. They blew the whistle. It's got to be it.
Well, no. Well, in any play, they could look at anything. They could look at any part of.
So they can go back to a part that was never called
and they said it was minimal. Like they said it was minimal.
I didn't know that. So they can go and review.
Oh yeah, they can
review a block where they said, hey, he hit him on the arm. And go back and say, okay, well, he didn't hit him on the arm, but he hit him with his body. He got into him with his body.
Any part of the play, they even if it's a foul that they missed, they can go back and look at it. That, like I said, it is not the reason that those games ended up the way they were, but that was odd.
Yeah.
To go to, like, because what I learned last night is if the ball is if you let go of the ball, if you hit the ball first, you can really do whatever you want to after the ball is going. So you can hit him in the face.
Right.
You can push him. It was the damnedest thing that I saw last night. I just can't take it with these Lakers and the Nuggets. Did you win money last night?
Yes, sir. 5 for 5 on NBA bets.
Hey, you barely snuck in. You barely snuck in on LeBron. You're sitting there at 25.5. He had 26.
Perfection on a Monday makes me.
You barely. You had the Lakers plus 7?
Yeah, 7 or 7.5. Yeah.
Look at you, man.
Yeah, 5 for 5. Let's do it again tonight, shall we?
What are you on tonight?
Oh, yeah. What are you on tonight? I told you, Kevin Durant. I don't know what his line is, but Kevin Durant's getting 35 at the very least tonight.
Let's see. I will look up Durant because I want your advice on that. I'm on Lillard under for points.
What's he at?
29.5. I'm on Pacers Bucks under 224.
Yeah, 35 at the half.
I'm on James Harden's turd ass under 19.5 points.
That feels right.
And I'm on the Suns and T-Wolves under 108 in the first half. 108.5. Follow me to the money, people.
That one's a little dicey. I think.
What's Durant's total?
I think the Suns are going to go. I think the Suns are going to put up 70 themselves in the half.
Kevin Durant over under 25.5 points tonight.
I would take that over.
I'll take 100 on the over.
Oh, I would take that.
I'll take 100 on the over, Tyler.
Let's ride.
Let's ride, baby.
That man Anthony Edwards, who was busting everybody's ass, said, "I'm killing you, old man." Cussed it.
I don't think that's what he said.
He cussed it a little bit, but that's what
We're locked in.
I'm whooping your ass,
right.
old man. And Kevin had a laugh, but it was a laugh of like, "I'll see your ass," because they was down by 30-something at the point. I'll see your ass. Kevin's gonna go off. Booker wasn't good either. He's gonna go off. I don't know about that under on that 108. I may think of that. I may think of that one as well. All right, coming up, we're a couple of days away from the draft. And right now, the Texans are not in the first round. Not in the first round right now. But I want you to look through it. I know there's a player that you covet. There's a player that you covet. And be realistic. You're not getting Caleb Williams. A player that you covet. If Nick were to decide to get back in the first round, who was the one player that if he's there, if he drops, you want him to get aggressive to get? We'll discuss that coming up.
Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. All right, man, right now, as of this moment, the Texans are not in the first round. They do not have a first-round pick. They are in the second round with a lot of ammo, 2 picks in that second round, but right now they do not have a first-round pick. But what we do know of Mr. Nick Caserio is he is not afraid to move up. He is not afraid to trade up. He is not afraid to go after certain players. And he's done it multiple times. He's moved up to get Will Anderson, moved up to get Nico Collins, moved up to get Juice Scruggs, moved up to get Tank Dell. He has made moves in the draft. And let's be realistic. Like Clint, I don't even think that they would move up into the top 15. I don't even think they would have they would do that much because that would really push up enough. But to get into the 20s, I think the Texans potentially could really do that to get in to the 20s if there is a player that they covet and want. And I'm looking at several thoughts. Like there's some defensive tackles, there's some corners there. In that, I'm gonna throw a couple at you. To see if this would be somebody you would be willing to go up and get, Clint. I see right now Bucky Brooks has his out right here, and he has Byron Murphy at 19 to the Rams. Would you jump up to go get Byron Murphy at 19 to the Rams?
Yes.
That would be somebody you would go and put together what it would need to get to go up rather than keeping those 2 second-round picks in the second.
Yeah, you're talking about you draft Byron Murphy in the first round. You jump up, you package those 2 second-round picks and whatever it takes to jump up and get that. It's a plug-and-play starter. I think Byron Murphy's a plug-and-play starter, and this with this team the way it's built right now, I think he's a plug-and-play starter, and he's not quite the game changer. Or at least we don't know yet. He could potentially be, hell, who knows with the draft pick. But he's not the free agent game changer that I wanted inside for this defense and that I expected inside for this defense.
That is ready to go right now. Yeah.
Right. Well, ready to like change the game right now.
Yeah.
Like I think he would be a starting caliber rotational piece at the very least. Yeah. So yeah, I would be okay with that. Who else you got?
Yeah. Somebody texted and said they just traded out of the 20s. Once again, as Cal and Hannah McNair. Cal McNair said earlier today on In the Loop, you never know what Nick's going to do. You don't. You never know what's going to change. You never know if there's a player that you don't know that you didn't think was going to be there that could end up there. Bucky Brooks, again, I'll give you another one. He has Jazon Newton, D tackle out of Illinois. He's got him at 28, which would be easier to come up and get. That's the last offensive tackle he has going in this draft. He's got your guy Jarrett Verse like at 12. So that feels a little high to go up to try to go get. But Newton out of Illinois, I think fits the size that he likes to that I think D'Amico likes to have.
Yeah, look, I haven't watched him as much as I have the others and seen those guys. So but you're talking about a first round caliber true defensive tackle. I think that guy plug and play starts on this team. Right now over the journeymen that are here, and the potential of that guy is kind of like what we watched with Will Anderson this year, where boy you see that he's got some big time traits. Maybe you don't see the success early. All of a sudden he starts putting it together mid-season, late season. All of a sudden you've got a changer. You got a game changer, right? The one you mentioned, Jared Verse, is the one for me. And now he's more of an edge, about 265. He's more of an edge defender. But we see the route that I think he would fit what D'Amico wants to do in terms of having guys that can be outside, like the Danico Autry thing, outside or inside. I watched him a lot at Florida State. Whether you put him inside or outside, he is a game wrecker. Like, I think he is going to be super special. Jordan Reed's got him going 19th to Los Angeles, so they're going to try to replace, obviously,
Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald in the middle. So,
yep.
But yeah, I think any of those D tackles, any of the corners.
They got 3 corners in the 20s. Kool-Aid is at 29. He has going to the Lions. He's got Cooper DeJean going at 25, and then he has Nate Wiggins, the corner out of Clemson, going 22.
And I'll be honest with you, I like the cover defender thought at this point as much as I do the D tackle thought. The cover defender with this particular team, Des King is the cover corner, and I'm high on Des King. I'm really high on Des King as you bump him up against Tavarius. What's his name?
Oh yeah, Thomas.
Tavier Thomas. Right? You bump him up against him, I'm really high on him. But I understand where you could upgrade there. So if it's a corner in college that was a little bit stiff in the hips or something, or for whatever reason he's better off as a nickel defender, okay, boom, bring him in there. If it's an outside corner that you want to compete with C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah, boom, put him out there. Either way it goes, they're rotational pieces, and it's a big-time future play when you do, sooner rather than later, have to pay Derek Stingley Jr. So right now, I actually like the corner pick more than I would like the interior defensive tackle pick. But I could roll with either one of those right there.
Yeah, it feels like they need to add something probably in both positions, but really up front. The Newton one intrigues me because if it's this part of the first round, that's not going to cost you as much as getting up. If it's 28-30 where he is, and the other part is, Clint, there is, at least according to draft experts, a really big drop-off after him at the D tackle position, in terms of what it is that you want to do. Like those 3, and I think he's probably snuck himself into the first round because of the lack of guys there, right? Well, there's only really 2 that people have big first round grades on, and now he has snuck his way in the back.
Your overall point is to me, it's going to take one of those guys sliding, and D'Amico and Nick look at each other and go, "Hey, man,
how much?
We could potentially get there. You want to make the call? We definitely need it. Do you want to make the call? This guy's sliding. This guy can help us. This guy can start for us. Like, it's going to have to be one of those situations, I think, for Nick to jump and move that high.
Yeah, because like 28, 29, 30, you got two seconds, a third, and 2 fours. That like you can get to that and make that work. Then make that work easy. As some people text line rolling in with their thoughts on who to bring in. People really love Cooper.
Oh, the white corner?
Yes.
Oh, well, hell, what's not to love? I'm assuming he plays well.
Yeah.
I mean, good gosh.
Cooper. Get Cooper D.
I mean, good.
Get Cooper D in here, huh?
I mean, the only white corner in the game. Is there another one anywhere?
I don't think so.
Oh, I mean, heck, that's
there was a white corner. They moved him to safety, I think. He's really a special teams guy.
There you have it.
Yeah. Play for Washington. Damn it. Yeah. All right. Great news potentially coming out of the Astros. We'll discuss that. And people are really getting on Clint hard. I've been looking up and down the text line on a statement he made earlier. People
for what?
Are really getting on Clint. We'll discuss that coming up.
Get the hell out of here. I don't even know what you're talking about. Get the hell out of here. We got to talk about Mo Karam Law Firm. Here's the deal. See y'all bad mouthing me. You need to attend one of their Build on Your Own Land workshops. It's a free 1-hour workshop where the folks over at Our Vision Homes walk you through the process of building on your own land. The next workshop, April the 20th. Get the details at ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here's some news, some good news coming out of the Houston Astros, and damn sure Lord knows they need it. They can really use some. This coming from Joe Espada, the manager himself. Dana Espada here. Framber Valdez will throw a bullpen in Chicago and could start one of the 2 games in Mexico City. Joe Espada, a.k.a. Dana Espada, they have made this decision that he could go. This to me is huge. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought Framber Valdez was. I would have said a month. That's would have been my thought. And I think I based that off of you just don't want to play around with elbows. I don't care. I know people were saying it's on the top. I don't give a rip. Elbows wherever. Pitchers, elbows, as we're seeing everybody and all these people have injuries.
Top side, left side, right side, bottom side, don't matter.
It's elbow. Let's stop. Let's chill. My man got hurt playing catch. Let's go. So I thought, hey, this feels like a clean 30. A clean 30 days is what I felt. But to get to a point where he's potentially throwing a bullpen in Chicago over the next 3 days and could be in line to make a start in Mexico City. That's moving at a quicker rate than I thought. Again, where is Jose Urquidy? Are we getting closer to that? Has Jose Urquidy reached a mound? I'm not saying. I'm just saying like that. Like, how did he get jumped by all these cats?
Where art thou?
Yeah.
Have you heard of that? Where is the Jose Urquidy update?
Somewhere with Waldo. I don't know.
I mean, you look at Urquidy and Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers. I mean, those three. I mean, we got a large group of luxury players.
Me in the H. I can understand Lance and three technique. Like Lance is Lance. You know, I like if Lance gets in here before August, I think we should celebrate. Like, I mean, throw a party.
Right,
I'm talking about champagne, balloons.
I'll bring it.
Dancers.
Not the balloons. I don't know where to get balloons. I can bring the champagne.
I'll handle the dancers.
I meant like Jabberwockies, like those kind of.
Oh, that's sounding good.
Not the kind of
I
dancers
agree.
you're talking about.
Ron had me watching him in Vegas.
I mean, I barely even want
shut up.
tassels.
You enjoyed it. You just weren't drunk enough. Me and Brandon came back around, and we were drunk enough. But anyhow, no, I like, and then Garcia's coming off Tommy John. I mean, I don't like honest to God. I don't even remember his injury
because they're crapshoots.
Yes.
Of if and when we ever get him back. Urquidy's right there with him. Bro.
I didn't think he was a crapshoot guy. I don't even remember. Do you honest to God? Do you remember his injury? Was it a shoulder? I feel like that's normally. I don't remember. I can't remember. I mean, we're getting updates on everybody. Not him.
No, he felt some tightness.
Did he feel some tightness?
Didn't he feel the shoulder was last year? Didn't he feel some tightness in the elbow or in the forearm?
It's shoulder. Cheryl will find it. I'd like to get an update on Christian Javier too. By the way,
that's there. Curious. You go. Verlander, Fromber, Christian Javier. Those three right there. Let's get those three back.
Did we pop that neck?
Did he go see my boy Paul over at Midtown?
No. He's in Chicago out there kicking it.
Oh, I bet Chicago's got some nice reflexology working.
Yeah. I bet you they do got some action going. So Framber throwing a bullpen in Chicago. So that's big. Hopefully he is back a lot sooner. This Jose Urquidy, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna call Dana myself. Get to the bottom of this. Dana's
Williams. Like, man, I got a lot bigger fish to fry right now than Jose.
Well, not Dana Brown, Dana Williams. Different Dana.
Oh, who's that?
Fan. Maybe he may.
Oh, okay.
Inside track on this.
You got it figured out.
Yeah. Hey, Clint. People are really having issues with you on the shoes thing. Clint is fired up about not just the New Jerseys. Clint loves the New Jerseys, but he has specifically put together the accessories that you need to wear with the jersey and has come down really hard on Jalen Petrie for wearing what he says are black shoes, and many people on the text line completely disagreeing with you.
Those people are wrong.
Those people could use my help.
I'm co-signing Clint's take here, man.
And then one person said, "I think Clint's off on this. I think that's deep blue."
I don't care what color it is. I don't care if it's
the deep blue to match it all the way through.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'm looking at the Petrie thing. Now listen, it's not what I would do. It's
look at Tank in that same jersey on that.
Listen, it's not what I would do.
Reddit photo that my man Cal put out.
I would step out with fun, and I would have red ones. Receiver cleats is what I wore. I'd wear red ones. Now I'd have red all the way through. Oh,
and we could probably get away with the red.
We can get away with that.
You cannot. Absolutely.
People are all up. You think that you're going over the top with this.
Look, I'm going to tell you, there's a handful of things I'm pretty confident at in this world. Coaching a quarterback, hitting a baseball, and whether it's street clothes or uniforms, putting it together, baby. Period. You need a little help? Clearly the text line does. Call me. Let me know.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Like I would not go with it. But it is.
Of course you wouldn't, because you want to pop a little bit.
I want to pop a little bit.
Okay,
yeah, I do.
That ain't popping.
But that's me. But I'm
man.
Because it's better. It's better because he's got the blue, deep blue socks on too.
No, it's not. I know he does.
If he had the white one, the
socks are that's a finable. He should get fined double. It's white tights.
If he went dark all the way through.
It's white tights, white shoes, with the away whites. Period.
I disagree. I think you can get away with the dark all the way down.
I don't. What do you think?
It's got to be all. It's got to be.
You're looking at it. Now go back and look at that leak that photo that Cal leaked originally with Nico and Tank, and look at them boys with them white cleats on with that one white aways. It ain't even on the same planet. Can you get away with it? Yeah, an old 2-bit.
But you're in a space of
bottom of the roster. I ain't got a choice or time to worry about my shoes type player can get away with it. Jalen Petrie? No, we're talking about this right now. I mean, come on, man. You kidding me?
So there are some players that you would tell hit the bricks. Maybe not Jalen Petrie. He's somebody that
I'll tell you this.
Can Kurt Hinish get away with wearing them, or you tell him to hit the bricks?
No, Kurt, here's the deal. This is up to the equipment manager, right? The equipment guy over there. There's certain players, let's say the top 25 guys on this team, that the equipment manager is going to do exactly what he's told to do.
Yes.
I need these shoes. I need these gloves. I need this. I need that. Boom, boom, boom. Right? The bottom 20, 25 in the practice squad, your ass is going to do exactly what the equipment manager tells you to do. In this case, whatever he puts in your locker, you're going to wear. If that equipment guy puts dark socks and dark shoes in the locker with them away whites, his ass ought to be fired. Period. If you ain't wearing red gloves and red shoes, or white shoes and white gloves, or you can wear red if you want to with the all reds. Oh yeah, your ass ought to be fined.
I'd go white shoes. I go red shoes, red gloves on them.
If you ain't
them blues,
if you ain't wearing H-Town blue shoes and H-Town blue gloves with the H-Town alternate uni, your ass ought to be fined.
Tyler, I think Clint would stand at the door. If
Nope. You back in the locker room. Get him on.
I'm with him on this.
If MJ Stewart tried to walk out, nope.
MJ, we sat at the Texans party together.
Setting the screen.
You know better. Get your ass in there.
No.
Can't do it. I don't care how comfortable they are. Get in there. Get the white ones on.
When I set my uniforms on Madden, when I'm playing Madden with the Texans, never have my guys in black shoes. Doesn't go with anything.
Text line coming in. I agree wholeheartedly with Clint on this one. I think Clint's over the top. If they're dark blue, they're fine.
No, they're not. It's not. It's about that uniform is absolutely nails. White tights, white shoes, white gloves. Only thing off is the helmet and the blue pants. That's it. Everything else is white. That's it. That is absolute nail. You throw blue shoes or or black shoes, dark leggings. Now you've thrown it all off. And it's not near as just clean and simple and just so beautiful. You screw it up when you do that, man. Sure, you can do it if you want to look 2-bit. Shut up. I mean, go do it. That's fine.
If you want to look 2-bit.
I guarantee you them same folks over there that are talking about them black shoes, I bet they walk out in these streets.
Now, you okay with
walk out in these streets.
You okay with all red with the red shoes, right?
Oh, yeah. You can do that. Absolutely.
Blue shoes, too.
Nope.
Oh, you can go navy blue shoes. All red.
There's no play.
All red and the navy.
Well, that's where I differ from Clint.
The navy. Oh, you can go all red
or the
navy,
deep steel blue.
Deep steel blue gloves, deep steel blue shoes.
Just no
that'd be
black
clean
for me.
with the all red. That is all stop. That's doable.
Look at Nico Collins. I'll be damned. Look at Nico Collins in that picture. Look at Nico Collins in that with them all reds on.
I seen it.
Why would you do anything other than that? Why? Nothing you do is going to live up to that right there. White gloves, white shoes. Nothing.
Red on red.
I'll let you do that. I don't know why you would, but I'll let you do that.
Because it's clean. You know it.
Black, deep steel blue. No, it's not. It's hideous.
No, it's not. It's not hideous.
There's no way a player, as a player with good taste and good fashion sense, looks in the mirror and says, you know what? Damn, Nico, that's clean as hell. Let me go try these dark shoes on.
Let me get these navies on with the red.
Man.
I get your eye with the navy or with the deep blue pants, but that deep blue would offset. That would be a counter to that red, to that bright red, that deep blue with them gloves.
I've thought this through and through and through.
You got to rethink.
You're just spitballing.
I'm not spitballing.
I guarantee you, Ron Hughley would walk out there with nothing other than white on white or red shoes on that red.
I would probably go red, but the navy might be one I would consider.
Sidewinder ass tennis
Shove
shoes.
it up your ass, Larry, and you too, Tyler.
Fireable offense, man.
I mean, I think Clint's saying that those are sidewinder ass tennis shoes.
No, he's not. He just doesn't like the color with the combo. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. They are live from the Texans uniform party.
Maybe feet look slow. Dark shoes make you look slow. Maybe they don't get it, man. They don't get it. It's not clean.
Tyreek Hill look slow.
Yeah, well, I mean, hello. We ain't got when Tyreek Hill walks through that door. Let me know. I'll let him wear black shoes. I'll let him wear whatever the hell he wants. I'll tell you what. Everybody else, your ass is in white shoes. Period.
I'll probably try to come out in gold. Let me get some gold shoes in
there. Somebody will too. Somebody will come out with pink shoes.
Come out with a fine.
My cause, my cleats, man.
Yeah, there you go. Texans All Access. They'll be live. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. We just talked to Mark Vandermeer earlier today, live from the Texans uniform party. It should be a good time. Good time tonight. And then following them, the fellas, Area 45, live from 7 to 11. And tonight, they have the post-game show as the Astros are looking to get back on track here. Try to end this little 2-game slide and get a win behind JP France tonight.
I like Stroh scored a lot of points. You scored a lot of runs tonight.
Runs. Who you got as the catalyst? Who you got one player to pick?
Who you think? Big Yo. Jordan, baby.
Jordan to go for long.
You got one player to pick, Tyler?
I'm going to go Kyle Tucker.
I'm going Jose Abreu.
Oh, my God.
I'm going Jose.
Well, there's clearly nothing on the line here.
Multi-hit game
clearly
tonight.
He ain't betting nothing.
Hey, listen, I put the effort clear out there. You all didn't take it.
He's been